Golden Apple Imperial Box. Men and women shook their bodies heartily and danced to the beat of the music. Their snow-white thighs, sweaty chest muscles, female charm, and male hormones intertwined into a crazy and intoxicating whirlpool. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from the bathroom. Immediately after, a woman stumbled out of the bathroom, with large amounts of blood covering her neck and chest. Everyone in the box who was still having fun was frightened when they saw this scene. Run? Why are you running? Come back here. The young man walked out of the bathroom holding up his pants, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, walked to the table, picked up a bottle of wine and poured it into his mouth. Cough. The young man coughed, and suddenly bright red blood stained the white wine in the bottle into red wine. Brother June, stop drinking, stop drinking. Several friends came forward and pulled his arm. Fuck off. Jung June threw away his arm. Stretching out his finger, you still owe me a lot of money, please pay me back. The accused young man's face suddenly became embarrassed. The young man continued to point down at the fat man next to him. You always said you would treat me to dinner, but what about this meal? Please, Brother June, just tell me what you want to eat and I will arrange it right away. Ha, I just like that you can talk and don't need to arrange anything. You can just get married today. Today, Fatty Lee looked back at the bottles of Ace of Spades on the table, and his face turned green. And you, that bitch, if you dare to run away, I'll have you tied up in the toilet tomorrow and do barbecue. The box gradually became quiet, and everyone looked at the former god of wealth in front of them. Their eyes changed from the initial flattery to humbleness and fear. No one knows what illness the god of wealth is suffering from today. Why don't you speak? Ha, I don't have any money, right? Okay. Zhang Jun shook the bottle that had turned into red wine in his hand, and handed the wine to Fatty Lee's face in front of him. Drink, and I'll let you go. Fatty Lee took the wine with a grimace, and looked at the bloodstained wine with a mask of pain on his face. The girl who was called a bitch before stepped forward and took Zhang Jun's arm. Brother Jun, are you feeling unwell? How about I take you to the hospital? Go to the hospital? Zhang Jun stared at her. Brother Jun. The woman was stunned by his gaze and wanted to step back, but Zhang Jun reached out and pinched her chin, carefully examined the beautiful face, and suddenly smiled. Okay, my heart, liver, spleen, and lungs are almost dying. How about you donate some to me? Brother Jun. The woman trembled. Seeing that the woman believed it was true, Zhang Jun became bored and pushed her away. Idiot, you dare to donate but I don't dare to ask for it. After saying that, he ignored the strange looks from everyone and casually smashed the wine bottle in his hand on the TV set nearby. Fat man, this is yours too. After saying that, he ignored Fatty Lee's surprised gaze and walked out of the door unsteadily. Everyone wanted to stop them, but no one had the courage, because this KTV was owned by the Zhang family, and Zhang Jun didn't need to take action if they wanted to deal with them. Brother Zhang. The doorman respectfully pushed open the glass door. Zhang Jun walked to the door, took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it to his mouth. After groping around, I couldn't find the lighter. But by this time the doorman had already brought the fire to him. Zhang Jun lowered his head and lit the cigarette. Hiss poof. He looked at the doorman up and down. He seemed to be the same age as himself, but his face had a youthful look that was different from his own. Just graduated? No, I'm still taking the postgraduate entrance examination and working part-time. Zhang Jun blew out a puff of smoke into the other. Him a refreshing feeling. There were a lot of antiques. Whether they were real or fake, he didn't have much interest in them. On the contrary, those inconspicuous gadgets, such as tin frogs, four-wheel drive racing cars, kaleidoscopes, yo-yos, etc., made Zhang Jun feel particularly friendly. Of course, there are some old things, such as badges, medals, etc., but as the two people bargaining before said, these things are not antiques. Zhang Jun was not very interested in these things. He walked around and saw nothing rare. Until he walked to a stall selling furniture, a special thing attracted Zhang Jun. Behind a pile of discarded furniture, an arcade machine more than 1 meter high was seen abandoned in the corner. There is still a dark red wallpaper on the arcade, but the portraits of the characters on it have been blurred. This thing. Zhang Jun looked at this old antique and remembered that it seemed to be a game console from a long time ago. When he was a child, he secretly used his family's money to play in Holby. It seems that I was still in elementary school at that time. What a carefree age. Recalling his childhood, Zhang Jun's face rarely showed a long-lost smile. Turn around and walk straight to the machine. Can I still play with this machine? Zhang Jun pointed at the machine and said. The boss looked Zhang Jun up and down and shook his head. I don't know. I collect old furniture and package it for delivery. I have a plug here. If you want to buy it, I will try it for you. If it breaks, forget it. Forget it. Zhang Jun shook his head, he was too lazy to try. The boss realized that he was wrong for a moment, thinking that the business was bad, so he said nothing. But at this time, a wad of banknotes was handed directly to the boss. I want everything, including the tricycle behind you. The boss' eyes widened when he looked at the thick banknotes in his hand. Even if he added a tricycle, he wouldn't need so many. But only a fool would think it was too much money, so he immediately took the money and showed a flattering face. Okay, I'll help you move it up. The boss enthusiastically moved the game console onto the tricycle, not forgetting to tie it up with ropes. Hoo. In the night, Zhang Jun shook his hand on the handlebar and panted heavily. The tricycle swayed under his control, as if it might overturn at any time. But Zhang Jun's face showed excitement instead. In his eyes, expensive and luxurious cars were not as fresh as this tricycle. When I was a child, my family's business was average, and my father often rode a broken tricycle to deliver goods. In my memory, I always wanted to ride a tricycle, but my father would never let him touch that tricycle at that time. Later, when I grew older, my family's business suddenly became booming, and I never saw that tricycle again. Riding on it at this moment, Zhang Jun felt like he was back when he was a child, back to that carefree childhood. The only difference was that this time he got to ride this tricycle as he wished. Cough. The violent exercise caused a burning tingling sensation in his abdomen. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and wiped the corners of his lips casually. Zhang Jun grinned, but stood up and kicked harder. The cool breeze blew across his face, and the feeling of breaking free made him more and more excited. He even started to bleed from the nose without realizing it, but he didn't care. Pedestrians on the roadside would occasionally turn their heads and look at this young man covered in famous brands with a strange expression. While wiping the blood on his face, he was swaying on a broken three-wheeler, and there was something leisurely in his mouth. He hummed a little tune. Fuck, is this guy on drugs? You'd be a lunatic even if you didn't take drugs. Pedestrians on the roadside shook their heads silently, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Zhang Jun. Throat of the girl in front of him. Immediately, blood flowed out like a gush, splattering on the young man's face. Suddenly a huge cheer ensued. Zhang Jun's eyes widened and he looked surprised. This is crossed? He looked at the immortal figures in the auditorium opposite. He looked around again at the arena-like environment. And the clothes on the people around me, the gloomy faces, and the fierce looks. Welcome to the arena of gods and demons. Task: participate in a competitive match. Reward: 3 wishing stars, and you can return to reality at any time. Arena: righteous path, evil path. Zhang Jun thought for a few seconds and remembered the words he said when he entered the game. This is the game world. Go back, only a fool would go back, I wish I could stay here forever. Zhang Jun took a deep breath and felt light all over. The torture of the disease finally disappeared. It was only at this moment that he felt that he was still alive, not a walking corpse like in reality. At this moment, the young man in the audience seemed to have one, but he took a few steps forward unsteadily. There were a bunch of clay pots placed there. It's just that most of the pots had been smashed, leaving only the last 2 pots. Now everyone began to hold their breath and quietly watched the young man's choice. The boy looked at the 2 jars and chose the jar on the left without hesitation. Snapped. The moment the clay pot shattered, a dark cloud surged out of the clay pot. The next second the boy rolled his eyes and lay straight back, no longer breathing. Eh? How could this happen? Didn't the girl from Buddy and Pavilion clearly predict that the jar contains the antidote? Before Zhang Jun understood what was going on, he heard a sound of surprise coming from beside him. Looking sideways, he saw 3 teenagers standing next to him. Their clothes were exactly the same as his own. It seemed that he and the 3 of them should be brothers in the same discipline. The 3 of them were discussing the process of this duel with each other. Zhang Jun stood aside and listened for a while before he understood what was going on. It turns out that the way to duel in the arena is not only to kill the opponent, but also to complete the corresponding rules. The rule this time is to smash clay pots. According to the rules, 2 jars will be given each time. After smashing it, the next round of jars will appear. There are 6 rounds and 12 clay pots in total, but each pot corresponds to a kind of poison. The poison may be strong or weak. A weak one may just cause diarrhea on the spot. It won't be fatal if it's strong, but it will definitely make people miserable. However, as the poisons in the jars are superimposed, after the 6th jar is smashed, the various toxins are mixed together, and a poison that can cause blood and seal the throat will be produced. Of the 2 jars in the final round, one must be an antidote charm and the other a poison. The 2 of them were okay at first, but the girl was a disciple of Buddy and Pavilion and was proficient in divination. Knocking all the way down, you can avoid the important and take the easy every time. The young man was already on the verge of collapse. After finally holding on to the end, seeing that the girl had chosen the jar, the boy finally couldn't help but kill him. The disciples of Buddy and Pavilion were not good at fighting after all. Even if the boy was poisoned more deeply than she was, he was still defeated and killed in the end. But who would have thought that when the boy smashed the jar chosen by the girl with hope, it would actually contain poison? This result made everyone sigh. Some people even suspected that this might be something the girl did on purpose. She knew that no matter what choice she made, the boy would kill him, so she deliberately chose the wrong clay pot and died with the boy. Elder brother, this game should be considered a draw. Well, no one wins, so it's a tie. It's a pity. The bet of 3,000 spirit stones. If this junior brother can win, not only can his cultivation be further improved, but with 3,000 spirit stones, he may be able to stand out. Suddenly someone opened his eyes wide and pointed downward. No, look. Everyone looked sideways after hearing this, and they were all shocked. I saw the woman whose throat was penetrated, tremblingly getting up from the ground. The blood had already dyed her clothes red, and every step she took would leave a bright red blood mark on the ground. Regardless of whether it was the demonic path or the righteous path on the opposite side, the disciples on both sides were all moved by this. Fuck, this bitch is pretending to be dead. The disciples of the demonic Tao were stunned for a short time, and their expressions were also different. Some admired him, others sneered at him, and some even started to curse. But these did not affect the girl's determined pace. She swayed her body, walked step by step to the last jar, glanced at the boy's body on the ground, and threw the last jar to the ground expressionlessly. Snapped. The jar shattered, and a golden spell flew out of it and penetrated into the girl's forehead. It can be seen that the girl's body swayed, and a black mist emerged from behind her and quickly dissipated. It was all kinds of poisons that had been accumulated before. It's hard to imagine how a weak woman could persist to this point despite enduring so many poisons and experiencing the pain of having her throat penetrated. Win! Seeing the girl's narrow victory, everyone in the audience opposite let out loud shouts. Someone even jumped up and appeared next to the girl in the blink of an eye, helping to stop the bleeding and heal her injuries. Compared with the cheers of the righteous people in front of them, the devil's side can't be said to be like morning cowie, but they can't help but feel a little distressed. I heard the young man next to me, who was suspected to be his senior brother, lowering his head and secretly feeling angry. 3,000 spiritual stones, how many treasures can be exchanged for in the arena? You cheap servant, you are so lucky. Zhang Jun frowned, turned around and glanced at this guy. The other person had yellow hair and was skinny. He was muttering to himself, but he didn't notice that Zhang Jun had silently taken a few steps away from this guy. After the girl was sent down, there was a lively shouting and ridicule from both sides.
Zhang Jun watched with excitement. This battle can only be seen by the Chinese Super League.
When the two sides were yelling at each other, Zhang Jun took a second look at himself. This body was younger than his own in reality. Not only was it light, but it was also very strong.
There are still some fragments of information in my mind. Zhao Ju. Gather one layer of qi. Cultivation method, blood demon kung fu. The information was too scattered.
Before Zhang Jun had time to organize and digest the information carefully, a huge bell rang in his ears, waking him up.
Boom!
The deep ringing of the bell suppressed the restlessness of the arena. Immediately afterwards, a host wearing a white mask walked to the middle of the ring. He took out a piece of white paper from his wide sleeve and solemnly read.
The next battle will be between the Wuxing sect and the Qingyun sect.
Both sides have their own personal vendettas.
They are betting on their lives. The winner will live and the loser will die.
Along with the reading, everyone gradually began to become quiet.
Wuxingman? It's such an unlucky name, can't it be given a nicer one?
Zhang Jun secretly complained in his heart, and suddenly found that the light around him suddenly dimmed. He lowered his head and saw a huge shadow in front of him, covering him like a hill, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Looked up. Looking up against the light, he saw a 2-meter-tall giant standing behind him at some point. The giant was wearing a worn Taoist robe, his hair was disheveled, and his face could not be seen clearly. Just standing there, the light around him seemed to be swallowed up by a force around him.
Are you a human?
Zhang Jun looked at the Taoist in front of him, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but take a step back. But he didn't want to stumble, and his body suddenly became unstable. Just as he was about to fall into a panic, the Taoist in front of him grabbed him. The huge palm pulled on his arm, and the cold touch made Zhang Jun shiver. This guy's hands don't look like a living person.
Meet Master.
In contrast to Zhang Jun's stunned expression, the three young men behind him had already bent down to pay homage. Hearing the sound of three people paying homage behind him, Zhang Jun suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart.
Could this guy be his master? The Taoist waved his hand and let go of Zhang Jun. Master, this time you take action personally, could it be that your opponent is Taoist Yushu of Qingyun sect? The eldest brother stepped forward and asked. The Taoist nodded, we are old rivals. We need to settle some accounts.
Master, you have cultivated your skills and participated in creation. You have entered the realm of Taoism.
How can that old man Yushu be your opponent?
Senior brother Huang Mao, who had just whispered the curse, immediately came forward and began to flatter him.
Zhang Jun listened and responded to the trivial information in his mind.
The path of cultivation is divided into refining bones, gathering energy, concentrating the mind, entering the Tao, and becoming the Tao. Those who can enter the Tao are all elders of the sect, masters in their own right.
So I am a disciple of Wuxing sect? Can I change my sect? This name is too.
After a moment, Zhang Jun sighed, no longer entangled in this matter. He knew that this kind of thing was probably beyond his control. Fortunately, the giant-like master in front of him seemed to feel quite safe.
Kick, kick. A huge turntable emerged and rose from the ring. There are 3 layers inside and outside the turntable.
There are various strange shapes on each layer. Each of the above graphics corresponds to the rules and methods of the next competitive match. The 3-layer carousel is terrain, rules, and competition methods.
If you are lucky, the rules may be simpler. If you are unlucky and encounter some extreme rules, then consider yourself unlucky. Although Zhang Jun couldn't understand it, it didn't affect his mood.
He squinted at the rules above, but silently prayed in his heart that the rules of this duel would be a little more exciting. After all, for a dying person, this may be the last scene. Compared to Zhang Jun's excitement, the mood of the 3 brothers on the side was completely different from his. They had begun to pray silently, hoping that the rules would be simpler this time.
Kakaka.
The 3-tier turntables began to rotate at the same time.
Everyone held their breath. It's an arena match.
Before he could think about it, the third senior brother Huang Mao shouted excitedly that this was the terrain for the arena competition. There are no obstacles, no complicated environment, and it is most suitable for simple fighting. Haha, now Qingyun's sect may not even be able to rely on the terrain. The eldest brother and second brother showed great joy on their faces. The Qingyun sect is not good at fighting, but they are good at formations and talismans, but these things have lost the advantage of the terrain. Facing our master, they will definitely lose. The eldest brother looked secretly happy. The methods practiced by the Wuxing sect were all killing techniques. Not to mention their blood fiend lineage, they are the most adept at fighting in the Wuxing sect. Taoist Yushu is afraid that he will be doomed this time. Immediately afterwards, the turntable on the second floor also began to stop. It's a weird skull shape. Feast. The three senior brothers were startled when they saw this figure, and the excitement on their faces quickly receded from their faces. This is not a good rule. Although Zhang Jun didn't know what the rule of sacrifice meant, he could feel a sense of uneasiness on everyone's faces. So he approached the second senior brother and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, what is this rule?" The second senior brother didn't think much and explained, "It should be related to the sacrifice, and it depends on the duel method in the third round." Oh. Kakaka. The turntable on the third floor was still turning, and everyone was getting nervous at this moment. The way of competition is the key to determining the victory or defeat of both parties. If the fighting is okay, you can completely crush the opponent with your strength. But if it is not a fight but other methods, although the opponent can be solved by force in the process, the outcome may not necessarily be solved by force alone. Crack, click, click. The turntable gradually stopped, and when the long needle on the turntable pointed to a gourd, the faces of the three brothers instantly darkened. On the opposite side, the audience of the righteous people erupted into a huge burst of laughter, as if they had seen some kind of joke. Although Zhang Jun didn't know what the gourd meant, he could think with his toes that it was probably not something their master was good at. The host began to read out the competition method. The battle in the arena, alchemy refining, takes 3 hours. The first one to refine the elixir wins. After the host finished speaking, he glanced meaningfully here and then continued. The rules are as follows. You too can draw the elixir recipe from the box. Most of the elixir recipes are incomplete and you need to find a way to complete them. But there are also perfect elixir recipes, but the difficulty is extremely high. What you draw depends on your luck. It doesn't matter even if the alchemy fails. However, each time the materials for elixir are re-refined, Xi's disciples need to complete a curse trial. According to the rules, the contestants' disciples must also participate. End of this chapter. Thump. After the host read out the rules of the competition, the three brothers, who were all gearing up and looking forward to it, now collapsed on the ground as if their bones had been taken away. Alchemy. Their Wuxing sect does have methods for refining poisons, but no one would ever waste time refining elixirs. In their words, if you have time to refine elixirs, kill a few more people, extract their souls and devour them. Your cultivation level has already improved, so what else can you make elixirs for? But now, they are actually competing in elixir refining. What's even more terrible is that the materials needed for alchemy require disciples like them to undergo the curse test. The so-called curse trial is to make people experience the torture of several curses in a short period of time. If you go down there, at least half your life will be spent there. If you are unlucky, you will die on the spot. There are only 4 brothers in their lineage. This little person. Is it enough for master to abuse you? When they thought of this, the 3 of them turned pale for a moment. Zhang Jun only thought about it briefly and understood the key, but instead he felt relaxed. He was a person who was about to die. Instead of feeling terrified, he felt excited to try. Gu Yuan. Give up, don't say that you only have these 4 disciples in your lineage. I'm afraid even if you throw all the lives of all the disciples of your Wuxing sect into this, it won't be enough for you to try out a prescription. In the audience behind him, the master of the demonic way frowned and said. Upon hearing this, all the disciples immediately cast grateful glances in the direction of the speaker.
Gu Yuan, we know that you have a grudge against the old Taoist of Qingyun sect, but this time the advantage is not with you. Let's admit defeat before we officially start, even though the price will be high.
But if you insist on taking the risk, I am afraid that the inheritance of the Wushang sect blood fiend lineage will be lost in the future. The person who spoke was another person from the demonic path, who never showed up, but only came through a voice transmission. Faced with the dissuasion of the two magic masters, all the disciples, including Zhang Jun, looked directly at the master in front of them. Under the messy hair, there was a bit of hesitation in those cloudy eyes at this moment. However, the righteous people in the audience opposite were almost laughing their heads off at this moment.
Some people even made fun of them. Ha ha ha, you made me laugh so hard, Gu Yuan. When did you learn how to make alchemy? Come out and let us have a look.
Old devil, kneel down now and call me grandpa, and I will teach you how to make elixirs.
Old ghost, you are afraid, right?
If you are afraid, surrender quickly, kill yourself, and sacrifice half of your disciples. Upon hearing the ridicule from the other side, the already paralyzed disciples immediately rushed forward and grabbed their master's trouser legs.
Master, don't fall for the trap. They are deliberately trying to anger you. We are not good at refining elixirs, let alone the incomplete elixir recipe. I bet.
The hoarse voice interrupted everyone's dissuasion.
Gu Yuan lowered his head and looked at the three apprentices who were ashen-faced.
He frowned, shook the three of them away in big steps, and jumped down from the auditorium and walked towards the ring.
No! I don't want it, I don't want it. This is going to death. Third senior brother Huang Mao couldn't bear it immediately, turned around and wanted to run away.
After just a few steps, a big black hand came out of the air and grabbed him in the next moment.
Trash, your master is already here, who of you dares not to be there?
After the cold scolding, he swung his big hand and threw the third senior brother Huang Mao directly into the ring below. With a muffled sound of bang, the third senior brother Huang Mao suddenly had several bones broken, and he lay on the ground and passed out.
Those who retreat will be killed without mercy.
The magic master, who was still trying to persuade him with good words before, immediately changed his attitude at this moment. Zhang Jun felt a chill all over, as if a gaze had begun to look at him. He didn't care at all, but grinned. He calmly took a few steps forward, looked at the height of the ring, then turned over and jumped down.
He didn't know whether this was true or false. But at least now he is still alive and kicking. Even if this was just a dying man's dream before his death, he wanted to make this dream more brilliant and happy, instead of as frustrating as Huang Mao's. Hey, okay, this kid has some skills. The blood evil lineage is finally alive. Your junior brother has gone down, what are you two doing?
Along with a sneer, a cool breeze hit, and the remaining two senior brothers were immediately sent down by a strong wind. The two of them were caught off guard and fell to the ground, smashed to pieces. Such an embarrassed appearance naturally attracted a burst of ridicule from Zhang Dao on the other side. They only waited for the two of them to get up tremblingly. Without caring about their face, they just walked quickly to the edge of the ring and watched their master walk to the box.
Complete elixir recipe, be sure to draw the complete elixir recipe. Ancestor Wushing bless you. They secretly prayed in their hearts that although it was very difficult to complete the elixir recipe, it would at least be complete.
If you follow the method on the elixir recipe to make the elixir, there is at least a % chance of success, but if there is a missing recipe. The eldest brother and the second brother had pale faces. They have never seen what the cursed altar is, but they have heard of this rule.
It is extremely cruel and few people can survive it. Gu Yuan, why are you doing this?
At this time, an old man with white hair and long beard in the audience seat opposite walked out unhurriedly, looked at Gu Yuan with a smile and said,
Obviously, this is the Yushu Taoist mentioned by the three senior brothers before. This man looked like an immortal.
He waved his hand with a fly whisk, and a golden light turned into a rainbow bridge, bringing a pair of boys down lightly. Not to mention anything else, just the way he appeared was already overwhelming Gu Yuan. Not to mention, the old man was followed by two Taoist boys. There are two Taoists, a boy and a girl, with pink little faces, two double buns tied with red silk, and gold and silver locks around their necks. The boy on the left is holding a sword, and the girl on the right is holding Rui. Looking like a golden boy, standing behind Taoist Yushu, the three of them looked down at Gu Yuan, Zhang Jun, and the others. This kind of arrogance certainly made the people on the opposite side earn a lot of face.
Zhang Jun curled his lips, feeling unhappy with Taoist Yushu's condescending look. He couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "Oh, old cow wears underwear." The second senior brother on the side suddenly turned his head and asked curiously, "Little junior brother, what does it mean for an old cow to wear underwear?"
Zhang Jun grinned, pulled him to his side, and whispered, "Pretend." His voice was very low, but he didn't know that the arena had a function similar to amplification. Everyone present could hear Zhang Jun's words clearly, and the whole place was silent.
The next second, the entire arena seemed to explode. "Little bastard, you are courting death. You bastard, you can't break the wall of dirt. I will definitely tear you into pieces. The cramps are peeling off the skin, the bones are bruised, and the ashes are scattered." Everyone in Zhengdao was shocked. They had never heard such a vulgar and disgusting curse. Correspondingly, there was laughter and praise from everyone in the demonic way. Even if some of them don't like such vulgar curses, they won't be harsh on them. Taoist Yushu's face was as green as ink, and he stared at Zhang Jun. "I don't know whether to live or die." Seeing that he had stabbed a hornet's nest, Zhang Jun was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately hid behind Gu Yuan, smashed the jar, and began to curse openly. "You touch your young master and I will try with one finger. My master can crush you to death with one finger. This time I drew the rules of alchemy, and you will be burning incense for 8 lifetimes. Wrong. It's your ancestral tune that exploded. Even if it smokes, you can just enjoy it secretly." The look of risking one's life made the two senior brothers on the side dumbfounded. "I don't know what's wrong with this little junior brother. Isn't he afraid that the other party will attack him?" Taoist Yushu's face darkened slightly, and there was already murderous intent in his eyes. But before he could take action, the tall figure as tall as a mountain blocked Taoist Yushu's sight. Zhang Jun took out a long breath, poked his head out from behind Gu Yuan, and made a grimace towards Gu Yuan. He knew that what he had just done was simply seeking death, and doing a striptease in front of the Lord of Hell. But so what? Since I participated in this competitive match, I was destined that the other party would not let me go. In this case, it is better to scold him and at least win the favor of this master. Humph. Seeing Zhang Jun being protected by Gu Yuan behind him, Taoist Yushu didn't want to irritate Gu Yuan at this time. He snorted coldly and urged, "Hurry up and start." The two walked to the box. "There is a gap on the top of the box, you just need to put your hand in." Gu Yuan glanced at the box and casually put his hand in. After groping around, he pulled out a light red pill recipe. The host took the elixir and took a look at it, then said loudly, "Wuxingman, the elixir is missing." Baigu casts the Yuan elixir. It's over. Even though everyone in the demonic way had been mentally prepared, their faces suddenly turned ugly when they heard that it was the missing pill recipe. Especially the senior brother and second senior brother beside him, both of them were about to cry at this moment. But then, something unexpected happened to them. Their master, Gu Yuan, didn't even look at the pill recipe after receiving it, he just crushed it into a ball and threw it on the ground. End of this chapter. This move surprised everyone. But if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable. Is master crazy? The first senior brother and the second senior brother looked at Dan Fong, who was thrown on the ground, with question marks on their faces. No. Master is very clear-headed. We are overthinking it. Zhang Jun looked at the pill recipe that was thrown on the ground and didn't understand it at first, but he soon understood the master's intention. Perhaps from the beginning, master had no intention of refining elixirs. Since he is not good at refining elixirs, spending energy on refining elixirs is a dead end, so he might as well take advantage of the opportunity to kill the opponent directly. Anyway, there is no mention in the rules that you are not allowed to kill the opponent directly. If the opponent dies and they fail to refine the elixir, they fail at the same time. But according to the rules, the competition is about refining the elixir. If no one can refine it, it is a draw. After Zhang Jun said his guess,
the two senior brothers beside him were stunned for a few seconds, and then their faces were full of joy.
Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Care leads to chaos. We didn't even think of such a simple method.
Junior brother, you are still smart.
No wonder you were so tough just now. I am afraid you have already thought of Master's intention. Think more. I just want to run faster than you.
Zhang Jun's face turned red and he did not explain the misunderstanding. He believes this, and the magic masters behind him may have seen it long ago. Zhang Jun didn't figure this out right away, precisely because he was in the middle of the game and couldn't see anything.
Then we are safe. Hard to say. Zhang Jun frowned and kept staring at Taoist Yushu.
Seeing the other party's calm demeanor, Zhang Jun knew that things might not be that simple. After all, Taoist Yushu must also be able to think of the problems he can think of. But looking at his calm and unhurried look, he might have made other preparations. Taoist Yushu stretched out two fingers, pinched it gently in the box, took out a pill recipe, glanced at it, and suddenly the corners of his mouth could no longer hide the smile. The host took the pill prescription and said expressionlessly, Xing Yun sect, Wushu pill prescription Zixia pill. Cheating. He can get any shitty luck. It's difficult to make a non-destructive elixir recipe, and Yushu is a good guy at refining elixirs. I'm afraid. Everyone in the demonic way did not expect that Taoist Yushu would be so lucky. The number of non-destructive elixirs was very small, and the probability of getting them was only 1/10 or 2, but he got them so easily.
Rumble.
There was a huge rumbling sound under the ring, and a simple skeleton altar rose up.
It was engraved with ancient runes that were difficult to identify. Just looking at it made people feel dizzy. This is the altar used for the curse trial. It is said that it contains all the curses in the world. Once it is launched, even experts like Gu Yuan and others dare not say that they can withstand it. At the same time, a huge bronze alchemy furnace rose in the east and west corners of the arena. The materials prepared for the first round have been placed under the alchemy furnace. As soon as the two parties walked to the alchemy furnace, the host took out a bowl from his sleeve. Life and death in the arena are determined, let's begin. Snapped. Kill. Zhang Jun only heard a rumble in his ears, smoke and dust rushed up, the ground shook violently, and the Gu Yuan people had already rushed out. Thick blood mist rose around him and turned into a tiger behind Gu Yuan and let out a deafening roar. This roar was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhang Jun's heart hard. Even though he knew this was a game world, Zhang Jun couldn't help but breathe quickly when he witnessed this incredible power. He was yearning for it and longing for it. If he had such power, he would not become a victim of his family, and perhaps he would be able to change his destiny. Boom! There was a dull loud noise, and the next moment, Gu Yuan flew back. The huge body fell hard to the ground, forming a strong wind that picked up and smashed the pebbles and blew them over. Zhang Jun and the others hurriedly held their heads to dodge, but rocks of various sizes still hit them. When Gu Yuan got up and took a look, he saw Taoist Yushu standing beside the alchemy furnace with a smile on his face, holding a bagua plate in his hand. The bagua disc was rising and falling, the yin and yang were rotating, and streaks of black light fell down, covering the surrounding area. 6th rank magical treasure. The eldest brother opened his mouth wide, then stamped his feet and cursed in a moment, this old bastard is fooling around. No wonder he is so confident. It turns out he has a 6th grade magic weapon in his hand. Zhang Jun stared at the bagua disc in Taoist Yushu's hand with fascination. After hearing what the senior brother said, he couldn't help but curiously asked, what is a 6th grade magic weapon? The senior brother made a grimace and said nothing. However, the second senior brother on the side patiently explained to Zhang Jun. Dharma instruments, Dharma treasures, and spiritual treasures are the most precious treasures for practitioners. Each has 9 grades. It not only requires precious treasures of heaven and earth to refine, but also needs to be integrated with one's own skills, slowly nourishing and advancing, and creating a dual cultivation of life and life. Therefore, the level of the magic weapon is also equivalent to one's own cultivation level. Their master Gu Yuan's magic weapon was only of the 4th grade. Taoist Yushu's cultivation level is much lower than that of their master. It is said that he can only survive to the 3rd level. Now it is as high as 6 grades. This is totally cheating. So, Master can't break the opponent's magic weapon?
Zhang Jun doesn't care whether Taoist Yushu cheats, he only cares about more important things.
The second senior brother was speechless.
Zhang Jun looked at his senior brother and saw that his face was pale and his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he already knew the answer in his heart. Gu Yuan got up from the ground, his eyes were red, like a crazed lion, and the evil aura on his body was even stronger. He pulled out the palm of his hand, and a bone sword appeared out of thin air in his palm. The body of the knife is filled with blood that is visible to the naked eye, and the evil aura is overwhelming and shocking. Swinging the big sword, he rolled up the blood in the sky and slashed hard at Taoist Yushu again.
Hey!
Many people in the demonic audience seats shook their heads and sighed. Everyone knows a little bit about the feud between Gu Yuan and Taoist Yushu.
It was Taoist Yushu who almost killed Gu Yuan through a scheme. Gu Yuan escaped by chance, but his close friend died due to Yushu's scheme. Gu Yuan's talent is extremely good. If we give him some more time, even if he becomes a heavenly being, he may not have no chance. Why should he be in such a hurry? Some people shook their heads and regretted that success or failure was now a foregone conclusion. The 6th grade magic weapon cannot be broken by Gu Yuan, and the boy behind Yushu has already begun to prepare elixirs. As long as the elixir is refined, Gu Yuan will die according to the bet.
Seeing Gu Yuan's blades slashing down one after another, but all were easily blocked by the black light in front of Taoist Yushu, everyone in the demonic way shook their heads in silence. But the hearts of brothers Zhang Jun and others also sank to the bottom. Lost. The second senior brother sat on the ground with despair written on his face. They are both contestants, and if the master loses, they will also lose their lives.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The clash of blades caused the strong wind to hit Zhang Jun's face again and again.
Is this the end?
He looked at Gu Yuan's back with complicated eyes. He was not reconciled. He had just come to a world that filled him with yearning, but now he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Even if it means death, this way of death is unacceptable to him. Day. At this time, Zhang Jun felt something rolling under his feet. He looked down and saw that it was the pill recipe that Gu Yuan had thrown away before.
Zhang Jun wanted to kick Dan Fang away.
I don't know how to make elixirs, let alone the incomplete elixir recipe. Even if a perfect elixir recipe is thrown to me, I still can't make it. But when he looked at Dan Fang, he suddenly found a white question mark on Dan Fang. As his eyes focused on it, a piece of information immediately appeared in his sight. 100 Gu Cast Yuan Dan recipe. The poison elixir prepared from dozens of kinds of poison can be an excellent nourishing medicine for poison cultivators.
But unfortunately, this recipe is incomplete.
100 poisons can be melted, but the medicinal properties are difficult to achieve.
This is due to the lack of a warm and neutralizing medicine.
You can try to find alternatives among the 3 elixirs of asparagus, golden dragon grass and jade golden lotus.
Task: refining 100 Gu casting Yuan Dan.
Task difficulty: normal. Task reward: part of basic alchemy, a wishing star. After seeing the information above, Zhang Jun was stunned for a few seconds. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. After making sure that he had read it correctly, he immediately grabbed the prescription.
Zhang Jun's eyes widened as he held the elixir in his hand.
This is not a prescription, this is his life-saving straw. According to the instructions on the mission, you only need to try 3 elixirs, Wuxinghua, Golden Dragon Grass, and Jade Golden Lotus to refine the 100 Gu casting Yuan Dan. Thinking of this, Zhang Jun's originally pale face suddenly became flushed. He excitedly raised his head and looked at the senior brother and second senior brother beside him, and stepped forward to grab them.
Don't be stunned. Master is hopeless.
If we want to survive, we must refine the elixir ourselves.
Make elixirs by yourself?
The senior brother looked at Zhang Jun's face blankly, and couldn't help laughing for a moment. You are crazy.
You and Master are both crazy. You are making elixirs by yourself. Are you kidding me?
As if he wanted to vent all his anger and grievances, the senior brother stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Jun's collar.
Even if we know how to make elixirs, do you really think we can make the elixir with this incomplete recipe?
Zhang Jun didn't say anything, but waited for the senior brother to vent his anger before opening his palm.
Everything depends on human effort. If you don't give it a try, you will be dead.
The senior brother was stunned.
This was completely different from the junior brother in his impression.
At least the junior brother had never had such sharp eyes.
I think I can give it a try. I've been studying alchemy for several years, but I haven't achieved anything with it.
The second senior brother whispered.
That's great.
Zhang Jun was overjoyed when he heard this.
He didn't expect the second senior brother to have such ability.
He took the second senior brother's arm and hurriedly walked to the alchemy furnace and started to tinker with it. On the other side, the chopping sound of the blade became more and more intense.
Gu Yuan held the bone knife in his hand and suddenly turned it around.
The sword exploded with blood, and the sword energy was like howling ghosts and gods. The sharp sword light made everyone feel frightened.
Even many experts couldn't help but frown. I feel that if I were to meet Gu Yuan, I might not be his match.
But even with such a domineering sword technique, the wisps of gray light in front of Yushu quickly dissipated. The 6th grade magic weapon protects the body, which is absolute level suppression.
Yushu is already in an invincible position.
The two boys behind him have begun to concentrate on refining the elixir. I believe that it will not be long before they can refine the elixir.
By the time. Boom!
There was a sudden sharp explosion that startled everyone. This explosion was not caused by Gu Yuan. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zhang Jun and his second senior brother crawling out from behind the alchemy furnace with embarrassed faces.
Cough, cough, cough.
You. Zhang Jun looked back at the second senior brother with a dark face. Is this what you said about being able to make elixirs?
Accident, fire, cough, cough, cough. The fire is getting bigger.
The second senior brother shook his head and said with some embarrassment.
What should we do now? The gifted alchemy materials have been destroyed.
If you want the alchemy materials next, you must experience the curse trial. Zhang Jun seemed to have expected this.
He didn't even consider that he could make the elixir in the first furnace. Don't worry, look, it's ready-made. Zhang Jun raised his hand and pointed.
The second senior brother followed his hand and found a person lying on the ground not far away. It was the third junior brother Huang Mao who was thrown down hard before. End of this chapter.
Third junior brother.
The second senior brother looked at Huang Mao lying on the ground, with a bit of unbearable expression on his face.
He was thrown down and was already injured. Wouldn't it cost him his life to use him as a curse test?
I don't care about so much now. Trust me, we can try this recipe 3 times at most.
3 times?
The second senior brother was stunned for a moment, not because there were too many times, but because he was shocked by Zhang Jun's words.
You sure? The senior brother, who was originally unwilling to put in any effort, couldn't help but turn around and ask after hearing Zhang Jun's affirmative tone.
I'm sure, I saw this recipe in a book, and I remember that there seems to be a medicine that can replace it, but it's been so long that I can't remember clearly.
I need to give it a try. It's probably among the 3 medicinal materials.
Seeing Zhang Jun speak so firmly, the senior brother turned around and ran directly towards Huang Mao on the ground. He directly picked him up and walked towards the altar.
What are they doing?
I don't know, it seems, I'm refining elixirs.
When everyone saw this scene, they finally realized that Zhang Jun and the 3 of them were actually trying to refine the 100 gu casting Yuan Dan.
This move undoubtedly caused everyone to burst into laughter again.
Especially in the audience opposite, many young disciples laughed and even sarcastically said, Alchemy? Gu Yuan doesn't know how to do it. Did you learn it from your master's wife?
I must have learned it from my wife behind master's back. As soon as this statement came out, many young people looked ambiguous, and some even wrote a poem in public. Young people are in love together, and they love each other endlessly in the spring night under the brocade tent. They come to the side room without knowing it, and the three disciples go together and enter the ferry boat. Ha 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 ha. As soon as this poem came out, everyone immediately laughed. Fuck you, mother-in-law. The second senior brother's face turned green. He jumped up and started to yell at the audience opposite. But Jung Jun pulled him back. Ignore them, clean the alchemy furnace and adjust the elixir fire. Don't delay the next furnace. There are thousands of people on the other side, but just 3 of them can't even curse. Rather than wasting energy, it is better to seize the time to prepare for the next batch of elixirs. At this moment, the senior brother had already thrown the third senior brother Huang Mao on the altar and said to the host, "Exchange materials." The host stood next to the altar. After confirming that Huang Mao was still alive, he nodded, took out a token and waved it towards the altar. I saw that the originally dim runes on the altar seemed to be ignited, emitting a flickering fluorescence that quickly spread on the altar along a specific trajectory. Within a moment, the entire altar was awakened. Ka! When the light from all the curse patterns converged in the empty eye sockets of the skull altar, a hazy halo of light emitted. Everyone can feel an extremely dark force resurrecting from their slumber. Zhang Jun watched from a distance. The skeleton opened its mouth, and countless strange black shadows spit out from the mouth, turning into densely packed small snakes and drilling in along the 7 holes of the yellow hair. What? Huang Mao, who was originally in a coma, immediately opened his eyes and his body twitched violently. Weird and evil curses are constantly changing on Huang Mao's skin. Often, before one curse stabilizes, it will be directly swallowed by the next curse. This process was very fast, but for Huang Mao, it was extremely painful. Every second seemed like a long, long time. Huang Mao's arms were flexed, and his 5 fingers gradually formed irregular twists under the curse. Within a moment, Huang Mao's hair began to fall out in large quantities. The face began to become swollen, and the blue blood vessels bulged like earthworms crawling under the skin. This scene made everyone feel numb. It was the first time for many young disciples of the good and evil paths to see the curse trial. When he saw Huang Mao let out a low and inhuman roar under the curse, his face suddenly turned pale. I couldn't help but pray silently in my heart that I would never draw such a rule in the future. Fortunately, the trial did not last long. In less than a minute, the curse was sucked back into the skeleton along the pores of the yellow hair. But at this time, Huang Mao had fallen to the ground and was incontinent, curled up into a ball. If it weren't for his twitching limbs from time to time, one would have thought he was dead. We need the materials for alchemy, and this time we will add 3 elixirs: asparagus flower, golden dragon grass, and jade golden lotus. Zhang Jun shouted to the host. The host nodded, and soon the elixir Zhang Jun needed was delivered. But there is only one main ingredient for refining: 100 gu casting yuan dan. Zhang Jun and his second senior brother did not dare to delay at all and immediately started refining the medicine. With the experience last time, the second senior brother carefully controlled the elixir fire this time. Zhang Jun put the elixirs into the elixir furnace one by one according to the elixir recipe. What medicine shall we use this time? The second senior brother looked at the 3 medicines placed in front of him and felt troubled for a moment. It would be best if it succeeds the first time, but if not, use this. Zhang Jun casually picked up a few lotus seed-shaped elixir jade golden lotus and handed it to the second senior brother. The second senior brother took it, held these elixirs in his hands, prayed silently, and then threw them into the alchemy furnace. What? In the audience, an alchemy master watched Zhang Jun and his second senior brother tinkering. He didn't care at first, but when he saw the smoke slowly rising from the alchemy furnace, a strange color gradually appeared on his face. Junior brother, look. The second senior brother suddenly became ecstatic, pointed at the pills that were about to take shape in the pill furnace, and screamed, "It's about to become a pill." Zhang Jun was refreshed. He didn't expect that they were so lucky and succeeded in the first attempt. He immediately went to take a look at the alchemy furnace. I saw a pill gradually taking shape in the pill fire. But he didn't wait for a few seconds to be happy. There was a sudden bang explosion in the stove. The pill that had already been formed suddenly fell into pieces. The pill exploded, ha ha ha. When many people in the audience opposite saw this scene, they burst into laughter again. Only this time, there was not only laughter, but also many people frowning. Explosive elixirs belong to explosive elixirs, but the prerequisite is that they must be almost ready to become elixirs. In other words, these two boys are almost done. Master, can they really refine the 100 gu casting yuan dan? In the audience, a Taoist boy looked up at his master and asked quietly. It's hard to say, it may not be impossible. The man sitting quietly next to the Taoist boy has purple hair and golden eyes. He is Ziyu Jinjuan, a well-known alchemy expert in the righteous path. His status is still above Taoist Yushu. But, they have never learned the art of alchemy. Although he was recognized by his master, Tao Tong still couldn't believe it. The rules are fair. Incomplete elixir recipes often do not require such high alchemy attainments. A little knowledge of alchemy is enough. The difficulty lies in gathering the elixir recipe. As long as the elixir recipe is correct, it can be done in a matter of seconds. When the Taoist boy heard this, he looked back at Zhang Jun and the two of them, his brows knitted together. He still didn't believe that these two amateurs could try out the incomplete elixir recipe. Good boy, keep trying. Don't stop. Yes, it's very close. If you try again, maybe you can do it. The demonic side also realized that Zhang Jun and the others may not have no chance, and they all opened their mouths to encourage the two of them. The two looked at each other and turned their attention to the senior brother. The senior brother immediately understood what the two meant and glanced at the still twitching third junior brother Huang Mao on the altar. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the host. One more. The altar is activated again. The third junior brother Huang Mao, who was still twitching, immediately let out an inhuman scream. The second senior brother turned his head away unbearably and did not dare to look. But Zhang Junkai didn't care so much. After the elixir for alchemy was delivered, he immediately picked up the wuxinghua and handed it to the second senior brother. Let's try this time. The commotion caused by Zhang Jun and the second senior brother was also noticed by Taoist Yushu. Although Taoist Yushu doesn't think that just two small evil spirits can restore a pill like 100 gu casting yuan pill. But the pill explosion just now made him feel a little frightened. He looked back at the two boys. How long will it take? Master, it will take at least half an hour. Increase the elixir fire and make sure to make the elixir as soon as possible. Taoist Yushu glanced at Zhang Jun from the corner of his eye. If possible, he wanted to cut this beast into pieces now, but the Gu Yuan in front of him didn't give him any chance to free his hands. The broadsword danced like a dragon out of the sea, and the blood in the sky was like a giant wave of tide. One wave after another was photographed. If he hadn't had a 6th grade magic weapon to protect him, he might have been dead by now. Boom! At this time, there was another sound of exploding pills from the pill furnaces of Zhang Jun and second senior brother. 2 consecutive bombings inevitably caused many people to lose confidence. Even the second senior brother was a little disheartened. But Zhang Jun's face showed excitement and joy. Since wuxinghua and jade golden lotus were both wrong, the only option left was golden dragon grass. Brother, is it really possible? The second senior brother raised his head and looked behind Zhang Jun, where Taoist Yushu saw wisps of purple smoke rising from their alchemy furnace. Even with his second sword, he could tell that this was a sign that the elixir would be completed. Somewhat disheartened. Can. Zhang Jun stretched out his hand to pinch the second senior brother's chin, turned his face, and stared into the second senior brother's eyes. Believe me, you can definitely do it this time. The clear black and white eyes were full of unprecedented confidence. This firm look touched the second senior brother's heart. He didn't know where his junior brother got his confidence, but at this moment, this firm look in his eyes was like a needle that combed the sea, making his restless mind begin to calm down. Okay, then, let's try again. The second senior brother nodded, but then lowered his head and whispered in a mosquito-like voice. For the sake of the overall situation, I have no choice but to suffer a little harder for my third junior brother. End of this chapter. Exchange the elixir.
After receiving the signals from Zhang Jun and the second senior brother, the senior brother turned around and said to the host. The host turned his head and looked at the third senior brother on the altar. The third senior brother, who has experienced 2 consecutive curses, has lost all his hair and looks as skinny as a patient in the hospital who has undergone chemotherapy. But he's still alive, and that's enough. The host nodded and activated the altar again. This time, the third senior brother didn't even have the strength to scream. Despite the curse, he just made a whimpering sound from his mouth. The miserable appearance made many people turn their heads and couldn't bear to look any further. Bah, what a beast! If it were me, I would definitely not let my fellow disciples suffer such torture. Many young people began to criticize Zhang Jun and others for being cold-blooded and ruthless. Zhang Jun had no intention of defending himself. He just took the materials for alchemy and lay down in front of the alchemy furnace with his second senior brother again and started tinkering. With the experience of the previous 3 times, the 2 of them are also familiar with the road this time. Put the elixir into the pill box and send it into the pill furnace. This time, Yaoing Jin Long Chao was added. The 2 carefully controlled the elixir fire and stared intently at the elixir furnace in front of them. As Jinju and Purple Jade said before, the difficulty of this kind of elixir lies only in the missing materials. It is not that difficult to actually refine it. After a while, the people in the audience who were watching the excitement gradually felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Why haven't you exploded the pill yet? Everyone looked at the misty elixir smoke rising from the elixir furnace, and even a layman could feel that the elixir seemed to be ready. Is that a lie? No one believed that they could achieve elixirs, they just felt that they were blinded. Most of these missing prescriptions are lost or even extremely partial. There are even rumors that these elixir recipes were temporarily modified by magic. Wanting to complete this elixir recipe is not only a test of alchemy skills, but also a test of one's own knowledge reserves. If you are not a top alchemy expert, don't even think about trying it. Otherwise, Gu Yuan would have just thrown the pill recipe on the ground without even looking at it. What Gu Yuan couldn't do, how could the cats and dogs under him do it? At this time, someone noticed that people in the Zhangdao audience stood up and left one after another. Let's go, there's nothing to see. True Lord Purple Jade stood up and called his Taoist boy who was still in a daze. What? When the Taoist boy heard what his master said, he was stunned for a few seconds, then looked back at the ring, hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "But it's not over yet?" The pill cloud has been born. Unless the 2 of them get mad and smash the pill furnace, Yushu will be defeated. Defeat. The Taoist boy was shocked when he heard this. He restored the incomplete elixir recipe. Even if it was something that he might not be able to do, it was just up to them? His eyes were staring straight at Zhang Jun in front of the alchemy furnace. Even though he had been recognized by his master, he still couldn't accept this ending. Taoist Yushu is not only a senior in the righteous path, but also a veteran of the alchemy path. If he was killed by Gu Yuan, people might just be sad, but they would never be so rude. But now, he actually failed on the path of alchemy that he was so proud of. What's even more unacceptable is that the ones who defeated him turned out to be 2 demonic pawns who were worse than schoolchildren. This made the Taoist boy who regarded the art of alchemy as life unable to accept it for a moment. He stood there stupidly, his body trembling unconsciously, and he kept mumbling to himself, "This is impossible, how is this possible?" Seeing that his disciple was in trouble, the Purple Jade Master stretched out a finger and flicked the Taoist boy's head. The pain caused the Taoist boy to grimace for a while. When he came back to his senses, he found that his master had left, and then he heard the voice transmission from his master Ziyuzhenjuan. You can look down on those who are worse than you, but you cannot despise them. You may be better than them. That is because your life is better than theirs. The Taoist boy covered his forehead with a big bulge in his head. After hearing the master's reprimand, he didn't dare to have the same thoughts as before, but he couldn't help but look back in Zhang Jun's direction before leaving. The elixir will be ready. It wasn't just this Taoist boy who couldn't accept it. Taoist Yushu, who was originally able to keep his composure, suddenly saw Dan Yunho in front of Zhang Jun and the others,
and his Taoist heart almost became unstable.
Even the magic weapon Yin Yang Dingkong disc became loose.
I just didn't look at it, but when I saw it again, the other party's elixir was actually about to be completed. Taoist Yushu blinked his eyes, and when he took a closer look, his face suddenly turned pale, and he screamed, "How is this possible?"
After screaming, Taoist Yushu suddenly realized something.
No, we can't let them become pills. The bet this time was a bet on life.
If he lost the alchemy, he would definitely die without Gu Yuan taking action. Thinking of this, Taoist Yushu suddenly couldn't care about anything else.
He waved the Yin Yang Dingkong plate in his hand, squeezed the formula with his fingers, and wisps of Yin Yang energy surged out from it.
He wanted to rush out, destroy the alchemy furnace first, and then kill Zhang Jun.
But before he could move, Gu Yuan was already standing in front of him with his bone knife. That rough face now revealed a ferocious smile. The blue veins on his body popped out and he was holding a big knife, and the sky was filled with red light when he swung it.
However, he no longer attacked Taoist Yushu, but blocked Taoist Yushu's approach, forcing Taoist Yushu to retreat. What Taoist Yushu noticed, Gu Yuan also noticed. He was surprised and didn't know what was going on.
But he was too lazy to think about the reason.
No matter what Zhang Jun and the others did, they would do anything as long as they could kill Taoist Yushu. Step aside. Seeing
that Zhang Jun and the others were about to complete the elixir, Taoist Yushu immediately became impatient and jumped up. Even the two Taoist boys behind him who were refining the elixir no longer looked after them. I saw that the Yin and Yang energy that was originally protecting Taoist Yushu gathered around him quickly and formed a big sword, cleaving the blood evil for him, trying to rush out of this evil energy.
Day.
The evil spirit in front of him was pierced by the Yin and Yang energy. Taoist Yushu jumped up and flew up.
But how could Gu Yuan let him get his wish?
He slapped the bone knife horizontally in his hand.
Boom!
There was a loud noise. The Yin and Yang chi were suddenly scattered and shattered, and the huge force even flew Taoist Yushu away.
Old thief, you sometimes get anxious.
Gu Yuan stood up with his sword straight, the smile on his face getting thicker, and before Taoist Yushu could gain a firm foothold, he attacked again.
Bang bang bang! The sword is as strong as a hammer, and one strike is more powerful than the other.
Although Taoist Yushu had magic weapons to protect him, he was already complaining secretly in his heart. Yin Yang Dingkong Pan is a 6th level magic weapon, but it is good at defense but not good at offense. At this moment, offense and defense are switching. Even if he wants to rush out, he still can't break through.
Gu Yuan, we are old acquaintances. What happened back then was that I couldn't help you. I was willing to cultivate myself. In addition, how about giving you 3,000 spiritual stones and a 6th grade golden elixir? Seeing that he could not get out, Taoist Yushu could no longer care about his face and surrendered to Gu Yuan.
Once the competitive match starts, if you want to surrender, you will not only have to pay a huge price, but also need the approval of your opponent. Taoist Yushu knew that Gu Yuan would definitely not agree, but at this time, he could only give it a try, even if it meant losing face.
After all,
living is the most important thing.
That's it? Gu Yuan held the big knife in his hand and looked at him with a half-smile. Add an 8th grade golden elixir, which is enough to help you break through the realm. Taoist Yushu gritted his teeth and said. Confused. Gu Yuan shook his head, kill you, these are all mine. Taoist Yushu's eyes suddenly turned red, and he was still debating between persuading and fighting hard. Boom!
The heavy ringing of the bell suddenly interrupted Taoist Yushu's thoughts. He turned around numbly and saw the two Taoist boys guarding the alchemy furnace with bewildered expressions on their faces. He turned around and looked behind Gu Yuan. The thin figure walked out from behind the alchemy furnace step by step with his arms raised. The hand raised above his head was holding a pill. He stared at himself intently. The fiery, stubborn eyes were better than the weapons of magic and penetrated directly into his heart.
Am I defeated? Taoist Yushu opened his mouth.
Until this moment, his mind was in chaos.
Lost.
He was so defeated that he was overwhelmed. He knew that Gu Yuan would kill him at any cost, and borrowed the protective magic weapon of an ancestor of the sect at any cost. He had prepared for this battle for a long time, exhausted all his family resources, and invited Master Yenshu to bless his luck. Even if he will lose 30 years of his life for this. When I saw that the method of this duel was alchemy, it seemed that victory was already within reach. Gu Yuan's every step was perfectly calculated by him. But when he put all his energy on Gu Yuan, when he turned around, he actually lost? Until now, he still doesn't understand where he failed? Don't say Yushu doesn't understand, even Gu Yuan himself feels like a dream. In the audience, both good and evil were silent. To say how Yushu was defeated, they, the audience, may know best. But if you ask them to say it, they can't tell clearly. Say what? You concentrated on guarding against Gu Yuan, but who would have thought that he would easily try out the incomplete elixir recipe? This was said easily, but even a layman who knew nothing about alchemy knew that if he had said this in the past, it would have made people laugh out loud. Completing the alchemy recipe is something that even a master-level alchemy expert is not sure about. What's more, he is Gu Yuan's disciple. I have never heard that there are people from the Wuxing sect who are proficient in alchemy. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Zhang Jun pulled his second senior brother out from behind the alchemy furnace. Junior brother, is there really nothing wrong with this elixir? The second senior brother's legs were trembling. With so many eyes focused on the two of them, this feeling of being in the spotlight was really too much for him to bear. Don't worry, I promise there will be no problem, we win. Zhang Jun had a relaxed look on his face and didn't care at all about the looks from around him. In fact, when the elixir was refined, he received a reminder that the task was completed. The mission is completed and you get the basic alchemy part and a wishing star. You have participated in and completed an arena and received 3 wishing stars. You can return to the real world at any time, or you can stay here for 8 hours and return to reality. You can use the wishing star to take an item out of this world, and you can also consume the wishing star to bring an item in the next time you enter this world. End of this chapter. With the mission reminder as a guarantee, Zhang Jun had full confidence in the pill in his hand. But his confidence was not only due to the elixir in his hand, but also the information told in the prompt. You can leave here at any time and return to reality. Returning to reality is not attractive to me, but it is the greatest guarantee for my own safety. Hand the elixir in your hand to the host. All eyes are on here. In other words, it is gathered on the black pill in the host's hand. 100 Gu casting Yuan Dan should be a third-grade elixir. Can they really make it? Hang. Generally speaking, third-grade elixirs require careful preparation even by those who are good at elixirs. What's more, the two of them hurriedly took an incomplete prescription. If this can be done, wouldn't it mean that any dog can make an elixir? This is usually the case, but many people still subconsciously ignore the fact that the refining properties of 100 Gu casting Yuan pill are not in the elixir. Big beads of sweat had already appeared on the forehead of the second senior brother. Simply close your eyes and wait quietly for the host's judgment. The host held the elixir between his fingers and looked at it carefully through the mask. Then he started to raise issues with the elixir just like the class teacher was correcting his homework. When the heat is high, the medicine is slightly less effective, and there is no wax seal for the elixir. A lot of faults were pointed out, and the second senior brother's legs were already weak. As for the senior brother standing aside, he held his breath involuntarily. The host raised his head, looked Zhang Jun up and down, and made sure that Zhang Jun looked normal. He immediately smiled and said, however, this is indeed a 100 Gu casting Yuan pill. Wuxingman wins. Accompanied by the host's confirmation sound. There was a sudden silence in the righteous auditorium, but thunderous cheers erupted in the demonic auditorium. This is a result that no one expected. Win, we won? The second senior brother opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Jun blankly. Then, as if going crazy, he slapped himself twice in the face. It wasn't until he felt the burning pain on his face that he woke up from a dream and pulled Zhang Jun's arm. We win, junior brother, we win. After getting Zhang Jun's nod, the second senior brother turned around with, Joy rushed to the senior brother and repeated the nonsense he just said. The excitement on the senior brother's face was hard to conceal, but at the same time he glanced at Jung Joon with a complicated expression. That familiar face was filled with confidence and a calm smile, but it gave the senior brother a strong sense of strangeness. However, before he had time to think about it, his body swayed suddenly and he was almost violently pulled down by his second senior brother. Quick, look at the third child. At this time, the second senior brother finally remembered the life and death of the third junior brother Huang Mao, who was the great hero this time. The two of them rushed to the altar quickly. At this moment, the third junior brother was lying on the altar motionless. He was originally a handsome and strong man, but after going through 3 cursed trials, he was now skinny and skinny. The hair all over his body had fallen out, his skin had turned black, and he was curled up together. If you didn't look carefully, you would have thought it was an old dog abandoned by someone on the roadside. The only comforting thing is that he is still alive. Junior brother, I'm really sorry for you. The second senior brother picked him up carefully and said, when I go back this time, I will definitely give you more meat to nourish you. Zhang Jun didn't know whether the unlucky third senior brother could make up for it. He looked sideways at Taoist Yushu. Master, we don't want to die. The golden boy and girl fell into Taoist Yushu's arms. Taoist Yushu looked gloomy, the flesh on his face had begun to crack, and his body was decomposing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the host read out the results, the contract has come into effect. Even if Gu Yuan didn't take action, Taoist Yushu would still die. It was my teacher who harmed you. Taoist Yushu gently stroked the Taoist boy's forehead, took a deep breath, and suddenly slapped the 2 Taoist boys' foreheads with his palm. Snapped. With the sound of bones breaking, the golden couple fell into their arms and fell silent. Gu Yuan. I misjudged you. You are not a reckless man, you are a very smart person. When his death was approaching, Taoist Yushu praised Gu Yuan. I have no chance of winning in a duel with you. If I want to win, I must try every means to gain an advantage, even if I don't care about my lifespan, I have to forcibly improve my luck. And so? You have already taken this step, right? Gu Yuan? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was stunned for a while. But if you think about it carefully, this inference seems to make some sense. For a moment, everyone's eyes changed a little when they looked at Gu Yuan. Sure enough. Taoist Yushu frowned and began to complete his guess. So, you were so desperate from the beginning just to make me ignore the fact that your disciple is a master of alchemy. Gu Yuan. Yes, it is like this, it must be like this. Taoist Yushu raised his head, trying to find clues from Gu Yuan's face to support his thoughts. Because he really couldn't accept that he was defeated at the hands of an inferior demon disciple. In contrast, he hoped that he would die under Gu Yuan's calculations. However, to his disappointment, Gu Yuan did not answer him, but slowly raised the bone knife in his hand, puff. Everyone in the Zhangdao auditorium let out a long sigh. Gu Yuan killed Taoist Yushu, but there was no joy on his face. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of evil fire devoured the bodies of the 3 masters and disciples. When the firelight dissipated, a few intact things were left on the ground. They are the clothes of Master Yushu and his disciples, as well as their storage bags. The most important thing is the 6th grade magic weapon, Yin Yang fixed space disc. According to the rules, these things are now all personal trophies belonging to Gu Yuan. Putting away all these things, Gu Yuan turned around and came to Zhang Jun and the others. Although he knew that the person in front of him was his master, when Gu Yuan came over with a knife, Zhang Jun could still feel the pressure like a mountain. Congratulations, Master, your great revenge has been avenged. The senior brother quickly stepped forward and congratulated. Congratulations, Master, your great revenge has been avenged. When Zhang Jun and his second senior brother heard this, they immediately followed the example and held their fists in joy. Gu Yuan glanced at Zhang Jun and then at his second senior brother. When he saw his second apprentice's submissive look, he looked at Zhang Jun again. That kind of direct gaze staring at him made Zhang Jun clench his fists. He didn't know what his master was thinking, whether he would kill him with a knife like those cult lunatics in the TV series.
Well done, this is your reward.
Gu Yuan casually handed a storage bag to Zhang Jun. This made the senior brother standing aside stunned for a few seconds. As for the second senior brother, he could only cast an envious look, but it was just envy. After all, their survival this time all depends on this junior brother, so the reward is natural.
Thank you, Master. Gu Yuan nodded, didn't ask any more questions, said to go back early, turned around and left.
After Master Gu Yuan left, Zhang Jun looked at the storage bag in his hand.
I actually saw a question mark on it again. Secondary storage bag. There is 5 square meters of space inside.
Just try to open it silently to open the storage bag and access items.
This item can be upgraded in the arena.
Task: upgrade secondary storage bags to low-level storage bags.
Quest difficulty: easy. Task reward: 1 piece of spiritual elixir recipe and a wishing star. Interesting.
When I just completed the mission, I obtained the first part of basic alchemy. When the mission was completed, it had already been integrated into my mind, and I understood it in a matter of seconds. In addition to the basic alchemy principles, there are also 10 low-level elixir recipes. For example, Dolly Pill, Blood Activating Pill, Kidney Weapon Pill, etc. However, these are all low-level pill recipes, not even first grade. This elixir recipe seems to be a good thing. He tried it and found that it was filled with 1,000 spiritual stones. Seeing this, Zhang Jun's heart moved. He remembered that during the last duel, Huang Mao said that these spiritual stones could be exchanged for items in the arena. The last game was a gambling battle involving 3,000 spirit stones. This time the master directly gave him 1,000, which should not be a small amount. Junior brother, let's go up quickly, don't delay the next duel match. The second senior brother opened his mouth to urge. He was holding his third junior brother and needed to take him back for treatment as soon as possible.
Oh. Wait a minute.
Zhang Jun nodded, suddenly remembered something, asked the second senior brother to wait for him, and then ran quickly to the pill furnace on the opposite side. He opened the alchemy furnace, and a purple light shone on his face from inside. When everyone in the audience saw this, they couldn't help but secretly curse this little bastard. In this pill furnace is the Zixia pill refined by a boy under Taoist Yushu. I saw purple energy surging around the pill, which was a truly rare 5th grade elixir.
Luckily I was a step ahead, otherwise.
Looking at the pills that had taken shape, Zhang Jun felt a sense of fear in his heart. Having already learned the basics of alchemy, he could tell at a glance that the elixir had been taking shape for a while. In other words, if they hadn't been the first to refine the 100 gu casting Yuan Dan, and there was a slight delay, they would be the ones who would die now.
Really dangerous. But now this pill is mine.
Zhang Jun directly took out the elixir and held it in his hand.
The elixir was freshly baked and still had a hot residual temperature.
At the same time, there is also a white question mark on the elixir.
Flawed Zixia Dan.
The 5th grade elixir can harmonize yin and yang, restore hidden injuries, enhance cultivation, etc.
But the elixir maker is too impatient, so the elixir is not perfect.
If it is dissolved with warm water, add an appropriate amount of jade deer antler, purple wormwood, and shang ginkgo, and slowly prepare the elixir, the medicinal properties can be restored to perfect quality.
Task: prepare Zixia Dan to achieve perfect quality. Task difficulty: normal. Task reward: Yudan Meridian Part, a wishing star.
End of this chapter.
Made money.
Zhang Jun screamed for blood. He has absorbed the basic alchemy skills and knows very well how valuable the 5th grade elixir is.
Moreover, this elixir has the effects of reconciling yin and yang, restoring hidden injuries, and enhancing cultivation.
As a reminder, when refining 100 gu casting Yuan Dan, when you return to reality, you can use the wishing star to bring the things here back to reality. Maybe this pill can save his life.
Zhang Jun took a deep breath and his eyes became hot. The ant is still living an ignoble life.
If it is not his disease, there is really no cure, so how can he give up on himself? After carefully throwing the elixir into the storage bag, Zhang Jun followed the second senior brother and others out of the arena. After passing through the passage under the ring, there is a corridor similar to a commercial street.
Various shops come into view. Elixir Shop, Lingbao Pavilion, Shijin Tower.
There were many samples placed in front of various shops, which was also an eye-opener for Zhang Jun.
We even saw some strange-looking exotic animals being sold openly in front of stores. At the end of the corridor, there is a huge door.
The door of the building was blurry, as if there was a special energy forming a unique passage.
But standing outside, you can't see anything clearly. You can only see people from different sects coming out of it, or striding in. Zhang Jun asked the second senior brother and found out that this building door leads to the headquarters of various sects in the arena. Junior brother, do you need anything to buy? The second senior brother looked back at Zhang Jun and stopped, and couldn't help but ask. Second senior brother, I want to upgrade my storage bag and buy an alchemy furnace. Do you know where to go? Zhang Jun had no intention of going back with them.
Everything here was new to him and he wanted to stay here for a while. By the way, I completed the other 2 tasks on hand.
Upgrade the storage bag? The second senior brother thought for a moment and said, let's go to the Spirit Pattern Pavilion.
Although it is a bit expensive, the Spirit Pattern Masters there are very reliable.
You can find them by walking down this road. As for buying and selling alchemy furnaces, go down to the second intersection and turn up.
There is an alley there, which is the trading place of various sections.
Junior brother, you can go there and have a look.
Oh, okay.
Zhang Jun nodded and responded.
At this time, the senior brother on the side took out a jade card and threw it to Zhang Jun. You didn't bring back the jade order from the station, so take mine first, and I can use one with senior brother Air.
Zhang Jun took the jade plaque over.
The material of the jet black jade plaque was unknown, with the word written on it. The elder brother reminded him with a cold face, be careful. Although private fights are strictly prohibited in the city, you just killed Taoist Yushu. Be careful of being spotted by the right people.
Don't wander around and go back as soon as possible.
Although this cold-faced senior brother seems to be aloof from others, he actually takes good care of himself in details. After Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, he put away the token and watched the senior brother and the others
walk into the building door in front of them. Their figures flickered and disappeared into the chaos. Go ahead and complete the mission. I have 2 tasks on my hands now. One is to reconcile elixirs, for which you need to buy the elixir yourself. I just saw an elixir shop that sells elixirs. There should be the elixirs you need in there. Another task is to upgrade the storage bag. But now that we know the place, we don't have to worry about it.
Anyway, on the way, why not go to Fengshe first to see if you can find a suitable alchemy furnace?
After making up his mind, Zhang Jun walked in the direction mentioned by the second senior brother.
At the second intersection, after walking up a few steps, he found a narrow alley as expected.
The entrance to the alley is very narrow.
If the second senior brother hadn't specifically explained the entrance, I might not have even noticed it if I walked past it. As soon as you enter the alley, the left side is full of street stalls placed randomly on the ground. The familiar scene reminded Zhang Jun of the ghost market last night. Out of the novelty of this world and the impression left on him by the night market, Zhang Jun likes this stall-style market very much. He casually followed the crowd inside, looking past the surrounding stalls, trying to find a suitable alchemy furnace. However, this time, the alchemy furnace was not found, but many items with question marks were found. For example, after repairing a damaged flying sword, you can obtain the 3 talents sword technique, part. There is also a jade flute, which requires playing a perfect set of Feng Qiu Huang. After completion, a music score will be obtained. Most of the question marks on these items are white, but Zhang Jun found that occasionally there are some blue question marks. Compared with the white question marks, the tasks given by those blue question marks are particularly strange. For example, a mirror, let yourself light a candle at midnight and call a woman's name in front of the mirror. Although the reward was a set of skills called Tianmasha, Zhang Jun felt that it was unreliable no matter how he looked at it. What's more, the difficulty of this task is marked with danger in red letters.
You might even have to involve yourself in it.
His little life has just begun, and Zhang Jun doesn't want to take such a risk. There are also some items that provide even more bizarre tasks, and even require the user to kill enough people to complete the task.
Zhang Jun only glanced at these items and never looked at them a second time. Concentrate on finding a suitable elixir furnace.
As the saying goes, a bird in hand is worse than 1,000 birds in the forest. Being able to make progress in alchemy is of great help both in this game world and in reality. As for other tasks, you can wait until you stabilize and then dig in slowly.
Fellow Taoist, stay here, fellow Taoist.
At this time, someone chased behind and blocked Zhang Jun.
Is something wrong?
Seeing the figure hurriedly chasing after him, Zhang Jun took a step back vigilantly and distanced himself from the other party. The visitor was about the same age as himself, with a pale face and yellow hair. He looked malnourished and was wearing a purple Taoist robe.
Don't get me wrong, fellow Taoist.
Ping Dao Liqiu was a disciple of the Five Poison sect. Today I had the honor to watch my fellow Taoist fight against the Qingyun sect. I admire you very much, so I want to make friends with you.
Oh.
Seeing Zhang Jun's cold expression, Liqiu showed enthusiasm instead. Fellow Taoist, I'm here to buy some magic weapons.
Well, I was passing by and wanted to take a look. It's just right.
I'm very familiar with this, so I can lead the way for fellow Taoists.
Liqiu gave full play to Zilaishu's cheeky attitude, and Zhang Jun didn't refuse after thinking about it.
Anyway, he had no intention of returning to reality in a hurry, so he just took it as a leisurely look.
As the
two of them walked forward, Liqiu enthusiastically introduced various situations in this alley to Zhang Jun. Rather than saying that this is a gathering place for disciples from various sects, it is better to say that it is a cave for selling stolen goods. Some disciples who win in the arena often have many magical weapons and other items on their opponents, which become their trophies. But precisely because they are trophies, some trophies are often damaged and cannot be sold for a good price. So he will send some of the loot he can't use here and quickly cash it in at a very low price. But if you come with the mentality of picking up bargains, I'm afraid that in all likelihood you will be severely slaughtered, or even end up losing both your life and money. Liqiu was obviously an old man, and he glanced at Zhang Jun calmly. Zhang Jun followed his gaze and saw a variety of magical weapons placed on the stall on the left side.
This man is called Feng Zhuoren, and he is a well-known second-hand dealer in this generation.
Regardless of the things on his stall, they are all very spiritual, and 8 out of 10 items have problems.
Zhang Jun nodded thoughtfully, and after a cursory glance, he was really attracted by one thing. A pill furnace.
The alchemy stove is not big, it looks bigger than a rice cooker.
There is a light blue question mark on the alchemy stove.
As Zhang Jun's eyes focused, the information about the alchemy furnace immediately appeared in front of him.
Loss of the sky furnace. I don't know what materials it is made of.
Although it is a magic weapon, it is extremely weird.
Every time I make an elixir, half of it will be swallowed up.
So that all holders often want to smash it. But every time the pill is swallowed, the spirituality of the pill furnace will increase by 1 point, and the effect of the pill refining will be greatly improved. You can try to actively feed it with low-grade elixirs, 10 at a time, which will have a miraculous effect of getting twice the result with half the effort the next time you make elixirs.
Task: feed it enough to eat 100 pills. Mission difficulty: easy.
Mission reward: obtain the special alchemy technique, spirit tempering hand, part, and a wishing star.
End of this chapter. This thing is very interesting.
Zhang Jun looked at the information and tasks on the alchemy furnace, and after some calculations, he planned to buy this alchemy furnace. With a theoretical foundation in basic alchemy, he knew very well how precious this kind of alchemy furnace was, which could increase the probability of the success of the elixir.
Are you familiar with this guy? It's okay. I've dealt with him a few times. Go and see.
Zhang Jun walked to the stall and first glanced at other items.
Hey, counterfeit medicine dealer, why are you here?
When Feng Zhuoren saw the business coming to his door, he immediately stood up happily. However, when he saw Liqiu beside him, his face darkened and he sat down again impatiently. After all, everyone knows the ins and outs, and people who have been dealing with this area all year round speak much more casually. You seller of fake goods, don't ruin my reputation.
Lucio angrily scolded with an unhappy look on his face. Ha ha. Just be a human being.
Last time someone asked you to buy poison, but you ended up giving someone a pack of aphrodisiacs. Good guy, your enemies turned into lovers that night.
Now that the child is 1 month old, you are better than Yu Lao. Fongzhuoren joked with a cold face.
Lucio was exposed and immediately blushed. If he hadn't taken care of Zhang Jun beside him, he would have cursed at this moment. I'm here to help them resolve their grudges on purpose.
When will we be able to repay grievances? Ha! Fongzhuoren curled his lips and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him.
He looked at Zhang Jun and said, "Little brother, you have been looking at it for a long time.
Is there anything you want? We have all good things here. I want to find an alchemy furnace."
Zhang Jun bluntly stated his purpose. He glanced around the stall, shook his head and said, "You don't seem to have anything suitable here, maybe next time."
Zhang Jun said he was leaving.
"Oh, yes, there are alchemy furnaces, these are the best alchemy furnaces." Seeing that the business was about to leave, Fongzhuoren hurriedly stopped Zhang Jun and pointed to several pill furnaces on the stall.
Zhang Jun glanced at Fongzhuoren suspiciously. "Is this also a pill furnace? You don't know how to frame me, do you?"
"How is that possible, little brother? If you don't know the goods, don't say my stuff is bad."
Fongzhuoren was immediately unhappy.
Before Zhang Jun could say anything, Lucio immediately became unhappy and pointed at Zhuoren's nose in front of him and cursed.
"Whoever is ignorant has blinded you. This little brother is a master of alchemy. You were not in the arena just now.
You didn't know that this little brother used alchemy to kill Taoist Yushu of Qingyun sect."
What? Fongzhuoren was a little surprised when he heard this.
He looked at Zhang Jun again, then frowned and said, "You are a disciple of the Wuxing sect. Have you ever heard that there are people from the Wuxing sect who can make elixirs?
This is called hiding clumsiness, otherwise how could we kill?"
Lucio put his hands on his hips and told Zhang Jun in an eloquent manner how to complete the incomplete elixir recipe just now. This surprised Fongzhuoren, but he was not frightened by Lucio's words. He coughed slightly and brought the topic back. "Even if you are a master of alchemy, brother, my furnace is of high quality."
"Oh."
Seeing Fongzhuoren's confident look, Zhang Jun casually picked up a stove in his hand and focused his eyes on the white question mark on the stove. Soon, all the information about the stove appeared under Zhang Jun's eyes. After pretending to take a closer look, he couldn't help but sneered, "You call this a fine product?
This furnace is made of diamond iron. It should be of the highest quality.
However, there is a flaw under the furnace, so that the elixir fire does not gather and the fire leaks out. Using this furnace to make elixirs will not only make it difficult to produce elixirs, but there is also the risk of exploding the furnace." After Zhang Jun finished speaking, he looked at Fongzhuoren with a half smile, and brought the stove to him. "You plan to sell this stove to your enemy, right? Well, your alchemy furnace can actually explode.
You are more ruthless than me."
Lucio became sarcastic. Fongzhuoren was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly took over the stove and said awkwardly, "This is an exception, the others are all good."
"Is it?" Zhang Jun glanced over and picked up another pill furnace. "Do you need me to tell you about this?"
No, brother, you are not authentic.
I have a small business."
Fongzhuoren hurriedly pulled Zhang Jun aside and lowered his voice. "Brother, just pick whatever you like, and treat it as if I'm giving it to you."
Zhang Jun smiled, and his impression of the other party was actually quite good.
He casually picked up the heaven suffering furnace, and said, "Tell me the real price.
I'll come here often in the future."
Fongzhuoren originally wanted to be polite, but Zhang Jun was resolute, so he gave him a cost price of 50 spiritual stones.
"Brother, please come if you have any needs in the future. I can find any magic weapon or materials for you. The price is absolutely fair."
Fongzhuoren accepted the spirit stone with a smile, not forgetting to brag about himself.
"There is a chance." Zhang Jun responded with a smile.
In fact, he could just take the heavenly damage furnace and leave, but this would seem too underhanded.
Moreover, Zhang Jun discovered that many of the magic weapons at Feng's were installed had white question marks. He could buy 2 of them in the future to
enhance his own strength. There was no need to make a one-time deal.
With the alchemy furnace, the rest is much simpler.
Zhang Jun stopped wandering in the alley and turned around to go to Lingwen Pavilion.
However, before going, Zhang Jun turned around and looked at Le Chiu beside him.
Zhang Jun couldn't say he was disgusted with this enthusiastic person, but he didn't like him following him either.
I still have some personal matters. If you have nothing else to do, fellow Taoist, let's say goodbye here.
Le Chiu looked a little unnatural and opened her mouth, but the words couldn't come out for a while.
Is there a problem?
Well. Seeing Zhang Jun looking at him, Le Chiu stamped his feet and said through gritted teeth, "To be honest, I came to see my fellow Taoist for some selfish reasons and asked him to help me refine the 100 gu casting yuan dan." Zhang Jun said nothing and signaled Le Chiu to continue. The 100 gu casting yuan dan is a third-grade elixir, but there are too few people who know how to refine it.
If fellow Taoists are willing to take the trouble to refine it, I am willing to buy it at a high price.
After Le Chiu finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Jun carefully. What disappointed him was that the expression on Zhang Jun's face seemed to have not changed. "I'm very busy recently, but when I have free time, I can help you refine some." Le Chiu was overjoyed when he heard this and took out a stack of transmission notes and handed them to Zhang Jun. It is said that as long as this talisman is lit in the arena, he will receive the message immediately if he is here. Zhang Jun put away the stack of transmission notes, said goodbye to Le Chiu, and immediately rushed to Lingwen Pavilion without stopping.
The Spirit Pattern Pavilion is a place with the ability to upgrade items.
There are full-time Spirit Pattern Masters who can upgrade magic weapons, even magic weapons and other items. Of course, the prices for upgrading items at different stages are quite different. The sign hanging in front of the gate has clearly marked the prices for item upgrades at different stages. For example, magic weapons, grades 1 to 3, only require 200 spirit stones for each level. Levels 3 to 6 require 500 spirit stones for each level. Levels 6 to 9 require 800 spirit stones for each level.
As for the magic weapon level, you need to enter the store for an interview. This thing is more profitable than refining alchemy.
Zhang Jun glanced at the price list, feeling greedy in his heart. Upgrading a secondary storage bag is not expensive, it only costs 100 spirit stones, which seems to be a fair price. But when he paid the money and handed the storage bag to the Spirit Pattern Master, the Spirit Pattern Master just touched the storage bag and threw it to Zhang Jun again.
"Is this good?" "All right."
Zhang Jun took a closer look and found that the secondary storage bag had successfully turned into a low-level storage bag. At the same time, he also received a notification that the task was completed. The mission is completed, a recipe for a spiritual elixir and a wishing star. At the same time as the prompt sounded, a pill called Chongling Pill appeared in his mind.
Chongling Dan, 3rd grade elixir.
It is of great help to Qi training disciples, as it can accelerate the speed of Qi gathering and quickly break through the shackles. Zhang Jun absorbed the elixir, glanced at the hand of the Spirit Pattern Master in front of him, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. "This money is so damn good, I will find an opportunity to learn the skills of a Spirit Pattern Master in the future." After completing the task, Zhang Jun went straight to the pharmacy he saw when he came.
As soon as I entered the door, the guy responsible for selling elixirs came up enthusiastically. "What kind of elixir do you need, sir?"
"We also have many high-quality elixirs here. The prices are fair and affordable."
"Jade deer, antler, purple wormwood, Shengjinko." Zhang Jun mentioned more than a dozen elixirs in one breath.
"There are Zishedan, used to prepare it, and there are also elixirs used to refine Chongling Dan. In addition, I need a batch of first-grade elixirs."
The efficacy doesn't have to be too good, just be affordable.
With the basic alchemy skills, Zhang Jun already had a basic understanding of elixirs in his mind. The elixirs are divided into 9 grades. The first grade is the lowest elixir, the second grade is more valuable, and the third grade is the more mainstream elixir, with high and low prices. If it is grade 3 or above, the price will be very outrageous. For example, the Zixia pill in my hand is a 5th grade pill, which is extremely rare. We have a batch of 1st grade elixirs here, blood solidifying and muscle building elixirs. They are cheap and 1 spiritual stone is enough.
How much do you want, sir?
Take 100 first. When the clerk saw that it was a big deal, he was naturally delighted. After learning that Zhang Jun wanted 100 pills, he even gave him a % discount. Including the elixirs Zhang Jun needs, there are a total of 620 spiritual stones.
Before leaving, Zhang Jun was given some empty elixir bottles, wax seals, and other gifts.
As soon as I walked down, I had already spent more than half of the spiritual stones in my hand. The money was being spent at such a speed that it would be painful for an ordinary person for a long time, but Zhang Jun didn't care.
Money is only money when it is spent. What's more, after you complete the task and acquire more skills, do you still worry about having no money?
Zhang Jun took his things with satisfaction and came to the gate of Wanjie. He took out the jade token that his senior brother had given him and held it in his hand.
I don't know what the Wuxingman looks like.
With curiosity and expectation, Zhang Jun stepped into the gate of all realms and saw a gray world in front of him. At this time, a strange ray of fluorescence emitted from the jade token in his hand, forming a pulling force, pulling him forward. Not long after, a white light appeared in front of him. Zhang Jun's eyes widened and he watched the white light getting closer and closer. He only waited for the light to dissipate and the gray light shone down. A few small buildings, dark palaces, no sun, moon or stars above their heads, not even a bit of soil under their feet, lifeless houses. To Zhang Jun, this place felt more like a prison. As soon as he set foot, Zhang Jun felt many eyes coming from the dark corners. Little brother, little brother. Zhang Jun turned around and saw the second senior brother running towards him with a Taoist robe in one hand. Junior brother, you came back just in time. I was just about to go find you and tell you a good thing. The second senior brother pulled Zhang Jun aside. Elderly heard that you have a 5th grade Zixia pill in your hand, and is willing to give you 3,000 spiritual stones, plus 3 rounds of vacation to exchange it for you. Zhang Jun was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He could understand the 3,000 spirit stones.
What did the 3 rounds of vacation mean? What do you mean 3 rounds of vacation?
Facing this junior brother's inquiry, the second senior brother didn't feel any surprise. After all, the junior brother usually idles around and is too lazy to do anything. It's normal for him not to know some things. We have an arena every 3 days here, and there are 3 rounds of holidays, which means you won't have to participate in the arena 3 times.
Oh, not for sale.
Zhang Jun refused directly. Although 3,000 spirit stones are a huge windfall, they are far less valuable than a Zixia pill. What's more, he still needs this elixir to return to reality and save his life.
The second senior brother looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Little junior brother, our master has been in seclusion since he came back. We don't know when we will be able to come out of seclusion.
Don't be petty at the expense of the big at this time." Zhang Jun's face was slightly cold. He knew what the second senior brother's words meant, but he just chuckled. What are you afraid of? When the soldiers come, they will block the water and cover them with earth.
If you have any moves, I will follow.
Oh, you. Brother, can you help me find a secluded place?
I want to take a rest.
Seeing that Zhang Jun was determined not to give up the 5th grade elixir, the second senior brother could only sigh. That's all, elderly, I'll help you, Zhou Xian, you can go to my room to rest first. As he said that, the second senior brother pointed to an inconspicuous small room on the left and gave him the key that prohibited entry and exit of the room.
Thank you, brother.
Zhang Jun took the key and walked into the room without looking back, leaving the second senior brother with a sad face, not knowing how to deal with Elder Li's stinky face.
The second senior brother's room was very small.
Zhang Jun held the access control in his hand. After entering, he only saw a simple bed, a stone-carved table, and a chair.
It's so crude that it's unbelievable.
But it was enough for me, and I used the access control to seal the room. Take out the destroying sky furnace from the storage bag and place it on the table. The shape of the stove is very simple, like a square pagoda, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. There seems to be a pattern carved on it, but it is blurry and unrecognizable. Zhang Jun tried to follow the basic alchemy method, put his hands on the stove, closed his eyes, tried to contact the alchemy stove, and used his own yang energy to light the fire. The alchemy furnace in the arena is connected to the earth and fire. You only need to twist the mechanism on the alchemy furnace to control the alchemy fire. But usually if the alchemist wants to make an alchemy, he needs to use his own energy to control the flame of the alchemy furnace. This is the most basic step for an alchemist to get started. It is also the criterion for determining whether a person has the talent for alchemy. As he calmed down, a simple and weak feeling connected him with the heavenly damage furnace. Slowly the feeling became stronger and stronger, and Zhang Jun could feel the energy in his body being quickly sucked away by the alchemy furnace. At the same time, a weak flame gradually lit up in the alchemy furnace. Become. Zhang Jun opened his eyes, looked at the weak flame rising in the alchemy furnace in front of him, and slowly tried to raise the flame gradually. After a while, the temperature in the room gradually rose, and the small alchemy furnace was now burning red. Seeing this, Zhang Jun quickly took out the prepared, blood-strengthening and muscle-strengthening pill, and tried to throw it into the pill furnace. I saw the pill fell into the furnace and was incinerated by the pill fire within a moment and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Zhang Jun simply threw all the pills in his hand in one go and completed this task first. Jingle jingle bell. 100 pills turned into liquid in the pill furnace in an instant, and then merged into the gaps in the pill furnace. It was at this moment that Zhang Jun clearly felt that the alchemy furnace in front of him had changed slightly. The blurry texture on the alchemy furnace seemed to be much clearer now. Mission completed. Obtain the alchemy and magical spirit tempering hand, part, and a wishing star. End of this chapter. Along with the reminder that the task was completed, a wonderful picture suddenly appeared in Zhang Jun's mind. The graphics spread out and turned into strange runes. Although Zhang Jun didn't understand these runes, he could clearly feel the meaning inside them. This is a mysterious and wonderful feeling that can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. When he opened his eyes again, he slowly raised his palm and gently grasped it with his fingertips, and saw dense golden textures emerging on his palm. So amazing! Zhang Jun took out some elixirs from his storage bag and gently grabbed them. Suddenly, little bits of fluorescence were absorbed from the elixir. In a moment, the originally vibrant and spiritual elixir had withered into dry and cracked waste. Looking at the aura pinched on his fingertips, Zhang Jun felt miraculous in his heart. It is indeed a thaumaturgy. If we follow what is said in basic alchemy, to make an elixir, it must be tempered with elixir fire to boil out the medicinal properties of the elixir. But now that I have this technique, I don't need to go through such trouble. I can take out all the essence of the elixir at will with just a single scratch. In this way, refining elixirs by yourself is simply getting twice the result with half the effort, and I don't know how much trouble is saved. It's a pity that this thaumaturgy only has the first part and not the second part. Ha! Zhang Jun lowered his head and glanced at the storm of damage, and found that the question mark on the furnace was still there. The information of Lost Heaven Furnace has not changed, but the mission has actually been updated. Task: feed it enough to eat 1,000 third-grade elixirs. Mission difficulty: normal. Mission reward: obtain the second part of the special alchemy technique, Spirit Tempering Hand, and 2 wishing stars. There is actually a follow-up to this mission. Zhang Jun was surprised, but even more delighted. Although it was a bit difficult, it was only because of the funds. As long as he could obtain a complete soul tempering hand, refining alchemy would be something he could handle at his fingertips. Take out the Zixia pill. This pill was held in Zhang Jun's hand. The pill exuded a faint purple light. If you look carefully, you will find some small textures on the pill. If you want to sell a 5th-grade elixir, you will need at least several thousand spirit stones. It's ridiculous. The elder namely wants to buy it for just 3,000. It's just a waste of money. The elixir was fed into the elixir furnace, and under Zhang Jun's careful control, the elixir fire became softer.
Slowly dissolve this elixir again.
I didn't have much confidence in the task of preparing elixir before, but now with the blessing of Spirit Tempering Hand, this process has become simpler.
He lined up the elixirs he needed and grabbed them casually. The essence of these elixirs was immediately taken into Zhang Jun's hands easily.
After Zhang Jun sent the essence of these elixirs into the Suffering Heaven furnace, as the elixir fire in Suffering Heaven furnace burned, a strong medicinal fragrance soon hit his nostrils. Zhang Jun just took a whiff and immediately felt refreshed and comfortable all over.
But immediately afterwards he felt something was wrong.
The fragrance of the alchemy overflows, which is a taboo in basic alchemy. No, I need to collect pills quickly. Seeing the fragrance getting stronger and stronger, and the whole alchemy furnace filled with bright purple light, Zhang Jun's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly increased the alchemy fire and collected the elixirs.
Ding ding ding.
However, at this moment, wisps of spiritual patterns flashed on the Suffering Heaven furnace, and a strange force was generated that suppressed the medicinal fragrance and prevented it from overflowing. With the help of the Tianhua, Zhang Jun immediately increased the elixir fire and quickly formed the elixir. In the blink of an eye, the purple light in the elixir fire gathered, and a dark purple elixir was suspended in the elixir furnace. After taking out the elixir and putting it in the medicine bottle, the reminder to complete the task also appeared in Zhang Jun's ears. Mission completed, Yudan Meridian Part, a wishing star.
Following the prompt, a eloquent 1,000-word scripture appeared in Zhang Jun's mind.
During the journey of cultivating immortals, one has countless magical powers, and condenses energy into elixirs. The Yuan Shin uses the names of the gods to control the power of heaven and earth. Although alchemy is a heretic, it also has the method of restraining the spirits of heaven and earth for one's own use. Different from the previous one where he could comprehend other skills in a blink of an eye, although this article about Yudan Meridian only had more than 1,000 words, it took him more than an hour to comprehend it. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked by this, control Dan Meridian.
This is not some ultimate cultivation technique, but a technique.
It is to use the spirituality of the elixir and combine it with unique techniques to develop magic that exceeds one's own realm. It's a pity that there is still only the first part and no second part, but it is enough for my own use. At least next time I participate in the arena, if I encounter a fight, I will have a means of self-protection. Zhang Jun took out all the other elixirs he bought, spread them out, and then tried to refine the elixir. With the help of the soul tempering hand and the heaven-destroying furnace, Zhang Jun refined the elixir as smoothly as a fish in water.
There was absolutely no obstacle to the mixing and refining of the elixir.
According to Dan Fang, it takes at least a day to prepare the elixir in one furnace, because most of the time is spent cooking the elixir. But Zhang Jun only needed to gently grab it with his spirit-quenching hand, which was to omit the most difficult step of refining the elixir, and then go through the refining infusion of the Tianshuang furnace. It only took him an hour to refine a furnace of excellent quality spirit elixir.
Call.
Zhang Jun let out a breath and felt his head starting to feel dizzy. Not only was I physically tired, but I also felt mentally drained. Refining alchemy is a laborious activity, which not only consumes one's own energy, but also consumes a huge amount of spirit. He picked up an elixir and threw it into his mouth. The elixir melts in your mouth, and as soon as it enters your stomach, it feels like a wave of hot air penetrates into your limbs and 5 internal organs in an instant, and your whole body feels warm. Before Zhang Jun could enjoy it for a while, a prompt came from the game. Your stay time is only 10 minutes left, please be ready to log off. Hearing the prompt, Zhang Jun remembered that after he completed the competition in the arena, he could only stay here for 8 hours. I didn't expect time to pass so fast. Zhang Jun put away the things on the table, took a deep breath greedily, and lay on the cold stone bed until the countdown to being forced offline ended, and his vision suddenly began to blur.
You are about to go offline. You will be reminded to go online 24 hours before the next competitive match. According to the second senior brother, the arena is played every 3 days, which means that he will have at least 2 days after returning to reality. Whether to use the wishing star. Use. As he confirmed, several things appeared in front of him, all of which belonged to him. The clothes, shoes, storage bag, and all the items in the storage bag are all displayed in front of him. Zhang Jun carefully examined the items in front of him. Different items require different numbers of wishing stars. For example, storage bag requires a full 20 wishing stars. Destroying the heavenly furnace is even more exaggerated, with a total of 50 wishing stars. This is just the cost of bringing out the game. If you want to bring these things back from reality, you have to pay again. The only thing that pleased him was that the Zixia pill only needed 3 wishing stars. I completed a total of 5 tasks this time. Complete an arena, refine the 100 gu casting yuan dan, prepare the Zixia dan, upgrade the storage bag, and feed the sunken furnace. I got a total of 7 wishing stars in my hand, which was not a rich one, but it was enough to take away the Zixia pill. Otherwise, coming back this time will be a waste of time. He stretched out his palm and grabbed the jade bottle containing Zixia dan. As his fingers touched the jade bottle, his consciousness was soon swallowed up by darkness. Until a heartbreaking pain hit him, Zhang Jun's eyes blurred for a while, and he vaguely saw the antique game console emitting sparks. But before he could see clearly, his consciousness blurred again under the stinging pain. I don't know how long it took, but the burning sensation in his internal organs became stronger and stronger, and his consciousness gradually became clearer. Pain. When Zhang Jun opened his eyes again, he found that he was already lying in the hospital. There were bursts of burning pain in his abdomen and chest, making him feel as if he was about to die. The nurse on the side was startled by the sudden roar. She stared blankly at Zhang Jun, who woke up for a few seconds before she realized what she was doing and ran all the way to the door. "Doctor, wake up, wake up!" Looking at the ceiling of the hospital, Zhang Jun rubbed his head, wondering why he was here. But is everything just now true? Not just a dream. At this time, he felt something on his hand. He picked it up and saw that it was the jade bottle containing Zixia dan. Looking at the jade bottle in his hand, Zhang Jun held the jade bottle tightly in his hand and blinked. It really came out. His breathing gradually became faster, and he opened the jade bottle, and the familiar pill appeared with a faint purple light in his palm. This thing should be able to improve my weak body. Taking advantage of the absence of doctors and nurses, Zhang Jun quickly stuffed the pill into his mouth. When the elixir entered the mouth, it did not melt like a magical elixir. Instead, it was very hard. Zhang Jun's eyes widened and he kept secreting sweet fluids. It took a lot of effort to swallow the elixir. Into the stomach. Holy shit, it's so hard, I almost choked to death on this thing. Sloppy. Zhang Jun coughed a few times and lay down again. After a while, I felt like something was beating in my abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Jun put his hand on his stomach and felt as if there was an extra frog in his stomach. Every time it beat, something cool came out and flowed into his body. Afterwards, his whole body felt extremely cool, and the burning sensation in his internal organs was as if it had been doused by a basin of ice-cold water. His whole body felt indescribably comfortable. Instead of weakening, the beating feeling in his abdomen was beating faster and faster. Zhang Jun, who had already relaxed, now actually felt cold all over. Fortunately, the coldness didn't last long and gradually dissipated from his body. Zhang Jun didn't know what his situation was now, but he sat up from the bed, twisted his body, and found that his body was not only light, but also light. It seems that I have become more powerful than before. It is indeed a 5th grade elixir, but I don't know if it counts as eradication. Zhang Jun frowned, remembering what his grandfather and his group said when he was unconscious that day. He must have been cursed. Now that the elixir is holding me back, if I don't find a way to break the curse, I'm sure there will be problems in the future. Just as I was thinking about it, the doctor and nurse hurried in outside the door. Seeing Zhang Jun, who had woken up, the doctor hurried over and put one hand on Zhang Jun's pulse and the other hand on Zhang Jun's chest with a stethoscope. As time passed, the doctor's expression slowly changed from the initial seriousness to something strange. He picked up the medical records on the table and examined them carefully. Is there a problem? Well, no, but don't drink alcohol in the future. Your organs will fail very quickly, and drinking alcohol will only accelerate the process. In addition, do not exercise strenuously during this period and be abstinent.
It is best to quit smoking. After a period of time, we will introduce a new drug. You can try it then, and it may be effective for your symptoms.
In the past, Zhang Jun would have scolded the doctor bloody.
For a person who is about to die, what else is there to care about? But today Zhang Jun was surprisingly quiet and even listened carefully to every word of the doctor.
Oh. Zhang Jun nodded.
After giving instructions to Zhang Jun, the doctor walked out of the ward with a depressed look on his face, muttering in his mouth, "Strange, why did the pulse suddenly become stable?" End of this chapter. As soon as the doctor walked out, Zhang Jun heard a burst of rapid footsteps rushing in.
Little June.
The ward door was pushed open. A man and a woman rushed in with the doctor.
Xiao Jun, how are you? Do you feel any pain?
As soon as the woman rushed in, she hugged Zhang Jun and examined him carefully. Facing his mother's concerned gaze, Zhang Jun just nodded, "I'm fine."
I told you to stay in the hospital. Why don't you go out to drink?
You almost burned down the house.
If your neighbor hadn't come home and noticed something was wrong, you would have died long ago. Zhang's father stood in front of the hospital bed with a dark face and scolded Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun looked at his father's hypocritical face blankly.
If I hadn't overheard the truth, the scene of a strict father and loving mother would have been so heartwarming at this moment. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile sarcastically.
Okay, as long as my son is fine, don't say anything. Mother pulled Zhang's father's arm hard, and Zhang's father snorted coldly and said nothing more.
Then he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked at Zhang Jun dotingly. "Son, what do you want to eat?"
"Tell me that mom will buy it for you." "I want money."
Zhang Jun's answer was straightforward.
Ugh. Hearing this, Father Zhang sighed.
On the contrary, the mother showed a relaxed expression. As long as she could meet her son's request, she would be relieved of her inner guilt.
Giving money is undoubtedly the simplest and most direct way. Take out a bank card from your bag. The password is your birthday. Zhang Jun nodded and put away the bank card. There are other things in the company. Since you are fine, we will go back. Zhang's father seemed unwilling to stay here any longer.
Perhaps for him, looking at Zhang Jun for one more second was a kind of torture in his heart.
Walk slowly.
Zhang Jun didn't get angry or throw things as usual. His abnormal state surprised both his mother and Zhang's father. After a flash of guilt flashed in their eyes, the two of them prepared to leave the ward.
Wait a moment.
At this moment, Zhang Jun suddenly remembered something and called out to the two of them.
I don't want to stay in the hospital. I'm fine.
I want to be discharged. The couple looked at each other and wanted to persuade each other again. But they all know Zhang Jun's temperament, and this sentence is not a discussion with them at all.
Okay, no one can stop you from going back, but you are not allowed to drink. After thinking for a moment, my father nodded and agreed to stay.
As soon as the two of them left, Zhang Jun found his clothes in the cabinet and dug out his cell phone. Click on the address book, find Fatty Lee's phone number, and press the dial button.
Beep, beep. Brother Zhang, please let me slow down.
I really won't be able to get that much cash for a while now.
Fatty Lee's pleas for mercy came from the phone.
Last night, Zhang Jun patted his butt and left, but Fatty Lee had suffered so much and was detained in the KTV for 6 or 7 hours, so we finally let him go. Now that Zhang Jun called, Fatty Lee naturally thought that Zhang Jun was going to continue asking him for money.
Money? You don't have to pay it back. Just help me do something. Forget the previous money. In addition, I will give you another sum of money.
Fatty Lee on the other end of the phone was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. But then he asked carefully, "Brother Zhang, what do you want to do?" "Well, help me get some explosives. The more powerful the better."
"Ha! This thing is illegal. 20 million.
30.
Okay, I'll go find." Fatty Lee hung up the phone and let out a long breath. Why does this god of wealth think that everything comes out all at once?
As he said that, he threw the train ticket in his hand into the trash can.
Zhang Jun hung up the phone. Fatty Lee is just a street kid.
He hides when trouble comes and goes to fight when there is something to gain. It is wrong to expect him to fight, but it is not right to say that he is useless.
In this huge L city, they are very clear about those shady places.
It would be best for him to do the job of finding explosives.
In fact, he had thought about flying directly abroad to buy a gun. As long as you are willing to spend money, let alone a gun, you can even buy a rocket launcher.
Remember, a rocket launcher only costs a few $1,000s.
If you were in the Middle East, you could buy it for a few $100s.
When the time comes, any righteous person can launch a few rocket launchers at him. If he doesn't die, he will be paralyzed by the explosion. How many wishing stars do you need just to bring these things in? I do not know.
Anyway, it definitely can't be a matter of 1 or 2.
Relatively speaking, the wishing star required for explosives may not be too high. If used well, it will be a life-saving talisman for yourself.
He put on his clothes and walked out of the ward in a big way.
Walking out of the hospital gate, Zhang Jun fumbled for a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took out a cigarette and was about to put it to his mouth when he suddenly remembered the doctor's instructions. He frowned, stuffed the cigarette back into the cigarette case, and threw it into the trash can nearby.
Let's quit.
Instead of going back to his apartment, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to Zhongshan Market.
This market is the largest wholesale market for medicinal materials in the area. With the blessing of basic alchemy skills, I can try to refine some elixirs in reality.
The basic alchemy technique comes with several low-level pill recipes, which are just right for practice.
It's a pity that the ability like Spirit Tempering Hand was not brought back to him when he went offline.
When we got off the bus, there was a mess in front of the market. It is now the end of September, which is already the peak season for entering the medicinal materials market. On the tricycle going in and out, you can see to the naked eye that it is carrying loads of medicinal materials. Zhang Jun pondered over the ingredients of the elixir in his mind and walked through the market stalls, looking for suitable herbs. I don't know if it's because I took Zixiatin that my sense of smell has become more sensitive than before. Although I can't tell whether these herbs are good or bad, the smell of some herbs is obviously very strange. It has a pungent chemical smell. Even if it is covered with the smell of a bunch of herbs, Zhang Jun can smell it when he lifts his nose. Especially those stalls selling old dried tangerine peel. When Zhang Jun took a breath, he almost felt like vomiting it out. Frowning, Zhang Jun already regretted coming to this place.
There are very few medicinal materials here that are useful.
Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Jun suddenly smelled a faint sweet smell.
It's that sweet scent. Is it a panacea?
Zhang Jun walked out following the scent and looked at a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe in the corner of the market entrance. The Taoist priest was very old, with a big beard and a bun on his head. His Taoist robe was full of patches. He was holding a red cloth package in his hand and stood at the door looking around. Zhang Jun was sure that the scent came from the package in the Taoist priest's hand, so he walked forward quickly. Taoist priest, do you sell your medicine?
The Taoist priest didn't reply. Instead, he looked Zhang Jun up and down.
His face suddenly showed a strange color and he shook his head. Your illness cannot be cured by any medicine.
What did you say?
I just wanted to buy medicine, but when I heard the Taoist priest's words, I couldn't help but feel a little thump in my heart. He would have turned away and left a long time ago, but after seeing those magical methods in the game, Zhang Jun still wanted to hear what this Taoist priest meant.
Master Dao, could you please make it clear? Hey, young man, let me tell you, do you believe it? Letter. Zhang Jun nodded heavily. 50,000.
The old Taoist priest took out a QR code from his sleeve without looking at Zhang Jun.
Zhang Jun couldn't help but be stunned when he looked at the QR code on the Taoist priest's hand.
Seeing his dazed look, she sneered and turned her head away from him. She was about to ask him to leave, but just as she was about to speak, she heard the phone ding in her arms.
Turn around. Turn around?
The Taoist priest took out his cell phone and looked at it suspiciously, and found that it was really turned over, and it was not 50,000, but 100,000. Seeing the numbers on the account, the Taoist priest looked back at Zhang Jun with some changes in his eyes, and said with a faint smile, "I only want you, what do you mean by transferring to me?"
Sincerity leads to spirit.
Zhang Jun looked at the Taoist priest with a smile.
Seeing Zhang Jun reveal what he meant, the Taoist priest was both surprised and couldn't help but look at the young man in front of him with admiration.
His expression gradually became serious, and he motioned to Zhang Jun to give him his hand, placing 3 fingers on Zhang Jun's pulse.
"Little brother, I am not lying to you. In your situation, don't talk about the medicine in my hand, even if it is, huh?"
Halfway through the Taoist priest's words, his expression suddenly froze, and he turned back to look at Zhang Jun suspiciously, as if he wished he could see something on his face.
For a moment, the Taoist priest curled his lips. "Fuck, did you steal the golden elixir? Your body and bones are better than mine?"
End of this chapter.
Master Dao, I am still young, so is it abnormal for me to be in good health?
Zhang Jun complained with a dark face, but he was secretly happy in his heart.
It seems that the effect of Zixayadin is quite impressive. No. There's something wrong with you.
The Taoist priest let go of Zhang Jun's hand and pulled him to the side under the sun without giving up. He began to touch Zhang Jun's left and right sides. Then the whole person fell into a state of self-doubt.
"Taoist priest, what do you see?" Zhang Jun asked with a secret smile.
The old Taoist priest glared at him angrily. "Don't be too happy too early. I don't care whether you ate the Queen Mother's flat peach or the Laojuan's golden elixir. You will definitely die within half a month at the latest." Zhang Jun's face changed slightly, and he said in an angry tone, "Taoist master, if you don't understand what you are saying, just spit out the money." The old Taoist pointed at the center of his eyebrows. The green energy spontaneously flows down the hall.
"This is a sign of death.
If your eyebrows are raised and white lines enter your ears and nose, it is also a fatal disease.
Judging from your face, you are already dead. If you don't believe it, you can give me your birth horoscope."
Zhang Jun saw that the old Taoist priest had a nose and eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit in his heart when he thought of what he overheard from his grandfather and the others. So he gave his birthday and
horoscope to the old Taoist priest.
The old Taoist priest recited his birth date, counted it with his fingers for a moment, and then raised his head suspiciously. "You didn't lie to me?"
Zhang Jun shook his head. Sigh.
Now the old Taoist priest was a little unsure, and muttered, "It's strange, this fate is wrong." Immediately he thought that the young man had just spent $100,000, and he raised his brows, looked around, and saw a shop selling clothes not far ahead.
"Come. Follow me." The old Taoist priest took Zhang Jun's arm and pulled him forward without any explanation. "Welcome."
The store greeter looked at the Taoist priest who walked in with a strange look on his face, dragging a young man with him. He couldn't help but look at each other and cast a strange look at the two of them. But the old Taoist priest didn't care about this, and asked Zhang Jun to stand in front of the mirror.
He immediately took 2 steps back, squinted and looked in the mirror. "It is indeed like this." "What?" "Go out and talk."
So the two of them walked out again under the strange eyes of the clerk. Zhang Jun saw that it was already getting late, and there happened to be a noodle shop in front of him, so he simply suggested having a meal together and chatting while eating. When the old Taoist heard this, he thought it was good, so they went to a noodle shop.
"Good guy, you don't know this if you don't eat it, but you will be shocked when you eat it." Zhang Jun was really hungry. He hadn't eaten anything since he woke up last night.
He ate a big bowl of ramen in the blink of an eye, and then it was more like his taste buds were opened.
Instead of feeling full, he became even hungrier.
So I ordered another bowl and continued eating. I finished the bowl in a blink of an eye, patted my belly, and still felt like I still had more to eat. Zhang Jun thought he was good enough to eat, but it turned out that the old Taoist priest in front of him could eat better than him. The old Taoist priest asked Zhang Jun to save some trouble and directly ordered him 3 bowls of noodles and 2 large portions of beef. At first, Zhang Jun thought that the old Taoist priest would not be able to finish the meal. However, when he was halfway through eating, the old Taoist priest had already started to eat the 3rd bowl.
"Meat. This is very troublesome for you. In fact, you have an excellent destiny. You are born with wealth and honor, which is called Gung Xin Dishing. Zhang Jun's heart skipped a beat. He said these 4 words when he overheard his grandfather and the others talking, but he only knew that he had this destiny, but he did not know the specific content. What is Gung Xin Dishing? The white tiger of Gung Jin is in the destiny, and with the help of the 6 sense organs, it is one of the best fortunes in the world. There is no need to elaborate on the details, because now your destiny has been ruined. The old Taoist priest took a mouthful of noodles and said to Zhang Jun, "The person who ruined your destiny is not too much. It is already extraordinary that you can survive until now." What if? Zhang Jun swallowed a mouthful of beef. What if I never die? After all, look at my condition, I'm quite healthy. The old Taoist nodded. He personally felt Zhang Jun's pulse and confirmed that the boy was now very strong. Then he sneered and said, "If you don't die, all the people who put a curse on you will be dead." Zhang Jun raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard the implication of the old Taoist's words. You mean, if I don't die, the other party will come and kill me personally? The old Taoist priest didn't expect Zhang Jun to be so smart, so he gave a subtle reminder. The boy understood immediately and couldn't help but nodded. Since this person is proficient in numerology, he must know the pros and cons. When the time comes, you will not die, he will definitely come to kill you. How to kill? This is not the old society anymore. He won't come to your door with a knife, right? It's hard to save people, but it's hard to harm people. The old Taoist priest picked up the noodles and cleaned the noodles in the bowl. "Boss, have another bowl and add more spicy food." The boss glanced at the empty bowls stacked on the table, sweating on his forehead, and thought to himself, "Is this here to commit suicide?" The old Taoist turned back to look at Zhang Jun and said with a half-smile, "It's easy to harm people. Besides, your fate is damaged, your life is incomplete, and your soul is hard to keep. If you want to kill you, you only need to use a few tricks to kill you, and you will die on the street." So evil? Zhang Jun's heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to believe everything the old Taoist said, but he also didn't dare not to believe it. At least the old Taoist priest was right about being cursed. Seeing that Zhang Jun's expression was not good, the old Taoist's eyes rolled around and he squinted and asked, "So you want my medicinal materials? Even if you refine them into a golden elixir, it will be useless, but I do have a way to save your life." How much does the Taoist priest want this time? "Hey, monks, let alone money, I think we are quite destined." The old Taoist looked at Zhang Jun with a smile, becoming more and more pleasing to his eyes as Zhang Jun was staring at the old man with hair all over his body. This old Taoist priest can't be a dead gay. Forget it, life is still important, let's see if he can save himself. What? You want to become a monk? At the other end of the phone, my mother's scream came, "You are still young, at least you can leave me a grandson." Zhang Jun frowned, took the phone away from his ear, and waited for the noise on the phone to gradually subside before saying, "I am a Taoist priest, not a monk. Besides, my current body, cough, 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 I'm afraid I won't be able to leave you any grandchildren." Zhang Jun didn't wait for his mother to continue speaking, then said impatiently, "That's it, transfer some more money to me, and we'll talk about other things when I get home later." After saying that, Zhang Jun hung up the phone and turned around to ask the old Taoist priest next to him, "The money will be available soon. Please tell me how to help me first." "It's simple. I'll help you change your destiny first." "Change your life against the sky?" "No, no, no." The old Taoist shook his head repeatedly, "I don't have that much ability, I just took advantage of the east wind to have some tricks." "How to do that?" "Well, your original destiny is to be rich and noble, which is rare in the world. It is not that easy to break it. A living grave must be built for you. Let's find this living grave first." Living grave. Zhang Jun can understand the literal meaning, but it may be difficult to find this place. Even if his family knew about it, they might not tell him, and they might even want to alert him. Seemingly sensing Zhang Jun's embarrassment, the old Taoist priest smiled and said, "Disciple, don't worry, leave the matter of the living grave to me." Zhang Jun rolled his eyes. "We agreed that if you help me solve this matter, I will become your apprentice and help you practice Taoism." The old Taoist priest smiled and said nothing, as if he was convinced of Zhang Jun. The two of them had eaten and drank enough. After Zhang Jun paid the bill, they left the ramen restaurant. The hotel owner looked at the two people leaving and felt relieved. He was afraid that if they were a few steps late, they would die in their hotel. Zhang Jun followed Lao Dao and took the car directly to the south. The old man didn't say the address and just asked the driver to drive south. When the car left the city, Lao Dao leaned against the car window and watched for a long time, then signaled the driver to keep driving forward. Zhang Jun didn't know what the old Taoist priest was going to do. Okay, just stop. In front. When the car drove into a village entrance, the old man signaled the car to stop. This place can no longer be called a suburb, it is completely a mountain village. Zhang Jun looked at the empty village road, kept an eye on it, walked to the driver's side, took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the driver. I've booked the car today. I'll wait here and I'll give you one when I get back. 1,000. When the driver heard that there was such a good thing, he immediately nodded in agreement and left the phone number with Zhang Jun. Hurry up, don't dawdle, it will get dark later. The old Taoist priest urged. It is good. Zhang Jun caught up with him in 2 steps and followed Lao Dao up the mountain along the path. Master Dao, where are you taking me? Zhang Jun followed, watching the road go further and further away, and began to murmur in his heart. He calmly held the phone in his hand, pretending to take photos casually, but secretly edited a text message on the driver's communication page. Call the police. The text message was not sent. Zhang Jun pressed the screen pause button and put the phone in his pocket. The old Taoist priest didn't explain, he just walked forward, faster and faster. Fortunately, Zhang Jun took Zixia pill and now his physical condition is extremely good. It is not difficult to follow the footsteps of the veteran. Until he reached a wasteland, the old man suddenly stopped, squinted his eyes and glanced around, then suddenly changed his gaze. Look here. Zhang Jun had no choice but to move forward. Until he reached the edge of a cliff, the old Taoist immediately became happy when he saw it. Look, this scenery is really good. Zhang Jun raised his head, and from here he could see the tall buildings in the city. The sun was setting, and the dim sunlight shone on the ground. There was also a stream under the cliff, which looked quite different. It's okay. Zhang Jun said this, but for some reason, he felt a strong rejection of this place. An indescribable feeling made him feel particularly irritable and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. At this time, Zhang Jun felt his shoulders suddenly sink, and he saw the old Taoist priest put his hands on his shoulders and stared at Zhang Jun with narrowed eyes. Then I'll bury you here, what do you think? End of this chapter. The old Taoist priest's abrupt words made Zhang Jun's face darken, and he alertly wanted to distance himself from the old Taoist. But when he tried hard, he found that he couldn't move at all. All the limbs of the body seemed to be frozen in place. It's useless, this is called fixation, it's the Maoshan technique. Seeing Zhang Jun struggling, the old Taoist motioned for him to lower his head and look at his feet. Zhang Jun reluctantly lowered his head and saw an old Taoist foot stepping on his shadow. Zhang Jun was shocked by such strange means. The technique was very simple. Compared to the battle between Gu Yuan and Taoist Yushu in the arena, it would be hard to overstate that the old Taoist's method was completely simple and unpretentious. But it was this simple and unpretentious method that shocked Zhang Jun even more, because he knew that this was not a game. Tell me, how would you feel if I buried you here? Zhang Jun looked at the scenery in front of him with a cold face, frowned and said, I don't like it. It's fine if you don't like it. At this time, Lao Dao suddenly let go, and Zhang Jun regained his freedom immediately, and immediately ran 2 steps forward to distance himself from Lao Dao. Seeing his vigilant expression, the old Taoist smiled gradually. Next time, remember, don't let others pat you on the shoulder. There are 3 lamps on a person's body and 2 on his shoulders. When you meet someone who is a bit wise, give him a gentle tap. If you shoot it, I will shoot it out for you, and then your life and death will be decided by others. So, you were teaching me a lesson. Just now? No, I don't have this habit. I just want to make sure you don't hate this place. The old Taoist priest pursed his lips and smiled.
From the look on Zhang Jun's face, it was clear that he wanted to give his apprentice, who had not yet entered the door, a show of strength and show off his skills.
He nodded. It's quite annoying.
I feel uncomfortable all over.
I have an indescribable feeling about this place.
It feels very uncomfortable, as if something is scratching me and I can't find the place.
I don't know what the old Taoist priest brought me here for.
That's right, your living grave will most likely be around here.
How do you know? Zhang Jun's expression changed.
Even if he went to his house to ask about this kind of thing and beat those old guys to death, they wouldn't tell him.
He just met the old Taoist priest once, and he could find his living grave?
Seeing Zhang Jun's shocked eyes, the old Taoist grinned and explained to him. This kind of thing cannot be hidden from Pindao. You can calculate it by using your birth date and the corresponding geographical trend.
You have a lucky destiny of Gangshin. Gung is metal, and metal is in the west.
This place belongs to the south, the 5 elements belong to fire, and there are culverts and grass and trees like forests. If my guess is correct, your living grave should be a coffin made of gold. As the saying goes, if the soil is thick, gold will be buried, if the fire is hot, metal will melt, if the cold water is cold, gold will sink, if the wood is full of gold, then life will be shortened.
This place will kill you to death.
If it weren't for this culvert, which has become more and more withered, you might have died 2 years ago. The words of the old Taoist priest were easy to understand. Although Zhang Jun was a layman, he could still get a general idea. But it's so big here, so we can't dig everywhere exactly where it is.
Zhang Jun took a look around.
This place was neither big nor small.
It was not easy to find it.
It'll be easier if you know the place, but there's no need to rush this matter.
We'll wait a few days and we'll be ready to come back.
The old Taoist priest seemed to be planning to stop here and did not want to go any further. It is said in the burial scriptures that there are 3 good fortunes in the cave and 6 misfortunes in the burial. Your living grave has been erected for so many years.
Even if you find it, it will be useless.
Your fate has been ruined.
There is no way to make up for it. Then our trip was in vain?
Zhang Jun rolled his eyes, suddenly feeling like he was being deceived by the old Taoist priest.
It doesn't count. At least you know the way. When you come next time, at least you know how to go. Am I still coming?
The old Taoist priest smiled, said nothing, and led Zhang Jun down the mountain along the path. As he walked, he casually pulled out a few red ropes and wrapped them around the trees.
Zhang Jun asked the old Taoist priest, but the old Taoist priest didn't explain it. He just said that you will understand it by then.
The 2 of them went down the mountain early while it was still early. On the way, Zhang Jun and Lao Dao chatted one after another. The old Taoist didn't mention a word about his origin, only that his Taoist name was Miaozhen, and he was traveling here now, intending to rebuild the abandoned Taoist temple here. It is precisely because I don't have much money that I stick to the medicinal materials market, planning to meet a destined person and help him build a Taoist temple. As for the medicinal material wrapped in red cloth, it was a wild ginseng he encountered during his early travels. When Zhang Jun heard this, he immediately became interested, but the old Taoist had no intention of giving this spiritual ginseng to him. This thing is still useful, but I can't give it to you for the time being.
Hey, you bought a lonely place with me for 10 yuan?
Don't worry, if I want to deceive you, I won't just defraud you of 10 yuan.
This amount of money is only enough to build a hut.
That's true. The 2 walked while talking. When they walked down the mountain to the entrance of the village, the driver was squatting outside the car door smoking a cigarette. When he saw the 2 coming back, his face suddenly showed a relaxed look. Although it was a chartered car, after all, it was still waiting here.
It's quite frustrating. Master Dao, where should we go next?
Go home, each to his own home, each to his own mother.
This is my phone number. When you feel something is wrong, call me.
Good guy. If I hadn't seen this old Taoist priest on the mountain with some tricks, Zhang Jun would have really doubted whether this guy was an old liar. After this set of procedures, even if you say that he is not a liar, Zhang Jun feels a little unconvinced.
Just think of it as spending money for peace of mind.
Zhang Jun asked the driver to take him back to the apartment, and then sent the old Taoist away. Before leaving, the old Taoist held Zhang Jun's hand and put something into his hand.
Zhang Jun opened his hand and took a look. It was a mirror about the size of a cigarette box. Mirror? Zhang Jun was stunned.
He didn't know what the old Taoist priest was doing for him. Yes, you should keep this mirror close to your body and look after it yourself if you have nothing to do.
The old Taoist looked serious, not seeming to be joking with him.
Although I don't know what kind of treasure you ate, it actually made you lively and vigorous, and freed you from the suffering of diseases and premature aging, but your fate is already ruined.
What you do is really going against nature.
Therefore, during this period, you can encounter any kind of evil things, including monsters and monsters.
What does this have to do with looking in the mirror? Can it ward off evil spirits?
The old man shook his head.
Mirrors are in, and evil spirits will be revealed as soon as you look in the mirror. If you encounter any evil spells, you can look in the mirror and see if there is anything dirty on your body. When the time comes, you can call me and I can help you.
You.
Oh well.
After watching the car drive away, Zhang Jun stood on the street and touched his pockets out of habit, but found nothing. Then he remembered that he had thrown the cigarette into the trash can when he walked out of the hospital gate.
Oh, it's really interesting.
I wasted a day and went to the medicinal materials market, but I didn't buy anything.
Instead, I lost 10 yuan. Zhang Jun couldn't help but grin.
But it's not all without gain, at least I know what my destiny is. When I returned to the apartment, I found that the door was ajar, the door lock was broken, and there was a faint smell of burning in the air. Then I remembered that it seemed that the neighbor noticed something was wrong and asked the security guard to break the door lock and send him to the hospital. Fortunately, this door lock is relatively rubbish, and Zhang Jun has been too lazy to replace it. Otherwise, it would not be easy to break open the August brand door lock of the neighbor's house across the door. Zhang Jun thought of this and looked back at the neighbor's door lock behind him.
August brand door lock, C-class anti-theft lock. Once locked, you must have the owner's authentication if you want to open it. Otherwise, you can't open the door lock, no matter from the outside or from the inside.
Zhang Jun is very familiar with this kind of door lock, because the door lock at home is of this brand. It's just strange that it would be a bit too luxurious for ordinary people to use such a door lock. After all, a door lock costs tens of thousands, which is not a good choice for most people, not to mention that this is just an apartment.
But he didn't think much about it. Maybe the other party valued security more.
Pushing the door open and walking into the house, turning on the light, I saw the old antique arcade machine lying in the corner, with most of the wall behind it darkened. Zhang Jun just took a look at it and didn't take it to heart at all.
He would just have someone repair it tomorrow.
After closing the door, Zhang Jun took a simple shower, picked up a bottle of cold beer, and sat on the sofa. What the old Taoist said may not be false, but you can't believe it entirely.
But if someone really wants to kill me, what should I do?
Zhang Jun frowned and put the beer to his mouth. He took a sip and the cold beer entered his throat. It was as if all his fatigue disappeared in an instant. I remembered that today on the mountain, the old Taoist priest casually patted me on the shoulder.
It felt like I had my life firmly in my hands for a moment, making me unable to move.
I would be lying if I said I was not afraid. Fortunately, the old Taoist priest didn't have any ill intentions towards him. But if the person who kills him uses the same method as the old Taoist priest, he is no match for him. Thinking of this, Zhang Jun couldn't help but walk to the mirror and take a closer look at his face.
The complexion is rosy and even the skin on the face is moisturized.
When the light shines on it, it feels like your face is full of red light. Zhang Jun knew that this was all because of the Zixia pill. If it weren't for the Zixia pill, his current complexion would probably be no different from that of a dying person. Since Zixia pill can change my bad luck of dying from illness, then there must be something else in the game world that can help me. Although the old Taoist priest had some supernatural powers, Zhang Jun felt that he was unreliable no matter how he looked at him.
It's definitely not in your character to put your life in the hands of others.
Now he is like a drowning person, and the only thing he can do is to hold on to the life-saving straw of the game world. Thinking of this, Zhang Jun looked at the game console behind him again. When I stepped forward, I saw that a hole had been burned through the back of the game console. Zhang Jun took a look and saw that the circuit boards inside were all burned, the kind that even repairmen couldn't repair. I don't know what method I will use next time I go online. Call the apartment housekeeper to have the door repaired. Zhang Jun ordered himself a takeout for 3 people and ran up and down the mountain. After walking so far with the old Taoist priest, the stock in his stomach was already empty. He was too lazy to run, so he could only order takeout. In fact, my family invited my aunt to take care of me, especially after I became ill. But Zhang Jun didn't like being stared at, especially after learning that his family was risking his life to extend the family's wealth. He became even more disgusted. This is why he insists on living alone outside. After the takeaway was delivered, the housekeeper fixed the door lock. After Zhang Jun finished eating the takeaway, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, it was already noon. Ah, comfortable. Opening his eyes, Zhang Jun stretched out. He had never slept so comfortably since he got sick. After walking to the bathroom and briefly freshening up, Zhang Jun looked in the mirror and felt that he looked better than yesterday. It should be because of Zixia Dan. It is impossible for him to digest all the 5th grade elixirs in a short time. Therefore, the power of the elixir should still be in your body. Buzz. The mobile phone on the table vibrated. Zhang Jun picked up the phone and saw that it was Fatty Lee's call. He pressed the answer button and heard Fatty Lee's voice, "Brother, I found the thing." Fatty Lee's movements were really fast. In just one day, he found the explosive that Zhang Jun wanted. However, Fatty Lee changed his voice and said with a slight embarrassment, "Brother Zhang, I found what you want, but the other party needs to pay a deposit of first. Not to mention 100,000 even. If it was discounted in half, Fatty Lee wouldn't be able to get it out of his pocket." "Okay, where are you?" "I'll send it to you. By the way, you can take me to meet this person." "Oh, Changbei Road, used home appliance market." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jun took the cash from the room, opened the door and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, there was a strong smell of perfume, which made Zhang Jun couldn't help but frown. His sense of smell is very sensitive now, and the smell of such a strong perfume makes his nasal cavity feel numb. "Hey, you're back." When I raised my head, I saw my neighbor who lived across the street. Wearing a beige long dress, although she is nearly 40 years old, she is extremely well maintained. With the temperament of a mature woman, she makes people feel like she is loved by her mother. After he moved here, Zhang Juanwang met 8 suitors at the door. There were not 10 but 8 suitors, many of whom were younger than himself. Perhaps because he did not lack maternal love, Zhang Jun was not interested in this charming woman. Even a little repulsive, I don't understand why the other person always wears such a strong perfume on his body. But no matter what, it seemed that someone discovered him yesterday. Out of politeness, Zhang Jun nodded politely and thanked the woman at the same time. "Sister Wang, I want to thank you for what happened yesterday. If you hadn't discovered it in time, I would have been roasted into charcoal. Yes, thanks to your good skin, if it gets burnt, it will be a cruel thing." Sister Wang looked Zhang Jun up and down, put her hands behind her back, half bent forward, and carefully looked at Zhang Jun's face. "Hey, when did your skin become so good?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to pinch it. Zhang Jun immediately turned aside and said, "Maybe I feel more comfortable sleeping in the hospital." "Haha, you can sleep comfortably in the hospital. This is the first time I've heard of it." Sister Wang covered her mouth and smiled softly. As he said that, he moved his face closer. "I saved your life. You wouldn't just say thank you and send it to me. How about, come to accompany your sister tonight?" The faint smell of perfume mixed with Sister Wang's body fragrance came closer. Her body was slightly bent, and the looming scenery under the collar, combined with these provocative words, would have been unbearable to ordinary people. However, Zhang Jun rolled his eyes and said with an expression of gratitude, "Farewell, I'm not the kind of little fresh meat you like. We don't talk to each other, so just treat it as I owe you a favor this time." Hey, the boy didn't know how good his sister was, and he mistakenly regarded the girl as a treasure. "Forget it, I won't delay your romantic happiness. But next time you are hungry,
don't eat takeout. You can come to see my sister and try my cooking skills.
Sister Wang picked up a black plastic bag from behind. My steak is much more delicious than takeout.
If there is a chance, definitely.
Zhang Jun agreed with a smile, then decisively turned around and left. Seeing that Zhang Jun had walked out of her sight, Sister Wang shook her head with regret. How come I didn't notice such a great body before?
Oh, what a pity.
As she spoke, Sister Wang opened the plastic bag in her hand and looked at the young head in the plastic bag. Forget it, I'll just eat you for lunch first. End of this chapter.
Brother Zhang, this way.
At the entrance of the used home appliance market, Fatty Lee had been waiting at the intersection early. When he saw Zhang Jun's car, he immediately waved. When they met, Fatty Lee was about to speak, but before he could speak, he was stunned and looked up and down Zhang Jun.
Brother Zhang, you look really good today. Did something good happen to you?
Zhang Jun has changed so much that even Fatty Lee can see it. Compared with the pale face last night, he looked completely different.
Zhang. Jun glanced at him. Do you have an accurate date on when the things will be given to me? Yes, this man's name is Lao Shi. He used to work in a mining area. He has hidden a lot of inventory, but the price is expensive, 15. 15, this is also in China.
When you go abroad, not to mention the Middle East, even in Southeast Asia, you don't know how many guns you can buy at this price. But Zhang Jun didn't care about this. After all, the money was not earned by himself, not to mention that he had to pay for it with his own life. He didn't feel bad at all when he spent it.
Go, take me there.
Without further ado, after today, I will go online again.
I can get things like explosives as soon as possible.
Whether I can use them is not mentioned, but I still feel safe holding them in my hands. The used home appliance market is more like a greenhouse factory than a market, filled with a pungent smell of engine oil. A large number of discarded household appliances were dismantled here, and the worthless parts were piled randomly in the corners. Even the ground feels sticky when you step on it.
Ding ding bang bang. ZZ.
The electric drill, the sound of knocking, and the bad environment made Zhang Jun very uncomfortable here.
Following Fatty Lee, they walked deeper into the market.
When they passed through an alley, several young people stopped in front of them. Zhang Jun took a glance and found that there were already two middle-aged men standing behind him holding wrenches. They looked like they were repairing something, but they had already blocked their escape.
What are you doing?
Just walk here. The leading young man was not polite and pointed at Fatty Lee and asked,
Jojoer, come find Master Ba.
Fatty Lee smiled brightly and took out his cigarettes for several young people to disperse. Hearing this, the leading young man looked at Fatty Lee up and down and then looked at Zhang Jun behind him.
The expression on his face softened a little, and he took the cigarette. What's the way?
Crossing the river by feeling for stones, I just looked north and south. Fatty Lee's words sounded confusing, but the young man nodded, didn't ask any more questions, nodded, and waved his hand to signal Fatty Lee and the others to come in.
Fat man, what do you mean by what you just said?
The two took a few steps away, and Zhang Jun asked in a low voice. Jargon, also called slang. Fatty Lee looked quite proud. He could distinguish himself from those ruffians precisely because he didn't know anything else, but he could speak slang.
Runway means middleman. Bai Yi does not refer to a person.
In the past, those who imitated old and new goods at antique stalls were called Bai Yi. Now here, it has another meaning. Those who do shady business are also called Bai Yi. He asked us what kind of Tao we were, and there was something important about it.
Waterways are smuggled goods from outside. The dry road is a stolen thing.
Clamping sticks means that something bites the hand and must be sold as soon as possible. We don't need to explain this clearly to him, so I said that we crossed the river by feeling the stones and looked north and south. This meant that we had just arrived and didn't know what the moisture was here, so we didn't see anything.
So that's it. I didn't realize it. The water here is quite deep. How do you know these things?
Zhang Jun just asked casually, but Fatty Lee felt a little embarrassed.
My grandfather was a gangster in Guangzhou before liberation. My father spent 12 years in prison in his early years.
He had nothing else in the family, so he only knew this slang. Zhang Jun curled his lips and suddenly felt that he had underestimated this fat man in the past. No wonder this boy knew all kinds of evil ways. He came from a well-established family of lovers. While the two were talking, they walked into a small room. When he opened the door and walked in, he saw 4 old men sitting in the room, eating melon seeds and smoking cigarettes. They were not surprised to see Fatty Lee come in. One of the old men stood up, winked at the two of them, and led Zhang Jun and Fatty Lee to the small house in the back room. After closing the door, the old man stopped talking and looked at Zhang Jun. "The explosives you want? What are you doing?" "Play." Zhang Jun found a chair to sit down and put the money directly on the table, pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand. "Don't worry, old man. I live a good life and don't use it for excitement. I just have other uses. After all, it is explosives. If it makes any big noise, both sellers and buyers will be in trouble." No wonder the old man is so cautious. "Master Guan, Brother Zhang, am the young master of the Zhang Group. Please be at ease. Let's talk about the rules in the industry. When we go out, this thing has nothing to do with you. If something happens in the future, the sky will fall. It's also my responsibility to carry this runway," Fatty Lee on the side said helpfully. Hearing this, the old man glanced at Fatty Lee and pointed the cigarette rod in his hand at Fatty Lee's head. "For your grandfather's sake, if it had been anyone else, I would have beaten him out." After the old man finished speaking, he looked from the side. He took out a wooden box from the cabinet, opened the box, and found 12 tubular explosives neatly placed inside, as well as the fuses used to light the explosives. Looking at the explosives in the box, Zhang Jun frowned slightly. After handing the money to the old man, he asked Fatty Lee to carry the box and left quickly. When the two of them walked out of the market, Zhang Jun put the explosives in the trunk of the car, while Fatty Lee rubbed his hands with an impatient expression on his face. "Brother Zhang, my 1.15 will arrive tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Zhang. If anything happens in the future, just ask. Just in time, I want some old medicinal materials that are old. You can help me look for them. I will send you a medicine list later. Remember, they must be genuine old medicines. I don't want those with high technology and ruthless work." Since Fatty Lee said this, Zhang Jun had no intention of being polite. He had already been to Zhongxian market and the medicine there was not ideal. Speaking of these medicinal materials, it is actually not difficult to find them. As long as you are willing, you can definitely find them. It's just that Zhang Jun doesn't have the time to waste on this matter. "Okay." Fatty Lee immediately agreed readily. This kind of thing was not difficult for him. After saying goodbye to Fatty Lee, Zhang Jun took the box and went straight back to the apartment. "When I walked to the door, I smelled an indescribable smell of barbecue coming from the opposite door, and I could vaguely hear the laughter of a man inside." Zhang Jun didn't think much, pushed open the door, turned around and locked the door. He placed the box on the couch. I glanced at the time on the clock on the wall and saw that there was still plenty of time. Zhang Jun took a shower and ordered a large takeout, enough for 4 people. Maybe it was because of the Zixia pill, but he felt that his appetite was getting bigger and bigger. After taking a hot bath, Zhang Jun picked up his phone and started searching for living human graves in the name of the old Taoist Miaojin on the search engine, hoping to see if he could find some valuable information. After all, this old Taoist priest always made Zhang Jun feel a little unreliable. It doesn't matter if you are defrauded of money, but if this guy is a liar, your life may be lost in the hands of this Taoist priest. Bang bang bang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. It should be takeaway. Zhang Jun opened the door, and a strong smell of perfume hit him, making Zhang Jun couldn't help but sneeze. When he looked closely, it was Sister Wang who was opposite the door. Sister Wang was wearing a loose pajamas and her hair was disheveled. She was standing in front of Zhang Jun's door with a very pale face. When she saw Zhang Jun, she immediately took Zhang Jun's hand. Something happened at home. Problem occurs? Zhang Jun looked up at the open door opposite and saw a man lying on the ground with his upper body naked.
I don't know what happened to him, but he suddenly fell to the ground and stopped moving. Sister Wang explained incoherently. Zhang Jun actually didn't want to care about this matter, but after thinking about it, he owed someone a favor after all. I'll take a look first. Zhang Jun pushed away Sister Wang's hand calmly. Walking into the room, I glanced at the room and found that it was cleaner and tidier than I thought. The man was lying shirtless on the floor, with the zipper of his pants still open. Zhang Jun put his fingers on the man's neck and found that the man was no longer breathing. Call the police, he's dead. Died. Sister Wang covered her face and walked in cautiously. After hearing Zhang Jun's words, she immediately closed the door and locked it behind her. How could he die? I will jump into the Yellow River now. It's not clear. As he spoke, he walked to Zhang Jun and stretched out his hand to pull Zhang Jun's arm. But this time Zhang Jun was prepared. He immediately stood up and avoided Sister Wang's hand, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. I'll call the police for you. When the police arrive, they will investigate. Just tell the police clearly. It's nothing. Zhang Jun said and took out his mobile phone from his pocket, only to find that there was no signal on the mobile phone. Arrears, impossible? Zhang Jun stood up in confusion. At this time, the mirror in his pocket fell out. Fortunately, Zhang Jun had quick eyes and quick hands and grabbed the mirror in his hand before it fell. Don't call the police, I'm afraid. At this time, Sister Wang suddenly stepped forward and hugged Zhang Jun's back, placing a heavy weight on his shoulders. Zhang Jun frowned and was about to throw Sister Wang away. But when his eyes glanced at the mirror in his hand, Zhang Jun stiffened and his eyes suddenly widened. In the mirror, Sister Wang's face was torn, and a bloody gash spread from her forehead to the corners of her lips. Her mouth, which had been split into 4 parts, was lying on her neck, sucking greedily. These girls? Not human? Sorry, I went out for a meeting today, so I'm a little late. End of this chapter. Hiss. A chill hit him, and Zhang Jun couldn't help but stand on end. Are you scared too? Sister Wang put her hand on Zhang Jun's lower back and noticed that his body was shaking. She put her face against Zhang Jun's ear and whispered, "Help me, I won't hurt you." A moist heat hit his earlobe, and Zhang Jun felt sick in his heart. Sister Wang, let me go to the bathroom first. Zhang Jun calmed down, stood up and glanced behind the door, then looked towards the bathroom. After saying that, without waiting for Sister Wang to agree, she turned around and ran to the bathroom. After closing the bathroom door, Zhang Jun leaned against the door and took a deep breath. Sure enough, the wise old man was right, he was very unlucky this time. What on earth is this bitch? Zhang Jun looked at the bathroom in front of him. It was a closed bathroom with no place to escape. I took out my phone and checked again, but there was still no signal. Dong dong dong. Are you okay? Don't be afraid. I thought of a good idea. Come out and help me. Sister Wang's urging voice came from outside the door. Zhang Jun's face suddenly darkened, and he asked through the bathroom door, "What can I do?" You come out first and I'll tell you. I'm taking a shit, wait a minute. Oh. Sister Wang outside the door responded and stopped urging. What to do? Rush out. Fight with her? After several thoughts flashed through Zhang Jun's mind, he rejected them one by one. Regardless of whether the opponent is a human or a ghost, he is no match for him. If he rushes out, he will definitely die. Now I can only delay and find ways to delay time. You can enter the game world right away, and then you can figure out a solution after entering the game world. At this time, Zhang Jun suddenly felt that it was quiet outside and could not hear anything. This feeling of silence makes people feel depressed. So he walked to the toilet, pressed the flush button, and with the sound of flushing water, Zhang Jun moved behind the door again, wanting to see if there was any movement outside the door. He put his face against the crack of the door, put one eye in front of the crack, squinted his eyes and looked out. He didn't see Sister Wang, only the body lying motionless on the ground. Where is Sister Wang? Zhang Jun frowned, turned sideways and tried to look outside, but still saw no one. At this time,
he suddenly felt itchy on his neck, and strands of slender hair were hanging down in front of him. He slowly raised his head and saw a gray-white face above his head, looking down at him condescendingly. Two red eyes were staring at him, with a longing for blood and flesh on her face, and a desire for destruction that could not be concealed. She was obviously trying her best to suppress her inner impulse. The sense of danger of death made his whole body cold, and it was too late to escape. Sister Wang's left hand was already pressed on the door. With a banging gesture, she not only held the bathroom door firmly, but also almost pressed her body in front of Zhang Jun. I wanted to keep you as a midnight snack, but who made that useless thing? I was scared to death before I even started. I can only feel sorry for you. Give me a good meal first. Sister Wang pinched Zhang Jun's chin with her slender fingers, her eyes showing that her appetite was getting stronger and stronger. Seeing the bloody mouth getting closer and closer, Zhang Jun felt a chill on his back, and his emotions were overwhelmed by a strong sense of despair, which almost suffocated him. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a rapid banging on the door, which made Shepan, who was close at hand, take a big mouthful and raised his head to look out the door in confusion. It was at the moment when Sister Wang was distracted. Zhang Jun suddenly raised his arm and punched Sister Wang's left hand. Sister Wang, who suddenly lost her center of gravity, was caught off guard. Her body suddenly lost her center of gravity and fell hard to the ground. Zhang Jun took the opportunity to open the bathroom door and ran away. Die. As he stepped out of the bathroom door with one foot, a chill hit him behind him, and he felt a burning tingling sensation on his back. This made him rush out without any hesitation, got into the bedroom next to him, and locked the door behind him. With his body pressed against the door, Zhang Jun gasped for breath. When he reached out and touched his back, he found that his back was soaked in blood. A burning tingling sensation hit Zhang Jun, who quickly calmed down from his fear, took out his cell phone and glanced at the time on it. Hold on a little longer, we're about to enter the game. Zhang Jun raised his head and looked at the room in front of him. He knew that the door behind him could not stop Sister Wang at all, and he had to find a place to hide now. This should be Sister Wang's bedroom. The windows were all locked with anti-theft nets, and it was impossible to even climb through the windows and jump off the building. What's even more exaggerated is that there are 3 particularly large freezers lined up next to the bed. Is there a freezer in the bedroom? Don't know what's in it. Zhang Jun doesn't want to know either. After thinking about it, Zhang Jun immediately took off his shirt and threw it under the bed, deliberately exposing a part of it, and then got into the large closet next to the door. As soon as Sister Wang bent over to look under the bed, she would jump out of the closet and run out. When the cabinet door was closed, the world seemed to quiet down at this moment. Zhang Jun looked through the gap in the closet and did not see the door being opened. Instead, he saw a black mist quietly coming out of the air outlet of the central air conditioner. The black mist twisted into a ball as if it was alive. Gradually, Zhang Jun couldn't help but widen his eyes. He saw Sister Wang's face, body, and limbs gradually emerging from the black mist, and then falling lightly on the floor. Now Zhang Jun finally understood why Sister Wang appeared quietly behind him. She can actually atomize her body. Little guy, you pissed me off. Sister Wang didn't seem to be in a hurry. She sat on the bed and crossed her legs, holding her chin with one hand. I'm very curious. You looked like you were going to die before, and the meat on your body was smelly. How come it only lasted one night? In a short period of time, you have been completely transformed? This question has been lingering in her head since she met Zhang Jun outside the door today. To her, this was a miracle like coming back to life. Zhang Jun hid in the box and had a strange look on his face after hearing Sister Wang's words. My previous health was so bad that even monsters couldn't look down on me. But this also made him more convinced that the items in the game world could change his destiny. Sister Wang caressed her thigh. Little brother, if you are willing to tell me this secret, not only will I not eat you, but I will also help you. If you want money, or people. Sister Wang's hands had already lifted her pajama skirt up to her thighs. There was a black dagger stuck on her round thigh, which she slowly pulled out. Seeing no response, Sister Wang looked sideways at the closet. She found me. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and Zhang Jun couldn't help but hold his breath. I saw Sister Wang standing up slowly, holding the black dagger in one hand, and slowly reaching for the door handle of the closet with the other hand.
Bang 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 bang. The takeaway has arrived, are you at home? The banging on the door sounded again.
The expression on Sister Wang's face gradually became distorted. She turned around and cursed, "No one is here.
If you knock on the door again, I will kill you first."
As she spoke, Sister Wang opened the closet, but when she saw the empty figure in the closet, Sister Wang was stunned, and then glanced suspiciously at the bottom of the bed and the refrigerator.
The delivery man outside the door has become impatient. Is there anyone there? If you don't open the door, the things will be thrown on the floor.
The harsh urging finally made Sister Wang's face show an annoyed look, and she turned and walked towards the door with a dark face.
Dong dong dong. The rapid knock on the door made Zhang Jun gradually open his eyelids.
When I saw the familiar stone chamber, I let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, when Sister Wang opened the cabinet door, she finally received the long-awaited online notification. A new round of competitive competition is about to begin. Please prepare to go online before the start of the competition. When I silently recited the word online in my heart, my consciousness felt like it was pulled out of my body by an invisible big hand. When he opened his eyes again, he had entered the game world and was in the second senior brother's room. Unfortunately, he came in such a hurry that the prepared explosives could not be brought in. Zhang Jun walked to the door, unlocked the door lock, and the second senior brother opened the stone door and walked in.
"Junior brother, why did you open the door?"
As soon as he entered the door, the second senior brother complained.
Forget it, let me ask you something, are you really not going to give up that pill?" Zhang Jun shook his head. How could he let it out, not to mention that he had already eaten it?
"Hey, just now I went to help you explain to Elderly, but I got scolded so badly that Elderly asked you to participate in the next round of competition.
Isn't this going to kill you?"
The second senior brother was a kind-hearted person and fought for Zhang Jun.
"It's also our master's fault. He killed Taoist Yushu, had a clear mind, and immediately went into seclusion when he came back. This has been very painful for us.
Without the backing of our master, we, the blood demons, have become soft persimmons in the eyes of others.
Then aren't they afraid that our master will settle the score with them after he comes out of seclusion? Calculate?"
The second senior brother raised his head, looked at his junior brothers seriously, and sneered, "We are a demon sect, and it is natural for the weak to prey on the strong.
Besides, if you die in the arena, what does it have to do with them?"
In contrast to the dejection of the second senior brother, Zhang Jun just stood aside and watched, not feeling anything wrong. Seeing that the second senior brother seemed to be chattering endlessly, Zhang Jun could only interrupt and ask, "By the way, how is the third senior brother?"
"The third one." The second senior brother was suddenly interrupted by Zhang Jun.
Before his mind could turn around, he said after a moment, "If you survive a catastrophe, you will be lucky in the future."
Blessed?
Now it was Zhang Jun's turn to feel confused. When the third senior brother Huang Mao was taken down by the second senior brother, he was almost out of shape. He was originally a relatively strong man, but when he was lifted off the cursed altar, he was completely skinny in bones. It's obvious that the air is coming out but not taking in, which is a sign of danger and misfortune.
How can there be future blessings?
Zhang Jun really couldn't figure out where this blessing came from. Seeing his confused look, the second senior brother explained, "Don't worry, he won't die. Several elders are taking care of him as a treasure. It turns out that the curse test on the altar, called a trial, is by no means a simple torture.
Anyone who has endured the trial will have a very high affinity for the curse."
The third child endured 3 rounds of trials, which most people would not dare to think of. According to the words of the elders, the third child's current physique is already an extremely rare cursed body. In the future, he will be like a fish in water if he turns to the curse method. After 1 day of practice, he will be as good as others for a month, and he will never be better in the realm in the future.
Shackles.
Therefore, several elders almost regarded the third child as a treasure, and fed him various elixirs every day. After they had enough energy, they would officially teach him the spell to dismantle the demon.
At that time, enlightenment and heavenly beings will be just around the corner. So, it was a blessing in disguise for him. Although the rules of the arena are sometimes weird, those who survive are often blessed by some special opportunities. The third child picked it up this time, but he still narrowly escaped death. The second senior brother couldn't help but sigh for the opportunity that the third junior brother Huang Mao had. While the two were talking, the senior brother walked in from outside the door. When he saw Zhang Jun, his face suddenly darkened. "You still have time to chat here. The news is confirmed. Tomorrow is the disciple battle. Each of the 5 sects and 12 sects of the righteous path will have a disciple. The same is true for our demonic path. If you don't think of a way, you will be dead. Disciple battle." The second senior brother was stunned for a few seconds, and then he burst into tears. It's over, isn't this asking my junior brother to die?" Seeing the second senior brother's mournful appearance, Zhang Jun couldn't help but ask, "Disciple battle? Is it dangerous? Since so many people are participating in the battle, I can't defeat them. It should be okay to hide behind them." When the first senior brother and second senior brother heard this, they immediately looked at each other with helpless expressions on their faces. In the end, the second senior brother patiently explained to Zhang Jun. The so-called disciple war is when the disciples of the good and evil sects participate in the battle, but the disciples here must have cultivation levels below the concentration realm. Although the rules are like this, both parties often perform some sexy operations. For example, in the last disciple battle, the righteous Lan Ke sect caused a master in the concentration realm to cut off his own cultivation and forcibly fall into the chi gathering realm. Although they were both in the chi condensation realm, this person was ridiculously strong, and he completely unilaterally killed the masters at the same level. There is also a similar operation in their evil way. 3 chi condensation realm disciples participated. At the beginning of the battle, 2 of them actually injected all their cultivation into one person's body and forcibly promoted him to the condensation realm. There are countless operations like this. But it also illustrates from the side the cruelty of the disciple war. Often, after a disciple battle, only 1 out of 10 people can survive. In our blood evil lineage, there were several senior brothers who died in the disciple battle. Zhang Jun looked at the second senior brother who was almost in tears. His expression gradually became serious, and he immediately regretted that he could not bring down the explosives. But it's useless to regret now. The roster has been decided, and I only have 1 day left to prepare. If I don't find a way as soon as possible, I'm afraid that I will be cannon fodder when I play tomorrow. Who is Zhao Ju? A Taoist boy walked to the door without coming in. He stuck his head in and asked. The first senior brother and the second senior brother looked back at Zhang Jun. At this time, Zhang Jun realized that Zhao Ju was his name in the game, so he responded, "I am." "You." The Taoist boy looked at Zhang Jun with his joking eyes, and then said with a bad smile, "Zongman's handyman, you haven't been doing this for a long time, right? Today you are going to be a handyman and feed the spiritual pets of some elders in the backyard." After saying that, he threw a jade sign on the ground. "What?" Before Zhang Jun could speak, the second senior brother was unhappy. "My junior brother will participate in the arena tomorrow. According to the rules, he doesn't have to do any chores." "Rule?" The Taoist boy curled his lips, stared at the second senior brother and asked, "What rule?" "That rule? Who makes the rules?" "This." The second senior brother couldn't say it out loud, because this rule was everyone's default unspoken rule. Now that Dao Tongjin mentioned it, the second senior brother didn't know how to explain it. But the beast taming workshop has been very dangerous recently. The junior brother in charge of the beast taming workshop was torn to pieces by the beast last time. My junior brother has no experience at all. Isn't it too dangerous? The second senior brother still wants to make some more efforts. But the Taoist boy didn't show mercy at all. What kind of job is not dangerous? Just be careful and serve me. The handyman job is the job of you entry-level disciples, so what's the point? Seeing that the second senior brother was in trouble, Zhang Jun stepped forward, patted the second senior brother on the shoulder, looked sideways at the Taoist boy, walked forward with a smile and asked. This senior brother is right, I will work as a handyman right now, but I haven't asked yet, what is your name, senior brother, and what is your position? Humph, you are sensible. I am a Taoist boy under elderly. If you were sensible, why would you do this? The Taoist boy raised his head, wishing to use his nostrils to look at people. He was hinting to Zhang Jun that it was not too late to hand over the elixir now. Zhang Jun looked suddenly enlightened when he heard this. He glanced around and saw the stones on the ground. Next second. Boom! As soon as the Taoist boy's vision went dark, he was knocked to the ground. His head hurt sharply, and blood suddenly poured out. Zhang Jun looked at the Taoist boy lying on the ground and spat coldly. A little Taoist boy, not even a disciple, dares to shout at us here, get out. You dare. The Taoist boy covered his head with tears and runny nose. He pointed at Zhang Jun and was about to curse. But after seeing the stone in Zhang Jun's hand, his reason made him shut his mouth and ran back dejectedly, covering his head. Junior brother, you have offended elderly to death. The second senior brother was also stupid. Elderly asked the Taoist boy to come over, obviously to give the younger brother a chance. He didn't expect that the younger brother's temper would become so bad. Offend? Zhang Jun raised his head. He has tried to punish me to death, why am I still afraid of this? As he spoke, he looked at the jade token that was thrown to the ground by the Taoist boy. I saw a faint blue question mark on the jade plate. Beast Control Talisman. With this order, you can enter and exit the Beast Control Workshop. Recently, the Beast Masters in the Beast Masters shop have a bad temper. It's because the Beast King has a bad taste during pregnancy, which makes other Beast Masters tremble and frighten, and their moods fluctuate. If you can add some acidic ingredients to the Beast King's food, it can appease the Beast Master. Well, good Beast Master, things might get a lot better. Mission, appease the Beast King. Mission difficulty, normal. Mission reward, obtain the protection of the Beast King and 2 wishing stars. Although the update is a little late, there are still quite a lot of words that, you know. Smiley face. End of this chapter. Junior brother, are you sure you want to go to the Beast Taming Workshop? The second senior brother walked in front, looking at the gate of the Beast Control Studio not far ahead, and turned back to Zhang Jun and asked again. What are you going to do? I'd beat up the Taoist boy. Why don't you go into the Beast Control Workshop now and wait for elderly to come and cause trouble for me? Zhang Jun leaned his hands behind his head and looked at the buildings in the station as if he were sightseeing. Apart from being shabby, they were still shabby. Not even a patch of turf. According to the words of the second senior brother, other stations are not like this. Just because their washing sect has lost one after another and lost all their resources, the station naturally seems to be in a state of decline. But, the Beast Control Workshop is really dangerous. Are you sure there is no problem? The second senior brother is still worried. The Beast Control Workshop originally had full-time personnel in charge, but during this period, the strange beasts inside became more and more violent and would attack if they were not careful, which was very dangerous. Even these experienced people couldn't help it. Let Zhang Jun be responsible for feeding. It looked like they were trying to kill him. Do you still remember the last round of competition? Zhang Jun suddenly asked. The second senior brother paused and turned around, of course. At that time, we were different and had no choice, but now we can still talk and chat here. This is different. Is there a difference? Seeing the dull look on the second senior brother's face, Zhang Jun stepped forward and patted his shoulder, grinning and said, there are roads that can only be taken. Going forward may lead to death, but those who stand still will die undoubtedly. This sentence is not only for the second senior brother, but also for myself. Before coming into contact with the game world, I was once decadent and desperate. I even knew that drinking was accelerating the deterioration of my condition, but I still drank and died outside. Until he owned this game world and played his first competitive match, he didn't have much hope. It wasn't until the moment of victory that he felt like he was grasping at straws. Now he wants to live more than anyone else.
Even if there is no road ahead, he will fight his way out. The second senior brother was shocked by these words. He looked at the back of his junior brother. He was not only unfamiliar with his junior brother, but also admired his courage.
Let's go?
Until Zhang Jun took a few steps and saw the second senior brother left behind, he waved at him and urged him.
Oh! Wait for me, wait for me.
The second senior brother woke up from a dream and immediately chased after him. When the two arrived at the beast taming workshop, they were greeted by an old man. The old man's temples were gray and his hair was so sparse that only a few strands were left, blowing messily in the wind. He had a cold face the whole time. After learning that Zhang Jun was doing the chores, he nodded numbly. The cold gaze reminded Zhang Jun of the time in the hospital when the doctor looked at the dying old man on the bed. Seeing this, the second senior brother hurriedly stepped forward and gave the old man a jar of wine. My junior brother has no experience, and I hope the steward can give me some advice. The old man did not go to pick up the wine from the second senior brother, but responded stiffly, the beast taming workshop is an important place, and no one else can enter.
You can go back.
Okay. The second senior brother handed the wine to Zhang Jun, winked at Zhang Jun, and then turned and left.
Come with me.
The old man lowered his head and led Zhang Jun into the beast control workshop. He took out the access control and opened the huge stone door. A strong and sour smell immediately poured out from behind the door, which made Zhang Jun almost feel like vomiting. All kinds of strange beasts are kept in large and small iron cages. Further back, there is a huge cave entrance, so dark that nothing can be seen. That's the warehouse. There are food rations that strange animals like to eat. You can prepare them yourself and distribute them to these beasts. The old man pointed to the dark hole in front of him again. That's the Beast King's lair. As for the 6 tiger dogs, they usually won't attack the feeders. They will be fed in 2 hours. You'd better feed them as soon as possible, otherwise. At this point, the old man looked Zhang Jun meaningfully up and down. Hey, I'm afraid your body of flesh is not enough for them. After saying that, he just left without saying a word. He only took 2 steps. When he remembered something, he quickly turned back and snatched the wine jar from Zhang Jun's arms. If you still have any questions, just wait until you survive today. This time the old man left simply and went directly back to the small wooden house on the side. As soon as the door was closed, there was no movement. Hey, it's really reality. Zhang Jun smiled bitterly. The old man was still realistic, but on second thought, he probably wouldn't bother to talk to a dying person. It's a pity. I didn't plan to die here. Zhang Jun turned around and walked towards the warehouse and pushed open the door of the warehouse. The warehouse may not look big, but the space inside is surprisingly large. It doesn't look like a small warehouse at all, but more like it is connected to a warehouse the size of a football field. Zhang Jun slowly raised his head and looked at the frozen meat piled up like a hill in front of him, layer by layer like the Great Wall. The various grains and fruits in the sacks on the side are piled up layer after layer. In the middle is a huge iron pot, and beside it is a shovel taller than a person. Zhang Jun glanced at the remaining residue in the iron pot and frowned for a moment. In such an environment, it's no wonder that the Monster King is in a bad mood. But now that I'm here, this situation should be changed. He immediately started rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to start working. After a while, the sound of cooking began to come from the warehouse. Hey, this silly boy is really working hard. The old man on the bed shook his head and sneered when he heard the movement outside. Why do you want to be a handyman? It's obvious that this stupid boy is going to die. During the period of Beast King's pregnancy, delivering food was a chore. If the food was slightly unpalatable, Beast King's slap would not be polite at all. Not to mention an inexperienced novice, even an old guy like him would tremble every time he delivers food. As for why this kid was sent here at this time, the old man didn't know, and he didn't want to know. After a sip of strong wine went down his throat, the old man squinted his eyes, hummed a little song, and gradually fell asleep while lying on the bed. I don't know how long it took, but the old man raised his nose, and a scent of fragrance came to his nostrils. He rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed.
What time is this? Well, hasn't this kid been fed yet?
The old man walked to the window and took a look and found that the warehouse door was open, and white smoke was coming from the large iron pot visible to the naked eye. A strong fragrance wafted out, and it seemed to taste pretty good. But when the old man squinted and took a closer look, he was stunned when he saw that the iron pot was full of vegetable leaves.
No meat?
The old man didn't care much at this time and was about to open the door immediately, but his hand was on the door. After thinking about it, he took it back and continued to sit on the bedside and drink. This matter is beyond his control, and it is beyond his control.
I can only say that this kid deserves to be like this.
Even a novice should know that these beast masters are not vegetarian, especially the Beast King. If you dare to make it vegetarian, you will see that his claws are vegetarian.
Grumbling.
In front of the iron pot, Zhang Jun stirred hard with a big spoon. Although he was not good at cooking, this kind of big pot rice was not a problem for him.
Looking at the cooked food, Zhang Jun picked up a piece and tasted it.
Needless to say, it tasted pretty good. Although it is a vegetarian dish, I have taken in a lot of frozen meat elements with my tempered hands, and it still tastes very meaty, especially the mushrooms, which taste similar to meat, but lack the fishy smell of frozen meat.
The sour taste is not strong enough.
Considering that the Beast King might prefer eating sour food, Zhang Jun walked to the sack behind him and rummaged through it, and found a large bag of hawthorn.
He used his spirit-quenching hand and grabbed the hawthorn.
Little reddish light spots were taken out from the hawthorn and condensed into a red light group the size of a baby's fist in Zhang Jun's hand. Looking at the hawthorns in the bag again, they are rapidly turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Jun picked up the cloth bag, threw it directly under the iron pot to use as firewood, and then threw the red light ball on his hand into the pot. I tasted the taste again and it felt pretty good. Although it is vegan, the taste is meaty, sour and spicy, a bit like real spicy soup. It's a pity that I didn't find tomatoes and sesame seeds in the warehouse, otherwise it would taste better if I added tomato sauce and sesame oil.
Well, it's almost time.
Zhang Jun took out the iron basin where the Beast King ate. The iron basin weighed at least 100 kilograms, and when full, it weighed nearly 300 kilograms. Fortunately, my physical fitness in the game is relatively strong, and I have at least practiced the 8 orthodox classics. If it were in reality, I wouldn't even be able to beat myself to death. At this moment, the eyes of the strange beasts in the iron cage outside were glowing green, staring at the food bowl in Zhang Jun's hand.
What a hurry, your boss hasn't eaten yet. Zhang Jun can't care about these guys now.
According to the old man, if he can't appease the Beast King, he probably won't even be able to survive today. Mr. Li, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Zhang Jun cursed in his heart, and immediately walked to the entrance of the cave in front of him with the food bowl.
A strong smell of blood wafted out from the entrance of the cave.
He took a deep breath and walked in slowly with the food bowl in hand.
Crunch!
The light in the cave is not as dark as it looks outside. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is clearly visible, because there are some strange grasses planted in the cave, and the faint fluorescence illuminates the surroundings.
Zhang Jun put down the food bowl and tried to touch it.
As soon as his fingers touched it, the grass immediately closed up, and even the light was absorbed.
It's quite interesting. If you dig some and bring them back, you don't even have to turn on the lights at home.
Of course, that's what I thought. After all, the wishing star is too important to me, and I am not luxurious enough to use it in such a place. He was lost in thought when he suddenly felt a stream of heat spraying down from the top of his head, mixed with a stench of decay. Zhang Jun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He slowly raised his head and looked up. In the darkness, he saw a head like a dog and a tiger slowly protruding from the darkness. 2 huge eyeballs glowed with green light and stared straight at him.
Keep yourself. Roar! When the huge roar came out of the beast's den, the entire station could feel a huge vibration. The Beast King is angry.
Outside the Beast Control Studio, the 3 of them were walking forward slowly. The middle-aged man in the lead was wearing a Taoist robe and holding a fly whisk in his hand. He looks like a fairy, but his shoehorned face gives people a sinister look no matter how he looks at it.
Beside the Taoist, there were 2 Taoist boys standing. The Taoist boy on the left had his head wrapped in a thick white cloth. Taking a closer look, it was the Taoist boy who was opened by Zhang Jun. Hearing this shocking roar, the Taoist boy couldn't help but show joy on his face. Ah, I'm afraid that boy's body is already dead by now. Humph, if you don't eat when you're toasted and eat what's served as a penalty, it's not a pity to die. Yes, the founder is right. This kid thinks he has helped his master win a competition, so he is arrogant. Little does he know that Gu Yuan, a common man, only has a few days to live. Will he be able to come out of this retreat alive? It's all unknown. The Taoist boy raised his head and satirized. Just after he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by the Taoist next to him. This slap almost knocked out the Taoist boy's front teeth. When he looked up, he saw the Taoist staring at him with a cold face. The cold and stern gaze made the Taoist boy's whole body tremble with fear. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Master, please have mercy on me. Master, please have mercy on me." This kid didn't keep his mouth shut and said the wrong thing. "Master, please have mercy on me." Although Gu Yuan and I don't want to deal with him, he is still an elder of the sect. If he dies, the blood fiend lineage will be extinct, and our Wuxing sect will suffer even greater losses. If an idiot like you dares to talk nonsense again, be careful. You will peel off your skin and bones, and you will never be reincarnated. It is a child who is ignorant, it is a child who is ignorant. The boy raised his hand and slapped himself twice hard on the face. Seeing the mark of the slap on the boy's face, Elder Li's expression softened and he changed his tone. However, Gu Yuan is an elder, and his little apprentice is nothing. He just knows how to make elixirs. He deserves to die. Let's go, don't wait until the Beast King eats the body, it will take a lot of effort. As Elder Li said, he quickened his pace, and the Taoist boys on the ground hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the beast taming workshop, the old man who was in charge immediately came out and threw himself in front of Elder Li. Disciple Fu Kaisheng, pay homage to the elder. Okay. Elder Li nodded, but looked at the beast's den in front of him. The dark entrance of the cave was like a giant mouth of the abyss that preyed on people. The restless movement just now had subsided. The boy went in? He went in. I watched him go in with my own eyes. The disciple's legs were weak from the Beast King's roar just now. I have never seen the Beast King get so angry in all my years in the beast taming workshop. Fu Kaisheng said this with a look of lingering fear on his face. Think about it, if the Beast King is pregnant and has a good temper, and you bring over a bowl of vegetables, do you think you are feeding the pigs? If the Beast King doesn't make you into a piece of meat, it will be burned in your ancestral graves. After hearing what Fu Kaisheng said, Elder Li couldn't help but burst into laughter when he learned that Zhang Jun actually gave the Beast King a vegetarian diet. This kid is really a... Before Elder Li finished speaking, his brows suddenly tightened and he immediately pulled the Taoist boy back. The strange beasts in the iron cages around them huddled together, not even daring to raise their heads. There was a dull sound of footsteps in the dark cave. Boom! Boom! The footsteps couldn't be said to be loud, but they were so dull that it made one's heart palpitate, as if every step he stepped on was like stepping on his heart. But as the sound got closer and closer, the Taoist boy couldn't stand it anymore. He sat down on the ground and his face turned pale. He covered his heart with one hand, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out. He stared intently at the beast's den, and when he saw a pair of green beast eyes staring at him in the darkness, Tao Tong felt that his hands and feet were numb in waves, and his legs were still conscious, but they were moving uncontrollably. Trembling. Not only the Taoist boy was like this, Elder Li also looked ugly. Even though he has the cultivation level to enter the Taoist realm, he will feel even more pressure when facing the guardian beast of Wuxing sect. The footsteps were neither urgent nor slow, and it was not until a black paw poked out from the hole that everyone could clearly see the appearance of this strange beast. The black mane looks like a tiger or a dog, and you can still vaguely see tiger-like markings on its body. A huge body with tight muscles outline slender lines. Is this the Beast King? One disciple swallowed and took a step back unconsciously. They all knew that the sect kept several strange beasts called tiger dogs in captivity,
but they didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until they actually saw it that they realized how terrifying this strange beast was. No, this is the boss, the vanguard of the Beast King, responsible for exploring the path for the Beast King.
Fu Kaisheng explained.
There are 6 tiger dogs under the Beast King.
Some are responsible for guarding and some are responsible for warning. The Beast King will randomly select one of them as his mate. Generally speaking, he will not leave the beast's den easily. Unexpectedly, Fu Kaisheng was suddenly stunned as soon as he finished speaking. I saw another tiger dog slowly walking out, followed by 2 tiger dogs. 4 tiger dogs stood at the entrance of the beast's den.
This was clearly a sign that the Beast King was coming out. Did that kid piss off the Beast King just now, and now the Beast King wants to come out?
In person?
Thinking of this, Fu Caixing's face turned pale. That kid is dead, but if he really pisses off the Beast King, as the manager of the beast taming workshop, he cannot escape the blame. Thinking of this, Fu Kaisheng felt a little regretful. I was also obsessed with it, forgetting that I was the first person responsible for the beast control workshop.
Bang bang bang.
However, while everyone was waiting for the Beast King to walk out of the den, a sound of the collision of iron barrels came from the den.
Grandmaster, look, there is someone.
In the darkness, the outline of a figure gradually became clearer.
Ha! Are all these people here to see me?
Zhang Jun walked out with an iron basin in one hand. Seeing that there were so many people outside, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, his eyes quickly locked on the Taoist boy, and he immediately knew who these people were.
Identity.
For a moment, he glanced at the surprised faces of the 4 people and said with a grin, "Why, I'm not dead."
You seem to be very disappointed. One update today, recommendations will start tomorrow, more updates will be added.
End of this chapter.
It's you!
The Taoist boy's eyes widened as he saw Zhang Jun swaggering out carrying an iron plate. He didn't know if it was the power brought by hatred, but he got up from the ground, pointed at Zhang Jun, and said to elderly beside him, "Master, it's him, it's him." After learning that the young man in front of them was the guy who had repeatedly failed to give elderly face, they were not only disappointed, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped.
How come, you're not dead?
It was Fu Kaisheng who spoke.
Zhang Jun came out alive.
He was shocked more than anyone else.
The Beast King's roar just now almost scared him to death.
I thought that this kid would be crushed to pieces by the Beast King, but he didn't expect that he would come out alive. Not only that, Fu Kaisheng looked at the 4 tiger dogs squatting at the entrance of the den. This posture was not as simple as just surviving. Luckily, the Beast King is quite satisfied with the food I cooked. Zhang Jun took out his ears, looking careless. In fact, it's more than satisfying, it's simply very satisfying. The tigers and dogs on the side saw that the Beast King was eating with gusto, so they couldn't help but come up and take a bite. As a result, they were slapped on the ground by the Beast King. That roar came from this. However, he spoke in an understatement, but in his mind, when he thought of the dog's head approaching just now, his 3 legs were trembling.
At that time, my mind was blank. It was obvious that the Beast King didn't like to see me.
Fortunately, I reacted instinctively and raised the iron basin in my hand. It seemed that after the Beast King smelled the sour smell in the iron basin, he lost interest in himself and began to concentrate on cooking.
After finishing eating, I also got a reminder that the task was completed.
Mission completed, get the protection of the Beast King and 2 wishing stars.
You bastard, my master is here, why don't you hurry up and greet me?
Another Taoist boy pointed at Zhang Jun and yelled. Zhang Jun looked at elderly, snorted coldly, rolled his eyes, and didn't even bother to look at him. It's none of my business. After saying that, he walked back to the warehouse without looking back. Bold. Zhang Jun turned around and didn't even take a step forward when he heard an angry roar in his ears. Then he felt a strong wind roaring around him, and a black shadow had fallen beside him, looking down at him from above. Before he could take action, the powerful pressure hit him hard like a hammer, making him feel like his bones were shaking and he was about to kneel down. The inferior is subjugated to the superior is disrespectful, you deserve to die. Elderly raised his hand and lightly grabbed Zhang Jun.
There was no formal
excuse before, but now that this kid is looking for death and cleaning up the house by himself, it is justifiable. With just a slight squeeze, Jung Jun felt his throat tighten, a strong sense of suffocation came over him, and his whole face suddenly turned red.
Give you another chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake. I won't kill you. Acknowledgement?
Zhang Jun's body shook a few times, and he let out a burst of hoarse laughter.
He stiffly raised his head and looked at elderly in front of him. Then you'd better kill me today. Awful. Crazy?
Fu Kaisheng and the two boys all thought that this guy was a lunatic.
How could he be so crazy even when he was about to die?
Elder Li's face was expressionless, but he felt a sudden uneasiness in his heart.
He didn't understand where this uneasiness came from.
But having already entered Taoism, he already has some sense of heaven and man, and can instinctively seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. It's just that he doesn't understand, this ad-like thing is just in the chi-gathering state. Where does this uneasiness come from? Wrong. Elder Li's expression suddenly changed. He ignored Zhang Jun in front of him and hurriedly stepped aside.
Boom!
The ground suddenly exploded, and Elder Li flew into the air before he understood what happened.
Master, be careful behind you. Later?
Elder Li quickly turned around, only to see the void collapse behind him, and a large black claw protruded out, as if it had come from the ancient land across time and space. Elder Li finally understood where his uneasiness came from, but it was obviously a little late now. Even before he could use the magic weapon, the sharp and terrifying black claws had already struck Elder Li's body hard.
Crack!
There was a sound of bones breaking, and blood splashed in the air.
What?
Elder Li screamed, and his body was like a kite with its string broken. After completing a set of difficult turns in the air, he hit the ground hard.
Master!
The two Taoist boys were stunned for a few seconds, then woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly rushed to check Elder Li's injuries. Fu Kaisheng stood aside and his eyes widened even more. Seeing this scene, he felt incredible and shocked.
It's the Beast King.
Fu Kaisheng looked deep into the beast's den with a complicated expression. Even though it didn't come out of the beast's den, this magical power was clearly its method.
But why does the Beast King want to protect this kid?
I have worked hard here for more than 10 years to serve it, but I have never seen it look at me. Fu Kaisheng was jealous and resented being abandoned by a scumbag. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Zhang Jun.
Cough, cough, cough.
At this moment, Zhang Jun walked out of the dust, holding his throat, and looked at Elder Li on the ground with squinted eyes. Elder Li had been severely injured and unconscious by a slap.
Most of his left shoulder was torn open and was a bloody mess. Old guy, do you really think I'm here to do Butte Ma One?
Zhang Junlang spat bloody spit, glanced at the stones on the ground, squatted down, picked up a piece, weighed it in his hand, and found that the weight was a bit light, so he turned around and picked up another slightly larger piece.
Stone in hand. What do you want to do?
When the two Taoist boys saw him coming, they immediately stood up alertly. The Taoist boy who had been taught Zhang Jun's plan before saw the stone in Zhang Jun's hand, and even stepped back, shouting, "Don't mess around, you will be punished if you harm the elder."
Mutilation?
Zhang Jun scratched his messy hair. He himself was beaten by the Beast King, it's none of my business. As he spoke, Zhang Jun quickly took a few steps forward. Seeing this, the two Taoist boys didn't care about Elder Li on the ground and hurriedly stepped back. When Zhang Jun walked up to Elder Li, he looked the old thief up and down, thought for a moment, then squatted down and started to take off Elder Li's clothes.
What are you doing?
The two Taoist boys turned green when they saw this.
What are you doing?
He smashed everything around here. It's not too much for me to leave some compensation. After Zhang Jun finished speaking, he tilted his head and looked at Fu Kaisheng.
Old man, are you exaggerating?
Fu Kaisheng looked sad and was about to persuade Zhang Jun not to mess around, but he didn't know that 4 tiger dogs behind Zhang Jun were staring at him. Fu Kaisheng immediately swallowed the words that were about to come to his lips. As the saying goes, the county magistrate is not as good as the current one. Elder Li patted his butt and left. If this Demon King continues to stay here, if he offends this kid, he might turn around and let the Beast King slap him to death. Thinking of this, Fu Kaisheng didn't dare to fart and could only nod his head desperately.
In fact, Zhang Jun didn't want to take the opportunity to kill this old guy.
But as Tao Tong said, if he really gave the old man a brick to send away, he might not be able to escape death. Although he has obtained the protection of the Beast King, he only helps him when he is in danger, and the scope is limited to the Beast Control Workshop.
It's not reliable to expect the Beast King to help him walk sideways. Since it can't be killed, let's get something affordable.
Zhang Jun struck 3 times, 5 divided by 2, and in a short time, Elderly was stripped naked, not even a pair of underwear was left for Elderly.
Okay, you can carry the person away. Don't die here. It's unlucky.
You are too deceitful.
You wait for us.
Seeing the master being stripped naked, the 2 Taoist boys glared at Zhang Jun, their gums almost bleeding from their bites. No one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to them. This kid simply had the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. The 2 of them have never suffered such a great grievance since they followed Elderly, but now facing Zhang Jun, the harshest words they can say are just too much bullying. Just wait for us. Zhang Jun didn't care about the harsh words of the 2 Taoist boys. Instead, he enthusiastically helped them help Elderly up, let the 2 Taoist boys support him, and then slapped Elderly on the buttocks.
Snapped. Get out. Elderly's eyelids, which were lying on the shoulders of the 2 Taoist boys, trembled a few times, but he did not open them in the end, allowing the 2 Taoist boys to support him and quickly leave the Beast Control Workshop. Hey, you can make money with blood.
A storage bag, a jade ring, and those boots are all good things. Zhang Jun looked at the question marks on these 3 items.
The information on these 3 things was quickly clear. Premium storage bag.
There is a space of 200 square meters inside. It has been recognized as the owner and cannot be used by others. If you want to open it, you must use your own mental power to slowly wear away the marks on it.
This item can be upgraded in the arena.
Task: forcefully break the storage bag restrictions. Task difficulty: slightly difficult. Task reward: 3 Yuan Divine Light Technique, first 3 articles, 3 wishing stars. Netherworld Soul Ring.
4th grade magic weapon.
It is made of Hades Iron King Kong. After being sacrificed, it becomes silent and shadowless. It also has the special ability to absorb the souls of others to enhance its level. It is a must-have choice for sneak attacks to kill people and steal goods. It's just that the skills of the person who refined this item are really poor, so this item is destined to never be able to break through to the 9th level, let alone an advanced magic weapon.
Task: upgrade to the 9th grade magic weapon. Task difficulty: slightly higher.
Task reward: disappearance without a trace technique, mind method, 3 wishing stars.
Rui golden boots. 2nd grade magic weapon. The size can be automatically
adjusted according to the wearer's foot shape, keeping it warm in winter and cool in summer, impervious to water and fire, and leaving no trace on snow. It's just that the style is too ugly and the material is slightly inferior.
Mission: wear until it's broken. Quest difficulty: easy.
Task reward: 12-way Suifeng kick technique, lower 3-way, and a wishing star. Zhang Jun looked at the pile of things in his hand, his mouth almost split open to the back of his head, and suddenly he thought, this person Lowly.
Pretty cute.
The 3rd update will start today. End of this chapter.
What? Is the news correct?
It's true, Elderly was still naked when he was carried out.
Hey, who is it?
I don't know, but I heard from Elder Zhou of Huihan Hall that the injuries on Elderly were caused by the Beast King.
Beast King? He is full.
Why provoke the Beast King? That is the guardian beast left by the old sect master of the previous generation, an enlightened beast.
Is he crazy? No, why did he come out with his but naked?
Then who knows, I don't dare to mention it, I don't dare to ask. I know, it seems to have something to do with that junior fellow from the Blood Fiend lineage.
The one who killed Taoist Yushu last time when he made alchemy?
Zhang Jun didn't know that at this moment, Wu Xingmen had begun to spread his glorious deeds, and he was lying comfortably on the chair.
Holding the account book in one hand, he scanned it line by line. As for Fu Kaisheng, he carried a big iron bucket and began to feed the strange beasts in the cage one by one. Old Fu, why is it that in such a large beast mastering workshop, there are only 28 exotic beasts in total, and most of them are of such low grade? Zhang Jun looked at the information on the strange beasts in the account book. Except for the Beast King in the Beast's Den and the 6 tiger dogs, most of the other alien beasts were of low grade, and the strongest ones were only concentration-level alien beasts. That's because you don't know that the previous beast-controlling battle was so fierce that only 2 of the original 12 tiger dogs died, and not even one of the remaining beast controllers was left. What you see now, and they have only been cultivated slowly over the past few years. Fu Kaisheng turned his head with a flattering face and explained to Zhang Jun very patiently. Oh, I see. Zhang Jun suddenly realized, and immediately couldn't help but smile. It seems that the Beast King is quite capable of giving birth. In such a short time, the number will increase. Mr. Fu, you are indispensable. Hey, you're welcome, this is actually simple. Fu Kaisheng came over, turned over the account book in Zhang Jun's hand, and pointed to one of the items in the warehouse. Zhang Jun took a look and was about to read out his name, but Fu Kaisheng quickly covered his mouth and made a silent gesture. He pointed to the beast's den behind him, pulled Zhang Jun into the nearby warehouse, and closed the door before explaining to Zhang Jun. This thing is called Fuyin grass. It is an extremely rare dry medicine. Even these strange beasts will go into heat after eating it. If people eat it, he. Fu Kaisheng glanced at Zhang Jun, meaning you understand. Tiger dogs originally go into estrus once every 7 years, but with this thing, they can do it at any time, just like humans. Thanks to this item, the Beast Control Studio can slowly recover its vitality. But, won't the Beast King notice? Zhang Jun was a little confused. Although he didn't understand the cultivation system of this world, the Beast King could slap elderly half to death with one slap, so he should be extremely powerful. This kind of thing should not be easily caught. Ha ha ha. Fu Kaisheng suddenly became proud and took out a recipe from his arms. This is a secret recipe passed down from my family. It is colorless and tasteless, and even an enlightened Beast King cannot detect it. Zhang Jun took the pill recipe and took a look at it. He was surprised to see that there was a pale golden question mark on it. This is the first time I have seen this kind of question mark. He immediately looked at the information in the question mark impatiently. Zaiwanja Shenden. Finkeo, Inwei, Eukamia ulmoids, Cistanch deserticula, purple water chestnut ginseng, Ningxiong fruit. A blend of dozens of tonics, colorless and odorless, nourishing the kidneys. But there is still one shortcoming in this elixir. How long is the life of kidneys? Why should a gentleman worry about his kidneys? Although the medicinal properties are sufficient, it is difficult to last long. If the supplement is too strong, it will easily hurt the mind. It is necessary to eliminate the blind auxiliary medicine and add the moisturizing grass. Task: try to prepare the best medicinal elixir. Task difficulty: slightly difficult. Task reward: 4 wishing stars from the 5 Zhang De Qi Sutra, full text. Good guy, Zhang Jun is so greedy that his saliva is almost drooling. For him, this was something that came easily, and the first time he saw the reward was for the whole story. The rewards given to him before, whether they were soul tempering hands, basic alchemy skills, or controlling the alchemy meridians, were all half full. This time finally came a complete one. I happen to be good at refining elixirs. Just keep this elixir recipe with me. I'll practice it later. Of course. How dare Fu Kaisheng say no? Moreover, refining alchemy is also a hard job for him, so it would be great to leave it to Zhang Jun. Then you study first, I'll go to work. Wait a moment. Fu Kaisheng turned back to look at Zhang Jun in confusion. You are the senior after all, there is no need to be so polite between us. Zhang Jun looked at Fu Kaisheng with a smile. These words made Fu Kaisheng a little embarrassed. How could he think of being so humble? It is true that he is stronger than others. The boy has won the favor of the Beast King. This beast control workshop is his decision.
To put it bluntly, if this kid had murderous intentions towards him, no one would even raise an eyebrow for him even if he died here. Seeing Fu Kaixing in trouble, Zhang Jun could only cough lightly. Well, I still like it better. Restore your unruly attitude when I came, otherwise I will still be a little unaccustomed to it.
Oh well.
Fu Kaixing nodded blankly, turned around, and walked out of the warehouse. In fact, Zhang Jun had no ill intentions towards the old man Kaixing, and besides, there might be some places where he could be used in the future.
E.G.
He took out the token of the beast taming workshop from his storage bag. The previous task of appeasing the Beast King had disappeared, but it was not over. Instead, there is a new task to gain the Beast King's trust.
And there is an additional progress bar.
It seems that this is a long-term mission, and the reward is an article on beast control, but of course it is still a fragment.
But since there is a mission, let's do it and take a look.
Besides, I have the protection of the Beast King in the Beast Control Workshop, so Elder Li and Elder Wang will not be able to do it.
But this is all in the future, too far away.
The most important thing for him right now is to seize the time and improve his strength, otherwise, if you can't survive tomorrow's competitive match, there is no point in planning for such a long term. After thinking about it, Zhang Jun felt that the only thing he could do now was to make elixirs.
Although you can refine the spirit elixir yourself. However, the effect of Chongling Dan alone is not obvious.
I have also absorbed a lot of memories from this body. Although I don't understand much about cultivation, I am still very clear about my situation. The journey of cultivation involves refining bones, gathering qi, concentrating the mind, entering the Tao, and becoming the Tao.
But every level is not that easy. Here is a limerick that talks about the process of cultivation.
10 years of cold and heat have strained my bones and muscles.
Gather energy to form a staircase to the 15th floor.
The 6 gods return to their positions to concentrate their powers.
Cut off the 3 corpses and enter the Xianmen. Transform into a celestial being.
I am quite lucky, at least my body has gone through 10 years of cold and heat to polish its muscles and bones.
Otherwise, I would have to practice in the winter and in the summer, sweat like rain every day, and be as tired as a dead dog. It's scary to think about it.
But this is just passing the simplest level. I am now in the Qi gathering realm, and I can gather Qi to reach the 15th floor of the ladder. This is my current state, which corresponds to the 15th floor of the Qi gathering realm. But now I have just stepped into the Qi gathering realm, and even with the help of elixirs such as Chongling Pill, I can't improve much in a while.
The easiest way right now is to make an elixir.
Refining alchemy can not only complete tasks, but more importantly, he has the method of controlling the alchemy meridians, which can use the power of the elixir to explode with considerable lethality. The stronger the medicinal properties of the elixir, the higher the lethality. At the same time, the characteristics of the elixir can be converted into attack attributes. For me, this is the best way to improve my strength. There are all the materials for refining the nourishing Yuan Jusen pill in the warehouse, so there is no need to gather the materials for the elixir yourself. Taking out the heaven-destroying furnace, Zhang Jun found a more comfortable position and started trying it. After taking the medicine for 13 years, all diseases will be gone.
This is explained in Suwon Zizhenyo Dalawan.
The person who takes care of the disease is called the king, the person who assists the king is called the minister, and the person who responds to the minister is called the envoy. 1 king and 2 ministers, the system is small. The king, 2 ministers, 3 assistants and 5 are in control. A king, 1 minister, 3 assistants and 9 assistants is a great system. In other words, for a medicine, the main medicine is the king, the auxiliary medicine is the minister, and the neutralizing medicine is the assistant.
Once this number exceeds 13, the properties of the medicine will be messed up.
This is also true for the elixirs in my hands. According to the mission, the original auxiliary medicine must be eliminated and refined with moistening grass. But the task does not say that it is to eliminate the auxiliary drugs. Apart from the main drug Finkeo, there are 7 auxiliary drugs in this elixir, and I can only test them one by one.
If it were anyone else, I'm afraid it would be a big headache. It will definitely not be completed within 3 to 5 days.
But with his spirit-tempering hand and the assistance of heaven-destroying furnace, this difficulty is not a problem for him at all.
The only problem is how to determine which medicine has the best properties. You can't just take it one by one. No matter, let's practice first and then talk about it. Soon, I saw the elixir fire in the warehouse flickering. It wasn't until early the next morning that Zhang Jun walked out of it, rubbing his eyes. Junior brother, wake up. Let's eat the breakfast we just made.
Fu Kaisheng was sitting in front of an animal cage, eating batter with bowls and chopsticks in his arms. He didn't stand up when he saw Zhang Jun. He just pointed to the so-called kitchen nearby. Zhang Jun liked Fu Kaisheng's attitude very much. He was so enthusiastic before, but he felt a little uncomfortable. In reality, there are a few bad guys in the family, and there are too many people who want to please you. If I really stay in the Beast Control Studio for a long time in the future, I will have to deal with Kai Sheng's old face every day. The key is how he looks when he is trying to please me. It's really ugly. Instead of doing this, it would be more natural for him to be indifferent to him.
Need not.
Zhang Jun waved his hand. He really couldn't stomach the batter made by Kai Sheng.
Go to the door of the beast's den. Hey, the food has been prepared. I may not be able to come back from the competition today, so remember to eat on time. Zhang Jun said and told Fu Kaisheng, the Beast King has a poor appetite.
Don't cook so much meat for him.
Eat more vegetarian food. The most important thing is to add more sour food to the food. You can add more vinegar or something like that.
Oh.
Fu Kaisheng nodded blankly.
After Zhang Jun finished giving instructions to Fu Kaisheng, he received the task prompt. Task: increase the trust of the Beast King by 10%.
Wow!
At this time, a tiger dog jumped out of the den at a trot and came to Zhang Jun's side in a few steps. Even though the tiger dog looked very friendly to Zhang Jun, when this guy ran up to him, the invisible sense of oppression still made Zhang Jun a little nervous. I saw the tiger dog bend down, open its huge mouth, and spit out a meat lump the size of a baby's head. Zhang Jun still didn't know what it was, but Fu Kaisheng on the side had his eyes widened. His expression was extremely complicated, and he couldn't help showing jealousy on his face. This is a flesh clone, a life-saving charm given to you by the Beast King. Zhang Jun took a closer look and saw a light blue question mark on the meat bump.
Meat clone.
The unique skill of the tiger dog is that it wraps the flesh and blood of part of the Beast King's will, and can parasitize any living creature to temporarily summon the Beast King's incarnation. The stronger the parasitic creature, the higher the strength of the incarnation of the Beast King.
It doesn't have to be an animal, it can also be a living person. But the cultivation level must be below the level of concentration. Task: summon the strongest Beast King clone. Task difficulty: easy.
Task reward: determined according to the strength of the Beast King clone.
In the evening, there will be one more update, and today there will be 3 updates. If this chapter can reach 20, we will continue to add more updates tomorrow.
End of this chapter. When Zhang Jun walked along the path to the station meeting point, the second senior brother and senior brother were already waiting for him there. After seeing Zhang Jun, the second senior brother hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Zhang Jun aside. Why are you here?
I was ready to call you. Isn't it time yet?
Zhang Jun glanced around and found that there were quite a few people coming. The second senior brother rolled his eyes and did not continue talking about this topic.
Instead, he asked about Elder Li's incident yesterday.
After all, this matter has caused quite a fuss.
Elder Li is still lying in bed. It is said that he will not get out of bed for 10 days and a half. So miserable?
Zhang Jun was stunned when he heard the news. He really didn't expect that Lao Li was so unfaithful that he was hurt so badly just by being slapped by the Beast King.
What do you think?
Several bones were broken. Fortunately, the vitality was not damaged. I just need to cultivate myself well.
After saying that, the second senior brother realized something and stamped his foot. Hey, you haven't told me yet, what happened yesterday?
You must have done it when Elder Li was stripped naked.
It wasn't me.
He took it off himself.
He said he wanted to show the Beast King his parrot. But the Beast King got angry and slapped him. I didn't do anything. Zhang Jun's voice was loud and exaggerated. Everyone was listening with their ears pricked up, but it immediately caused a burst of laughter. Zhang Jun is very satisfied with the effect. He likes to do things like talking nonsense and adding insult to injury. The corner of the second senior brother's mouth twitched a few times. If he hadn't known his little junior brother's temperament well, he would have almost believed his lies. Stop talking about useless things and talk about business. The senior brother glared at Zhang Jun with a dark face and stopped the topic, not daring to let Zhang Jun continue to talk nonsense. This is a disciple battle. You must be careful. I have taken care of the senior brothers who are participating in the battle with you. If you encounter a battle, stay back and don't show off. The senior brother pointed at the three young men behind him and gave Zhang Jun a brief introduction. Hua Lin, Mou, and Yifan are all the outstanding figures of the younger generation of our Wuxing sect. They are good at spells, assassination, and divination respectively. Zhang Jun glanced over and wrote down the names of the three of them. They were quite easy to remember. The names of paddling, fishing, and lunchboxes were quite personal. After the senior brother finished speaking, he led Zhang Jun forward and said, "Three senior brothers, I'll take care of my little junior brother." The three of them looked at Zhang Jun with curiosity in their eyes. "Ha, my junior brother is already well known now. Don't worry, our Star Curse lineage and your Blood Evil lineage are the same. When the time comes, my junior brother will just follow us." Hua Lin said with a smile. "Let me be clear, the three of us are not very strong. If we come to a critical moment, we may not be able to protect you. When the time comes, life and death will be determined by destiny. No one of us should blame the other." It was Mou who spoke. This guy was covered in a black cloak, including most of his face, making it difficult to see his true appearance. Zhang Jun only felt that this guy had an elusive aura about him. When you saw him, he was standing in front of you. When you couldn't see him, it was really difficult to feel the presence of this person. This may be because the other party is proficient in the art of assassination. Okay, got it. Regarding Mou's words, Zhang Jun didn't think there was anything excessive. His brothers were settling accounts, and they didn't despise him as a burden, so what qualifications did he have to complain? Little brother, don't worry about this guy. I see that your face is glowing red. It seems that you are blessed with great luck. You may or may not be the lucky star for the three of us. Yifan walked over and said with a smile. Only when Zhang Jun raised his head could he see Yifan's face. He had a thin face and his eyes were covered with black cloth. He seemed to have an eye disease, but he could move and walk without any impact at all. Can you see it? You can't see the physical body, but you can see the luck in the world. Yifan gives people the feeling of an old savant, and Zhang Jun always feels that he is familiar, as if the old thief is the same in reality. This Wuxing sect is a demonic sect, but it seems that the disciplines are quite complicated. Don't talk nonsense here, you blind man. You might as well calculate whether we are lucky or unlucky this time. Mou frowned and said. Ha, I've already calculated it. It's the Tai hexagram. It's good news that the 3 yuan of fortune are strong, and you'll get good luck in making money. You'll be very proud of your transactions and travels. There's no harm in talking about right and wrong. I'd like to lend you some good words. Mou had a cold temperament, but after hearing Yifan's words, his face relaxed a lot. Come on, don't waste time. Hua Lin looked at the time and it was almost time, so he urged everyone to set off as soon as possible. The 4 people passed through the building door and were directly transported to the waiting area of the arena. In addition to the 4 of them, there are many figures waiting here, including other demonic disciples. Participating in this disciple battle. Zhang Jun took a cursory glance and found that there were at least dozens of people, so he could predict the intensity of the disciple battle. Hey, it's senior brother Hua. You guys are a step too late. In the last game, our demonic patriarch personally came on the scene and killed the opponent. It's a pity that you didn't see it. A man stepped forward and said to Hua Lin.
The last match was a battle between two masters at the pinnacle of Taoism.
This level of competition could only be encountered once in a long time.
Oh, the last battle between Gu Yuan and Taoist Yushu was under special circumstances.
Gu Yuan used some special resources to force a decisive battle with Taoist Yushu. Normally, these Dao-level masters would not appear easily.
That's a bit of a pity, but it's a good thing that our brothers and sisters can fight side by side this time.
It's just right to kill them.
Haha, senior brother Hua is indeed a hero of our generation. Come on, let's get close to each other before it starts. I'll introduce a few more junior sisters to you.
Hua Lin was quickly entered into the crowd. Humph, you're the first to show off.
Zhang Jun turned around and saw Mou staring at Hua Lin with his head lowered, turning around with disdain and hiding himself in the shadows. Zhang Jun looked between the two of them and suddenly felt that he liked Mou's character better. Junior brother Zhao, please sit down and rest first.
I have some pastries here. Eat more to replenish your strength.
He Fan was used to this and pulled Zhang Jun to sit on a chair nearby.
He took out a box of exquisite snacks from his storage bag and gave them to Zhang Jun. Thank you, brother.
Looking at the snacks handed to him, Zhang Jun did not eat them directly, but just held them in his hands. By the way, is senior brother very good at feng shui yi shui?
Zhang Jun thought of something.
The old Taoist priests in reality were unreliable, so he could just verify it with He Fan.
It's okay. Junior brother Zhao, do you have anything you want to ask? There is one thing. I read in a book that there is a destiny called Gung Xin De Xing. Senior brother, do you know about this?
He Fan broke the cake into pieces and put it in his mouth.
He ate very slowly.
After hearing Zhang Jun's words, he finished the food carefully and sneered a few times.
Gung Xin is lucky, this is not a good destiny. Not a good destiny? But in the book. Zhang Jun frowned. Could it be that what the old man said was just deceiving him?
But I checked on the internet and found that Gengxin is lucky, which is indeed a rare destiny in the Book of Changes. He Fan could hear Zhang Jun's hesitant tone, so he ate another piece of pastry slowly and then said, "It's not that this fate is bad, but it's that it can easily lead to disaster. 9 out of 10 people with this kind of fate will become a victim of the family uses his life to prolong the family's wealth and fortune, so he often doesn't live long." Oh, that was pretty miserable. Zhang Jun had a look of sudden realization and some sympathy on his face, and said casually, if this person knew about it, he would definitely resist vigorously.
It's useless.
He Fan rejected this idea directly.
Once this fate is tampered with, there is no possibility of reversing it.
In the end, even if you have the ability to reach heaven, you will still be dead.
This is fate, and even an enlightened heavenly being cannot change it.
These words made Zhang Jun feel cold.
Then there's no other way?
He Fan thought for a moment, and after finishing all the cakes in his hand, he said to Zhang Jun, maybe I'm not good at studying.
Maybe, I don't know.
It's just that the world is like a chess game, and our fate is like a chess game. Chess pieces can change their destiny against the will of heaven.
This is a competition with heaven. Who can defeat half of the pieces of heaven? At the end of the sentence, He
Fan himself began to feel dazed. It seemed that the 4 words Shengtian Banzi had an inexplicable magic power to him.
It's about to start.
It wasn't until someone shouted that he interrupted He Fan's thoughts. Let's go and have a look. I hope the rules aren't too weird this time. He Fan put away the food box and called Zhang Jun to go forward together.
Okay.
Zhang Jun took a deep breath, glanced at the bloody palm, exhaled a deep breath, then stood up and followed He Fan.
Wait for everyone to come to the edge of the arena.
The huge wheel of rules has begun to spin. The 3-layer carousel is terrain, rules, and competition methods. However, Zhang Jun keenly discovered that this turntable was different from the last turntable.
He had a good memory.
He had glanced at many of the graphics on the turntable last time, but now he couldn't find those graphics at a glance. Explain that in every competitive match, the graphics on the turntable will change. This undoubtedly greatly increases the difficulty of competitive matches. Everyone was staring at the turntable attentively until the first turn of the turntable stopped, and a strange figure appeared in front of them. It looks like a hill, but the shape is upside down. What kind of terrain is this? Everyone is also very surprised. This is a rare figure. It should be a mountainous landscape. Someone whispered. Kaka. While he was talking, the turntable on the second floor finally stopped. Everyone stared at the pointer on the turntable with wide eyes, and the figure they pointed at suddenly showed confusion. Zhang Jun took a closer look and saw that it was actually a coffin. P.S. Please read it, please don't support it. It's really hurtful to read the new book. It's very sad. I'm a pure newbie. It's my first time to write a novel. Although the writing is a bit bad, I'm still very careful. Please help me. Dear readers, since it is not easy for me to code, please give me a chance. Oh. End of this chapter. Coffin? Not only Zhang Jun was stunned, there was also an uproar in the audience of both good and evil. Who has ever heard of the rules for coffins? Why don't I have any impression of them? Hiss. I've never heard of it. I think I've heard of it, but I can't remember it. It can't be some kind of taboo rule. When someone mentioned the words taboo rules, many people's faces darkened instantly. Among the rules of the arena, there are some extremely special rules. Once these rules appear, even an enlightened heavenly being will have a narrow escape. Completely ignoring the level of strength, truly achieving equality for all living beings. As long as these taboos are triggered, the skin will peel off even if you die. Everyone was still wondering what this rule about the coffin meant, but the wheel on the third floor had slowly stopped rotating. A leaf-shaped totem appeared in front of everyone. Now many people recognize it. Survive. Hey, now it's interesting. Let's see who can survive until the end. You don't have to wait until the end. You just need to force the other party to surrender and admit defeat. What is the bet this time? 60 spirit stones, plus 12 magic weapons, and 20 square meters of local resources. No wonder it's so lively. Everyone in the audience was whispering to each other, exchanging the information they had, and at the same time, a new round of betting began. The bet has been placed, the bet has been placed. Whoever wants to bet as soon as possible will lose the chance if he misses it. Zhang Jun raised his head and looked towards the audience. He turned around in confusion and asked Fan, "Why do you want to place a bet again?" He also heard the conversation in the audience just now, and he didn't understand why someone suddenly started gambling again. The previous one was a bet between sects, and this one is personal. As Fan said that, he took out his storage bag and threw it directly, all in. Press us to win. Mine. All in too. Hua He and others on the side also threw out their prepared storage bags. Hua Lin specifically looked back at Zhang Jun. Would you like to bet? If we win, we will make a lot of money, but if we lose, we may not lose. It's best if they win, but if they lose, they may not be able to come back alive. These spiritual stones are accumulated in daily life. Even if they lose them all, they don't want to be taken advantage of by others. Zhang Jun thought about it and realized that this was also the case, but he really didn't have many spirit stones in his hands, so he simply threw Elder Li's storage bag up. When the other party saw that it was a high-end product, he didn't care what was inside and directly gave Zhang Jun 3,000 spirit stones in chips. As for the treasures inside, I'm sorry, even if there are 10,000 spirit stones in it, you can only count 3,000. Zhang Jun didn't care. After all, he picked up this storage bag for nothing. He didn't have the ability or energy to remove the spiritual mark on it now, so it would be good to just use it as a bargaining chip. As Hua Lin said, even if you lose, it is better than taking advantage of others. Fan and others were startled when they saw this scene, but they just looked at each other and didn't say much. At this time, the host had already stepped onto the stage and began to read out the competition method. Corrupting the jungle, fighting for survival, until one side survives to the end, the winner is. Every 12 hours, there will be a general cleaning. If you want to avoid the cleaning, the best way is to find the coffin hidden in the corrosive jungle and hide it in the coffin before the general cleaning comes, otherwise, do it at your own risk. As the host read out the rules, the arena immediately began to tremble, and stone pillars covered with runes rose from the ground. As the runes on them were activated, a hole was torn open in the void. The hole became bigger and bigger, and gradually, a gray world appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Jun opened his eyes wide, trying to see clearly, but the world in front of him seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of haze, and he couldn't see what was inside at all. The host raised his head and looked in the direction of Zhang Jun and others. Enter. You can choose to surrender and return if it is not a battle. Quick, come in together, don't get separated. The disciples who were participating in the battle at the righteous seats had already rushed in. Someone on the demonic roadside jumped directly down and jumped into the crack first. According to the rules, whoever finds the coffin first at this time may have the upper hand. Junior brother Zhao, hold me tight. Hua Lin grabbed Zhang Jun's arm, then called to Mou and He Fan, who were hiding in the corner, followed the others, jumped into the vast world in front of him. As a sheet of white mist hit his face, after the four of them landed, Zhang Jun felt his feet sink, and an icy, cool, and soft touch hit him. When he lowered his head, he saw that there was a thick layer of ice on the ground. Layer of gray moss. Hua Lin glanced back and made sure that all four of his brothers were there before he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are all still there. Zhang Jun looked around, seeing a vast white mist. He could only see 5 meters away, and couldn't see anything further away. Junior brother go over there. As soon as Hua Lin landed on the ground, he summoned his magical weapon, a black spear, with a cold light emitting from the spear body, filled with murderous intent. He Fan took out a handful of copper coins from his sleeve and threw them away. Ride the white tiger to avoid being injured. Let's go west. Junior brother Mo is going to explore the way. Junior brother Zhao, you and junior brother He are behind. Follow closely. Hua Lin raised the spear in his hand. Look for the coffin. First. As long as you see the coffin, don't care who the other party is, just grab it. I understand. Mou and He Fan nodded to express their understanding. Zhang Jun's face was expressionless, but he was vigilant in his heart. Although Hua Lin seemed to be very popular before, at this time, he didn't care whether you belonged to the same magic path. He wanted to protect himself first. As for those demonic alliances that can't even protect themselves, it's no shame to eliminate them. In the same way, I am afraid that I, a burden, will only be sacrificed at the critical moment. Thinking of this, Zhang Jun gradually became wary of these three good senior brothers. Even if you are a villain and judge the heart of a gentleman, it is better to hold your fate tightly. At this moment, in the auditorium outside the ring, everyone's eyes are focused on the world on the ring. Unlike Zhang Jun and the others, the audience's line of sight is unobstructed. Everyone can see any part of the world in front of them through their own thoughts. Corner. The fight has started, northwest. This world is neither too small nor too big. There are nearly 100 disciples participating in both good and evil paths. They were unlucky and met their opponents as soon as they landed. However, both sides were still very restrained at this time. After all, according to the rules, the main thing is to find a coffin. If you can't find a coffin, you will be eliminated in the end. Boring. Some people find it boring. After all, it's just a fight for coffins. Whoever gets more coffins will win. It seems so. Maybe it's because the number of coffins is relatively small. Someone speculated. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. To the east, there is a coffin, and the looting has already begun. Following a burst of exclamations, everyone's eyes immediately turned around. Sure enough, on a mound, 4 people were fighting around a coffin. It's me, a disciple of the 7 Kills Palace, 3 against 1, it's safe. After seeing the figures of the 4 people clearly, the elder sitting in the 7 Kills Palace suddenly showed joy. His opponent was a disciple of the Zhangdao Sword Pavilion, and he used one-handed sword control. This Sword Pavilion disciple's swordsmanship is extremely high. As the figure moves, the flying sword in his hand draws out layers of sword shadows, which are airtight. This flying sword is also a rare magic weapon. The blade of the sword shines brightly and has an awe-inspiring righteousness. It is the nemesis of evil. If they encountered the Seven Kills Palace disciples on normal days, it would inevitably be a bit difficult, but this Jenga disciple was unlucky. He was separated from his brothers when he entered. Faced with the siege of 3 masters, he was already a little overwhelmed. The coolie resisted for a moment, but when he saw that no one came to support him, the disciple of Jenga made an immediate decision. The sword in his hand swayed with a large sword light, forcing the 3 of them back, and immediately escaped. Seeing that his disciple had obtained a coffin, the elder of Chi Shagong's face turned red for a moment. He raised his head and said to the elders around him, "This can be regarded as our 7 Kills Palace taking the lead for our demonic path." Everyone nodded after hearing this, but before they could say a few words of congratulations, they suddenly heard a burst of crazy laughter from behind.
Ha ha ha, come out on top?
Ha ha ha, I think I met the king of hell earlier. Everyone was startled, and the elder of the 7 Kills Palace had a smile on his face, which turned dark instantly. He turned around and looked behind him with cold murderous intent. Who? The audience sitting in the back row ducked away until the figure of an old man in the corner was exposed. I saw this old man sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a black face and unkempt hair, wearing a tattered cloth. He was holding a cigarette rod in his right hand and pinched tobacco in his left hand. If he looked carefully, he saw that there were 3 fingers missing on his left hand. Master Snake. The originally angry elder of the 7 Kills Palace turned strange when he saw the old man. "Master Snake, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing lately?" Several magic masters who recognized Lord Snake came forward one after another, and some even brought out meat, wine, and fruits. Facing the compliments from everyone, Lord Snake nodded lightly and didn't even respond, staring at the arena in front of him. When he saw 3 disciples from the 7 Kills Palace preparing to open the coffin, Lord Snake shook his head. The one from the 7 Kills Palace should prepare the funeral arrangements for the disciples of the Chien family. What? The elder of Chisha Palace was startled and quickly turned back to look at the arena. At this moment, the 3 disciples of the 7 Kills Palace were standing in front of the coffin. The black coffin was made of unknown materials, and there was a sound similar to metal when the hands were knocked on it. "Let's work together and try to open the coffin first." As the 3 of them spoke, they each stood on a corner and lifted it hard. To their surprise, the coffin lid was much lighter than they thought. The 3 of them threw it hard, and it felt effortless. Before they could be surprised by this, a disciple turned back to look at the coffin. With just one glance, he was stunned. I saw that the coffin was actually a divine sword shining with colorful lights. The sword body was shining brightly, and there were countless wonderful textures covering the sword body. The more I looked at it, the more fascinated I became. Seeing that he suddenly stopped moving, the other 2 senior brothers also looked into the coffin, and their pupils tightened slightly. Magic medicine. Spirit stone. The 2 spoke in unison, but the answers they gave were completely opposite. But outside the arena, everyone saw nothing. They only saw 3 people lying next to the coffin, burying their heads in the dark coffin. Their bodies were still twitching, accompanied by the sound of chewing. After a while, there were only 3 headless corpses left on the ground. I will continue to add more updates today, Chapter 2 around 3 p.m. and Chapter around p.m. Task: publish this chapter. Task reward: more updates will be added tomorrow. End of this chapter. Rustling. I don't know what time it was when they entered this world. Not long after they left, the sky became darker and darker, and the mountain forest that was originally shrouded in haze now looked even darker. The thick moss under my feet made me feel even more disgusting at the moment. It was extremely sticky and soft. It was okay at first, but soon after I stepped on it my boots were soaked. What was even more annoying was that it was extremely slippery. Hua Lin, who was walking in front, almost fell to the ground several times. "Blind man, are you sure we are heading in the right direction?" Hua Lin turned back to look at He Fan angrily. According to the direction of the blind man,
they had been running for at least half an hour. They had not met either allies or righteous disciples. Most importantly, they had not found them yet. A coffin. He spread his hands helplessly. The hexagram is like this. It is safest for us to go to the west. How about we change the direction? Forget it, let's take a rest first and wait until MOU goes forward to find out the news before making a decision. Hua Lin grimaced, took out an animal skin from his storage bag and threw it on the ground, but even so, his butt was still wet after sitting down. He took off his boots and saw that the skin on his feet had been soaked and turned white, sore, and itchy. He pulled lightly with his fingers and tore off a large piece of skin. He took off his robe, squeezed hard, and squeezed out a puddle of water. Then he sat on a tree branch, took out some cakes from his storage bag, and slowly put them to his mouth to eat. Seeing Zhang Jun sit down, he handed the cake to him. Junior brother Zhao, it's okay. It's not bad. It's just that my legs are filled with lead and my feet are a little soft when I walk. Zhang Jun took the cake and complained. At this moment, all his clothes seemed to be stuck to his body. If he moved even slightly, he would feel itchy all over his body, which made people want to go crazy. But that's all. In comparison, my feet are extremely comfortable. This is also thanks to Elder Li's enthusiastic care. The ruddy golden silk boots on the feet have no other abilities and are mainly about comfort. Warm in winter and cool in summer, water and fire will not invade, and snow will not leave any trace. This seemingly rubbish magic weapon was definitely practical here at the moment. However, Zhang Jun wisely chose to hide this matter when he saw that the skin of Huai's feet was soaked to pieces. Be patient, who would have thought that this environment would be so bad? By the way, what level has junior brother Zhao's blood demon kung fu reached? After He finished speaking, as if he was afraid that Zhang Jun would think too much, he hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I have a fine iron and steel sword here. It is the best to match the domineering power of the blood demon kung fu, so I gave it to junior brother Zhao." As he said that, He took out a steel knife from his storage bag and handed it to Zhang Jun. After Zhang Jun took it, he felt that the steel knife was very heavy, weighing at least 20 or 30 kilograms. Fortunately, he was in good health and had already passed the bone refining stage, otherwise he would not have been able to play with it. "It's a good knife, thank you senior brother He." Zhang Jun put the knife into his storage bag, but said nothing about his own cultivation. Seeing this, He didn't ask any more questions. In fact, Zhang Jun knew his situation very well. The 15th floor of the Qi-gathering ladder corresponds to the 15th floor of the Qi-gathering realm. Now that I am not even on the first floor, why do I say it? Free? Squeak. At this time, there was a sharp sound of birdsong in the distance. Hearing the sound, Huayi stood up abruptly. He didn't even put on his shoes at all, and rushed forward with a knife in his bare feet. "Hurry up, there's something going on." He jumped down from the treetop and called Zhang Jun to follow him quickly. After the three of them passed through a bush, they heard the sound of fighting in front of them. Hua Lin immediately signaled the two of them to slow down, groped up bit by bit, and parted the bushes to take a look. The two groups of people were fighting fiercely, but the fog was so thick that Zhang Jun could only see vague shadows, and it was not clear what the specific situation was. They are from the Five Saints sect and the Heavenly Tribulation sect. Although He cannot see with his eyes, he can see more clearly with the blessing of his mind's eye. "Ha, the road between enemies is narrow." Hua Ling grinned and sneered, but he didn't know which group of people the enemies he mentioned were. East. At this time, He suddenly turned his head to the side and motioned for them to look east. In the white mist, a black coffin was inserted straight into the soil. Coffin. Hua Lin's eyes shone, he had finally found it after searching for so long. Zhang Jun couldn't see the coffin clearly, he could only make out its outline. But when he saw the coffin, he felt a bad feeling in his heart. Because he saw a scarlet question mark on the coffin. Bright, even ferocious, particularly dazzling in the white mist. After this period of exploration, Zhang Jun had a rough understanding of these question marks. Question marks can not only give you information and
tasks, but question marks of different colors also correspond to different difficulty levels of tasks. White is the easiest, some are blue with some difficulty, gold is high quality, the difficulty is not too high, but the rewards are the highest. But no matter how Zhang Jun looked at the big red question mark that smelled of blood, he didn't think this coffin was a good thing. He squinted his eyes, trying to read the information on the question mark. Coffin. Legend has it that it is a coffin from Fengdu Huanquan, where the bad luck and butchers of the past are buried. Task: open the coffin. Before he could finish reading the above information, Zhang Jun's consciousness suddenly tranced, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in his mind. Immediately afterwards, a burst of tingling pain suddenly erupted in his head, and the severe pain felt like he was hit hard on the head with a hammer. I almost screamed. Fortunately, He Fan noticed something was wrong and covered his mouth. What's wrong with you? You look so bad? Hua Lin frowned and looked back at Zhang Jun, but was shocked when he saw that his face was frighteningly gray and his temples were bulging. Zhang Jun felt dizzy and the pain made him want to curse. Mental exhaustion, what the hell, what are you doing? He Fan put his finger on his pulse and immediately understood what was going on. He just wondered what Zhang Jun had done to drain his mental energy. Zhang Jun shook his head and tried to wake himself up, but at this time, the sound of fighting in the distance suddenly stopped. The three of them were startled and stuck their heads out to look outside. The figures who were originally fighting lively were all standing motionless on the spot. Strange, why did they stop? Zhang Jun also felt strange, but his eyes were looking in the direction of the coffin again. However, what he didn't expect was that the question mark on the coffin actually disappeared. The question mark is gone? It shouldn't be, could it be? At this moment, Zhang Jun suddenly thought that the task prompt seemed to open the coffin. Now that the question mark has disappeared, could it be that someone has opened the coffin? He was lost in thought when Hua Lin suddenly noticed the figure in the white mist, walking towards this direction in unison. His face suddenly changed. No, they found us, soon. The last word hasn't come out of my mouth yet. There was a collapse sound. The surrounding white mist was suddenly curled together by a strong air pressure. Hua Lin only saw a streak of blood, and instinctively swung the long knife in his hand to strike. The blood exploded on Hua Chen's blade with a ping sound. The terrifying impact force made Hua Chen, a master of the 13th level of energy gathering, almost unable to hold the knife. His arm went numb, followed by both hands. No consciousness. Fortunately, the trajectory of the bloodlight also changed. After tearing off a long strip of flesh from Hua He's arm, it penetrated directly into the dead tree next to it. Bang, ta-da-da. Although it was a dead tree, it was as thick as a bull, but it was cut off by a direct shot. What made Zhang Jun and the others feel their scalps tingle even more was that after the bloody light dissipated, the three of them took a closer look and found that it turned out to be a human spine. There is also a bloody human head behind the spine. If you look closely, it seems to be the head of a girl. What is this? Zhang Jun suddenly turned around and looked around. At this moment, the white mist behind him cleared. The disciples of the Five Saints sect and the Heavenly Tribulation sect were standing there blankly. Among them was the headless corpse of a woman. Next to the girl's headless body, a tall and burly humanoid creature was standing on the spot holding a dark long bow. His physique is very strong, with well-defined muscles, rough skin, and a dead white color mixed with a kind of brown. His head was wrapped in a black mist, like a mask, leaving only a pair of dark red eyes. Slender tentacles spread out from the black mist, and several of them were piercing the Five Saints sect and the Heavenly sect. On the disciples of Jia sect, scarlet eyes looked towards Zhang Jun, filled with vicious light. He stretched out his hand and walked to the disciple of the Five Saints sect. His thick and sharp fingers directly penetrated the disciple's flesh and grabbed his spine. Pump hard. The sound of the spine being torn echoed in the woods. When they saw the spine and the head being pulled up together, Zhang Jun and the other two people also had the illusion of falling into hell. There was a ball of air in his chest that was stuck in his throat, giving him a feeling of suffocation, until he saw the bloody pupils flashing with violent killing intent and the pleasure of killing. Zhang Jun suddenly trembled, his whole face turned red, and he screamed.
Run. Let me explain here.
Although the rewards given by the mission are many, I can hold it down and won't jump, I am so confident.
In addition, most of the items are carried in tasks, but not every task is mandatory. It just shows this information.
The protagonist can measure it by himself.
If he can do it, just do it.
If he can't, just ignore him. Finally, this is the first time for a new author to write a novel. If there are any shortcomings in the writing, please give me some pointers and we can discuss them together. End of this chapter. This shout seemed to hit Hua Lin and He-fan hard in the heart, and also woke them up from fear and shock. The three of them started almost at the same time. But before taking 2 steps, Hua Lin and He-fan were surprised to find that Zhang Jun was obviously much faster than them.
How can this kid run so fast?
He-fan and Hua Chen were both stunned. The two of them were much higher in cultivation than Zhang Jun, but they couldn't stand the thick moss under their feet. Not only was it extremely slippery, but they also felt no force when they stepped on it.
No matter how good their Qinggong was, they couldn't increase their speed at all.
But Zhang Jun seemed to be walking on flat ground at this moment. After all, the two of them have not entered the Tao and do not have the ability to walk in the air. The two of them were just stunned for a moment, and they didn't have time to think too much, because the monster behind them had slowly raised the bow and arrow in his hand.
Kick, kick. Just the sound of a bowstring pulling makes people's heads tingle.
While Zhang Jun was running wildly, he didn't forget to look back. At this moment, I felt that the blood all over my body was running cold. I saw a huge long bow aiming at his figure. The pitch-black bow spine made a harsh sound of metal tearing as it bent, and the pale bow string was so thick that it almost reached the diameter of a human thumb. The pulled-out spine rested on it, and the palm holding the giant bow had protruding muscles and bones, and the thick skin glowed a dead white. The other hand pulled the head at the other end of the spine and gradually pulled the bowstring apart. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Jun seemed to see that the head placed on the bowstring was still screaming in pain.
Wisps of strong resentment made the originally limp spine become straight.
Before the arrow was launched, Zhang Jun could feel the breath of death already hanging over his head.
Damn it, why are you chasing me if you leave the two behind you alone?
Behind him, Hua Lin and He-fan had been thrown more than 10 meters away by him. It was obvious that they were the best targets. But the monster behind him seemed to have been targeting him for a long time. Zhang Jun changed direction several times, but the shadow of death not only did not lighten, but became stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Zhang Jun started running wildly without any rules. With the blessing of Ruby Golden Silk Boots, the slippery moss feels like walking on flat ground under your feet, without any impact at all. Hua Lin and He-fan, who were following behind, were stunned when they saw him suddenly jumping up and down, suddenly changing direction, and even turned around and ran towards them. Why is junior brother Zhao so crazy? However, the two of them didn't care so much. Instead of stopping him, they bent down, grabbed the moss with both hands and used strength to speed up Zhang Jun. As they said before, when the situation is critical, they will not deliberately protect Zhang Jun. When disaster strikes, everyone relies on their ability to escape. Suddenly, Zhang Jun heard a collapse sound, which was the sound of the bowstring being released. The sound was like thunder on the ground. The arrow was not close yet, but he could already feel a strong impact on his back. It was like someone punched him in the back. The huge force penetrated his internal organs regardless of his flesh and blood. The world seems black and white at this moment.
Are you going to die?
This idea flashed through Zhang Jun's mind, but was quickly rejected by his firm eyes.
No matter whether this is just a game or not, I don't want to die like this.
I will still live until I change my destiny against the will of heaven.
Countless thoughts flashed through his mind.
Zhang Jun frowned and took out a pill from his storage bag.
Chongling Dan. 3 medicinal herbs. It was made by Zhang Jun when he was refining the nourishing yuan gathering pill last night.
Give it a try. I saw him holding the elixir in the palm of his hand, while silently using the method of controlling the elixir meridians. As this strange technique started to work, the elixir in his hand exploded instantly and turned into a stream of heat that penetrated Zhang Jun's body.
But this heat was not absorbed and digested by Zhang Jun.
Instead, it followed his thoughts and transferred to his legs. In an instant, Zhang Jun felt his whole body suddenly become lighter, and his legs seemed to have an endless force, and he kicked hard. The moment when the vermilion arrow behind him was about to kill Zhang Jun. Snapped. The soil on the ground exploded, and this scorching heat was stimulated from under his feet, and a shockwave suddenly pushed him out. Boom! The gravel on the ground exploded. Hua Lin and He Fan, who had already run away, stopped and looked back. They saw blood in the distance, and wisps of blood twisting and floating in the air. In a daze, desperate cries can still be heard. Junior brother Zhao. He Fan swallowed and spit. With such terrifying power, if it were the two of them, they would definitely die. As for junior brother Zhao Ju, I'm afraid his body is gone now. Life and death are destiny, wealth is in the sky. If you want to blame him, you can only blame him for his bad luck. You can't blame others. Let's go. We can't stay here. Let's go and see other places. If it's really dangerous, let's simply surrender and admit defeat. After seeing the horror of this coffin, Hua Lin has realized that the rules this time may be more terrifying than they thought. This is not good. If you surrender rashly, we will be punished even if we go back. He Fan frowned. The Wusheng sect's criminal law is extremely harsh. If they surrender before reaching a desperate situation, the punishment after they return is not something they can afford. Ah! Hua Lin snorted coldly, it's not like you didn't see it just now. The disciples of the Five Saints sect and the Heavenly Tribulation sect were killed instantly. If my guess is correct, the coffins here are full of such monsters. Even if we don't surrender voluntarily, when the time comes, he will be eliminated as well. Hearing this, He Fan felt a sense of fear in his heart. Fortunately, they were a step too slow and disciples from the Five Saints sect and the Heavenly Tribulation sect found the way for them. Otherwise, they might have been the ones whose spines were pulled out. Where is MOU? Hua He glanced around and found no trace of MOU. Don't worry about him. He's good at hiding his aura. He might be hiding somewhere. He might not be fine even if we die. He Fan was very sure of MOU's strength. As a member of Mo Yin's lineage who was a single descendant of the Wusheng sect, although MOU's cultivation level is not high, his life-saving ability is actually the strongest among them. Hua Lin nodded, and immediately did not dare to stay any longer, pulling He Fan away quickly. The two of them hurried away without knowing that Zhang Jun was struggling to get up from the mud in the bushes 1,000 meters away. Pooh! After spitting out a mouthful of moss, Zhang Jun looked back and felt happy. This method of controlling the Dan meridians is really wonderful. If it hadn't been for this method, I probably wouldn't have been able to dodge that arrow just now. Controlling the elixir meridians is not a secret technique for refining elixirs. Instead, it changes the energy of the elixir from absorbing it to releasing it. With the power of the elixir, a person can burst out with power beyond his or her own strength in a short period of time. And there are no side effects. But consumption on oneself is even more negligible. After all the consumption was offset by the power of the elixir. It has to be said that the person who can create such a secret technique is also a genius. As for the shortcomings, well, it tests my ability. After all, elixirs are very expensive. A third-grade spiritual elixir would cost at least 100 spiritual stones. This skill is definitely worthy of being loved by whoever uses it. Fortunately, Zhang Jun has never been sensitive to spending money. As long as he can save his life, a mere elixir is nothing. As long as the materials are enough, he can make as many as he wants. The only pity is that he only has 4 spiritual elixirs left in his hand. Just when Zhang Jun was still feeling lucky for his lucky escape, he suddenly turned around. In the distance, a vague shadow flickered in the woods, approaching him quickly. The distance was still far away, but the strong smell of blood couldn't escape Zhang Jun's keen sense of smell. Fuck, it's not like I dug your grave, why are you chasing me? Zhang Jun cursed loudly, got up and ran away. But Shadow followed closely behind him, with no intention of letting go of Zhang Jun. Even because there was never a suitable chance to take action, the manic killing intent in his body became stronger and stronger.
Kill me. Kill these bald asses. In the auditorium of the arena, everyone was watching a battle.
It is a battle between the disciples of the Buddhist Zen sect, the Golden Buddha Temple, and the demonic sect, the demonic sect.
The Golden Buddha Temple is famous for its Zen Buddhism. Although the demonic sect is a great sect of demons, the exercises it practices have deep roots in Buddhism. It's just that the method taught by the Demon King is based on the 5 emperors of the Demon King as the original form. He kills as he pleases, eats, and likes and dislikes, turns the demon heart into his original mind, and saves himself to become a Buddha. This is completely contrary to orthodox Buddhist teachings.
Therefore, the two parties can be said to be mortal enemies in the true sense.
Therefore, once these two families met, they fought to the death and immediately attracted the attention of both good and evil people in the audience.
Just as the two parties were fighting in full swing, suddenly someone in the audience seemed to see a superfluous figure suddenly appearing between the two parties.
Ha! Where did this wild boy come from?
Everyone took a closer look and found an unexpected figure.
Isn't this the boy who tricked Taoist Yushu to death? Why is he here? Someone recognized Zhang Jun at a glance.
After all, the interest in trapping Taoist Yushu to death has not subsided
yet. Just when everyone was confused, they saw Zhang Jun run rushing into the melee between the two parties.
Neither party welcomed the sudden appearance of the figure.
However, Zhang Jun seemed to be unaware of what was going on.
He would go where there were more people. Remnants of the demonic path, get out of here. A Buddhist monk had a cold face, raised the demon-conquering stick in his hand and smashed it at Zhang Jun. The stick emitted a bright golden light in mid-air. It was obvious that this demon-conquering stick was not an ordinary thing. Zhang Jun saw that he couldn't dodge, so he stopped dodging at all. He drew out the stainless steel sword that Fan had given him before and struck him horizontally.
Court death.
Seeing that Zhang Jun actually dared to attack, the great monk's eyes widened, and the strength of the demon-conquering stick in his hand suddenly increased.
Boom!
The moment the knife and stick collided, Zhang Jun's tiger's mouth exploded on the spot, and his entire arm seemed to have lost consciousness. His body fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment, and he got up like a lazy donkey and continued running.
You still want to run away, you?
The great monk wanted to take the opportunity to give Zhang Jun a fatal blow, but at this moment, a terrifying murderous intention came over, making goosebumps stand up all over the great monk's body.
He turned around and saw a man in the woods. A tall figure, holding a big bow, walked out of the white mist.
Seeing this, Zhang Jun could only say silently in his heart, "Sorry, dead Taoist friends are not dead Taoists. Brothers, bear with it.
Today next year, I will burn incense for you."
This chapter says that when it reaches 20, I will continue to add more tomorrow. Everyone, brainstorm any good ideas you have, feel free to use them, just think of it as giving some pointers to me, a pink young man who just graduated from school, _. End of this chapter.
What?
This cold murderous intent was like the cold wind blowing from hell, and one could even hear the screams and wails of thousands of creatures from it. For a moment, everyone gradually stopped and locked their eyes on this monster. They looked at each other and immediately understood.
Pretending to be a ghost, courting death.
A bald man, holding a scimitar, rushed forward first. The blade cut out a half-moon shadow in the air.
The daytime magic phase appeared behind him.
It had 6 eyes and a green face with fangs. It was comparable to the Buddhist Vajra. Both fists were thrown out, causing the surrounding air to change.
One end twisted.
This is the characteristic of peak energy gathering and half-step concentration. If you take one step further, you can concentrate and become a top-notch master in your own right.
However, puff!
The bald figure seemed to be frozen in mid-air, and his body was still twitching.
Tick-tock! Big drops of blood spilled on the ground.
The weirdo slowly raised his head shrouded in black mist, and his 2 blood-red eyeballs looked at the body pierced by the tentacles. With a gentle wave of his hand, he pulled his bald head closer to his face. His thick palm gently stroked the bald head, a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he pinched it with his fingers. Kick!
Red and white intertwined minced meat exploded onto the ground. Everyone is stupid.
At the peak of his chi gathering, he was concentrating half a step. Looking at the arena this time, he could be considered a top expert, but his head was crushed directly like this.
Thump!
The corpse was thrown on the ground like trash by the weirdo.
The scarlet eyes just glanced at everyone's faces and then looked at the trees behind them. Fuck, you are sick. If you don't kill so many people, why are you staring at me?
In the bushes, Zhang Jun felt a chill all over his body, jumped up and ran away. Seeing that Zhang Jun was about to run, the weirdo slowly took steps forward.
His huge body seemed to have no gravity.
He took one foot out and passed by a disciple the next moment. He stretched out his palm and pulled gently, and the next moment a horrifying scene appeared for everyone. The sound of muscle tearing was mixed with miserable screams, and the spine of the head was pulled out. The bloody scene made everyone feel cold from head to soul.
Run!
I don't know who shouted, and everyone woke up instantly, turning around and running away in confusion. The weirdo turned a blind eye to them, but the tentacles behind his head danced wildly like snakes.
Shhhhhh.
Tentacles flew up from the back of the weirdo's head, and following the weirdo's pace, they quickly penetrated the bodies of the surrounding good and evil disciples. Once pierced by the tentacles, although these people did not die, their bodies instantly lost control, like walking zombies, standing there blankly, becoming the weirdo's backup quiver.
Bastard!
In the arena, there was a cry of despair, which was the denunciation of the elders of the Masha sect. The bald man whose head was smashed in the first place was his proud disciple. "Wushingman, you little beast, I'm going to cut you into thousands of pieces and peel off your skin with cramps." Everyone saw the face of the elder of the Masha sect twisting and roaring, and for a while they also sternly reprimanded Zhang Jun for his actions that caused trouble to Shui Dong. "This idiot caused us to lose a general. I'm afraid this guy is not an undercover agent sent by the righteous way." Everyone on the demon path was scolding, but on the opposite side, everyone on the righteous path was dancing for joy. Because everyone discovered that this monster only killed people from the demon temple, and had no idea about the disciples of the Golden Buddha Temple.
Amitba, my Buddha is merciful and protected by the Dharma. Even monsters will not harm my disciples at all.
I would also like to thank that little bastard from the Wusheng sect. If it weren't for him, if this battle continues, even though the Golden Buddha Temple is bound to win, some sacrifices will inevitably be made. I think this kid has some integrity. If he is willing to abandon the dark side and turn to the bright side, it would be a good thing. Faced with the laughter and ridicule from the righteous people, the demonic people were about to scold Zhang Jun to death.
Unfortunately, Zhang Jun couldn't hear their curses.
All he could hear at this moment was the harsh friction sound of the big bow being pulled. Only this time, Zhang Jun no longer panicked as before, but instead slowed down, holding a pill in his hand. Just waiting for the bowstring to explode with a thunderous sound, the Delta Control Meridian was once again destroyed. With the hot air flowing out from the soles of his feet, Zhang Jun jumped up in a vigorous step, and his figure was instantly accelerated to an incredible level.
Boom! The terrifying power of the arrow directly exploded a large hole in the woods.
Zhang Jun's feet had just landed on the ground, and when he raised his head, he was stunned. He saw several bald heads in front of him staring at him with unkind expressions. They were running for their lives without paying attention to the direction, and jumped into the side of the disciples of the Golden Buddha Temple. Devil thief, suffer death. Seeing this, one person raised his demon-conquering stick and drew it towards him. Zhang Jun's face darkened and he hurriedly raised his knife to block. At the same time, he ran out quickly, but he didn't have the eyesight, so he jumped into the crowd of disciples of the Golden Buddha Temple, and just dodged a stick in embarrassment. He was hit on the back unexpectedly, and he stumbled forward, feeling a sweet smell of rust in his throat. Before he could get up, another Buddhist disciple had already rushed up, raised his hand and punched, making a roaring sound, and a faint golden light covered his fist. It was the boxing technique of the Golden Buddha Temple, subduing the dragon and subduing the tiger. Zhang Jun's expression changed, and he hurriedly grabbed a handful of pills from his storage bag, raised his hand to greet them, and activated, controlling pill meridians. The elixir in the palm of his hand turned into a ball of heat and exploded towards the oncoming monk. Boom! Hot air surged out, mixed with a faint pink light. A group of Buddhist disciples thought it was some kind of magic technique, and hurriedly recited the scriptures silently, and a dazzling Buddha light flashed around them. When the airflow dissipated, everyone looked at each other with doubts on their faces. The monk who had just attacked Zhang Jun waved his hand and created a strong wind to disperse the airflow. Noticing that there was nothing strange about him, the monk became angry and angry. "You brat, you are playing tricks on me. This thing doesn't even have hair on it, I'm going to play with you like a hammer." Zhang Jun got up with a curse. Although the pill meridian controller works well, it's not enough to fight him. It's a pity that he had just a handful of pills. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Jun looked back abruptly, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly took out an elixir without bothering to curse. Squeak! With a sharp sound of breaking wind, the arrow formed by the spine was wrapped in a layer of blood-red flames in mid-air. It left a dark red trail in the air and shot towards Zhang Jun. Because of those bald donkeys, Zhang Jun missed the best opportunity to dodge. Even though he relied on the Yudan meridian to explode at a speed beyond the realm, he was still hit hard by a powerful shock wave on his back. The person was knocked and flew more than 10 meters away. When he got up, his legs seemed to have lost their center of gravity. He ran forward a few steps crookedly, and then rolled down the hillside. Seeing Zhang Jun disappear from his sight, the weirdo did not continue to take action, but continued to chase him lightly. Even when they passed by several disciples of the Golden Buddha Temple, they ignored them completely, as if they wanted to see people in life and corpses in death. Ha 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 ha, did this kid dig up this monster's ancestral grave? Everyone in the audience was quite speechless when they saw this scene. I don't know what kind of evil thing Zhang Jun did to be chased and killed by this monster. This beast, it will be an advantage to him if he dies. In the auditorium of the demonic way, the elders of the demonic sect could not wait to peel off Zhang Jun's cramps with their own hands. After this battle, the elite disciples sent by the Demon Temple sect suffered heavy casualties, and they may face an all-out massacre by the Golden Buddha Temple next. Sure enough, after the weirdo walked away, the disciples of the Golden Buddha Temple quickly approached and looked at the remaining disciples of the Demon Temple Palace not far away, and their eyes gradually became playful. Amitba, those who have attained the Tao will receive many aids, while those who have lost the Tao will receive little help. This is the truth that has not changed since ancient times. It is fitting that these disciples of the evil path should suffer this calamity. It is a sin, a sin. Zen Master Jian, the elder of the Golden Buddha Temple, clasped his hands together and could already predict that in the next step, either these Demon Temple disciples would surrender immediately or they would be killed. Of course, I believe that with the hatred of the Golden Buddha Temple disciples towards the demonic temple sect, they will never let these demonic Tao disciples off easily. Congratulations, Master. The Dharma of the Golden Buddha Temple is profound. It has eliminated the demons and evil spirits and safeguarded my reputation for righteousness. I am very happy and congratulated. In the Zhangdao Auditorium, some people have even begun to congratulate Zen Master Jian in advance. After all, the two families are sworn enemies. This victory not only greatly reduced the combat power of the demon disciples, it was also a complete victory for the Golden Buddha Temple. It's just more killings. When this battle is over, the poor monk is willing to copy 100,000 scriptures to eliminate their sins, Amitba. Zen Master Jian's face was solemn and plain, his hands clasped together, but the corners of his mouth raised inadvertently betrayed the joy in his heart. Everyone wanted to persuade him again, but they felt that copying scriptures was too fussy. But before he could say anything, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the world in the arena, and his mouth slowly opened wide, looking at the scene in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Oh! Many of the female disciples even screamed, covering their faces and not daring to look any further. Several monks hugged each other and exchanged stick skills. The scene was too eye-catching. Unable to look directly. Not only the righteous people were dumbfounded, but also the demonic people on the opposite side were shocked by the scene.
Hiss. A disciple of Kaihua Palace sat down on the ground and thought to himself, what kind of medicine is this? It's more domineering than my yin yang hahuan powder. Later, it was said that after this battle, Zen Master Zhiyan went into seclusion and no one saw him again. It was said that he had to copy scriptures tens of millions of times before he would come out of seclusion. But no matter what, after this battle, the stick technique of the Golden Buddha Temple became famous all over the world, becoming a shame for the righteous way and an object of ridicule for the evil way. Today we will continue with 3 updates, the second update around PM, and the third update around PM. Task: please comment on more chapters and keep reading. Task reward: more updates will be added tomorrow. End of this chapter. Zhang Jun also didn't know the bad impact caused by throwing out the Ziyuan Jusen pill in his haste, which almost directly destroyed the reputation of the Golden Buddha Temple. When he opened his eyes, he felt that his limbs were about to fall apart. His whole body ached, and every breath felt like his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were being twisted together. In a daze, he felt like he was back to the state of reality when he got sick. When I raised my head, I saw a misty white mist shrouding the woods, and behind me was a high slope line with strange rocks. At first glance, I could only see the white mist, and I couldn't tell how high it was. I rolled all the way down from the top, so I was lucky that I didn't fall to death. Those bald donkeys! Don't let me catch the chance! Zhang Jun couldn't help but curse inwardly. His back hurt so much that he must have been hit by the opponent's long stick. Only then did I realize that the Chonling pill had been used up. Not only the Spirit Chon pill, but also the Ziyuan Gathering pill that I refined was also missing half, with only 4 pills left. It must have been that when he was under siege, he grabbed a handful in a hurry and wasted it. The situation at that time did not allow him to discern more, and there was no use regretting it now. Seriously injured, without help or medicine. Could it be any worse? Zhang Jun couldn't help but laugh at himself. Surrender! At this point, Zhang Jun no longer expected to be able to persist. He was struggling to even twist his butt, so he might as well leave this competition as soon as possible. Even if he was judged to have failed and returned to the sect to be punished, it would be better than losing his life. It's just that Zhang Jun tried to surrender, but nothing happened. Instead, the host's warning came, "You are still at war, and we cannot judge your surrender." War? Zhang Jun was stunned. Am I fighting with the air? But immediately, Zhang Jun realized something. His expression suddenly became alert. Since the host said that he is still at war, there is another possibility that he is still being chased by the monster. He stood up from the ground holding onto the stone and scanned his surroundings warily. Even though his internal organs were aching, Zhang Jun did not dare to stay here any longer and limped forward. Crack, crack. The moss here is obviously thicker than outside, and water can be squeezed out when you step on it. The only thing Zhang Jun was lucky about was that the ruby golden boots on his feet were still intact, otherwise he might have problems even walking. It was eerily quiet in the deep valley, with the only sound of his own light and heavy footsteps. As long as you stop, you can hear the beating of your own heart. I don't know how much time is left before the big cleaning. Zhang Jun looked up at the sky, but could see nothing, only thick white fog, and the sky was getting darker and darker. Fortunately, there are some flowers and plants in the valley, which emit reddish fluorescence in the dark. Zhang Jun carefully identified the grass and found that the grass was almost exactly the same as what he saw in the den. The only difference was that the leaves were smaller and emitted a wine-red light. It should be a variant of the same family. There are many examples of this kind of different forms in nature. These grasses do not grow in patches, but several flowers appear at intervals. It feels more like a wild streetlight guiding people. Zhang Jun could only move along these weak lights. As for the other directions, it was shrouded in thick smog and pitch black. When I walked there, I couldn't see anything, and I was afraid that the monster was standing in front of me, and I didn't even know it. Since there is no better choice, Zhang Jun would rather follow the red light in front of him. Even if he dies, he can at least die clearly. When Zhang Jun was still groping in the dark, not knowing where to go. Little did he know that at this moment, there were many people in worse situations than him.
In an unknown forest, a few heads quietly poked their heads out of a muddy bush, carefully observing their surroundings. Through the facial features and the eye band wrapped around the head on the left side, it is not difficult to judge that these two clever ghosts are Hua-hee and He-fan, who separated from Zhang Jun. As for the three people beside them, they were the disciples of Soul Refining Valley they met on the way. Thanks to Hua Lin's reminder, the group did not open the coffin they fought for, and luckily saved their lives. At first, the three people didn't believe it, thinking that the two were trying to block them. At the critical moment, Hua-hee's good popularity had some effect. The group of people doubtfully placed the coffin in a more conspicuous place. Just waiting for people from another team to pass by and open the coffin, this team was swept into the coffin by the tentacles in the coffin almost instantly. There was violent shaking inside the coffin and the sound of bones breaking. The faces of the three people in Soul Refining Valley turned green. Dang even followed Hua Lin and the other two people to escape and hide in this remote woods. Damn, what the hell is this place? Hua Chen spat out a mouthful of moss and cursed in a low voice. God knows that there are some terrible monsters inside that coffin. Aren't they going to kill us? No wonder the rule of this arena is survival. Only ghosts have to survive here. Damn it, if you hold on for a while, something is really wrong. Forget about surrendering. Junior brother, speak carefully. The other two disciples in the Soul Refining Valley immediately covered their junior brother's mouth and pointed at the top of their heads. As the saying goes, there are gods when you raise your head 3 feet high. I don't know if there are gods above them, but the elders of Soul Refining Valley are definitely staring at them. If such words are heard by the elders, even if they are lucky enough to survive, they will not be able to escape heavy punishment when they return. 3 junior brothers, why are you so pessimistic? Our current situation is still very optimistic. At least we won't open the coffin, so it is still safe. When others open the coffin, we will die or escape. There is no saying that we can survive until the end. Maybe. Hua Lin cheered for the 3 of them. When the 3 of them heard this, they realized that this was indeed the case. Eat some snacks to replenish your strength. He-fan took out a box of exquisite pastries and tea from his storage bag and gave them to the 3 of them. The 3 of them were already exhausted after such a struggle, so they stuffed their mouths with snacks. Well, it's delicious. I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious snacks in a place like this. It's so satisfying to die. I bought it there. When I get back, I'll buy some too. When you bite into this snack, it is crispy on the outside and waxy on the inside, with delicate red bean paste inside. It is sweet but not greasy and gives you a strong sense of satisfaction after one bite. Compared to the 3 people who devoured it, He-fan ate it very delicately. He broke it open and slowly put it in his mouth to taste. After finishing a mouthful, he didn't forget to drink a cup of tea. It felt like this guy was not here to escape, but more like he was here for a picnic. After hearing the compliments from the 3 people, He-fan just said with a smile, "The dim sum is good to buy, but my dim sum is a bit expensive." Expensive? The 3 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but think it was ridiculous how expensive a box of snacks could be. They didn't expect that this senior brother was still a stingy person, so why not give him 10 boxes of snacks when he got back? There is movement. Suddenly, Hua-hee's ears twitched slightly, his expression changed. He picked up He-fan, who was still eating cakes, and got into the bushes on the left. The 3 people in Soul Refining Valley slowed down a moment, turned around and got into the bushes on the left. After a while, there seemed to be a faint fire approaching in the distance. Are you sure our place is safe? Hua Lin lowered his body and asked He-fan beside him. In Mingi hexagram, Koan goes up and Gon goes down, indicating submission. That's right. After receiving He-fan's confirmation, Hua-hee breathed a sigh of relief. 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. At this time, the fire in the distance was getting closer and closer, and I could vaguely see a little girl holding a lantern and jumping forward, singing 1 2 3 repeatedly. This made Hua Lin and others hiding in the bushes look confused. Where did the little girl come from? When Hua Lin took a closer look, his pupils suddenly tightened and he took 2 steps back involuntarily. The girl is not big, about the same size as a 7 or 8-year-old girl. But the lantern in his hand was extraordinarily large. If he looked carefully, he could see what kind of lantern it was. It was clearly 3 bloody human heads, which had been dug out of the heavenly spirit cover and made into a lantern. Seeing the little girl's figure getting closer and closer, Hua couldn't help but hold his breath, praying secretly in his heart that he would never be discovered. But sometimes the more you are afraid of something, the more it comes. When the girl walked past the bushes where Hua Lin and Yifan were hiding, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at the bushes where they were hiding. What? The girl seemed to have discovered something and raised the lantern in her hand. As the firelight came closer, it illuminated the girl's cheek, like centipede-like sutures, one on the left and one on the right, and the scattered facial features were reflected in front of the 2 people. The empty eye sockets stared in the direction where the 2 men were hiding. Has it been discovered? Hua Chen's scalp was numb, the hair all over his body was taut, and the veins on his arms were bulging, and he was tightly holding the big knife in his hand. What? A sudden burst of screams made the girl turn her head with suspicion. She raised the human head lantern in her hand and looked at it. She saw 3 disciples of the Soul Refining Valley in the bushes on the left, huddled up in a ball, covering their lower abdomen and trembling all over. Seeing the fresh toys, the little girl suddenly became very happy. The smile on her face grew thicker, her mouth got wider and wider, and she gradually opened the sutures on her face, revealing a scarlet eyeball, flashing with a ferocious red light. Slowly approached the 3 of them. Kaka. Accompanied by a sound like a wild beast gnawing, the little girl walked out of the grass with a satisfied look on her face. The only difference is that the lantern in her hand becomes bigger and brighter. Singing a little tune softly in his mouth, he continued to skip forward. 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Only after the little girl left did Hua Lin and Yifan crawl out of the bushes tremblingly. They walked forward and took a look. They looked at the 3 corpses on the ground that had been disemboweled and separated. They looked at each other and silently stepped forward to take off the storage bags from the corpses. Before leaving, Yifan took out 3 more snacks and placed them on the ground. I told you before, these snacks are a bit expensive. P.S. In the previous chapter, the realm was written in the wrong place and has been revised. Thank you very much to the readers. As a new author, no matter what, I am a new author. I am deeply aware of my shortcomings and will definitely be more careful in the future. There is another update tonight. Let's eat first and then continue writing after eating. End of this chapter. Sand. The grass was pushed aside, and a large red light reflected on Zhang Jun's face. So beautiful. On the grassland in front of you, there was a large expanse of red shimmering lawn. The reddish light turned the nearby rocks and mist into a blood-red world. Whoo! A ray of breeze blows, and the Red Sea is like a wave of waves in front of me. Coquettish, dangerous, yet fatally beautiful. If you really want to die, you might as well die like this. An idea popped into Zhang Jun's mind, but he quickly shook his head to get rid of the idea. He is still young, and there are still many things in this game that fascinate him. In reality, there are also many regrets. Dying here is a good choice, but, at least not now. He bent down and carefully examined the red flowers and plants in front of him. He didn't know what the names of these grasses were. Since he called the ones in the beast's den fluorescent grass, the grasses in front of him should be called blood-light grasses. Zhang Jun's fingers gently moved it, just like the fluorescent grass in the beast's den. As long as it is touched, the leaves will immediately close up, and even the flashing red light will close up and disappear. But I don't like the name of blood-light grass. He even wanted to call the gleaming wine-red lawn in front of him blood begonia. Because it's really beautiful here. Zhang Jun stepped forward and walked inside. In fact, he didn't know where to go. Now he could only take one step at a time. Count the time, the first round of liquidation is about to begin, and you must find a safe place to hide. Perhaps the valley lined with strange rocks in front is a good place. Zhang Jun quickened his pace. Wherever his footsteps passed, the surrounding blood begonias would immediately dim. Looking back, it looked like there was a tear in the bright red skirt. Fortunately, within a short while, the blood begonias that he had disturbed would stretch out again and flash their red light again, completely covering up his footprints. Seeing that the valley in front was getting closer and closer, Zhang Jun gradually accelerated his pace.
The entrance to the valley is very narrow.
The towering cliffs close up left and right, leaving only a gap. If a gate is added, it will be a small natural city. It's a pity that I don't have any means of killing, otherwise I might not be able to deal with that monster based on the terrain. Zhang Jun was also helpless. Controlling Dan Meridian's method, although you can use the power of elixirs to burst out energy that exceeds your own strength.
But the problem is that this thing requires corresponding spells.
For example, the thunder in the palm, the magic of talisman and so on. Combined with controlling Dan Meridians, as long as there are enough elixirs, even if you only have the chi-gathering realm, you can compete with masters of concentration.
Is he handsome? Is it strong? Throw money at it.
It is estimated that by then, the elixirs burned in one battle will be enough to build a concentration-level master. If that was all, I would endure it. After all, it was important to save my life.
But the problem is that I have nothing now.
Just like a real sports car. Dan Meridian technique is the engine of the car, and those techniques are the wheels, frame, brakes, and even the steering wheel of the car. Without these, there is no engine, and this thing can't run. Zhang Jun complained as he walked inside, but just as he was about to step in with one foot, when he raised his head, the foot that had already stepped into the air suddenly stopped in the air. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and Zhang Jun blinked hard. In the scarlet mist, only densely packed coffins could be seen, like books placed in a library, displayed in the valley.
Gudong. Swallowing the foam down his throat, Zhang Jun took a deep breath.
Hiss.
Sorry for disturbing you. His body suddenly turned back, ready to run away. What a sin he had committed! How could he end up in the grave in such a daze? There were coffins with scarlet question marks all over them.
He didn't dare to look, and he didn't want to look. After all, he had learned from the past and his mental strength was simply not enough. Only part of the information on these question marks can be seen, and even the entire task cannot be seen.
If someone accidentally disturbs the things inside, even 10 of his lives will be lost here.
However, Zhang Jun was about to turn around and run back, but before he could take 2 steps, the bright red lawn in the distance suddenly began to fade rapidly. Zhang Jun couldn't see clearly what it was, but he still felt a little thump in his heart.
Something is coming.
A cold and strong wind blew through, mixed with the familiar smell of blood.
Zhang Jun's teeth were chattering.
When he saw the beating red eyes locked firmly on him in the white mist, Zhang Jun instinctively held his breath and took a step back involuntarily. But when he retreated, the cold stone wall behind him pressed against the wound on his back. A sharp stinging pain penetrated the flesh, like a strong grasp on his heart. At this time, Zhang Jun suddenly felt aggrieved. The grievance and anger in his heart mixed with the physical pain made him finally unable to bear it any longer.
Fuck you, uncle. It's not over, right? Zhang Jun was really angry.
Just because he glanced at him in the crowd, this guy relied on him and chased him all the way until now. Even those who are naughty still have a certain amount of fire, let alone a playboy like Zhang Jun who has never suffered a loss since childhood. The expression on his face changed from initial fear to anger after being stimulated, and finally revealed a ferocious smile.
Even if I die at the hands of others, it won't be easy for me, you bastard.
Zhang Jun said, not caring whether he understood the thing or not. He stretched out his hand and raised his middle finger to the scarlet eyeballs. Then he rushed into the valley behind him without looking back.
Boom! Get up, don't sleep. The takeaway has arrived.
The first thing Zhang Jun did when he rushed into the valley was to kick the coffin beside him.
Anyway, I only have these few kilograms of meat on me. It depends on which of you has the ability to eat it.
The huge movement naturally caused a chain reaction quickly.
The coffin in the valley began to shake violently. I understand, I feel angry when I wake up, I have it too. Boom! Don't sleep, wake up. Move your muscles. Wake up in the wrong posture and go back to sleep.
At first, Zhang Jun felt a little burdened. After all, the things in these coffins were not good things. But when he kicked the first coffin and then the second coffin, the burden in his heart became much lighter. After kicking the third and fourth coffins, he felt no burden at all.
When death is final, what is there to be afraid of?
Kaka. In an instant, the entire valley was boiling, and the coffin that was initially kicked open by Zhang Jun began to be slowly pushed open a gap. He looked back and saw a malicious eye poking out from the crack in the coffin, staring at him. Even though he had nothing to worry about, Zhang Jun still felt like he was getting hairy all over when being stared at by this eye. But the more this happened, the more excited Zhang Jun became. With a flying kick in the air, he was about to kick open the coffin lid in front of him.
But
at the moment when his yard foot was about to kick on the coffin lid, there was a sharp sound of breaking wind behind him, which made Zhang Jun tense up and hurriedly turned over. He saw a jet-black tentacle flying past his cheek. From a close distance, you can even see the delicate scales on the tentacles and the mouthparts at the head that look like the mouth of a mosquito. Fortunately, the original owner of this body, Zhao Ju, had developed strong muscles and bones after 10 years of hard work, otherwise he would have been pierced through the head by this tentacle at this moment. Fight! Seeing this familiar tentacle, Zhang Jun felt evil in his heart. He took out the long steel knife from his storage bag and slashed it with his backhand. Boom! Unexpectedly, when this knife struck, instead of cutting off the tentacle, the steel knife in his hand was directly bounced away by the huge force of the tentacle. The body was also hit to the ground at this moment. The valley was filled with large black bluestones, without the thick moss buffer outside. With this collision, the internal organs that had been displaced seemed to be stirred together. The pain was so painful that his eyes went black and he almost died. Take the breath away. Before he could get up, a gray-white palm had already grabbed Zhang Jun's throat. At the critical moment, Zhang Jun's eyes were red, like a wild dog cornered. He kicked off his legs and crashed into the giant-like body behind him.
This collision was like hitting a stone.
The guy's figure remained motionless, but a tentacle pierced directly into Zhang Jun's shoulder. Poof! The tentacle did not directly control Zhang Jun, but penetrated his flesh and blood and hung him in the air. The pain of muscle tearing caused Zhang Jun's body to tremble uncontrollably and let out a painful scream. The tentacle slowly raised, and gradually brought Zhang Jun's face in front of it. On the face shrouded in black mist, a pair of scarlet eyeballs stared at Zhang Jun's face. The look in the bloodstained eyes is one of scrutiny, playfulness, and more importantly, a sense of pleasure in killing and destruction that is about to reach a climax. Go to hell! Suddenly, a cunning and ruthless look flashed in Zhang Jun's eyes, and he raised his hand and swiped his bloody eyes in front of him. A gray-white cold light flashed from the ring on his finger. Dark Light Soul Ring is silent and shadowless, a must-have weapon for murderous sneak attacks. Zhang Jun never had a chance to use it, so he used his last breath to activate the magic weapon. The moment he waved his palm in front of him, he struck hard on the scarlet eyeball in front of him. What? It didn't expect that this ant-like thing would still have the energy to sneak up on itself at the critical moment, followed by a low scream like a wild beast. Zhang Jun's body was thrown in the air, and then his vision blurred, and he was thrown directly away. Boom! After the flesh and blood body hit the ground, it bounced back hard, and then fell hard again. Zhang Jun held his breath tightly and did not pass out directly. He rolled on the ground several times in embarrassment until he hit something behind him and finally stopped and raised his head to look out. At this moment, the mist that filled the valley had turned black. A coffin was slowly pushed open, and asphalt-like liquid flowed out from it, followed closely by the second, third, and fourth coffins. Fuzzy shadows stepped out of the coffin. Zhang Jun tried hard to open his eyes and see clearly the appearance of the monsters in the coffin. Even if he died, he would take one more look at this weird and bizarre game world. At this moment, he suddenly heard a slight trembling sound behind him. He raised his head and saw that what was leaning behind him was a blood-red coffin. Sorry, I originally finished it around 10 o'clock, but after reading it once, I felt it wasn't intense enough, so I deleted it and rewrote it, which was a little late. End of this chapter. Zhang Jun shook his head and slowly got up, holding the coffin with both hands. The blood-red coffin was carved with exquisite and complex carvings.
Zhang Jun could not understand the content on it, but he could see that there was a strange question mark on the coffin. The question marks on the other coffins are bright red. The kind that drips red blood. The question mark on the coffin in front of him has turned red to black, and there is a skull mark under the question mark. Even if you don't see the information in the question mark, you can guess with your toes that the contents of this coffin must be terrifying. He lay on the coffin, glanced over the coffin, and found that the coffin was sealed by 2 apricot yellow talismans, as if suppressing the coffin. If he had encountered this coffin in normal times, he would have run as far away as possible, but now. He glanced back behind him. The world behind him was already a purgatory, with various low roars and strange figures coming out of the coffin. The terrifying evil spirit has turned into a substantial liquid floating in the air. The guy who was chasing him before was actually standing there trembling. He seemed to realize that he was in the wrong place, so he covered one eye and tried to escape. There was a rotten palm in the darkness, with no skin and flesh, only bones. It was obviously far away, but the moment the fingers fell, it still grabbed its shoulder. With just a light touch, the guy who chased Zhang Jun to the sky and to the ground let out a painful scream. His strong shoulders began to rot quickly, and the rotten, snow-white bones were exposed to the air in an instant. Middle. Boom. The big bough that nearly killed Zhang Jun several times fell to the ground, and his body like a little giant turned into a pile of bones in an instant. But this guy was not dead. The black fog shrouded his head, and only his left eye was left, staring at Zhang Jun with a malicious look. But the next second, a huge foot stepped on his head. There was a click, and the bones were trampled to pieces. Seeing this, Zhang Jun grinned happily, revealing his teeth stained red with blood. Are you happy? Is it exciting? Bah, you deserve to be chased after me. Zhang Jun felt happy, but when he saw those strange figures in front of him approaching him, he couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart. It can be regarded as a great revenge. Only. He turned around and looked at the coffin behind him. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well see what was inside before he died. Thinking of this, he stretched out his palm and tore off a corner of the talisman on the coffin. Wow! The moment the talisman was torn apart, blood-red light spots appeared on the coffin in front of him. The originally gloomy glyphs on it seemed to be alive under the blood-red light spots. But at the same time, those strange figures behind him roared angrily towards Zhang Jun as if struck by lightning. A black shadow spread out its black wings and fell heavily from mid-air, but it did not dare to approach Zhang Jun. No, it should be said that he did not dare to get close to the coffin under Zhang Jun's body. But although they didn't dare to get close to the coffin, the roar they made Zhang Jun feel as painful as being hit by a giant hammer. He could even hear the cracking sound of his own bones in his ears. This was just the beginning. Soon, a strong mental shock hit his mind one after another. In just a moment, Zhang Jun felt his eyes go dark, as if a hand was grabbing his head and trying to tear his soul out of his body. In an instant, his consciousness fell into a state similar to that of a ghost on the bed. Although I can feel my limbs, I have no ability to move. His body didn't move, but his eyes began to recede, as his soul wanted to fly out of his body. Just when his soul was about to be pulled out of his body, Zhang Jun suddenly discovered that his left hand still retained consciousness, and there was a strong suction pulling on his soul. Zhang Jun lowered his head and saw dots of wine-red light wrapping around his wrist, slowly pulling his soul back bit by bit. Is the thing in the coffin helping me? Zhang Jun's mind moved, he smelled the possibility of survival, and immediately struggled to get his soul back into his body. Sensing the awakening consciousness in the coffin, the huge shadow behind him immediately let out a low roar. It was like some kind of order, causing more and more shadows to gather around them. Their mental power gathered into one force and turned into a pair of invisible palms to grab it. Not good. Zhang Jun felt his shoulders sink, and the feeling of being patted on the shoulder by an old Taoist priest in reality came to his mind again, but this time, it was even stronger. With the pull of those invisible hands, his consciousness was about to be pulled out. Flash. In the soul state, he saw some things he had never seen before, such as the red light dots wrapped around his arm. In the faint light dots, there was a vaguely female hand. His slender fingers held his wrist tightly.
It was precisely because of this that his soul was not directly pulled out of his body. Then he saw a pair of black palms grabbing his shoulders. The weak flames on his shoulders were already crumbling in the big black hands. A huge pulling sensation came, causing the red light spots on the coffin to gradually disintegrate. During the stalemate, Zhang Jun tried to control his body several times, but his body stood stiffly in place like a stone statue. Only the arm wrapped in red light still had some feeling. Half of his body was almost completely like stone. He tried to reach out and grab the talisman on the coffin, but the distance was simply not enough. Seeing that his soul was about to be ripped out of his body if the stalemate continued, Zhang Jun suddenly noticed the storage bag on his waist. Not knowing what he was thinking of, he retracted his outstretched arm and grabbed it into his storage bag. 4 round pills were grasped in his palm. Bet. Delta Control Meridian Method was activated, and the 4 Z-Yuan gathering kidney pills immediately turned into a stream of heat and poured into Zhang Jun's body. As the heat surged into his limbs, an indescribable feeling of heat came over him. Especially his big waist, it feels like a red-hot furnace, with a steady stream of hot air pouring out of it. It was like a blazing flame was igniting itself, and the blood all over his body was boiling. Z. A burst of black mist suddenly appeared on Zhang Jun's shoulders, and at the same time, the figures hidden in the black mist behind him began to scream in pain. If you look at Zhang Jun in his soul state at this moment, you will find that 2 red and white fires of essence are pouring out from his shoulders. The kidney is the foundation of innateness, the place where essence is stored. It controls the bones and generates marrow, and it opens to the ears, where the essence is emitted. Human essence, energy and spirit start from the kidneys, transforming essence and blood to nourish chi and spirit. The stronger the spirit, the more prosperous a person's blood. Zhang Jun didn't understand this. He just wanted to take a gamble so that he could get out of his stiff state. As the blood surged, his entire face turned red. Suddenly, there was a light shoulder, and the connection between soul and flesh and blood merged together again, and Zhang Jun pulled hard. Thorn. The moment the talisman was torn open, the whole world suddenly became quiet. The palm pulling on his soul suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a dazzling red light in front of him. Kaka. A gap opened in the middle of the closed coffin, and a large number of reddish light spots poured out from inside. Zhang Jun's eyes widened, as if he saw endless blood begonias in a trance. A pair of slender arms stretched out from the blood and took Zhang Jun into his arms. The soft, cold touch made Zhang Jun feel like he had found an outlet. He greedily stretched out his hands and drowned himself in this blood-red sea of flowers. Kakaka. The coffin was closed again, and the world seemed to fall into deathly silence. At this moment, no one noticed the movement here. Everyone in the audience of good and evil looked tense. More and more coffins were opened, and all kinds of strange and ominous things began to occur and inhumane massacres began. When people saw the giant object nearly 10 meters high climbing out of the coffin, they all held their breath. What on earth are these? Not to mention being a disciple of the chi-gathering realm, even if he is concentrating, no, even the first-class masters at the Taoist level broke out in cold sweats. Master Snake, have you seen these coffins? Do you know the origin of these things? In the magic auditorium, a group of people gathered around Lord Snake. Although this old man was in rags and had 3 broken fingers, even the elders of the major sects did not dare to look down upon him. It's strange. Isn't this old man a master of concentration? Why are there so many people surrounding him? When a young junior saw this, he couldn't help but murmured in confusion. As a result, after he finished speaking, he was slapped on the ground by the person next to him. Idiot, that's Lord Snake. When he was half-stepped into heaven, you were still an egg. The beaten disciple immediately shut his mouth and did not dare to speak anymore. Faced with everyone's inquiries, Mr. Shi just blew out a smoke ring, put a pot of hot wine into his throat, half-squinted his eyes and said, "It's a strange demon. It appeared once 12 years ago. In that competition, there were only 4 in the end. Individuals survived." After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they quickly asked, how did the 4 people survive? He. A hoarse laugh burst out from Lord Snake's mouth. When the strange demon wakes up, it will chase and kill the first person who wakes it up. This seems to be some kind of special contract or curse, so as long as someone sacrifices to lure the strange demon away, and the others can just hide in the coffin.
Then, isn't the person who opened the coffin dead? Not necessarily.
Lord Snake took a sip of wine, leaned against the
corner half awake and half drunk, and said vaguely, "It depends on luck.
If you encounter some strange demons who are in urgent need of life force, as long as you." Halfway through his words, Mr. She fell asleep.
What did Master Snake say at the end?
Many people didn't hear the last few words clearly, and the people sitting next to Master Snake also looked at each other.
It seems like, you can survive as long as you are strong enough? Hard? What's hard enough? It means you have a hard life. It can't be that way.
Several men looked at each other with understanding eyes. I had insomnia last night and my head is covered today. I will update twice today and continue with 3 updates tomorrow. End of this chapter.
Time passed minute by minute. The originally dark jungle was now a forbidden area for life. How long do we have to hold on?
On the treetops, Hua stuck his head out and looked at the figures running in the distance and the undulating screams around him.
He couldn't stay any longer. Since it's here, it's safe, what's the rush?
Fan was lying on the ground with his hands flat on his chest.
Those who didn't know it thought he was on vacation.
Hua Lin glared at this guy, full of complaints, but looking at Fan lying flat on his back, he couldn't even curse a word. He could only change his words, "That bastard Mou, where did this guy die? From the time he came in until now, this guy has shown his face, I can't believe it anymore.
Just stay alive, no matter what he does. Why are you so open-minded? It's fate. If you and I are not exhausted, it means that today is not the time for you or me to die.
As humans, we must accept our fate." Hua Lin rolled his eyes, obviously not agreeing with this statement. But after what Fan said, he relaxed and sat down on the ground. "Your temper is exactly the same as that of your master in Taiji. I don't understand how, with your master's relationship, it's not your turn to fight this kind of disciple battle." Fan rested his head on his hands and said nothing. Hua Lin looked at him, clenched his fists, and took a deep breath.
"I have a hard life. I have been bullied since I was a child.
I was bullied by my brothers when I entered the mountain gate.
I have no backing and no resources.
I relied on myself to force my way to the 13th level of Qi gathering. I thought I would still have a chance to attack Ningxin, but don't want to be left in this place.
You are different.
You were noticed by your master as soon as you entered the mountain gate. Taiji, the pinnacle of Taoism, divination and prophecy, no one can control it. Why did you come here to die?" Hua Lin said a lot in one breath, not only his own questions, but also all the pent-up unhappiness in his heart. After Hua Lin finished speaking, Fan sat upright from the ground. I thought Fan would say something to him, but he didn't know that this guy just threw a handful of copper coins on the ground.
"Time to go. What should I leave?"
Fan stood up and patted his butt. "The Yin hexagram is the northeast, and now it is the Yin time. The top is in conjunction with the sky, and the bottom is in conjunction with the earth.
Let's go northeast and we will gain something." "Northeast?"
Hua Lin raised his head and looked toward the northeast. What was vaguely visible over there was a hill. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times, and he had the urge to lower his eyebrows. At this time, Fan suddenly stopped. "I'm going to die."
"What? Didn't you ask me why I came?" "I'm dying. Today is the day of my death. My master has given me the fate. If I can't put myself to death and survive, I won't be able to survive tomorrow morning."
At this point, Fan turned around and said, "You are unlucky. It's because you don't know how to fight, and you don't dare to fight. You keep rushing forward with your head down, but you don't know that you have walked into a dead end.
Since
you were born ordinary, you must be prepared for a life and death fight from the beginning, otherwise you will end up in the Qi gathering realm." Hua Lin was stunned when he heard this. He never thought from beginning to end that Fan would answer him. What's more, he didn't expect that this guy didn't open his mouth, but when he opened his mouth,
there was such a large amount of information that he couldn't digest it for a while. Let's go. If you don't go, this place will become a dangerous place. Facing Yifan's urging, Hua Ling came to his senses and hurriedly followed him with a knife in hand. The two of them had not walked for long, and the place where they had just been lying down was shrouded in thick white mist. The 9 copper coins on the ground corroded rapidly under the shroud of white mist. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a pile of copper slag and disappeared into the thick moss. The first wave of cleaning has begun. Many people are also belatedly aware of this. It wasn't until I noticed that the air here started to turn pungent and sour that I realized something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, I found that the clothes on my body, including my skin, flesh, and hair, were corroding rapidly. Some of the unlucky ones who were barefoot screamed in pain at the first moment. When they raised their soles, they saw that they were all bloody. No wonder this place is called the corrosion jungle. It turns out that every once in a while, the water mist accumulated here will turn into acid and rot, corroding all objects. This is the so-called clearing out. In the audience, everyone finally understood why the host reminded them that they must hide in the coffin. Only those coffins will remain uncorroded. But now that he understood it, it was of no use. Many disciples saw that the mist around them was getting bigger and bigger, and they couldn't stand it anymore, so they began to surrender. Idiot! Seeing the disciples rolling out one after another, the elders were all livid with anger. After all, this is a bet involving 60 spiritual stones and a lot of resources. It's not hard to say, but it will definitely make them uncomfortable for a while. Facing the scolding of their elders, some disciples could not help but feel indignant. There are monsters in the coffin. Even if there is an empty coffin, those monsters are still nearby. The place will corrode the flesh and skin, and we can't hold on at all. Trash, you still have the nerve to complain. Haven't you noticed that the moss is not affected at all? Wouldn't it be better to use moss to make a safe house? Also, you haven't noticed that there are some high-lying places with no water mist at all. Why didn't you run there early in the morning? These elders who have survived to this day are all veterans who have experienced more than a dozen arenas, large and small. Although they didn't know that there would be strange demons in the coffin at first, there were many ways to save their lives. He pointed at these idiots and cursed them bloody, but there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the environment is too cruel, and these disciples are already very good at surviving until now. Most of the remaining disciples have been torn to pieces by those strange demons. Now there are only a handful of disciples from both sides who can still stay in the arena. Everyone looked in the direction of the host. Next to the host, there is a sign. On it are the number of good and evil disciples at the moment. Now there are only 7 people left on the demonic side, but the situation on the righteous side is very optimistic, and there are actually 12 people left. Except for those who were lucky enough to be blind cats who encountered dead mice and found empty coffins to hide, everyone was now running towards the mountains in the northeast. I believe it will be a fierce battle once we get there. People outside are struggling to escape. In contrast, Zhang Jun is simply not too happy. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was lying in the bright red coffin. Scare! He sat up straight in the coffin and looked at the huge coffin under his butt. Is this a dream? He stretched out his fingers and pinched his face hard. The picture in the memory was very blurry, but the face was particularly clear. A face with oval seeds, round and stylish, full of oriental femininity and charm, but those long eyebrows that look like swords give people a domineering independent personality. Seem. It's quite domineering. Zhang Jun recalled that in the dream, it was her who forcibly took the initiative, and the pride in her condescending eyes formed a strong contrast with her charming and enchanting figure. Especially when she would step on her cheeks and rub them with her mutton fat-like feet from time to time. Hiss. Zhang Jun was lost in thought when he suddenly felt something. When he lowered his head and looked down, his face suddenly turned red. Fuck, why am I so perverted? No, it must be a dream. But if it is a dream, where are my clothes? It was only then that Zhang Jun noticed that he was sitting naked in the coffin with his buttocks bare. Also, the injuries on his body are gone.
He raised his head and looked out with a bewildered face. The valley, which was originally like purgatory with demons dancing around, was now terrifyingly quiet.
How is this going? What about the shadows of those monsters? Zhang Jun blinked, not knowing what happened.
But at this time, Zhang Jun received a reminder from the mission.
Task: trying to prepare the best medicinal elixir has been completed.
Reward: 4 wishing stars from the 5 Zhang de Qi Jing, full text. At the same time as he heard the prompt, Zhang Jun suddenly had an article called 5 Zhang de Qi Sutra in his mind. This is the reward for refining the nourishing Yuan Jihen pill by myself. According to the requirements of the task, he was asked to try to refine the elixir with the best effect one by one.
I had already refined it the night I got the elixir. Only after verifying the efficacy of the medicine can the task be considered completed.
At that time, I was still thinking that when I came back, I would try the effects on these strange beasts in the beast control shop one by one.
If it doesn't work, you can try it on people.
But he didn't expect that the medicine would be used on himself. Different from other rewards, the technique rewarded this time is a complete version, which seems to be a unique practice method. But before he could fully appreciate the mystery of this technique, he received the second prompt.
Task: opening the god burial coffin has been completed. Reward: Zhang Jun?
I have no memory of this mission at all, but judging from the name of the mission, it may be related to the red coffin.
But what the hell is the reward for this mission? Why the question mark? What's the reward? Why don't you drop me a letter? A dream on a spring night doesn't count. 3 question marks, you might as well not say anything.
Zhang Jun cursed and complained for a while, then got up from the coffin. As a result, the palm of his hand just touched the coffin, and the originally hard coffin shattered like tofu. When he carefully climbed out of it, the coffin had been broken into a pile of garbage. Fortunately, he found that his clothes and storage bag had been thrown to the ground. Fortunately, I didn't lose it, otherwise I would be more embarrassed than Lao Li.
Zhang Jun shook the clothes.
Although it was full of holes, it was still able to cover up his shame. He waved the clothes and put them on, but he didn't notice at all.
He didn't know when a bright red embroidery was embroidered on his back. Coffin tattoos.
There will be no third update today, but 3 updates tomorrow.
I had insomnia last night and didn't get a good rest. Go to bed early tonight. Let's continue to update tomorrow. Come on. End of this chapter.
After putting on his clothes, Zhang Jun walked around the valley with his swaggering steps, just like a mountain king patrolling his territory.
Hello? Is anyone there?
He opened a coffin and shook his head in disappointment.
Hello, takeaway is here.
I put my head into the second coffin, but it was still empty.
These poor devils don't even have any burial objects? After kicking open several coffins one after another, Zhang Jun looked disappointed.
I thought I could find some valuable treasures from these coffins, but these coffins were made by beggars, but there was nothing. Not only were there no burial objects, Zhang Jun found that the coffin here was just like the red coffin, both broken at the touch of a touch. He remembered that it was not like this when he rushed into the valley. He kicked up and the coffin made a clanging sound, but it was very hard. Now these coffins look like they have been gnawed by termites, breaking into pieces when touched. This made Zhang Jun very disappointed, and his original idea of taking away a few coffins was shattered.
What?
Zhang Jun suddenly noticed something in the grass, walked over, and after pushing aside the grass, a large black bow appeared there.
Why is this bow here?
Zhang Jun was surprised when he saw this big bow. He was so impressed by this bow that he almost died under this bow several times. It was probably the guy who was chasing him. After he was killed, the bow was left here.
Pick up the bow. I found a dark blue question mark on it. Pluto steel bow. Stygian steel forged from the fine iron of Styx has been immortal for thousands of years.
After thousands of years, blood is the best lubricant. The stronger the blood and resentment sucked, the more powerful the arrows shot. Task: shoot it with 3,000 arrows.
Mission difficulty: slightly higher. Mission reward, 3 plutosteals and 2 wishing stars.
After Zhang Jun carefully read the information above, he tried to lift the bow.
Good weight.
It was so heavy that after I barely raised one hand, my arms were shaking. You must know that with the quality of my body, I can easily lift even the Beast King's rice bowl weighing more than kilograms. However, now it is difficult to even lift the bow, let alone pull the bowstring.
Unfortunately, I thought it was some kind of treasure. Emotions are just scrap metal. Zhang Jun grimaced. He had seen the power of this bow before.
One arrow was enough to instantly kill a master at the peak of chi gathering.
But if you can't use it yourself, you can't help but feel like entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. As for the above tasks, let alone that. 3,000 arrows? Don't say that you can't draw the bow now. Even if it is drawn, according to the above meaning, this bow must be filled with blood to draw it. How can I get so much blood for him?
As for killing people and collecting blood, I am not some perverted murderer.
To complete a task, I want to kill 3,000 people? Crazy?
After thinking about it, Zhang Jun casually threw it into his storage bag, planning to find a place to sell the bow at a good price after finishing this competition. After searching around the valley to make sure that there was nothing else of value, Zhang Jun found a dry place to sit down and began to carefully study the 5 Zhang Great Classic that had just been rewarded by the mission.
After all, this is the most complete reward I have received so far.
If I don't study it carefully, I would be really sorry for the suffering I have suffered. After careful study, Zhang Jun discovered that this 5 Zhang Great Miracle Sutra was not a magical practice, but a set of meditation techniques that claim to be able to awaken the spirits of the 5 Zhang organs and make people reborn.
It's just right. Why don't we hide here for now?
Anyway, we have to fight for survival, so I will hide here and wait until the end.
Zhang Jun made up his mind to survive here until the
end, so he simply closed his eyes and began to concentrate on practicing according to the meditation method in the 5 Zhang De Qi Jing. There are gods hidden in the 5 internal organs. The heart god is called Dan Yuan, the liver god is called Longyan, the spleen god is called Changzai, the lung god is called Hawa, the kidney god is called Xin Ming. He recited the above scripture silently, letting his consciousness become empty, and he began to feel nothing. But as time went by, Zhang Jun felt a hot current jumping up and down on his lower back, as if something was guiding his consciousness to sink.
He didn't resist, and his consciousness followed the heat.
For a moment, deep in his consciousness, he felt a black doll sitting cross-legged in front of him.
Is this Xian Ming?
Zhang Jun saw the baby holding 2 big wastes in his hands. As he breathed in and out, wisps of black water gushed out from his 2 wastes and was ingested into the baby's mouth and nose, and then spit out by the doll, turning into wisps of essence and body fluids and flowing into his body. The doll raised his head and looked at himself as if feeling something, and a poem suddenly appeared in his mind. In the Xianin Garden of the Kidney Palace, there is a boy in the Xianin Garden.
It controls the sources of 9 fluids in the 6 palaces, and its 2 ears and 100 fluids are responsible for the external fluids.
Dragons and pandans dance in green brocade clouds, sending up the bright clouds, sun, moon and mist.
All kinds of diseases and calamities are imminent.
2 water kings face each other and make people live forever and ascend to the 9 heavens. Zhang Jun unconsciously recited this poem along with the doll, and his consciousness seemed to be integrated with the doll, regardless of each other. With just a thought, I felt the heat in my lower back getting stronger and stronger, and there was a thumping in my ears. It was like something was cracking in his cochlea, and after a while, he felt like something was flowing out of his ear. Whoosh! As soon as the cracking sound disappeared, the surrounding sound suddenly became extremely transparent. He could hear the gentle breeze on the grass and trees, and the condensed water mist. Even if he doesn't use his eyes to see, the wind and grass all around him are reflected in his mind. He heard the sound of dripping water outside the valley becoming more and more urgent. It seemed like it was raining above, and the water was flowing into the valley.
I didn't know what was happening outside at the moment.
Strange, according to the 5 Zhang De Qi Jing, the order should be the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, and the kidneys should be sensed last.
How come I sensed the kidneys first? Is it because of Zi Yuan Ju Shen Dan, the reason?
Although the order was wrong, he couldn't think too much about it. It doesn't matter if a black cat or a white cat catches mice, it's a good cat. Thoughts control Xian Ming, kidney energy is flowing continuously, Zhang Jun's face becomes more and more rosy, and his whole mental state has reached an unprecedented sense of relaxation. When he opened his eyes again, he didn't know how much time had passed. He just felt comfortable all over, stretched out, and felt refreshed while breathing. Only when he took a closer look did he realize that thick water had accumulated in the valley. Zhang Jun didn't notice it at first, but when he raised his nose, he smelled a strong and pungent sour smell. He looked at the water in front of him doubtfully, and tentatively threw an elixir bottle down. Bang, zizizi. I saw a lot of bubbles coming out of the elixir bottle, and after a while it was corroded to the point where not even the slag was left. This shocked Zhang Jun. Strong acid? Remembering that he had just heard the sound of running water outside the valley, Zhang Jun's face suddenly turned ugly. The terrain here is low-lying, and the accumulated water above will continue to flow down. I am afraid that it will not be long before this place will be turned into a strong acid pool. This forced him to give up his previous plans and find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Without further ado, Zhang Jun did not dare to delay any longer. While some places were not flooded with strong acid, he left quickly, otherwise he would really be trapped and die in this place. The valley is neither deep nor shallow, but the surrounding cliffs are covered with thick moss. Even a master of Qinggong would find it a dream to climb up. Zhang Jun relied on the blessing of the Rui golden boots on his feet, stepped on the raised stones on the cliff, kicked his toes, and felt a heat flow on his lower back, and his whole body seemed to have endless strength. The whole person is light and airy, jumping 6 or 7 meters in height effortlessly. It's a pity that I haven't practiced superior Qinggong. Otherwise, with the blessing of Qinggong, I would be able to escape easily even if I encounter those monsters again. There is indeed something in this 5 Zhang Great Miracle Sutra. I just opened up the Kidney Master Xianming, and I already feel like I have been completely transformed. If I can get through the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs at the same time, I am afraid that I will really be completely transformed as stated in the Great Qi Sutra. Thinking of this, Zhang Jun's eyes brightened and he became more confident about his future. With his body as light as a monkey, he stepped on the gravel of the cliff and kept climbing up. It only took about half an hour to climb up from the deep valley. Call. Breathing out a mouthful of hot white mist, Zhang Jun looked back and felt a little out of breath, but not tired at all. He raised his head and saw that the white mist in the jungle in front of him had cleared. Zhang Jun quietly poked his head out and looked around. After making sure there was no problem, he was about to find a place to hide. When Zhang Jun's ears moved, he heard a rush of people running towards him. Someone? He hurriedly hid himself in a bush. It's a pity that the steel knife he fan gave him before was lost somewhere, and now he doesn't even have anything to defend himself. Ha ha. The footsteps became more and more rapid, and there was even a hint of crying in the voice. Zhang Jun couldn't help but follow the sound and look over. He was still a little far away and couldn't see the other person's face clearly. But judging from the clothes on the other party, he should be a righteous disciple. Strange? What is he running for? Seeing the other party running for his life in embarrassment, Zhang Jun suddenly became more confused. He didn't see anything chasing him behind him. Just when Zhang Jun was still confused, the sky around him suddenly darkened. He raised his head and saw a huge shadow swooping down in midair. Two-headed bird? It looks like a vulture, but it has 2 heads, one male and one female. What's even more surprising is that this monster is actually holding a cage woven from tree vines in one hand. The cage was filled with corpses piled together. Whoosh! The 2-headed bird flapped its wings, accelerated suddenly, and began to dive. Boom! The huge body hit the ground, whipping up a terrifying strong wind that blew all the surrounding vegetation away. Zhang Jun hurriedly curled up under the tree pit. After the strong wind swept over, the surrounding area was already in chaos. Brother, he is right here, I can smell his scent. The woman raised her nose and immediately caught the scent of the prey. The strange bird suddenly turned around and knocked away the stone at its feet. The huge force even lifted the disciple hiding behind into the air.
Before he could land on the ground, he was caught by the strange bird. Live. I surrender, help, help, ah, ah. Kick, kick. Faced with the begging for mercy and surrender, the strange bird was not polite. With a pinch of its sharp claws, it crushed all the bones of the little mouse. 13. We finally got it together. The man on the left counted the corpses on his hands and let out a hoarse laugh. Just as he was about to leave, the woman's head suddenly tilted and she stared at Zhang Jun, took a sharp sniff from where he was hiding. Then the face gradually showed a ferocious smile. Hey, there is another one here. The second update is around 11 p.m., and the third update is around p.m. I'll do it as soon as possible. I'm not asking for votes, I'm asking for chapter reviews. Of course, mature readers should also learn to help the author plan and reason about the plot. End of this chapter. The woman raised her nose. Yes, it smells like a stranger. As he spoke, he shook his stupid body and walked step by step towards the direction where Zhang Jun was hiding. Come out quickly, I've found you. The woman's face was full of anticipation. But the man beside him looked impatient, raised his thick claws, and slapped Zhang Jun in the tree hole where he was hiding. Boom! The soil exploded, sending up thick smoke. The woman couldn't dodge the dirt that was thrown in her face, and she twisted her head in annoyance. You idiot, the dirt even splashed on my face. The man didn't care about this and just grinned. We have enough people anyway. There is no need to waste time here. Let's go quickly. As the man spoke, he did not forget to use his claws to twist the ground back and forth several times. Even if there was a person hiding in the tree pit, he would be crushed into a meat pie. Not giving up, the woman used her other paw to dig a few times in the compacted soil pit, and found only a piece of shredded clothing. Let's go, let's go. The man was already urging impatiently. When the woman saw this, she could only scold the man for not being able to live a good life. She slowly flapped her wings, grabbed the cage full of corpses and jumped into the air. Hoo hoo hoo. The cold wind came in through the gaps in the cage. Zhang Jun couldn't help but shiver and quietly pulled the body next to him a few times. It turned out that there was only Zhang Jun's coat in the tree hole just now. Taking advantage of the smoke and dust raised by the man's slap, Zhang Jun took the opportunity to get into the cage. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. A woman's sense of smell is too sensitive. If she runs elsewhere, she will definitely be noticed. With his current strength, he probably wouldn't be able to escape death. Instead, he got into the cage and relied on the bloody smell of the corpses inside to cover up his own smell. As for where this monster will take me, I can't think that far ahead. I can only take one step at a time and surrender if it doesn't work. The monster was so fast that Zhang Jun only saw the trees below quickly passing by in front of him. Not long after, many strange figures gradually appeared below. So much. All kinds of strange figures gathered together, including mountain-like giant monsters and humanoid-looking creatures. He even saw a little girl, carrying several lanterns made of human heads, jumping forward. They looked like they were all converging toward the northeast. What's over there? Why are these monsters all gathering in one direction? Zhang Jun slowly raised his head and saw that under the hill in front, not only were a large number of monsters gathered, but the corpses were also piled up into a hill. Whoosh! Zhang Jun originally wanted to see more clearly, but he didn't expect the strange bird to have slowed down, so he heard the man casually say, "We're here." Hearing the man's voice, Zhang Jun had a bad thought in his heart. This lazy and perfunctory attitude is very similar to the way a man looks when he goes downstairs to throw away the garbage. Sure enough, the strange bird's claws loosened, and with a parabolic arc, it smashed straight down with its body and cage. In an instant, Zhang Jun's eyes were spinning, and the body fell from the air together. For a moment, Zhang Jun felt so confused. Fortunately, the height was not too high. Zhang Jun hit the pile of corpses impartially. But even with the buffer of these corpses, Zhang Jun was hit so hard that he almost lost his breath. Lianing. Are you looking for death? If you sow it, I will tear you apart. Before the strange bird landed, he heard the curses of the surrounding monsters.
It turned out that some corpses in cages scattered in midair, just hitting the other monsters below. Sorry, I didn't notice that the cage was not strong, so it fell apart. The strange bird above the head grinned and let out a hoarse laugh, but it didn't look like it was about to land. Zhang Jun carefully turned over in the pile of corpses. Hearing the shouts and curses around him, he realized that the strange bird had a name, Lianying.
It matches his image quite well.
After Zhang Jun complained in his heart, he was stunned again. He seemed to realize something and looked around in disbelief.
Can I understand them?
He pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Yes, although these monsters only made low roars, he could indeed understand what these guys meant.
Is this a reward for opening the god-burying coffin?
He thought of his previous reminder that the reward for opening the god burial coffin was a string of question marks. Maybe this is it.
Hey, this is interesting.
Zhang Jun was lying in the corpse, not worried whether these monsters would find him, so he squinted his eyes and looked around. There are enough corpses.
After the sacrifice is completed, we can go and kill all the ones on the mountain.
Well, I haven't eaten enough yet. The person who spoke was an old man. The upper body of the old man was in the shape of a human, but the lower body was a big black and thick worm.
There was a big mouth on the abdomen.
He was holding a woman's thigh in his mouth and chewing it with relish. Damn God, they exiled us to this place. After I get out of trouble, sooner or later I will go out and take revenge. Let's wait until you get out of trouble and regain your strength.
What are they talking about?
Zhang Jun didn't understand what these guys were saying for a while, but what was certain was that they seemed more like some kind of imprisoned prisoners.
To shut up!
An angry roar, as deafening as a huge thunder, instantly silenced the surrounding monsters. Zhang Jun originally wanted to stick his head out and take a look, but because of the angle, he could only lie down honestly. It wasn't until a big hand grabbed hold of the body next to Zhang Jun in midair that he could clearly see the appearance of the monster in front of him. It was a huge female head with no body and black tentacles below the neck. Get ready for the sacrifice.
I hope it will be successful this time.
The woman stretched out her tentacles and scratched the corpse, making Zhang Jun feel his scalp numb. The body that was already dead began to twitch. Immediately afterwards, wisps of fluorescence poured out from the corpse's mouth and nose, converging on the woman's tentacles, forming a writhing mass of fluorescence. You can see a face that looks exactly like a corpse in the fluorescent light, screaming in pain, but no matter how hard he struggles, he can't escape from the woman's grasp. The woman opened her mouth, spit out an egg, and actually ignited the soul in her hand to cover the egg. Using his soul as fire to hatch the egg, Zhang Jun didn't expect that the so-called sacrifice turned out to be like this. The light blue firelight shines through the eggshell, and you can clearly see something moving inside. Seeing that the embryo in the egg had begun to slowly revive, the woman's face began to become excited. The body that had lost its soul was thrown directly into her mouth like a snack and gnawed on. She placed the egg on the ground, grabbed 2 more corpses, and once again pulled out the soul and threw it on the egg, making the soul fire on the egg even more powerful. The surrounding strange demons came forward one after another, lined up neatly in a row, and made a low hissing sound towards the egg. Zhang Jun couldn't understand it this time, because it was not a language, but some kind of ancient tune, low and ancient, like a signal that penetrated the blockade of time and space and led to the ancient times. After listening to it for a while, Zhang Jun discovered that it sounded a bit good. But after the tentacles pulled a corpse away from him, Zhang Jun immediately woke up.
If he didn't leave, he might become the next sacrifice.
But looking at the egg not far away, Zhang Jun couldn't help but have a bold idea in his heart. As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, even he was shocked. The risk is too great, it's just risking your life. Just when he wanted to reject the idea and find a way to escape as soon as possible. But a soft voice rose in my heart.
I can help you.
Who? Zhang Jun was frightened by the sudden sound. Fortunately, the surrounding demons were all focused on the egg, and no one would pay attention to the corpses. Otherwise, based on his weak movement just now, I am afraid that he would have died at this time.
He was torn into pieces by the swarming strange demons.
He adjusted his breathing and tried to calm down as much as possible. But I heard a woman's voice again in my heart, but this time the woman was smiling. The laughter was like a silver bell, but as ethereal as a deep valley in the sky. It was clearly in his body, but it seemed to be far away from him. When Zhang Jun heard the laughter, he couldn't help but think of a woman's figure, her beautiful face, her condescending eyes, and those little feet as gentle as jade. The moment this thought arose, Zhang Jun understood who the owner of the voice was. "You are the woman in the coffin." The woman did not answer him, but reminded him, "You are next. Do you need my help?" "It's not too late now." Zhang Jun did not rush to agree, but asked, "What is the price?" Before the woman could answer him, Zhang Jun suddenly felt an unpleasant feeling. He looked up and saw that the woman's head was looking at him, her eyes staring at him. "Sorry, it's a little later than I expected, so I will write the third update." End of this chapter. Their eyes met, and the woman's eyes were obviously a little stunned. It seems that he is still wondering why there is a living person staying here. But the muscles in Zhang Jun's whole body were already moving like an electric shock. It was a matter of life and death. How could he relax for a moment? When the woman was still stunned, Zhang Jun raised his hand, and a gray-white cold light flashed out from the ring on his finger, hitting the woman directly in the face. "What?" In pain, the woman's head instinctively raised back, and Zhang Jun took advantage of this opportunity to jump out of the corpse. With a ray of thought activated, the kidneys were like engines with full power at the moment, and a fierce flow of heat instantly traveled through the body. At this moment, time seemed to be left behind by his consciousness. His heartbeat and blood began to accelerate, his pupils dilated, and his body entered an extraordinary state. He jumped in the air, and with a strange gesture, he hugged the star on the ground. Dan kicked his feet, did a forward somersault on the ground, stood up and ran. What happened at this moment was so fast that all the strange demons were stunned. Looking at Zhang Jun's back, my mind didn't turn around for a moment. When did a living person pop out here? Chasing. It wasn't until the woman let out a heart-rending roar that all the strange demons suddenly reacted. "Good fellow, you were snatching food from the tiger's mouth, and you came to dance at the door of the King of Hell's palace." The eyes of all the strange demons turned red instantly. They yelled and cursed, then got up from the ground and chased after Zhang Jun. Sensing the terrifying evil aura behind him, Zhang Jun instantly had goosebumps on his back. Although he had the help of the 5 internal organs and the great miracle scripture, he was only a mortal body with a layer of chi gathering. Not to mention the slaps from the strange demons behind him, even if they all spit out foam, he couldn't bear it. Zhang Jun suddenly felt that the sense of crisis that had been filling his heart disappeared. This disappearance was very sudden, as fast as the ebb of the sea. But the next second, the surrounding light quickly dimmed, and a strong sense of oppression made Zhang Jun feel a strong sense of suffocation. "Boy, you're looking for fucking death." A black shadow actually jumped out from the shadow behind Zhang Jun, holding a huge knife like a door panel in his hand, aiming to chop off Zhang Jun's head. The sound of the wind breaking from the blade was like the sigh of death, and Zhang Jun instinctively raised the egg in his hand above his head. It was this unintentional move that startled the strange demon behind him. He gritted his teeth and tilted the blade to the side. A strong and cold wind scraped Zhang Jun's scalp and cut it on the stone beside him. The big stone that was 3 meters high was smashed into pieces. "Idiot, don't hurt Yuan Tai." This scene not only scared Zhang Jun to the point of breaking out in cold sweat, but also made all the strange demons behind him tremble with fear. When the strange demons behind saw that the Yuan Fei was intact, they immediately started to curse. When Zhang Jun saw this, he raised his eyebrows and simply put the egg on his head and ran forward. Now all the strange demons went crazy. But in Zhang Jun's consciousness, a woman's laughter could be heard, as if he had seen some funny performance. "Stop laughing and help me!" Zhang Jun shouted in his heart angrily. "Are you going to stop asking about the price? I can have a good chat with you. Help me." The flesh on Zhang Jun's face was trembling. At this point, he doesn't care what the price is. As long as he can survive, he will write it into your ancestral genealogy when he returns home. It was as if she could see Zhang Jun's thoughts. When she heard this, she smiled even more happily. The strange demons were even more crazy. They wanted to slap Zhang Jun into a pulp, but they were afraid of hurting the Yuan Fei in his hand. They wanted to catch up and control him, but the strange thing was that when these strange demons, when the devil activated his own powers, no matter what kind of abilities they were, they all disappeared the moment he got close to Zhang Jun. It was as if there was some power around Zhang Jun that suppressed all their abilities. Now the scene became outrageous. An ordinary person with a mortal body, holding an egg, ran all the way up the mountain. Behind him is a strange demon that makes people feel numb. Zhang Jun also noticed something strange, but he didn't feel happy about it. He couldn't hold on like this for long. When these strange monsters caught up, they would cut him into pieces and cut him into pieces.
Do you have any other means? I can't last much longer like this.
Zhang Jun continued to shout in his heart with a grimace.
The woman's answer was also very straightforward. Didn't you have a solution before? Why did you forget it now? Method?
Zhang Jun was stunned and immediately understood what she meant.
Will it work?
The so-called method I had was just a bold idea that came to my mind when I saw the egg just now.
This egg seems to be very precious. If it can be used by yourself, it might allow you to do whatever you want.
It just so happened that before he set off, the Beast King gave him a flesh clone, which came in handy.
At that time, I just thought so.
I didn't expect that my thoughts would be observed so
thoroughly. How did this woman do it?
But he didn't have time to think about this problem, he had to survive first.
Gamble.
The situation had reached this level, so Zhang Jun took the risk and took out the meat clone from the storage bag. He held the fleshy lump the size of his fist in his hand, and it felt soft and bouncy.
How to use this thing?
The Beast King did the same, giving himself a fleshy lump without even giving him an instruction manual.
Just use it like this.
At this time, little red light spots appeared on Zhang Jun's palm, as if there was a hand holding his wrist invisibly. When he pushed forward, he saw the red light mixed into the Beast King clone, and then turned into a red light.
Into the egg.
I'll leave the rest to you. After the woman's voice fell, she gradually disappeared. Zhang Jun tried to call out twice more, but the woman never responded to him. Looking at the egg in his arms, Zhang Jun gritted his teeth and could only bite the bullet and run all the way up the mountain.
At the same time,
in the arena, everyone's attention was focused on the mountainside. The 6 demon disciples were sitting on the ground in a circle, back to back, not far in front of them, as were the righteous disciples. The people on both sides, who were supposed to be at odds with each other, were sitting together harmoniously at this time. It's not that they don't want to fight, but they are trying to avoid fighting. After all, in terms of numbers on both sides, although the righteous path has an advantage, the advantage is not huge.
If the demonic disciples fight with their backs against each other, both sides will suffer.
Everyone participating in the arena is mostly the same as Hua Lin, who is forced to make a helpless choice.
No one wants to lose their life here.
If we remain in a stalemate like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for too long.
Hua Lin lowered his voice and asked He Fan aside.
The other demon disciples looked sideways at him. After all, this is Chu Taiji's disciple, and it was his divination skills that allowed everyone to persist until now. He Fan lowered his head and held a piece of snack in his hand. He broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. Then he broke off the snack and divided it into pieces. Eat something.
The transfer should be coming soon. Please save your energy.
Everyone had no appetite at first, but when they heard the word turnaround, they couldn't help but perked up. They silently took the snacks and put them into their mouths to chew on them. Their eyes would occasionally glance towards the side of the righteous disciples.
Some people have already begun to look forward to it. If what He Fan said was true, then they might win this competition.
According to the rules, the disciple who wins the competition can enjoy many privileges, such as a 10th share of the 60 spirit stones. That is a total of kilograms of spiritual stones. The 6 of them divided it equally, 10,000 each. Such a huge windfall is enough for them to exchange for many things in the arena, making their overall strength cross a level. In addition to the bets placed by both parties, the victor will also receive rewards unique to the arena. If a certain senior brother is accidentally killed during this period, then their gains will be even greater.
This is the feeling of having a sweet dream. Once you start, you can't stop.
While several people were quietly sleeping in a sweet dream, some of the righteous disciples felt something was wrong and stood up one after another. As soon as the righteous disciples moved, He-Fan also stood up, holding swords in their hands and looking alert.
It's about to start.
Everyone in the auditorium of the arena had already begun to doze off.
Seeing this scene, they immediately cheered up. Victory or defeat is in this moment. Hit me. What are you doing standing still? Come on. Come on, what are you doing?
Kill these devilish bastards.
Unfortunately, He-Fan and the others could not hear the shouts in the arena.
But at this moment they could hear another sound, a roaring sound of ghosts crying and howling.
Oops, those beasts came up the mountain. Someone shouted something bad.
After they climbed up the mountain before, they found that the scary monsters seemed to have no intention of going up the mountain. They thought they were safe on the mountain.
Everyone walked to the side of the hillside and looked down.
Everyone gasped when they saw Zhang Jun holding an egg and running towards them with a dense crowd of monsters behind him.
Hua Lin almost bit his own tongue and screamed, "He is actually still alive?"
When Zhang Jun heard a familiar voice, he raised his head and saw Hua Lin's familiar face. With a happy look on his face, "Senior brother Hua.
Come and help me."
Help you? Everyone's faces suddenly turned green when they looked at the howling strange demons behind him. Hua Lin's scalp went numb and he screamed, "Junior brother Zhao, if you have something to say, don't come over."
Sorry, it's a little late.
I will continue to update 3 times tomorrow. End of this chapter.
What? Come here quickly? Okay, I'll be there right away. Zhang Jun seemed to have misunderstood.
Instead of slowing down, he gritted his teeth and ran forward as hard as he could.
Don't go there, to hell with that. If I don't eliminate you all, do you still want me to wait for death?
From the moment he saw Hua Lin and others, Zhang Jun made up his mind to lure all the strange demons there. Borrow the help of strange demons to eliminate them all and speed up the outcome of this competition.
Seeing Zhang Jun rushing here faster, everyone's scalps went numb. In the audience of good and evil, everyone looked strange. Zhang Jun left a deep impression on them.
It seemed that every time he appeared, he could leave a deep impression on people. The last time this kid showed up, he caused heavy losses to the Demon Temple sect and ruined the reputation of the Golden Buddha Temple. After this battle, Zen Master Jian, the elder of the Golden Buddha Temple, immediately ran away covering his face. As for the disciples of the Golden Buddha Temple, after they realized what they had done, their Taoist hearts were shattered, and they all left the arena, wrapped their heads in clothes, and ran away with their buttocks naked. Everyone thought that Zhang Jun, the Scourge, was dead, but they didn't expect that he was still alive. Not only was he alive, he had also attracted all the strange monsters from down the mountain.
This guy is a jerk. One of the demonic elders was so angry that his mouth twisted. Some people also want to remind this elder that if this kid is a troublemaker.
However, seeing that the elder was already dizzy with anger, he wisely chose to shut up.
Kill him.
Seeing Zhang Jun getting closer and closer, someone finally took the lead to kill Zhang Jun, the Scourge. I saw one person raising his hand to call out the flying sword, pointing with his fingertips, and the 3-foot green peak was like a rainbow, stabbing straight towards Zhang Jun.
Whoosh!
The sword's edge was so fast that it arrived in an instant and pierced Zhang Jun's face without even having time to dodge. Seeing this, Zhang Jun frowned and pushed the egg forward in his hand.
Asshole!
Seeing that he actually used Yuan Fei to block the arrow, the eyes of the strange demons who followed him almost popped out. Fortunately, at this moment, a strange demon fell straight from the air and blocked Zhang Jun, cut off the flying sword with one blow. While cutting off the flying sword, the strange demon suddenly turned around and tried to grab Zhang Jun with his huge claws.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Jun was on guard.
He immediately jumped back, took back the egg in his hand and raised it above his head.
He said coldly to the protruding stone at his feet, "If you dare to move, I will smash it."
After hearing Zhang Jun's words, Emo stretched
out his hand in the air and really didn't dare to move.
Although he was sure that he could crush Zhang Jun's head with one hand, he was not sure that after he did it, the boy would not drop the yuan tea in his hand to the ground. This time, not only did the strange demon in front of him dare not move, but even the strange demons following Zhang Jun froze in place. Seeing this, Zhang Jun slowly held the egg in his chest, took 2 steps sideways, and immediately continued running up the mountain.
Are these strange monsters crazy too? If you don't kill him, why don't you protect him? Everyone was dumbfounded watching this scene.
Zhang Jun held the egg in his arms, as if he was coercing the emperor to order the princes. If you dare to get close, I will smash this thing, and we will be finished together. We walked and stopped all the way, getting closer and closer to the mountainside.
This kid has a bit of a way.
Lord Snake, who was half asleep and huddled in the corner, couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. In the audience, only the Snake Master could laugh, but everyone else was crying. Seeing that there was nothing they could do about Zhang Jun, these strange demons were going crazy with anger. With a turn of their eyes, they transferred all their anger to Hua Lin and others not far away.
Not good.
They can't deal with any of these strange demons, let alone so many strange demons coming towards them. Everyone turned pale with fright, turned around and ran away without caring about anything. They are not like Zhang Jun, who is protected by an invisible force field that can confine the power of strange demons. I saw a strange demon emerging directly from their shadow. He raised his knife and cut off the head of a demon disciple in an instant.
I surrender, pick me up quickly.
Someone couldn't stand it anymore, and with a loud roar, the host on the stage gently moved his palm, and a green light enveloped the disciple, quickly pulling him out of this world.
How dare the others stay here?
They all chose to surrender before they were dragged into the battle.
Junior brother, let's go.
At this time, Hua Lin did not forget to look at Yifan behind him, but found that Yifan was still sitting in the same place from beginning to end, with no intention of getting up.
Junior brother, leave quickly.
Seeing this, Hua Lin reached out to pull Yifan's arm, but Yifan waved his hand. Don't worry, this place is auspicious. What auspicious position and inauspicious position, he won't care about it until those monsters below rush up. With that said, Hua Ling was about to forcefully drag Yifan up. Unexpectedly, with this tug, I couldn't exert any strength.
My palms felt numb and I couldn't exert any strength at all.
Senior brother Hua, the opportunity is right in front of you.
Instead of running away in embarrassment, it is better to give it a try.
Yifan raised his head. If he quit now, no matter whether he wins or loses, it has nothing to do with him.
Victory is imminent now.
As long as he survives to the end, he can get the reward of this competition. This windfall is enough to elevate their strength to a huge level. How could Hua He not understand this truth, but how could those monsters let them survive? Hua Lin still wanted to defend himself, but his consciousness began to blur. He threw his head up and fell to the ground.
Not long after, he was completely out of breath.
Looking at Hua Lin lying at his feet, Yifan stretched out his hand to pull him up, and then placed him next to him. He counted the time in his mind and took a deep breath. Death or life, it depends on this time. After saying that, Yifan put one hand on his own pulse. After a while, his body tilted and fell next to Hua He, completely losing consciousness. It is hard to overstate the fact that Zhang Jun's arrival was a disaster. Everyone ran for their lives in embarrassment, completely ignoring the outcome of this realm match. Those who still wanted to resist stubbornly turned around and wanted to continue running up the mountain.
Instead, they were chased by angry strange demons and torn into pieces in an instant.
Soon a strange demon walked past Hua Lin and the others. He glanced at the 2 people lying on the ground from the corner of his eye, fiddled with them a few times, and after confirming that they were dead, he went after them with a bored look on his face.
To others, it's over, it's all over now.
As they watched their disciples being killed one after another, or surrendering and leaving the stage, everyone in the Zhangdao audience looked as if they were mourning for their heirs. Although there were constant scoldings in the demonic auditorium, many people now hoped that Zhang Jun could persist a little longer. As long as the last righteous disciple is eliminated, no matter what the result is, at least they will win.
It's just that Zhang Jun's condition is also not good.
His face has turned pale. He has been able to survive the pursuit of these strange demons until now, not only because those strange demons' abilities are ineffective against him. It is also because the Kidney Master continuously provides strength to oneself. Make yourself feel as if you have been hit with adrenaline at all times, and your physical strength, perception, and muscle sensitivity will always be maintained at a peak state, but this power is not endless. The 5 Zangdaki Sutra is not a practice method, it just teaches you how to use the potential in your body. After all, what is consumed is your own body. If the basic skills of this body were not solid enough, coupled with the previous nourishment of the nourishing Yuan Jusen pill, he would have been empty out of his body long ago. Realizing that his physical condition was getting worse, Zhang Jun knew that he might not be able to hold on for long. Once his physical condition cannot support him, the strange demons behind him will immediately rush up and tear him into pieces.
Isn't it okay?
Zhang Jun looked at the egg in his hand. Perhaps his hope of survival rested entirely on this egg. Crack! Suddenly, Zhang Jun felt his feet sink, and a hole suddenly opened in the stone under his feet. Dark tentacles came out of the hole and grabbed Zhang Jun's ankles.
Immediately, densely packed tentacles, like countless venomous snakes, wrapped around his limbs.
With a strong pull, he was pulled directly into the ground.
Humph, he's finally dead.
Seeing Zhang Jun's figure disappear from everyone's sight, all the righteous disciples in the arena cursed that this guy deserved to die. The righteous elders also breathed a sigh of relief and took out the silk scarf from their sleeves to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. But the situation is still not optimistic. When they looked at the number card next to the host, there was only 1 disciple left in the righteous way, and there were 4 in the demonic way.
Strange, why are there 4 people?
Apart from the kid who was pulled into the ground, there should be 3 left on the demonic side. But where are the other 3 people? The righteous people were looking for the traces of the demonic disciple. On the contrary, the people in the demonic auditorium were also looking for the righteous disciple. As for Zhang Jun, no one continues to pay attention to him. Being pulled underground is doomed. Dark underground. Zhang Jun's whole body was pulled down quickly, but he still held the egg tightly in his hand.
A strong trembling sensation was transmitted from the egg. Coming out soon. Hurry up, hurry up.
However, at this moment, the tentacles wrapped around his body suddenly tightened, forcing Zhang Jun's limbs into a ball, and the egg was snatched away by the tentacles. It wasn't until 2 deep red eyes illuminated the surrounding area that Zhang Jun saw a huge head waiting for him below.
Caught you, little mouse. Looking at the little mouse caught in
her hand, the woman gradually moved her face closer, and Zhang Jun could even see the excited and trembling muscles on her face. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The restrictions around Zhang Jun disabled all their abilities and they could only attack physically. However, this despicable boy was not only as cunning as a greased mouse, he also used the Yuan Fei as a shield to make them throw away rats. Now that this boy is finally in her hands, the woman can't wait to let him taste the most painful taste in the world. Looking at the bloody mouth getting closer and closer, Zhang Jun's eyes were always fixed on the egg that was taken away by the tentacles.
Tell me, should I kill you first, or torture you slowly?
The woman looked very torn. She wanted to make the mouse miserable, but she was also worried about accidentally killing him. Seeing the woman's troubled expression, Zhang Jun suddenly raised his head and said,
I think you can give it a try. First crush my bones, then pull out my skin.
Finally, if your technique is fast enough, I suggest you slowly pull out my intestines.
That's a good idea. The woman's eyes lit up, but she was immediately stunned. Eh? Do you understand what I'm saying? I can understand it, a little bit.
Zhang Jun nodded and looked at the face of the woman in front of him sincerely. Actually, I think that if I die in the hands of those people outside who are neither humans nor ghosts, I would rather die in the hands of a peerless beauty. At least it would be cool to die as a ghost under the peonies. The woman was stunned for a moment, and looked carefully at Zhang Jun's face. After making sure that the boy was not crazy, the expression on his face gradually became ferocious. The huge facial features were squeezed together, and he opened his bloody mouth and let out a harsh scream. Weird laughter.
Then you are so happy.
As she said that, the woman changed her tone. I suddenly thought of a better way to kill you. As he spoke, he began to slowly tighten his tentacles. Soon, Zhang Jun's breathing began to become rapid, and the process of tightening the tentacles was very slow, even gentle. But with every breath he took, the tentacles tightened rapidly.
Do you know how a python kills its prey?
It will slowly wrap around the prey and wrap it tightly with its body, forcing the prey's heart to stop the blood flow. In this process, the prey will feel suffocated, and it will open its mouth as wide as possible.
But the faster you breathe, the more painful it becomes.
The woman's eyes were fixed on Zhang Jun's face, watching as his face gradually began to turn red, the veins on his forehead began to bulge, and he gasped and struggled. This slow death process made the woman excited every time.
Every hair must stand up.
As the woman said, this process would become more and more painful. After a while, Zhang Jun's face began to turn dark red and purple, his eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and he felt as if his entire chest was about to explode. The woman closed her eyes, put her face in front of Zhang Jun, and took a deep breath, hoping to smell the desperate scent of dying. However, Zhang Jun did not have such a smell.
Ha! Why aren't you scared? What are you waiting for? The woman raised Zhang Jun in front of her in confusion, wanting to see more clearly.
Zhang Jun's lips trembled slightly, but no sound could be heard. This made the woman very unhappy, so she simply put Zhang Jun to her ear to hear more clearly.
What did you say?
Zhang Jun raised his head, and his vision began to turn blood red due to the bloodshot eyes.
When he saw the cracks gradually opening on the egg, he opened his mouth and involuntarily raised a faint arc.
I said, "You look so damn ugly." The weak whisper caused the smile on the woman's face to freeze. Her huge head could not stop shaking, and she suddenly pulled Zhang Jun in front of her. "You are looking for death."
Just when?
She was about to tighten her tentacles and crush the little mouse into pieces.
Crack!
Accompanied by a sound that sounded like glass exploding, space and time would lose their original color and turn into a blood-red world wherever they were covered by dots of blood-colored light spots. At this time, the woman realized that apart from her consciousness, she could not even move a finger of the tentacle. A slender palm poked out from the egg, ignoring the distance of time and space, and just touched the woman's forehead lightly, leaving a black spot the size of a sesame bean. But this inconspicuous black spot exploded with terrifying gravity in an instant. In just 1/3 of the blink of an eye, the woman's head began to deform and twist, until it was torn into pieces by this black dot.
Boom!
Zhang Jun fell to the ground, and his body seemed to be completely falling apart, especially when the burning sensation came over his lungs. Even if he took a breath at this moment, he would feel like there was a knife in his chest.
It hurts like stirring.
But compared to these, Zhang Jun's eyes were always fixed on the figure coming out of the egg in front of him. The delicate and perfect feet lightly stepped on the air about 3 inches above the ground. The long scarlet hair covered an almost perfect body.
Zhang Jun's eyes widened and he couldn't help but whistle. Just after blowing, he regretted it.
When those sharp eyes looked at him, Zhang Jun had a bad feeling. This chapter is almost 2 chapters ahead of others, so it's a little late.
There are 2 more updates in the evening.
End of this chapter.
No. Don't take off my pants.
In the cave, Zhang Jun was naked, leaving only a pair of underwear and a pair of shoes on his body. From time to time, he glanced at the woman wearing his own clothes in front of him, with an expression that was too angry to express, as if he was aggrieved as a sister-in-law who had just been bullied by her brother-in-law.
Don't be so aggrieved. If it weren't for me, you would be torn into pieces.
Seeing Zhang Jun's crying expression, the woman stepped forward, reached out and pinched Zhang Jun's chin, and after appreciating it from side to side, she seemed quite satisfied.
Who are you? Shouldn't you be the Beast King? Zhang Jun asked with a frown.
What he threw into the egg was obviously the flesh clone of the Beast King, and what was wrapped in it was the Beast King's will. But in the end, a woman came out, and she was the same woman in his dream.
King of Beasts?
After hearing Zhang Jun's words, the woman raised her brows, covered her mouth and chuckled. Is a beast worthy of being called king?
Well, the taste is okay, but the texture is a bit off.
To casually call the enlightened Beast King a beast, a woman's tone is unusual. But thinking about how someone could stab the big-headed monster to death with just one finger, Zhang Jun wisely shut up.
When this body can't last too long, I have other things to do. When I'm done with it, I'll come back to you. Then, let's talk about the price. The woman pinched Zhang Jun's nose playfully and turned to leave. Zhang Jun didn't know what she was going to do, but he couldn't help shouting, "Hey!" The woman looked back. "What's your name?"
The woman smiled sweetly, and thousands of pieces of blood rolled up under her feet. She jumped up, and she was in a world of bright red sea of blood. She disappeared from Zhang Jun's sight lightly, leaving only a faint and heroic laughter. "Didn't you give me a name? You step on Lingyun to slaughter Tianjiao, and the blood is like the light rain staining the begonia." When the blood in front of his eyes dissipated, there was no trace of the woman's figure. Zhang Jun was stunned for a few seconds, then curled his lips and muttered in a low voice, why don't you take me with you?" Zhang Jun was really afraid that the land would collapse and bury him alive.
Then he would have died more unjustly than Doi.
Fortunately, this place seemed quite safe. Listening carefully, Zhang Jun could hear the strange screams outside, which were the screams of the strange demons, but within a moment, there was no movement.
"Aren't they all dead?"
Zhang Jun thought for a while, but gave up his plan to climb out, and lay down on the ground, completely flat.
"Do whatever you want, I don't want to move anymore anyway." What happened outside?
Unfortunately, no one noticed at this moment. Everyone's eyes were looking for the figure of the righteous lone wolf. At this point in this battle for survival, it is no longer a matter of luck, but more of a matter of strategy and resilience. In the current situation, whether the winner can be determined depends entirely on whether this righteous disciple can persevere and even complete the counterattack.
West, under the woods to the west.
At this time, someone pointed to the west direction ahead and screamed, as if he had discovered some treasure.
Everyone immediately shifted their gaze.
As their gaze focused, they could not see anything in the dark forest of dead trees.
"What? There's nothing here?" Someone rubbed his eyes and saw nothing. However, some sharp-eyed people discovered the problem at a glance. Lower left corner, look carefully. After hearing the prompt, everyone started searching again, and sure enough, they found a figure in an inconspicuous corner on the left.
This man's whole body was wrapped in mud and moss, almost blending in with the surrounding environment. If this guy hadn't had a cut on his arm, he would have been blind and wouldn't have been able to find any trace of him.
"Whose disciple is this? Why are you hiding here?"
This person was covered in mud and had no appearance at all, and everyone could not tell for a moment which disciple this person was. He was injured. There should be another person nearby.
One left. Everyone started looking for it, but they couldn't find it.
Interesting, the other party should also be an assassin who is good at hiding. Everyone cheered up after hearing the words. Time passed by, and this man was as motionless as a stone.
Gradually, some people began to become irritated. What does it mean that he is so motionless? Just don't move.
When everyone heard the words and looked around, they saw the speaker dressed in white, sitting cross-legged on the spot, but if he hadn't spoken, no one would have noticed this person. It turns out to be Senior Bai from Jingmen, and I asked him to give me some advice. Someone saw the black jade around this man's waist and saw a white character written in cinnabar on the black jade.
He immediately recognized the man's identity and immediately came forward to ask for advice.
The Jing sect is a rare neutral sect.
It is neither good nor evil, but it is recognized as a dangerous sect in the arena. It is best at assassination. As long as they could afford the price, they would dare to kill even top masters who were half-step heavenly beings.
When someone asked for advice, the Jingmen master was not stingy and calmly analyzed the situation for everyone.
As the saying goes, a layman can see the excitement, and an expert can see the door. Some things are as separated as a mountain, and outsiders cannot understand them at all.
Both of them are good at assassination, but the current situation is one in the dark and the other in the dark.
There is still a chance if he doesn't move. If he takes a step rashly, he will be dead.
In the same way, once the person hiding in the dark takes action, although he has the upper hand, his disadvantage will also be exposed at the same time.
The outcome is between and. Whoever makes a mistake first will die first. Can't last long.
The snake master in the evil auditorium on the other side suddenly spoke and pointed to the wound on the man's right arm. The poison of rotten bones, the less blood flows, the deeper the poison. Judging from his wound, a cup of tea. If you don't take action, go see the king of hell yourself. After hearing Lord Snake's words, everyone looked sideways. Even they couldn't tell the identities of the two people, but this kind of desperate fight was the easiest for people to get involved in. Suddenly, the man's right arm began to tremble slightly, and his shoulders sank unconsciously.
It's such an inconspicuous action. Right now. Jingman Bai Shan's eyes sparkled with cold light.
At the same time, Lord Snake on the other side frowned and said two other words in a very small voice. It's a scam. Shoo. The sound of the sword blade piercing the air seemed to be coming from all directions at the same time. A short black blade quickly pierced out of the darkness among the electric lights and flints. There was no extra skill, only one word, quick. The man seemed to be ready to deal with this blow, but the stiff movement of his right hand slowed down the rhythm of the whole body's counterattack. Before he could raise the dagger in his hand, the opponent's short blade had already stabbed straight into his chest. However, with this stab, there was no scene of blood spurting out as expected. Instead, there was only a sound of metal clashing, which was a protective mirror. The man's eyes widened at this moment, his right hand suddenly opened, and he grabbed the opponent's arm with his backhand. At the same time, the dagger slipped from his hand, and was caught by his free left hand. The dagger was raised from bottom to top.
Puff! Blood splattered on his face covered with mud.
Hours of waiting and dealing, but the battle only took 1 second from the start. Looking at the body lying on the ground, the man wiped away the blood and mud on his face, revealing a thin face.
It was Mou who had disappeared from the beginning.
The host stood up, walked to the number board next to him, wiped out the remaining number of people on the righteous path, and then raised his head and looked at the magic auditorium.
In the battle between disciples, the demonic sects will win. Alas, the editor came to tell me that I failed to recommend it this week.
More than 200 people followed it and almost missed it, which is quite helpless. Next week's streaking not only can't add more updates, but also the word count must be reduced, otherwise it won't be possible. I'll continue to add more updates next week when recommendations are posted again. End of this chapter. Along with the reading, the host moved his fingers, preparing to recall all the surviving disciples in this world.
Both good and evil are watching with wide eyes. I want to see who the last 4 remaining demon disciples are. Accompanied by the 4 green lights, the first people to return to the arena were He-Fan and Hua-He. They were lying on the ground, completely breathless and motionless. Why are there 2 corpses? Everyone was puzzled. Someone in the Zhangdao auditorium looked at the host. How can the corpse be counted? If it is counted like this, we have not lost. The host didn't offer any explanation. He just stepped forward and kicked the 2 of them in the stomach. Vomit. With this kick, a stream of fishy yellow liquid immediately spit out from their mouths. When everyone took a look, it turned out that the 2 were actually pretending to be dead, which immediately aroused a burst of contempt. It's shameless to win by pretending to be dead. What's wrong? Why am I here? Hua Lin wiped the liquid from the corner of his mouth and looked around with a confused face. When he turned back to look at He-Fan, he suddenly looked strange. Is this the way you said? If you put yourself to death to survive, you could have saved a few more people, but they surrendered before they could wait, or they escaped from their auspicious position and lost their lives. He-Fan took out the silk scarf from his sleeve, wiped his mouth, and didn't forget to take out a pot of tea and put it in his mouth too. Rinse. Then couldn't you have said it earlier? Hua Lin's face was full of resentment. At that time, he almost thought that he would be here for the rest of his life. The secret must not be leaked. If you tell it, it will not work. He-Fan smiled mysteriously, but did not tell Hua Lin that the poison had a limit. If no one saved them and woke them up within a certain period of time, they would really die there. Not everyone has the guts to take this kind of risk. If you really say it, it will cause bad things. All right. Hua Lin no longer struggled with this issue. After all,
they managed to survive until the end and were the biggest winners of this competitive match. Following the green light, another figure appeared in everyone's sight.
MOU.
Seeing the figure lying on the ground, Hua Ling was surprised and happy, and rushed forward to check MOU's injuries. After learning that MOU was poisoned, He-Fan fumbled for a packet of medicinal powder from his storage bag and fed it to MOU. After making sure that the guy was fine, he stopped caring about him.
3 of them, are they all from the Wuxing sect?
Damn it, the Wuxing sect has made a big mistake this time. When it became clear that the 3 of them were all disciples of the Wuxing sect, the demonic side immediately began to curse. According to the rules, the alliance that participates in the war with the largest proportion can get more gambling money.
In addition, the winner can also share % of the gambling money.
Calculated in this way, the Wuxingman family can account for 20% of the gambling funds, and there are additional rewards from the arena, which is a huge win. The Wuxing sect had been defeated several times before and almost lost all of his pants. I heard that there wasn't even a piece of turf in the station, and the spiritual energy was pitifully thin. Now that I had obtained these resources, Wu Shangmen could breathe a sigh of relief.
Strange, there aren't 4 of us, why are there only 3? Only then did everyone notice that there was still one person who hadn't come out.
The host also felt very strange and could only emit a green light again. As the green light flashed, Zhang Jun's figure slowly appeared in everyone's sight. He was wearing clothes with one hand and holding his trousers with the other hand, but he didn't even have time to tie his belt. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had returned to the arena. Looking at the looks from around him, Zhang Jun was not shy at all. He just slowly put his clothes on his body and tied his belt. She secretly thought that it was a dangerous situation. Fortunately, she rushed back before the second recall. Before he could ask her what she was going to do, the girl just threw her clothes to him and turned into a red light diamond into his back. Zhang Jun didn't have time to see what the beads were, so he hurriedly started to put on his clothes. Fortunately, he acted quickly, otherwise he would have died like elderly.
Hiss. Why is it him?
The moment they saw Zhang Jun, the expressions of everyone in the good and evil audience suddenly became exciting.
God is so blind, this beast is still alive.
It's true that good people don't live long, but evils last for thousands of years.
Is Shu Zian a good person? No one has ever been able to unite good and evil so well.
Despite Zhang Jun's shamelessness, he felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Zhang Jun's behavior of rushing up the mountain with the strange demons, in the eyes of many people, is no less than a traitor, leading the party. To be fair, whether it is the right way or the evil way, this result actually has little to do with Zhang Jun.
He just pushed it at the right time.
But no one cares, and everyone wants to find an outlet in him. After all, both good and evil have been deceived by this kid. Even the way he looked at Zhang Jun felt like he wanted to kill him.
But someone soon realized something.
No, Wuxingman has made a lot of money this time.
4 disciples alone won.
According to the rules, half of the funds and resources from this bet will be allocated to the Wusheng sect. At this time, the faces of many elders of the demon sect turned green. With so many people under their sect dying, the Wusheng sect got the better of them in the end.
But the matter has come to this, and they have nothing to say. After all, who can let their disciples fail to live up to their expectations? Thinking of this, many demon elders have already left the scene angrily. Before leaving, someone did not forget to glare at Zhang Jun fiercely. It seems that he wants to keep this chi-gathering realm boy in his heart. Zhang Jun could naturally detect this malicious look and responded coldly. He liked this feeling that you hate me and can't do anything about me.
In contrast, He-Fan acted very calmly and instead thanked Zhang Jun. Junior brother Zhao is a man of great luck. This time, thanks to junior brother Zhao, we have saved ourselves from danger. He-Fan will remember this favor. If junior brother Zhao can be of use to me in the future, just ask. Senior brother He, you're welcome. I'd better ask senior brother He for more help in the future. Zhang Jun didn't know how He-Fan and the others survived, but it didn't bother them, and it was actually a good thing. Zhang Jun still had many questions he wanted to ask about his fate. Not long after, Mou also woke up, but this guy was a bit poisoned and couldn't get up for a while. At this time, the host came over holding a box. Seeing the box, Hefan's eyes became intense. All the disciples participating in the competition are not fools. Why should they risk their lives? In fact, in the final analysis, it comes down to 2 words. Resources. If you want to get high-quality resources, you can only get them from the arena. Often a victory in a competitive match can elevate one's own strength to a big level. The host brought the box to Hefan. There was a hole in the box, and the meaning was obvious. Senior brother Hua, come first. Hefan took the initiative to step aside and signaled for Hua Lin to come first. Hua Lin was not polite. In fact, he never thought he would survive until the end. The best plan was that if the situation was not right, he would hold on and find a suitable opportunity to surrender. It would be best if you can win. If you lose, you won't be thrown into the law enforcement hall. But the current situation was more than 10 times better than what he originally imagined. Thinking that he could survive only because of Hefan's help, Hua Lin cast a grateful look at Hefan when he thought of this. He put his hand into the box and groped around. It seemed that he had caught something, but after looking confused for a while, he started groping again. Finally, under the impatient urging of the host, Hua Lin slowly pulled out a cloth bag from the box. Everyone also raised their heads, wanting to see what was in the bag. Hua Lin looked at the bag in his hand and took a deep breath. This reward was completely random. Someone once drew out a 9th grade elixir, the Great Dan of Ranyuan. There are also people who have shown superb swordsmanship. It is even rumored that the Qinghong divine sword of Zhengdao Shushan was extracted from here. But there are also some people who are unlucky. There are some messy elixirs, weird techniques, and some people even only get a pitiful few hundred spiritual stones. Ancestor Wuxing bless you. After Hua Lin closed his eyes and prayed, he opened the bag. When he saw a broken sword inside, Hua Lin almost fainted. How could it be a broken knife? Where is the blade? He took out the broken knife. The knife only had the handle and a small fragment of the blade, which was not even as long as a dagger. Hua Lin was stunned for a few seconds and carefully searched the bag for a while. After making sure that there was nothing else inside, Hua Lin fell to the ground as if he had lost his soul. He was holding a broken sword in his hand, with a look of despair on his face. How could this happen? How could this happen? When everyone saw that he actually pulled out a broken sword, they immediately booed. Only a few people stared at the broken sword, seeming to be thinking about something. Among them was Zhang Jun beside him. He saw a blue question mark on the broken sword. 6th Patriarch Abi, disabled. The rumored magical blade, the edgeless knife, has the ability to cut through the obsessions of the past, present, and future. Although it is bladeless, it has the power to slay the gods, block enemies in the past, and cut off enemies in the future. It is both damaged and perfect. If the holder puts this knife under his pillow and falls asleep, the spirit in the knife will be awakened and he will understand its secrets. However, it is slightly dangerous. Those who are not sure enough should not try it. Mission: Zen knife to cut off dreams. Task difficulty: slightly difficult. Mission reward: 2 wishing stars from the 12 Buddhist contemplations, White Bone Contemplation. Updates are normal these days, but I will work hard to write 3 chapters every day, post 2 chapters and leave 1 chapter. When next week, I will add 4 updates to you when recommended. Well, try hard. End of this chapter. Ignoring Huahi's resentful complaints, the host had already moved the box down to Hefan. Hefan reached out and picked up a bag without looking at what was inside, and put it in his arms. This disappointed everyone who wanted to feast their eyes on it. Hua Lin raised his head. Don't you want to take a look? If you survive a catastrophe, you will be blessed later. It must be a good thing, so you don't need to look at it. Hefan's words seemed to be reminding him, but Hua Lin couldn't listen. He looked at the broken knife in his hand and couldn't help laughing at himself. That's because I'm not lucky enough to bear it anymore. Next it was Mou's turn, but this guy was too poisoned, so he could only ask the host to help him pick one out at random. Like he fan, Mou had no intention of opening it, so he put it directly into the storage bag and asked someone to help him.
Leave the arena yourself.
Until the end, the host walked up to Zhang Jun and looked at the box in the host's hand.
Zhang Jun felt like opening a blind box.
He rubbed his hands twice and put his hand directly in.
The space in the box was larger than expected.
Zhang Jun felt that his shoulders were almost reaching in and he couldn't touch the ground. He felt a package appear on his fingertips. Zhang Jun didn't think much and grabbed the package directly in his hand. Just waiting for the package to be pulled out of the box by him, it felt light and airy in his hands, without any weight at all.
You don't know how to be in the Air Force?
Sensing something wrong with the weight of the package, Zhang Jun opened the package directly. But he saw a yellowed book under the package.
What is it?
When everyone saw that it was a book, they immediately became energetic. Zhang Jun took out the book, turned it over and looked at the writing on the cover.
Dragon and Tiger Refining Demonic Fist.
Zhang Jun's voice was very quiet, but many people could hear it clearly. The expressions of the sect elders who were still calm at first changed instantly.
There was also a loud noise throughout the arena. How could it be the Dragon Tiger Demon Refining Fist? This is the top lost boxing technique. Is this god blind? Back then, there was a man named Dong Xianjun who relied on the Dragon Tiger Demon Fist to become unstoppable.
With this boxing technique, he was able to fight 3 masters at the pinnacle of Taoism without defeat. Some people recalled the fighting situation back then. The fists were like tigers and the palms were like dragons. Not only was it frighteningly powerful, but most importantly, this boxing
method was best at using fighting to support fighting. It could plunder the essence of others for one's own use. The more you killed, the stronger you became.
It's a pity that this person didn't take the last step in the end and was killed by Shueshengqi, the sword master of the right path.
Since then, the Dragon Tiger Demon Fist has completely become a story in people's mouths. Unexpectedly, it has reappeared in the world now.
Zhang Jun ignored the shouts of the crowd and just stared at the question mark on the boxing book in front of him, frowning deeply.
Dragon and Tiger Demon Refining Fist.
A rare top boxing technique with a total of 12 levels. When practiced to the extreme, it has the power of dragon and tiger, refining all things to bless one's body. It's just that this boxing technique seems to require a special physique to achieve great success. For ordinary people to be able to practice to the 6th level is incredible.
Task: practice a small amount of success. Mission difficulty: normal.
Mission reward: a 2nd-grade magic weapon and 2 wishing stars. Looking at the boxing manual he grabbed in his hand, Zhang Jun felt quite speechless. It's not that this thing is bad, it's just that the growth potential is too low. Not to mention that he can't achieve great success at all.
He just practices boxing day and night. Can't stand it.
With this skill, if I do a few more tasks, I might be able to master all kinds of boxing techniques.
What's more, the reward is only a 2nd-grade magic weapon.
Calculated in this way, it is really a large investment, slow results, and small profits. It is not cost-effective no matter how you look at it. Well, he admitted that he was afraid of hardship. Zhang Jun's eyebrows almost twisted together as he looked at the boxing book. He suddenly noticed Hua Lin staring at the boxing book in his hand, his eyes almost bulging out. Seeing this, Zhang Jun frowned. Senior brother Hua is interested. Hua Lin stared at the boxing score in Zhang Jun's hand, and was in a trance for a while. His face turned red when he was suddenly told what was on his mind. Since senior brother Hua likes it, we might as well change it. I'm quite interested in the broken knife in your hand.
What?
Hearing Zhang Jun's words, Hua Lin jumped up and said, "Are you serious?" Zhang Jun didn't waste any time and handed him the boxing manual directly.
Now many people are not calm. Is this kid crazy? This kind of boxing record that has been lost for a long time is actually given away like this?
Those who were scolding this boy for being lucky before now all looked at Zhang Jun with strange expressions, feeling that he was a fool. This kind of top-level boxing record with a surname is enough to make people's strength increase rapidly, and he actually gave it away.
No, maybe there's something wrong with that knife.
Someone re-examined the broken knife in Xiang Huaqin's hand.
Although he didn't want to admit it, Zhang Jun's performance in the 2 arenas in succession did not look like he was a fool. This kid might have seen the knife by doing this. There's no telling what secrets there are. But even after looking at it for a long time, they couldn't see anything strange about the broken knife. Hua Lin directly handed the broken knife to Zhang Jun, and then grabbed the boxing book, fearing that Zhang Jun would regret it. Thank you, Junior Brother Zhao.
From now on, Junior Brother Zhao's affairs will be my Hua Lin's business.
Whoever dares to go against Junior Brother Zhao, I, Hua Lin, will be the first to spare him.
Hua Lin held the boxing manual and laughed so hard that he felt as happy as a pie in the sky. If there weren't so many people watching, he might have wished he could sing a song for Junior Brother Zhao to cheer him up. Only He Fan, who was standing aside, silently shook his head and turned to leave the arena.
Zhang Jun didn't dare to stay any longer.
After all, he was a bit of a troublemaker.
If he didn't get away, someone might be tempted to beat him up.
When passing through a specific exit, someone handed Zhang Jun 2 storage bags. This was his reward for a bet he placed before the game. In addition to Elder Li's storage bag, there is also a storage bag containing 6,000 spirit stones, which are his gambling winnings. 6,000 spiritual stones are enough for him to buy many, many things.
But this is only a small amount of money.
The real big deal is the bet dividend from this competition. Based on the percent exclusive dividend for the winner, he should still be able to get spiritual stones.
Just hearing this number makes people feel excited and trembling all over.
No wonder so many disciples are willing to give it a try here, even though they know that disciple battles are extremely cruel.
Zhang Jun adjusted his breathing.
He knew that he wouldn't be able to get the money for a while, but he was not in a hurry. Anyway, the 6,000 spiritual stones on hand were enough for him.
What's more, I still have a reward that I haven't opened yet.
Zhang Jun patted the storage bag on his waist and gave himself a box as a reward for summoning the Beast King's clone. According to the prompts of the previous mission, the stronger the summoned Beast King clone, the higher the reward you will receive. Although the Beast King's will was eaten by Blood Begonia, this did not affect the rewards he received. After walking out of the arena, Zhang Jun received a prompt. You have participated in and completed an arena and obtained 3 wishing stars. You can return to the real world at any time, or you can stay here for 8 hours before returning to reality. You can use the wishing star to take an item out of this world, and you can also consume the wishing star to bring an item in the next time you enter this world. After hearing the prompt, Zhang Jun took a deep breath and slowly accelerated his pace. Instead of returning directly to the station, he ran towards the alley where second-hand magic weapons were sold. He knew that his real danger had not passed yet, and he still had a lot to do in 8 hours. Maybe because it was a disciple battle today, there weren't many people in the alley.
Zhang Jun walked into the alley and started to look around.
Hey, fellow Taoist, I haven't seen you for a few days. When Zhang Jun heard the shouting, he looked up and saw a fat man with a smile waving to him. Zhang Jun remembered him, Feng Zuoren.
The last time I bought the Tian furnace was from him.
I haven't seen you for a few days, but I remember your stall is in front, isn't it?
When this matter was mentioned, Feng Zuoren looked a little embarrassed.
The feng shui of that place is not good, let me change it. After Feng Zuoren finished speaking, he was afraid that Zhang Jun would continue to ask questions, so he quickly changed the subject. Whatever fellow Taoist needs this time, I have it all at this stall. Zhang Jun knows that what this guy sells is not very reliable, but he is not familiar with this place. Last time, he was led by Li Qiu, so he didn't meet him this time. Well, I do want something, such as something to suppress evil spirits, something that even ordinary people can use. Zhang Jun counted the wishing star on his hand. Last time, I had a total of 7 pills in my hand, and I took away the Zixia pill and consumed 3 of them. Although the number of tasks I completed this time was quite large, there were not many wishing stars.
Refined the nourishing yuan gathering pill and got 4 pills as a reward.
Summoning the strongest Beast King clone will not reward you with a wishing star.
There is no wishing star in the burial coffin.
Arena, get 3 wishing stars. Including the 4 originally in hand, there were only 11 wishing stars left.
With these wishing stars, it is simply unrealistic to bring back any magic weapon. What's more, in reality, he has no ability to destroy these magic weapons, so Zhang Jun wants to look for any treasures that ordinary people can use. After hearing Zhang Jun's idea, Feng Zhuoren thought about it. Isn't that a talisman? Amulet. Yes, even ordinary people can use it by gathering spiritual energy into a talisman, but the shortcomings are. This is it. It's a bit expensive. Feng Zhuoren raised his head and was about to give Zhang Jun a further hint when he saw Zhang Jun take his hand and slap 100 spiritual stones on his hand. It doesn't matter if it's expensive, just keep it true. Things that can be solved with money are not problems. He is in a hurry now, so Feng Zhuoren can accept it even if he makes a profit from it. Happy. Seeing the spiritual stones earned through such talk, Feng Zhuoren narrowed his eyes and grinned with big yellow teeth. Follow me, I will take you to a place where there will definitely be something you want. End of this chapter. With Feng Zhuoren as the track's middleman, Zhang Jun's side would be much more relaxed. He led Zhang Jun through the alleys until he came to the door of an inconspicuous shop. This shop is very small. Just standing outside the door, you can clearly see the furnishings inside the shop at a glance. There were a lot of things on the shelves, but Zhang Jun glanced over and found that there were elixirs, magic weapons, and even a piece of old bacon hanging on them. Man, this place is messier than a grocery store. Feng Zhuoren didn't go in either. He just walked to the door and said a few words in the ear of the child sitting at the door. The child smiled and took out 2 masks and handed them over. What does this mean? Zhang Jun looked at the mask that was handed over and took it over. He saw that the mask was actually a magic weapon. Evil mask. A 4th grade magic weapon, worn on the face, can hide the face and block all prying eyes. It's just that the mask is a bit rough. If you wear it for a long time, you will inevitably have difficulty breathing. If the lower half of the mask can be remade with gold silk, the effect will be much better. Task: Transform mask. Difficulty: Normal. Reward: Turtle breath technique, part, a wishing star. Hey, just follow me. Feng Zhuoren also explained. He put on a mask and pulled Zhang Jun into the store. He ignored the boss lying on the counter and climbed over the counter. After pushing open the small door of the inner room, he discovered that there was a cave inside. Designed like a tea house, there is a tea room every few steps. If Feng Zhuoren hadn't made a runway for him in this place, he might not have been able to find it. At this time, Zhang Jun noticed several people walking out of the room. They were also wearing masks, coming and going in a hurry, with their heads lowered from beginning to end. Obviously, he doesn't want others to notice his identity. Brother, there are black and white in the arena, but there is only one color here, gray. Whether it is the devil's path or the righteous path, everyone here will put aside the transaction of identity, but identity is sensitive, and some things are not allowed to see the light. Feng Zhuoren took Zhang Jun away slowly and explained to him the reason for this. No better than the nature of the stolen goods alley outside. People who come here often trade resources that are strictly prohibited from circulation by both good and evil. For example, the cursed objects of the devil's path, or some forbidden elixirs, etc. In the same way, the talismans, forbidden methods, and elixirs on the right side. Things like this that are obviously not tradable have no restrictions here. In the final analysis, the resources provided by our arena are far from enough for the consumption of good and evil. Without participating in competitive matches, the sect can give even less. This requires you to find a way yourself. That's why this place came about. Zhang Jun noticed that there was a piece of paper taped to the door of each room, with various demands written on it, or information about the items he was selling. Whenever necessary, you can directly enter the compartment to conduct transactions. What's interesting is that Zhang Jun actually saw the acquisition information of Baigu casting Yuan Dan here. This made him stunned for a while, and he immediately thought of what Liqiu asked him for last time. I'm afraid this enthusiastic, kind-hearted person also wants to be a middleman. Zhang Jun doesn't blame Liqiu. After all, everyone needs a small calculation to live here. Even in reality, there are many people who make money by relying on information differences. The most typical one is the real estate agency. That's it. Brother, you can go in and negotiate the price yourself. I have a stall above. If you need it in the future, just come to me at any time. Feng Zhuoren took Zhang Jun to a corner and pointed to the tea room in front of him. He saw the words talisman for sale written on it. As a middleman, this guy is very responsible for bringing himself here. Thanks for your hard work. Zhang Jun once again took out 100 spiritual stones and stuffed them into Feng Zhuoren's hand. This guy, like Fatty Lee in real life, makes a living by doing things for others. This kind of person never knows when he will be needed again. It is necessary to maintain good relationships. I got 200 spirit stones for a trip. It was such a refreshing money. Feng Zhuoren's smile grew thicker. It's easy to talk to. If you have any problems in the future, please come to me. I'm the most kind-hearted person. Must. After Feng Zhuoren left, Zhang Jun walked to the tea room in front of him and knocked lightly on the door. Bang! Bang bang! OM. The door opened a gap, and a head wearing a monkey mask poked out, immediately pulling Zhang Jun in. What do you want? The other party asked straight to the point. Amulet. What's it for? Save your life and kill the evil spirit. Just this request? The person who uses the talisman is an ordinary person without any cultivation. The two of them answered questions quickly without any sloppiness, and Monkey Mask didn't feel surprised when he heard the last request. There are a lot of this kind of trash in the arena. He took out a list and put it on the table. He made a few check marks on the list with a pen and handed it to Zhang Jun. Whatever is ticked is what you want, choose it yourself. Zhang Jun glanced at it and saw that there were 5 kinds of talismans in total. 5 Thunder Talisman, Light Talisman, Invisibility Talisman, Amulet, and Curse Resolving Talisman. Are you sure that ordinary people can use these? The ordinary people I refer to are those who have no cultivation and no ability to restrain a chicken. The monkey mask rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Don't say he doesn't have the power to restrain a chicken. Even if he can't lift a chicken, these talismans can still be used." But the voice behind the monkey mask changed and he rubbed his fingers. 200 spiritual stones for 1 piece, and 700 for the 5 Thunder Curse, no counteroffer. Don't be too expensive. The spiritual energy of these talismans can last for 2 days. If it exceeds 2 days, the effect will be half. If it exceeds 3 days, the spiritual energy inside will dissipate, so I have to make them freshly. Hearing Monkey's words, Zhang Jun smiled instead. It's made and sold on the spot. Those who don't know would think you make some snacks and pastries, focusing on freshness. After speaking, Zhang Jun pointed to the talismans above. I want these 5. Do them as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry. Come on, young man, you have a future. Come on, sit down and drink some tea. I'll start working on it right away. Monkey Mask instantly changed his attitude and immediately invited Zhang Jun to sit down and drink tea. How can I not be enthusiastic? This transaction is 1,500 spirit stones. You must know that. Zhang Jun got 1,000 spirit stones last time, and he didn't even spend all the money on purchasing a bunch of items. As soon as he made the purchase, he threw away spirit stones, not counting the traveling expenses for Feng Zhuoren. It's true that the more you earn, the more you spend. But Zhang Jun didn't care about this. Not to mention that he is not short of money now. Even if he is short of money, he will buy it at the risk of selling it. After all, this little spiritual stone is nothing compared to a small life in reality. The only thing he is worried about now is whether his wishing star is enough to take these talismans out. Seeing the monkey mask, he took out 5 apricot charms, a box of cinnabar, a stack of ink pads, more than 10 spiritual stones, and a writing brush from his sleeves, and placed them neatly on the table. Wash your hands, light an incense stick, sit cross-legged on a cattail leaf, close your eyes and meditate, as if you were reciting scriptures silently. The solemn atmosphere made Zhang Jun sit upright unconsciously. Rise. Suddenly the monkey mask's eyes widened, he raised his hand and raised the brush, and the tip of the brush flew in the air, which affected the surrounding chi.
There is a nameless and shadowless rhyme wrapped around the brush strokes. Then dip it in cinnabar and tap lightly on the apricot charm on the table. Suddenly, a surging wave of air surged out of the room, like a huge whirlpool, rolling up the spiritual stone on the table in the air. After a while, the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone was injected into the thin paper along the brush in the monkey's hand. In a piece of yellow paper. Zhang Jun looked at this scene in surprise. This was the first time he saw the magic of magic. Comparing his method of controlling Dan meridians, Zhang Jun discovered that there were some similarities between the two. The art of talisman is to use weak spiritual energy to sense the power of heaven and earth. The Dan controlling meridian method simplifies this process. Just using elixirs can induce powerful power. Anyway, the essence of heaven and earth, attributes and characteristics all depend on the grade of the elixir. One cannot say which one is stronger and which one is weaker, each has its own merits, but after Zhang Jun thought about it carefully, he found that the method of controlling Dan meridians was more suitable for him. After all, the way to make talismans involves more than just learning to draw talismans. In the time it took to make a cup of tea, the 5 talismans had been made. Finally, they were stamped with a special seal and it was completely finished. Zhang Jun paid with one hand and delivered the goods with the other hand. The monkey simply introduced the functions and usage of these 5 talismans to himself, and then served tea to see off the guests. It can be seen that making 5 talismans in one breath is very expensive for him. After walking out of the tea room, Zhang Jun patted the storage bag on his waist, feeling somewhat reassured. Next, it depends on whether your wishing star is enough to return to reality with these 5 talismans. It was still early, so Zhang Jun took a walk around the tea house and made sure that there was nothing he needed before he returned the same way. When he walked out of the shop, the mask on his face was put back by the boss. Next, Zhang Jun's whole body was like clockwork driven by energy, and every step he took was moving forward according to the plan. Upgrading the storage bag from low level to intermediate level costs 1,000 spirit stones. Unfortunately, there are no tasks for this upgrade, so there are no rewards. Later, when he went to the elixir shop, Zhang Jun directly spent a huge sum of 3,000 spirit stones to buy a large number of elixirs for elixirs. This transaction made the manager of the elixir shop smile so hard that his mouth twisted. Zhang Jun bought so many elixirs just because he wanted to refine the elixir. The materials purchased with 3,000 spirit stones are enough to refine more than 2,000 pills, and there is still a lot of surplus. Firstly, it can enhance one's own cultivation, secondly, it can be used as consumables for controlling the Dan Meridian method, and thirdly, and most importantly, it can complete the follow-up task of losing Heavenly Furnace. Task: feed it enough third-grade elixirs. Mission difficulty: normal. Mission reward: obtain the second part of the special alchemy technique, Spirit Tempering Hand, and 2 wishing stars. Zhang Jun's calculations are ringing. After the dividends fall, the 15,000 spirit stones will be enough for him to go out and purchase another batch to arm himself to the teeth. However, Zhang Jun, who was holding a small abacus, had just walked out of the Wanshan gate with one foot. When he returned to the Wuxing gate, the second senior brother who was standing by suddenly grabbed his arm. "Hey, can you come back? We are almost going crazy." Zhang Jun didn't know why the second senior brother was so anxious. Ordinarily, he had made a great contribution to the Wuxing sect this time and could always live a peaceful life. Even if that old Li still wants to cause trouble for him, he has to wait until he gets up from bed. Unexpectedly, the second senior brother pulled Zhang Jun and whispered, "You have caused a big disaster. The elders of the 5 Emperors Demon Temple sect and several demon sects in the Soul Refining Valley have come and want to accuse you of harming the Alliance." End of this chapter. What did you say? They came to me to accuse me? Zhang Jun was shocked. He found that the lower limit of the demonic path was really not that low. It would be fine if you were one of those guys from the righteous path who claim to be upright and gentlemen. You are a bunch of old devils. It is not uncommon for your disciples to stab each other in the back in order to grab the coffin. How dare you come to settle accounts with yourself with such shame? Without me, you guys can go drink the northwest wind. Zhang Jun felt that instead of causing trouble for him, these guys should send out a small banner themselves.
However, he still underestimated the shamelessness of these demonic sections.
What he just thought of was really possible in the Righteous Alliance.
Junior brother, let's go quickly. He-Fan and the others are here too. Don't worry, He-Fan and others will testify for you. Those guys can't touch a finger of yours. The second senior brother asked Zhang Jun to calm down.
Several elders were arguing with them on this matter and would never compromise. When Zhang Jun heard this, he rolled his eyes and suddenly felt that his second senior brother had joined the wrong sect.
He was so cute and stupid.
If I were stupid enough to just go through with it, instead of saying, I would say just in case, and just say, oh, it's impossible to pay, you just killed a person.
By then I would probably have fainted in the toilet from crying. Don't think it's impossible.
Even Laoli dares to steal his Zisha pill.
Who in this sect has spoken for him?
Zhang Jun has seen through this place. Without a backer or strength, he is nothing here. Thinking of this, Zhang Jun nodded. Second senior brother, you go back first, just say that I will go back to the Beast Control Studio to change some clothes and then pass. The second senior brother didn't think much, nodded and said, okay, hurry up, don't make the elders wait impatiently. After the second senior brother left, Zhang Jun curled his lips and said, let them wait a little longer. After saying that, he went straight to the Beast Control workshop without looking back. When you come back, I know that with the flesh clone given to you by the Beast King, you will be fine. Fu Kaisheng was not surprised at all when he saw Zhang Jun coming back.
The Beast King's physical clone is here, so just find
an opportunity to summon the Beast King. Even if it's just a clone, it's enough to make those Chi-gathering realm disciples run away.
Well, I'm back.
Zhang Jun nodded to Kaisheng, but the next words he said were to the Beast King in the Beast's den.
Have the Beast King eaten today? Eat, I'm worried about how to make the next pot of rice.
That's okay, I'll just do it. Zhang Jun took the apron from Fu Caisheng's hand and tied it around him, strode into the warehouse, and then closed the door of the warehouse without any intention of opening it again.
Wuxing Gate, Wuxing Palace. There are two couplets hanging in front of the huge black palace.
This body has no self, no birth, and no death. If you can plan without self, the road is not far away from others.
This is more interesting.
This couplet comes from a ghost story recorded in the Buddhist Zhongjing compilation of miscellaneous parables. It is about a traveler who was tricked by two wild ghosts in a temple. The flesh of a living person was replaced by the flesh of a rotting corpse. So I ran to the temple, wanting to find Buddha and ask him for a clear answer, and wanted to know if I was still a human being. When the eminent monks in the temple heard this, they said that he knew he was selfless and was not far from becoming a Buddha. So he left him behind and taught him scriptures to help him become a Buddha. It is obviously a Buddhist story, but it is hung on the door of the demonic hall. It looks funny, but in fact it has a deeper meaning.
Let's not mention this for the moment.
The hall was already very noisy at this moment. The elder of Masha cult had a dark face and pointed at the few disciples who had managed to escape behind him. These disciples of mine are all the elites of our demon temple sect. It would be fine if they were killed in battle with the bald donkeys from the Golden Buddha Temple, but... Having said this, the demonic master himself turned red. He was so humiliated that he spoke. They were actually given to those bald donkeys. That scene really shocked the jaws of both good and evil people. The scene was extremely cruel. The monks from the Golden Buddha Temple did not follow the Buddhist rules at all. The sticks hit the flesh, and the beatings were really painful. This great shame and humiliation was all because of Zhang Jun's appearance.
No matter what, this account must be calculated carefully.
After hearing this, everyone looked at the disciples behind the elder of the Masha sect. Not to mention, although they were men, they were handsome in appearance. It is said that the scene of them being beaten was recorded by someone using Xuanguang technique.
We should ask about this matter when we go back. Fart.
Faced with the accusations from the elders of the Masha sect, the elders of the Wuxing sect here are not vegetarians either.
Isn't your Masha sect the best at the art of joy?
I don't think they suffered at all, and their cultivation has improved a lot.
It's not easy for the great monks of the Golden Buddha Temple.
The reputation of the Golden Buddha Temple has been completely ruined, and the Buddhist monks who participated have broken their hearts. No matter how you look at it, you, the demon temple's disciples, are the ones who made the money.
You are not grateful to us, and you dare to bite back.
The person who spoke turned out to be elderly. He leaned back on the chair, half lying and half sitting, and cleared his throat, and you, Soul Refining Valley, were killed in a competitive match.
If our disciples hadn't made the final effort, how could we still count on your disciples in the end? Trash, can you fight back with all your might?
Oh, by the way, that one from the Five Poisons cult, right?
This matter has nothing to do with you. Damn it, you were wiped out by the group as soon as you entered. You are not my disciples. This time, you are the better. If you can't even drink, what are you doing here?
What does it have
to do with you? Get out.
The elder of the Five Poisons sect was so slobbered that he didn't even dare to fart. Immediately after Elderly glanced at them, he began to point at the elders of several other demonic sects and began to settle accounts with his fingers.
My disciples tricked you?
Our disciples, He-Fan and Hualin, are both here.
Why don't they just surrender?
It's your disciples who don't live up to their expectations.
He-Fan, tell me.
Yes. He-Fan walked forward with a walking stick in hand and explained, I gave all the senior brothers poisonous snacks. As long as they stay where we are and occupy auspicious positions, they can fake death and escape.
But
several senior brothers were impatient and fled away before the poison could break out.
What's the matter with being impatient? They are just stupid. Their impatience leads to big plans. They can't even keep up with the heat when eating shit. Hualing, don't you think so?
Hualin's face turned slightly red, but he still firmly affirmed Elderly's words. Several demon elders were speechless. After all, the facts were right under their noses, and it was so easy for them to fish in troubled waters.
But there are some things that you have to ask for clarification after all.
The elder of the Masha sect picked up the teacup unhurriedly. That kid was able to save the day from danger several times.
How did he survive? Why didn't those strange demons kill him? There must be a secret in this kid.
It was because of this secret that our disciples suffered heavy casualties.
No matter what, we must let him die.
Let me make it clear, at least we need to do a thorough investigation to see if he was robbed of his soul by some strange demon.
Who doesn't have a secret? It's not a secret that you and your junior sister went to bed secretly? You're fucking looking for death.
The elder of Masha sect smashed the small table next to him with a slap, and looked like he was about to take action, but fortunately, everyone stopped him quickly. At this time, the second senior brother arrived belatedly.
Seeing that he was alone, someone asked displeasedly, "Why are you alone? Isn't that kid back yet?"
"Oh, my junior brother is back, but he said he was disheveled, so he went back to the beast control studio to change his clothes first." The second senior brother lowered his head and was stared at by the elders. He also felt extremely stressed. Hearing this, Elderly and others looked at each other. These words were purely a lie. Even He-Fan, who was standing behind, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth.
Cough, cough. Elderly's eyes rolled around. He didn't know what he was thinking of, and he grinned. Well, if you have any questions, just ask him yourself. If you ask anything, you have the means. Anyway, the meat in our Wuxingmen's mouths cannot be less.
If anyone breaks the rules, don't blame me. Wu Shengmen turns his back and refuses to recognize anyone. Seeing that Wu Sheng sect would rather sacrifice a disciple than spit out the fat on his lips, everyone was helpless.
I just felt a pain in my heart.
Of the 60 yuan, the Wuxing sect exclusively holds 2/5, not to mention the resident resources involved. After all, they can only drink some thin soup.
In this case, we have nothing to say. Just lead the way. No matter what, we have to find this thief and ask him for answers. Please.
With a strange smile on his face, Elderly asked the second senior brother to take these elders to the beast control workshop, showing an attitude of cutting meat with a knife, which really made people grit their teeth. Only after this group of people left did the elders worry and say, "Is it okay? Are you sure there won't be any big trouble?"
After all, the Beast King is pregnant. If something unexpected happens, these old guys can't afford it. Elderly said confidently, "Don't worry, nothing will go wrong." After speaking, he pointed to the wound on his chest. "I've tried it, there's nothing to worry about." Everyone felt relieved when they saw Elder Lee's attitude was so positive. With this windfall, their worshiping sect could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Sorry, today is a bit short. I've had diarrhea all day and all night. I can't hold it any longer. Sorry." End of this chapter. In the warehouse of Yeshufang, Zhang Jun had already changed into a set of clothes. At this moment, he was holding his chin and staring at the small box in front of him. This box is a reward given after completing the task of summoning the Beast King's clone. According to the mission requirements, the clone he summoned this time should be the strongest, so what will be the reward given to him? With expectation, he opened the box. But there was actually a bottle of dark red liquid inside. Exotic demon blood. The blood essence extracted from the ancient embryos of alien demons is extremely rare and precious. It contains ancient bloodline and can give alien beasts the possibility of advanced transformation. Task: Advancement of alien beasts. Mission difficulty: Easy. Mission reward: Obtain 2 wishing stars for the Beast King's war technique, Heart Technique. Zhang Jun took out the bottle. There was a deep red liquid inside, and under the light of the warehouse, he could see something golden in the blood swimming like tadpoles. This is a good thing. Zhang Jun thought for a moment and then opened the warehouse door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Fu Kaisheng squatting on a stone, holding a book and reading with gusto. When he saw Zhang Jun, Fu Kaisheng put the book down. "I made noodles for lunch, do you want to eat them together?" No need, I'm not very hungry." In fact, when Fu Kaisheng said this, he was really a little hungry, but after looking at the mess in the kitchen, Zhang Jun still rejected his kindness. "Anyway, after waiting for a while, it would be almost time for me to return to reality." "Oh." Fu Kaisheng nodded with some disappointment and continued to study the book. Zhang Jun glanced at the cover of the book, which clearly read a complete collection of beast-controlled deliveries. Apparently Fu Kaisheng was preparing for the birth of the Beast King soon. "I'll go take a look inside the den." Zhang Jun said this and went straight to the beast's den. Fu Kaisheng could only cast an envious look at this. Not everyone could enter the beast's den, especially after the Beast King was pregnant. The beast's den was like a forbidden area. Even if he had nothing to do, he would not dare to go in there. Stepping on the bluestone bricks in the cave, Zhang Jun walked down step by step. Not long after, he saw 4 big black dogs lying motionless on the side. Facing Zhang Jun, who walked in, they just opened their eyelids and glanced. There was no movement. Not far into the depths, you can see the Beast King crawling on a huge jade stone in a huge cave. The huge body is obviously more than 1 circle larger than the other 2 tiger dogs around him. The abdomen has been bulged so high that the Beast King can only lie on his side on the ground, making it very difficult to move. When Zhang Jun walked over, the eyes of the 2 tiger dogs guarding the Beast King became obviously wary. Even though he has the protection of the Beast King, it does not mean that he can approach the Beast King at will. This is the nature of animals. Zhang Jun slowed down, stared at the eyes of the 2 tiger dogs, and stopped after determining a safe distance. "Thank you this time. Without your help, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. I've prepared a gift for you. I don't know if it will be helpful to you." Zhang Jun said as he took out the extraordinary demon essence blood he had just obtained from the storage bag. The small crystal bottle looked very inconspicuous in Zhang Jun's hand. But the moment he took out the bottle, the Beast King, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, his blue beast eyes staring straight at the bottle in his hand. It seems to have helped. Zhang Jun saw the Beast King making such a big move, a smile appeared on his face and he stepped forward holding the bottle. The 2 tiger dogs on the side immediately became nervous when they saw this, but the Beast King let out a low roar to make the 2 guys back away, and slowly opened his mouth towards Zhang Jun. It is already an enlightened Beast King. If he takes this bottle of abnormal demon blood, it is impossible for him to break through his shackles and awaken to a higher level existence.
Zhang Jun carefully opened the cork and poured the liquid inside into the Beast King's mouth. At the same time, Zhang Jun also received a prompt. You have completely gained the trust of the Beast King.
This is a reminder that the mission has been completed.
Before I set out last time, the progress bar was only %, but now it has been completed directly. This shows that this thing is indeed very important to the Beast King.
What's strange is that the mission is completed, but there is no reward and no follow-up mission prompts.
Zhang Jun didn't know what was going on, but now it seemed that his relationship with the Beast King was getting closer, which was enough. At least from now on, as long as I stay huddled in the Beast control room, no one can touch me. The Beast King closed his eyes, a burst of red light emitted from his body, and a powerful aura began to spread uncontrollably. Since ancient times, those who have become enlightened have become heavenly beings. Regardless of whether they are humans or demons, at this level, they are all capable of claiming to be supreme beings. Just a wisp of breath spread, making Zhang Jun's breathing quicken, the blood all over his body boiling, and he had to retreat continuously. Fortunately, the Beast King soon realized something was wrong and suppressed the red light. He looked at Zhang Jun and his eyes became much friendlier. However, Zhang Jun could also see that the Beast King seemed a little tired, so after making sure that the Beast King was fine, Zhang Jun stopped disturbing him and turned around to leave the Beast's den. As soon as I walked out of the entrance of the Beast's den, I suddenly heard the second senior brother's cry, "Little junior brother, don't come out." Zhang Jun was startled, and a group of people rushed out, quickly rushing out from the left and right sides, blocking the retreat from the cave behind him, and surrounding him in the center.
Who are you?
Zhang Jun raised his head in confusion and looked at these figures in different costumes. When he turned around, he saw the second senior brother and Fu Kaisheng being controlled in the corner. Seeing the second senior brother, Zhang Jun took another look at the clothes on these people. He already understood what was going on and said calmly, "This is the Beast Taming Studio, the most important place of my Wuxing sect. Outsiders are not allowed to visit. If you have nothing to do, get out as soon as possible." "Hey, brat, do you think the Wuxing sect can protect you? Since we can come here, we will naturally get your home. Several elders have promised us to settle accounts with you." Liang Shang, the elder of Masha sect, stared at Zhang Jun, and the disciples behind him had eyes burning with fire, wishing to tear Zhang Jun into pieces. Sure enough, it was still the same old guys who sold themselves out. Zhang Jun was glad that he did not overestimate the limits of these old guys. How can anyone push his own disciples out as a shield? They are just a bunch of old bastards who recognize money but not people. He buttoned his ears and looked at the elders seriously. "Then what do you want? What's up?" Ji Xingyun, the elder of Soul Refining Valley, laughed angrily, raised his crutch and pointed at Zhang Jun. "You are about to die and you don't know what we are here to do? If you don't tell me, I really don't know what you are going to do." Zhang Jun was not polite. "If you have something to say, just say it, and if you have nothing to do, leave. I'm very busy here." No one knew whether he was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Ji Xingyun had lost his patience. "We are too lazy to waste words with you here, so come with us." With that said, regardless of whether Zhang Jun agreed or not, the figure flew over and stood in front of Zhang Jun. He grabbed Zhang Jun with one hand and said, "Follow me obediently to save you the pain of flesh and blood." The second senior brother stood aside with a pale face and glared at Liang Shang, the elder of the Masha sect. He is a disciple of the Shueisha lineage. "Aren't you afraid that my master will come out of seclusion and settle the score with you?" When Gu Yuan was mentioned, Liang Shan looked melancholy. "Your master is locked up in a death trap. He cannot be invited out." "So what if he is invited out? How can he, a dying man, do anything to us?" "You bullshit." The second senior brother's eyes widened. He wanted to rush forward and fight Liang Shang, but he also hated that his cultivation was too poor, far inferior to one of Liang Shang's fingers. "It turns out that you don't know yet. That's because I'm talking too much. Your master spent so much money to fight Yushu by name. Why do you think it is? His lifespan is about to end. Kill Yushu and slay the inner demon. Will he be able to come out of seclusion or another time? What's going on? You're talking nonsense.
The second senior brother's face turned pale and he couldn't believe it. If this was true, how could their blood fiend lineage gain a foothold? Compared to the panic of the second senior brother, Fu Kaisheng was much calmer. Not only was he calm, he even had the leisure to look at the faces of these magic masters. Especially looking at Ji Xingyun, the elder of Soul Refining Valley who flew to Zhang Jun's side, I always felt that. This scene seems familiar. Oh, are you sure you've got me? Zhang Jun was very calm, with a cold smile on his lips. Little guy, don't be afraid. We don't necessarily want to harm you. We just have some things that we need to have a good chat about. Ji Xingyan stared at Zhang Jun with a smile, but in the next second, his face suddenly darkened, and he suddenly turned around and saw a few pairs of bright eyes slowly walking out of the beast's den. The black claws slapped on the ground, making a dull sound. It's a tiger dog. Upon seeing this, the expressions of several Demon Sha cult disciples changed drastically and they hurriedly stepped back. I saw the 4 tiger dogs walking up behind Zhang Jun in a hurry, staring at everyone, and their sharp fangs began to show at the corners of their mouths. Oh, I didn't expect that the tiger dog that was almost extinct at the beginning has now shown signs of resurgence. Seeing these 4 tiger dogs, Ji Xingyan did not panic, and did not take these tiger dogs seriously at all. However, his unhurried teasing made Fu Caixing's face suddenly change. Became pale. Ji Xingyun wanted to say something else, but as soon as the words came to his lips, the hairs all over his body stood up, he jumped up and ran away with a strange cry. In the beast's den, a slightly drooped eyelid opened, and he glanced at Ji Xingyun. He was separated by the jagged rocks in the beast's den, but his eyes were fixed on Ji Xingyun's body. Based on what he said unintentionally just now, the nature of this matter has obviously changed. Roar! A low beast roar made the entire Woshingmen station tremble, and the expressions of several elders who had been calm and composed before also changed drastically. What's going on? Isn't it okay? Quickly, go to the Beast Control Workshop. I originally thought that this matter was just the Beast King coming forward to scare Ji Xingyun and others, but now listening to this voice, it is obvious that the Beast King is really angry. The Beast King's reaction completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Zhang Jun was surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood. This has nothing to do with him, it is purely because Ji Xingyun himself is a bitch, and he doesn't open the door to any pot. The huge black claws tore open the void and aimed at the swift nebula and struck it hard, causing the void to burst and leaving black cracks in the air. Ji Xingyun's face changed drastically, a light appeared between his eyebrows, and a small dark green cauldron appeared in front of him. The 4th grade magic weapon, the 10,000 poison cauldron. A poisonous cloud rose from the cauldron and stood in front of the elders of Soul Refining Valley. However, they still underestimated this slap. There was a loud explosion, and the poisonous cloud was immediately smashed into pieces. The next moment, the 10,000 poison cauldron was also shot away, and directly smashed into the stone wall beside it. What? The magic weapon was damaged, and Ji Xingyun immediately vomited blood. When he raised his head, he saw 4 tiger dogs rushing towards him. Brother Liang, save me! But Liang Shang couldn't care less about him, so he turned around and ran away. While running, he yelled, "Save you? I haven't lived enough yet." End of this chapter. They actually knew that there was an enlightened beast in the Wuxing sect, but they also knew that the beast was pregnant and its strength was greatly reduced. It would never leave the beast's den easily unless it was absolutely necessary. But they never dreamed that this beast would not only protect Zhang Jun, but even kill him. Enter the Tao, become enlightened. Entering the Tao is just the beginning, but becoming a Taoist is a heavenly being. Although the difference is only one level, the gap is thousands of miles. If we say that Ningxian has had miracles, he has been killed and entered the Taoism. But I have never heard of a case where a person who has entered the Taoist realm can challenge the enlightened level. The Beast King didn't want to beat anyone, he just stared at Swift Nebula and beat him. One big slap after another made the beast control room rumble, and the strange beasts in the cages were so frightened that they huddled together. When several elders from the Wuxing sect rushed over, they saw that Ji Xingyun's hair was disheveled, and now only one arm and one leg were left, stained with blood, his clothes became tattered,
and his face was bloodless and very pale. Ji Xingyun, who was known as the #1 poisoner in the Soul Refining Valley, was now in a miserable state and was almost killed.
Stop it, stop it. Seeing this, several elders were also shocked.
They did not expect that the matter would be so serious.
After all, they were allies.
If they died in their wuxingmen, things would be in trouble.
An elder glanced around and saw Zhang Jun squatting aside. Zhao Ju, stop the Beast King quickly.
Zhang Jun didn't know the other person, but when he saw that the other person was wearing wuxingmen's elder uniform, he spread his hands and said, "It has nothing to do with me. It was him who pissed off the Beast King.
This is their personal enmity." Personal enmity? Several elders didn't understand. When did Ji Xingyun have a personal feud with the Beast King?
It wasn't until Fu Kaixing on the side explained what had just happened in a low voice with a dark face that the elders were speechless. This old guy really has no brains. There were originally so many tigers and dogs in the Wuxing sect, but in the last battle with the alien beasts, only 2 died. This incident left a scar in the heart of the Beast King.
Almost a genocide.
When you come up, you run to someone's door, mention this, and say that their parents, brothers and sisters died miserably. Who wouldn't beat you up?
Hey!
Wu Mingtong, the elder who taught the technique, sighed, "Forget it, we can't let this old guy die here."
After saying that, he walked to the door of the beast's den and bowed respectfully towards the beast's den. Old ancestor Wuxing, it's us unworthy disciples who have brought shame on his face.
Wuxing sect has been defeated continuously in recent years.
We really have no capital left.
Please, King of Beasts, for the sake of the old man and the 3,000 members of our sect. For the disciples' sake, please calm down. Please calm down the Beast King.
The other elders followed and bowed down. Wuxingmen is too poor.
They were so poor that there wasn't even a piece of turf in the camp. There are endless treasures and massive spiritual stones in this arena, but these are treasures that only the winner can enjoy exclusively. It doesn't matter if a Ji Xingyun is killed, but this means that Soul Refining Valley can use this to launch an attack and ask the Wuxing sect to redistribute the gambling money this time. Even if it is a small amount, it is a huge sum of money for the entire Wuxing sect.
Zhang Jun didn't know when he had walked to the second senior brother. Looking at the elders who prostrated themselves at the door of the beast's den, he frowned for a moment. Are we so poor? The second senior brother patted his storage bag. We haven't distributed resources for half a year. Zhang Jun was speechless. It was the first time I felt the barrenness of Wuxingmen so strongly. Suddenly, he felt as if he had wrongly blamed Lao Li. It seems that he was able to offer 3,000 spirit stones last time, maybe not because he deliberately lowered the price, but because he really didn't have much money. Of course, he himself had no good intentions. So Zhang Jun didn't have any sympathy for him. The roars in the beast's den gradually became quieter. Seeing that the Beast King had made no movement, the elders did not dare to wait any longer. They immediately winked and lifted up the half-dead Swift Nebula on the ground and left. However, Zhang Jun could see clearly that when Elder Chuan Gong dragged the person away, he quietly took away Ji Xingyun's storage bag with one hand. Come on, this old guy is not a good person. Zhao Ju, please comfort the Beast King and don't let anything go wrong again. Before leaving, several elders looked at Zhang Jun meaningfully, and Zhang Jun nodded, which was obviously a tacit agreement that he would stay in the Beast Control Studio from now on. It can be regarded as a disguised form of compensation. Finally there is no danger. I will go back first. If you have anything to do in the future, just come to me, Master. Hey! The second senior brother felt depressed. He had just learned about Master Gu Yuan's affairs. In the end, he was really speechless. Zhang Jun softly comforted him with a few words before sending this honest man away from the Beast Control Studio. After everyone left, Zhang Jun walked to the entrance of the beast's cave and heard waves of hoarse sobbing coming from inside. At first he thought he had heard wrongly. But if you listen carefully, you can see that it is really sobbing. The Beast King is crying? Zhang Jun was a little unbelievable. That was the King of Beasts, elderly and elder Ji, one slap at a time. Can a being of this level cry? Ugh!
Fu Kaisheng shook his head and sighed, as if this was not the first time he heard the crying. So when I saw Zhang Jun looking at the beast's den in confusion, I pulled him aside and handed Zhang Jun a steamed bun from his pocket. Zhang Jun shook his head, and Fu Kaisheng sat on the stone, broke the steamed bun into pieces and stuffed it into his mouth, eating slowly and saying something after each bite. In that alien beast battle, we were defeated miserably. We had 3 Taoist-level alien beasts and 2 Enlightenment-level alien beasts on our side, but they all died in the end. Zhang Jun had heard Fu Kaisheng say it before, but he had not heard the detailed process. He did not expect that this battle would be so tragic. What about the other party? The spiritual beast sect joined the battle and only sent 1 Enlightenment-level beast. One end? Zhang Jun looked at Fu Kaisheng with wide eyes. Yes, just 1. Fu Kaisheng picked up a piece of steamed bun and swallowed it, his voice became choked. My master, senior brother, senior sister, Duzi, Xiaoya, they all died in the battle. Fu Caisheng's eyes were red and he was chewing on the steamed bun fiercely. His hair, as dry as tree branches, covered his face. Until he swallowed a mouthful of steamed buns and said, "The opponent is a strange beast. We can't defeat it. Do you know why?" Zhang Jun said nothing and looked at Fu Kaisheng silently. Because the opponent's alien beast is a god type and is naturally suppressed by its bloodline. Even if it is in the same realm, it is no match at all. It may even be unilaterally tortured and killed. In Fu Caisheng's empty eyes, he recalled how the strange beast covered in clouds lightly trampled the tiger and dog to the ground until they were crushed into flesh. The despair and helplessness appeared on his face again, making him want to hold his head and cry, but in the end he used all his strength to bite the bun viciously. Fu Caisheng's cries and the deep sobs in the beast's den made Zhang Jun's expression gradually grow heavier. He never thought that such a humiliating history would weigh on this man and beast. There were many words of comfort that came to my lips, but I could never say them out. Sorry, I made you see a joke. Fu Kaisheng seemed to realize that he had lost his temper. He quickly apologized to Zhang Jun and then walked to his room with his head lowered. Looking at his limping back, Zhang Jun suddenly thought of something. Senior brother Fu. Okay? I'm hungry. Fu Kaisheng was stunned for a few seconds when he heard this, and then suddenly burst into tears and smiled. His cloudy eyes gradually became brighter. Okay, I'll cook noodles for you, scallion oil noodles. Soon a steaming bowl of noodles was served. Fu Kaisheng was afraid that his noodles would not taste good, so he even added a fried egg. Maybe he was really hungry, so Zhang Jun took the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. The two of them said nothing, but the process of Zhang Jun eating the noodles in his mouth was more powerful than 1,000 words. After finishing the bowl of noodles, Zhang Jun wiped his mouth, got up and walked back to the warehouse, and began to take advantage of the available time to refine a few pills and take them back. Take out the materials for the sky-destroying furnace and the spiritchone pill. At this moment, he was already familiar with alchemy. The most important thing is that he has a soul-tempering hand, which saves him a lot of trouble. Next, as long as Lost Heaven Furnace feeds 1,000 elixirs, he will be able to obtain the next chapter of the spirit-tempering hand. By then, he will have a complete spirit-tempering hand, coupled with the method of controlling the Dan meridians, and a large number of spirit changs. Dan, even if there is another disciple battle, I will not be afraid. Your stay time is only 10 minutes left, please be ready to log off. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Jun heard the offline notification sound. He put away the elixir in his hand, opened the door of the warehouse, prepared the Beast King's next meal, and hurriedly found a hidden corner to get in. You are about to go offline. You will be reminded to go online 24 hours before the next competitive match. With the forced offline prompt, the vision in front of Zhang Jun gradually began to dim. Whether to use a wishing star or not. Use. Zhang Jun said with certainty, while his breathing began to get heavier. He knew that when he opened his eyes the next second, it would be the moment that truly decided his life or death. The items on his body appeared in front of him one by one. Zhang Jun looked at the 5 talismans in the storage bag. When he saw that each talisman only required 2 wishing stars, he finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, I still have enough wishing stars. He stretched out his hand and grasped the 5 spiritual talismans in his palm, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. It was as if the fear of reality in his heart disappeared when he touched these 5 talismans. As the saying goes, all fear only comes from insufficient firepower. End of this chapter. When Zhang Jun opened his eyes again, he was still in the closet, but Sister Wang was no longer in the room. Through the crack in the door, Zhang Jun looked outside for a moment, then lowered his head and glanced at the 5 talismans in his hand. Take a deep breath and hide the talisman in your sleeve. After confirming that there was no problem, Zhang Jun's face darkened, he kicked open the cabinet door and jumped out. Boom! After the huge commotion, the room suddenly became quiet. Zhang Jun adjusted his clothes and strode out of the bedroom. When he looked up, he saw Sister Wang lying on the sofa. And the delivery boy underneath her. They were both stunned when they saw Zhang Jun walking out of the bedroom with a cold face. The delivery boy silently tugged on his pants with one hand. Brother, do you believe that I came in to fix the water pipes? Zhang Jun grinned, folded his arms and leaned sideways against the doorframe. It's okay, you continue, I'll watch. Sister Wang looked at Zhang Jun suspiciously, sat up unhurriedly, and stared at Zhang Jun with a half smile. Just watching? Then I'll come with you? Sister Wang turned cold and said nothing. No. You can play by yourself, I still have orders to deliver. The delivery boy quickly got up, grabbed his clothes and ran out. He walked to the door and pulled the door handle. Kakaka. Until the face turned red from suppressing it, he didn't open the door. Open the door. Sister Wang said to open the door, and the door lock made a clicking sound. Seeing this, the delivery boy opened the door with relief and was about to run out. Suddenly he remembered something, hesitated, and looked back at Sister Wang sitting on the sofa. Sister, remember my 5-star review? Boom! After the door closed, the delivery boy patted his chest and said, Holy shit, luckily I was smart and almost got jumped by the immortal. In the room, the two fell into silence. The atmosphere became weird at this time. Sister Wang stood up unhurriedly, picked up the fruit knife on the table and looked at it. I thought you would hide it for a while. Sorry, the closet was too stuffy and I accidentally ruined your good deeds. Zhang Jun spread his hands with an innocent expression on his face. But her eyes were fixed on the fruit knife in Sister Wang's hand. It seems that you have thought clearly. Are you going to tell me the secret of your body to save your life? After all, it's better to die than to live. Zhang Jun said with a smile, but his voice changed. But I have a small question, what are you, a ghost or a monster? It does not matter. Sister Wang walked forward step by step, the skin and flesh on her body began to crack, and a strong smell of blood soon filled the entire room. When she walked up to Zhang Jun, the originally charming and mature beauty could no longer see her original appearance. A bright red tongue stuck out of his split mouth, and he slowly raised the fruit knife in his hand. Rather than your secret, I think it's more important to fill my stomach first. Zhang Jun had been prepared for a long time. When he saw the fruit knife stabbing him, he kicked his legs violently and raised his body backwards. Using the process of turning the stool backwards, he turned backwards. Grab the stool and push it up. Boom! The fruit knife was stuck directly on the stool, and the slender blade penetrated directly through the seat. Zhang Jun tilted his stool, twisted the dagger away from Sister Wang's hand, raised his palm, and slapped an apricot yellow talisman on Sister Wang. When Sister Wang saw the talisman in Zhang Jun's hand, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, but it was too late to hide. Zhang Jun deliberately lured her here, just to catch her off guard. The moment the talisman was photographed, the cinnabar on it ignited, followed by a bright flash of light. Boom! The 5 thunder talisman was activated, and a powerful thunderstorm exploded in the room. Sister Wang didn't even have time to scream, before her body was struck by lightning and flew away. When the bright light disappeared, Zhang Jun took a closer look and saw that half of Sister Wang's body on the ground had been penetrated, her whole body was bloody, and even half of her face had turned into charcoal. The only remaining eye stared at him, his eyes full of hatred and fear. Missed. Seeing that Sister Wang was not dead yet, Zhang Jun drew out a talisman again with red eyes. You wait. Seeing the talisman in Zhang Jun's hand, Sister Wang's face changed drastically. She screamed, then turned into a gray smoke and tried to escape. But Zhang Jun didn't dare to let this girl escape. He jumped up quickly, raised the talisman in his hand and slapped it directly.
This is the light talisman.
The talisman ignited golden fire in the hand, like a ball of fire, shining on the smoke and dust. Suddenly, Sister Wang's body was violently shaken by the smoke and dust, and her already mutilated body exploded in an instant.
What? The miserable cry actually shattered the glass.
Even Zhang Jun felt his head buzzing, as if someone had punched him, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. When he came back to his senses, he saw a ball of smoke the size of a baby's fist getting into the central air conditioning duct and disappearing without a trace.
Fuck!
Seeing this, Zhang Jun couldn't help stamping his feet and swearing. He thought he was sure of it, but he didn't expect it to run away.
We can no longer live in this place.
We need to change places as soon as possible. Zhang Jun didn't know how badly he hurt her this time, but he knew that the central air conditioning in this apartment building was shared. Unless he dismantled all the air conditioning in his home when he returned, he would never have a good night's sleep in the future. Turning around and walking to the bedroom, Zhang Jun opened the refrigerator in the bedroom. When he saw the mutilated human corpse inside, the corners of Zhang Jun's mouth twitched a few times. If it were in the past, if I saw a pile of broken corpses with broken legs, I would be scared to death, or I would be vomiting to the point of darkness. But after participating in the arena, Zhang Jun no longer has such a strong fear of such scenes. After all, this level is still child's play compared to the scene of pulling out the human spine alive.
But what happens next is bound to be a bit troublesome.
Zhang Juanzi thought about it before taking out his cell phone and pressing the alarm call. At the same time, in Weipa village on the outskirts of the city, the first family in the village has a beautifully built house with a large threshold and a 4-story Western-style building. The fig tree planted in the yard is as high as the 2-story building. It can be seen that the family is well off.
Well-off family.
A lame old man was sitting under the yard, holding his little grandson in his arms and holding a small leather drum in one hand, making the child giggle.
Dad, it's time to eat. It is good.
The daughter-in-law came out of the kitchen, carrying a bowl of noodles. She was rolling the noodles with her white hands, and there was a layer of meat stew on it. Just looking at it made her appetite whet her appetite. The daughter-in-law handed the noodles to the old man and held the child in one hand. As soon as she turned around, she heard a clang. When the daughter-in-law turned around, she saw the old man's hands trembling, his head lowered, and his eyes fixed on the broken bowl. He murmured to himself, "The upper hexagram is matched with the lower sunda, the lower hexagram and the sunda are changing rapidly, the upper hexagram is matched with the sky and the time is full, it's a big over hexagram." The old man looked at the broken bowl, his face became greener and greener, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. How is it possible? How is it possible? Why didn't this kid die? Why didn't he die?
Dad! Are you okay?
The daughter-in-law was also startled by the old man's strange behavior. He bent down and asked carefully. Hearing his daughter-in-law's cry, he saw the old man slowly raising his head. His rough face was covered with veins, and his eyes were red as if they were about to bleed. His face was ferocious, as if he was hungry. Wolf, with murderous intent on his face. The daughter-in-law had never seen such a terrifying expression before. She was so frightened that she almost fell to the ground. She had been married for 5 or 6 years, and her father-in-law treated her as his own child. He had never seen him look so cold and cruel before, as if he was a completely different person. In just a blink of an eye, the gloom on the old man's face suddenly disappeared, revealing a simple and honest smile. "Ouch, my hand slipped." As he spoke, he quickly bent down and grabbed the noodles that fell on the ground back into the bowl. The daughter-in-law looked at the kind expression of her father-in-law in front of her, but she didn't dare to move. Seeing this, the old man didn't care. He just put the bowls and chopsticks on the table and glanced at the grandson in his daughter-in-law's arms before standing up. "I'm going out for about 3 to 5 days. If I don't come back for a week, you can cut down the tree in the yard and dig down about 3 to 5 meters. There is a box and I have hidden something in it." After saying that, the old man turned around and went back to the house. When he came out after a while, he had an extra backpack on his back and limped out of the door. It was only when the old man walked away that the daughter-in-law had not come back to her senses. She waited until the child in her arms burst out crying loudly, and then the daughter-in-law was so frightened that she came to her senses and took a deep breath. My legs felt cold. When I came back to my senses, I realized that I was so scared that I had become incontinent. End of this chapter. At the door of the new district police station, Zhang Jun walked out slowly. He said he was cooperating with the investigation, but he sat there for half the night. Fortunately, this is not his first time coming in, so he is still very familiar with the procedures. Captain Yang, don't look at me like that. I'm not a murderer. I reported the crime successfully. If the case is solved in the future, I won't want the bonus. Just give me a banner. I don't care about that stuff. Zhang Jun grinned and said to the police officer who sent him out. Yang Zhengyi frowned, and he really didn't like this rich second generation. Nothing should be given less. This is a reward from the state, but your matter has not been finalized yet. Don't run around recently, we will looking for you anytime. Yes. Always ready. Zhang Jun made a salute gesture, turned around and walked out of the police station door with an exaggerated step. Bah, isn't it just that he has some bad money? Why is he so arrogant? Maybe this case has something to do with him. The police officer on the side couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but complain. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zhengyi glared hard at him. How many times have I told you not to bring personal emotions into the case? The police officer also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly nodded and admitted his mistake. Sorry, Captain Yang, I just think this guy has a lot of criminal records. And he is not a good person. Yang Zhengyi waved his hand. One code is another code. The method and scene of this case are obviously premeditated killings. This is not the boy's style. However, before ruling out his suspicion, find someone to keep an eye on him. On the other side, not long after Zhang Jun walked out of the door, the exaggerated smile on his face gradually disappeared. He glanced back and returned to his normal appearance. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the old Taoist priest's phone number while walking. Beep. Do. Hey! Old thief, refund your money. Zhang Jun shouted with a dark face. The old man on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then started laughing. What, are you in trouble? I almost lost my life. Zhang Jun told the story of his encounter with Sister Wang, but hid the fact that he injured her, saying only that he was lucky enough to escape with his life. The old man was silent for a moment on the phone. It's a bit troublesome. You'd better pay attention. The woman you just mentioned is like Kraju in Thailand in recent years. In the circle, she is called a faceless woman. It is very troublesome to deal with. If you encounter it, hurry up. Run. She-faced girl? What is that? Zhang Jun asked. He called Lao Dao not for the 10 yuan, but just as a test to find out whether the old guy was a liar. Ever since Fan told himself that there was nothing he could do if his destiny was broken, Zhang Jun felt that this old Taoist priest was tricking him no matter what he thought about it. Money or no money doesn't matter. Even if the old Taoist priest really has nothing to do in the end, he won't care about it, but if you treat me like a fool, then I'm sorry, I will use you as a backing up before I die. It's a bit complicated. The old Taoist priest paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about how to explain it to Zhang Jun. After a while, he said. Thailand used to call them Kraju, which also means flying head female ghost. It is a thing made by flying head descending masters. In recent years, they seem to have upgraded this thing. You can understand it as flying head descending 2.0. The version is no longer just a head, but also a body, just like a normal person. Zhang Jun was amused by the old Taoist priest's words. In your line of work, there is an upgraded version. Of course, we are advancing with the times, and those who work behind closed doors will be eliminated sooner or later. Oh, then I have nowhere to go now. Wherever your ruined temple is, I can just move it there. Do not. When the old Taoist priest heard this, his voice immediately rose an octave. What, didn't you say you wanted to accept me as your apprentice?
Now I'm going to help you build a Taoist temple, and you still don't want me?
You are really serious. As long as the money comes, don't let people come.
You are possessed by a comet now. I haven't even erected the 3 pure statues in my Taoist temple. You will only cause chaos. Comet? Zhang Jun thought about it. Isn't that the broom star?
Just when he was about to curse, the old man on the phone continued, but don't worry, I will tell you a good place.
You can stay there for the time being.
Where?
He.
A seasoned laughter came from the phone. By Mapo, General Building, Tongqing Hotel.
Hang up the phone.
Zhang Jun stared at Lao Dao's phone number and murmured in his heart. If you want to say that this old Taoist priest is a liar, he is not a juggler with no means at all.
But if you want to say that he is reliable, ignore him, go and take a look first. Anyway, he can get the money only if I am alive. If I die, he won't even want a dime.
After making up his mind, Zhang Jun stopped a taxi and went to the place mentioned by Lao Dao.
The so-called Baimapo is a street in the old city.
Nowadays, urban planning is vigorously revitalizing cultural tourism.
The area has been renamed the Imperial City District. After
vigorous construction and restoration, you can see from one street to the next, all of them are antique buildings. If you ignore the steel and concrete in the corners, at a glance, it is still quite a visual impact.
Taxis can only be delivered to the Footing Gate entrance.
Little brother, you can't leave in front.
Baima Street is inside, just walk there by yourself.
The driver pointed the direction to Zhang Jun.
Zhang Jun looked ahead and saw nothing.
There were quite a few beauties in Han and Tang dynasty costumes all over the street. After scanning the driver's fare, Zhang Jun got out of the car. I didn't rush to find any big hotel, but turned around and walked into a breakfast shop and started eating haze. 3 cages of steamed buns, a bowl of spicy soup, a bowl of tofu curd, a bottle of soda, and 2 fried dough sticks.
I was stunned and found the way to escape.
All he needs to do is put his mobile phone on the table and put on a mukbang show. After finishing the meal, Zhang Jun patted his belly, feeling like he still had something to eat. Boss, bring me another basket of steamed buns to take away.
It is good. The boss quickly put the bun into a plastic bag and handed it to Zhang Jun. Young man, are you full?
It's okay, half full. Hearing that Zhang Jun was only half full, the boss suspected that the boy was bragging, but seeing Zhang Jun's relaxed expression, he was not sure. His meal was enough for 2 people.
How much? 37 yuan.
Zhang Jun took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code to pay, then walked out while eating the steamed dumplings. I didn't go far and saw fried sugar cakes for sale, so I bought 2 more fried sugar cakes and a sesame ball. Looking in the distance, the boss was stunned and shook his head. It would be a pity not to do mukbang. There were various hawking sounds on the street, and both store owners and passers-by were dressed in ancient costumes. It must have happened in the past 2 years. A trend of ancient costumes suddenly started to blow up. At first, no one cared about it. Later, there were more and more Hanfu stores. The most exaggerated one was that a tire seller saw the rise of Hanfu and changed it overnight.
Hanfu store.
It is said that the money was paid back the same day after the changes were made.
Walking down the Bluestone Road, you will see a sign not far away with the words Baimapo written on it.
The history of the street is also written in detail below the sign.
It was a horse trading place during the Republic of China.
1/3 of the horses in the entire Central Plains were traded here. The scale was so large that it ranked first in the country at that time. It is precisely because of this that many people from all walks of life often gather in this place. It also listed many famous people's deeds, such as the miracle Dr. Li Zhanbiao, the martial arts champion Chao Momu of the Republic of China, etc. Zhang Jun read it with relish. Stepping inside, this alley is not too narrow, and there are even rows of old trees planted on the roadside, providing green shade and a very cool atmosphere. However, the business of the shops in this alley is very deserted. But when he looked up, Zhang Jun knew what the reason was. The first one sells folk musical instruments such as guzheng, eru, and suona.
The next one was selling the 4 treasures of the study: pens, ink, calligraphy, and paintings.
If these two companies are still within the normal range, then the third one is a bit like the underworld. The one who sells cemeteries has a sign saying Mongshan Jingxiu Longyuan Cemetery and an advertisement on the side, offering a free urn with the purchase of a grave. In the two stores specializing in longevity materials at the back, there are two paper figures tied at the door, and a paper-made BMW villa next to them.
Good guy, this is a one-stop funeral and funeral service. With the Green Line streetscape, Zhang Jun felt a little uncomfortable even walking over, let alone ordinary people. It's weird, why do you do this if you don't do the profitable business? He couldn't help but mutter that the location of this street was good. If it were turned into a Hanfu store, it wouldn't be a problem to make a lot of money every day. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard someone next to him say, "Some shops are for making money, and some shops are just for living." Zhang Jun turned his head and saw an old lady sitting on the bench, her head lowered, holding two pieces of gold foil paper with her thick fingers, pinching and folding, and after 2 or 3 times, it turned into a gold ingot, and she threw it aside in the bamboo basket. It's strange to say that the old lady's origami speed didn't feel fast, but in the blink of an eye, Zhang Jun had already thrown 2 or 3 gold ingots into the basket. The process was so smooth that it made people feel like they were sitting here. I don't want to do anything, just watching stacking ingots is quite interesting. Zhang Jun blinked, don't take what I just said nonsense to heart. Hearing this, the old lady raised her head, glanced at Zhang Jun, and shook her head. It's bad luck to see a living dead so early in the morning. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Jun to react, he walked back to the store with the basket and closed the store door with a bang. Hiss. Zhang Jun's mouth twitched, not because she was an old lady, but if she were a younger one, her bad temper could destroy her shop. Wait, this old lady said I am a living dead. Zhang Jun suddenly thought about it, but before he could figure it out, he saw an old man waving to him at the door of the longevity food shop. Boy. Zhang Jun looked around and made sure that he was calling him. He walked forward with doubts and asked, is something wrong? Hey, would you like to come to my store and pick a good place for yourself? The price is negotiable. Zhang Jun's face darkened, he gave the old man a blank look, turned around and left without looking back. Hey, why are you leaving? When the old man saw that the business at his door was declining, he immediately curled his lips and turned back to the store. Today's young people still don't have a long-term vision. End of this chapter. In the middle of Beima Street, there is a small old building that combines Chinese and Western styles. It is more than 10 meters high. The words official made and antique can be vaguely seen on the building. The cornice boards, brick carvings, plaques, etc. are all full of simplicity, and there is also a brand new bronze plaque hanging on the wall, protected unit by the State Administration of Cultural Heritage. An out-of-place red plastic signboard hangs above the entrance hall, with the words Tongqing Hotel written in yellow letters on it. No matter how you look at it, it gives off a strong sense of cheapness. Even the youth hostel I saw when I came here was higher end than this. Zhang Jun looked at the windows on the second floor, the 80s-style Safanga glass windows, and the rusty iron rods behind the glass, and instantly felt the urge to turn around and leave. I'm not particularly picky about the environment, but this place doesn't look like a serious hotel. After a second thought, he turned around and walked towards the door. After all, it's all here. Just take a look at it before talking. The old Taoist priest pointed out this place to him, and he always wanted to see what was different. Stepping through the door with one foot, the lights in the lobby on the first floor were not turned on, so when walking in from the outside, the vision was a little blurry. Zhang Jun blinked and took a closer look. He was immediately attracted by the old furnishings in front of him. The interior is decorated in an antique style, not the imitation of modern goods, but authentic old items. The patina on the counter is shiny and thick, and I don't know how many people rubbed it in slowly. The cement tiles under the feet are sparkling, and the 4 tiles are spliced into a circular pattern, with an overlord flower in the middle. The pattern is spliced together in 7 colors: vermilion, orange, blue, brown, red, white, cyan, and purple. The contours are clearly visible and the 3-dimensional effect is full. He didn't know much about antiques, but he had a lot of antique calligraphy and paintings at home. His grandfather, who rarely appeared in public, was well known in the local antique circle. Even if you can't tell the origin, you can tell that the things here are all old objects. Not only are they old, but they are also high quality. Young man, are you staying in a hotel, or? The boss in front of the counter had been staring at Zhang Jun for a while. Seeing Zhang Jun standing in front of the door motionless, he took off his reading glasses and asked, "I'm staying in a hotel, what kind of rooms are there?" Zhang Jun walked to the counter and asked. "There are only two types, a double bedroom and a twin bedroom." "Then let's take the double bedroom. 100 yuan a day and a deposit of yuan. How long will you stay?" 10 days. Zhang Jun saw the payment code on the counter and was about to take out his mobile phone to scan the code, but the boss of the counter suddenly covered the payment code with his hand. "Young man, do you have any cash?" Zhang Jun was stunned for a moment and nodded. Hearing this, the boss narrowed his eyes and grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth. 800 in cash. Zhang Jun didn't ask any questions after hearing this, and directly took out the cash and gave it to the old man. "Okay, let's register the young man." The boss took out the register and pen and handed it to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun glanced at it and found that there were not many people on it. There were only a few people in the distance, so he took a cautious look and opened the register to the next page. Page and write your message on the first line. "Second floor, room 13, here is the key." The boss took out a key and handed it to Zhang Jun. The key was so small that it looked like the key to an old-fashioned padlock. Zhang Jun took the key and was about to go upstairs. At this time, the boss called Zhang Jun. "By the way, young man, do you live in Heezy? Zygote?" Zhang Jun didn't understand. When the boss saw this, he waved his hand and said it was okay. Zhang Jun didn't think much, so he took the key and went upstairs. Just as he walked up the stairs, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He glanced back at the steps behind him, raised his eyebrows slightly, then took the key and continued walking to the second floor. There are only 13 rooms on the second floor. The wooden floors creak when you step on them. It is obvious that some of the joints have become loose due to the age. Looking at the house number of the room, Zhang Jun saw that it was really an old-fashioned padlock. A thief with a little bit of skill can break open a hair. However, looking at the decoration inside, it was old but not dirty, which made him somewhat expectant. Crack. Unlocking the door, Zhang Jun opened the door. The room was quite large, with an old-fashioned canopy bed covered with brand new bedding. In addition, there was only a table and a taisher chair. Typical Chinese style. To his surprise, there was a gramophone placed on the small table in the corner. This is a good thing. Speaking of music, it is one of his few hobbies. He spent 80 to buy the set of speakers in the apartment. That's just to make ends meet. I also have a 160 million Supreme Utopia at home. It's just that since I got sick, I haven't calmed down to listen to music for a long time. A closer look revealed that the gramophone was in good condition, but the pin corners were broken. It was not that easy to repair this thing. It makes Zhang Jun slightly regretful, otherwise in such a house with a sense of time, accompanied by an original record, it would be really. As he was thinking about it, Zhang Jun suddenly remembered what his boss had just said. There was always a weird feeling in my heart, so I locked the door, took out my phone and pressed Fatty's call. Soon, I heard Fatty's excited voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Brother, I was just about to call you. Your call has already come. You are now more intelligent than a living god. Stop talking nonsense, what are you doing? Yesterday, didn't you entrust me to find some old medicinal materials? Hey, guess what? I just came home and heard that there was a pharmacy for sale. That pharmacy has been there for decades, and the medicines in it are all good and genuine medicines." Zhang Jun heard this and said calmly, "Are you sure?" "Sure, if there's something wrong with something, you can break my dog legs." "Okay, as long as the stuff is genuine, I want all of their medicines. I have one more thing to do. What is closing? Monk? What merges together, what is above. Close up." Fatty Lee on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard this, and said with a strange expression, "Brother, you have entered a den of thieves." Zhang Jun's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? This is a jargon in the spring code. It's a question about which path you are on. If you can't answer, he will definitely stop asking, "Where are you?" Fatty Lee's voice was a little anxious, and those who didn't know really thought he cared about Zhang Jun. It's a hotel.
I'll send you the address later. You can bring all the medicine you've collected and help me explore the hotel.
Okay. I'll be there soon.
When Fatty Lee heard that it was something he was good at, plus the purchased medicinal materials, it would be a large sum of money to send over.
How could he not be active? After Zhang Jun hung up the phone, he looked at the room and felt more and more that this hotel was a bit interesting. Fatty Lee arrived very quickly.
He didn't have to wait too long before he rushed over on a shared bicycle. When he came to the room, as soon as he entered the door, the fat man handed a particularly large backpack to Zhang Jun. "Brother Zhang, why did you remember to live in this place?"
"Something happened over there in the apartment. I don't want to live there anymore.
I want a change of environment and a change of mood."
Zhang Jun opened his backpack casually, and a strong scent of medicine hit him.
Zhang Jun took a deep breath and knew immediately that these medicines were genuine old medicines. He picked up a stick of Rehmannia glutinosa and put it under his nose and took a sip. "The stuff is good." Of course, these are all good things. After Fatty Lee finished speaking, he looked around and lowered his voice. "Brother, I am not talking about this place. I have never been to this place, but I heard my grandpa say before that this horse market used to be visited by low-life people. Place, if you have nothing to do, you might as well change to another place."
Despicable? Oh, I'm not scolding you.
What I mean is that the lower classes in the world include all kinds of people, as well as the 8 outer sections.
To put it bluntly, it's a gathering place for people with rivers and lakes, and the water inside is not shallow.
The fat man didn't actually explain, and Zhang Jun knew he wasn't swearing. But as soon as this guy talked about himself, he became interested.
"Tell me."
He pointed to the chair beside him and sat down leisurely, letting the fat man talk to him about the secrets inside. Fatty Lee saw that Zhang Jun was interested, so he simply sat down and gave him a good introduction to science. Needless to say, it is too general to say that it is a low-spirited person. Now, it cannot be said that all people are a low-minded person. So to be precise, it is still diverse. The golden skin is hung with colors, and the judging panel adjusts the willow trees. But these are all formal trades, and there is no need to be so careful. The key point is the outer 8 sects, which are the truly feared professions. Bee, hemp, swallow, sparrow, flower, orchid, kudzu, roan.
These are liars and hemps are lone wolves. Yen is a member of the Zion Rencha who uses women to defraud money.
K is a gang of gangsters who commit murder, arson, fraud, robbery, loan sharking, and other bad things. Huamen, also known as Qianmen, refers to professional gamblers who are good at gambling cheating methods.
Lan is the robber and thieves who dominate the mountain.
Rome is a thief and pickpocket who commits mobile crimes. Gu is a killer who pays for his life. Of course, most of these businesses have been wiped out long ago. After all, times have changed, and the Sky Eye camera is no joke. But Fatty Lee knows that Jianghu is like the dark web on the internet today.
Even the gadgets on the dark web are leftover from their ancestors' games.
Take the last time I went to the black market as an example. The water inside was very deep.
So don't touch it if you can.
As his father said, you don't know some things as ordinary people, and you won't be able to touch them in your life. But as long as you encounter them once, this kind of thing will happen one after another in the future.
Come to the door. So that's it. Hey. This is really interesting.
Not only did Zhang Jun not leave, but he was looking forward to this hotel more and more.
Let's go, it's getting late. Let's go have a meal first. You'll stay here tonight. Let me dig out the bottom of the inn first.
This.
The fat man had a sad face.
Before he could refuse, he heard the buzzing sound of his cell phone. He picked it up and saw that 10 yuan had been deposited in his account. Looking at the figures that arrived, Fatty Lee swallowed his words and showed a simple and honest smile to Zhang Jun. "Zhong, there is a noodle shop nearby, the taste is not bad." After saying that, he opened the door and walked out with Zhang Jun. The two walked slowly downstairs and were about to go out when an old man carrying a backpack walked in. The fat man had no time to dodge and was hit full of his chest. He almost fell to the ground. It was too late, but it was so fast, a thick palm grabbed the fat man's collar. The fat man stood firm and wanted to curse, but his eyes suddenly noticed the old man's hands in front of him. When the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Sorry, I was distracted. The old man apologized profusely. The fat man pursed his lips and said, just be more careful next time. After saying that, he pulled Zhang Jun out without looking back. After walking out of the hotel door, the fat man looked back and saw the old man limping up to the counter, as if he was about to check in. He couldn't help but murmur in his heart, it can't be such a coincidence. What's so coincidental? Zhang Jun looked at the fat man's nervous appearance and couldn't help but ask. Fatty Lee hurriedly took Zhang Jun's arm and took a few steps forward, whispering, the cripple just now is a master. Master? Yes, you haven't noticed that his hands, with their thin skin and tender flesh, don't look like hands of his age at all. I heard my grandfather say that people like this usually practice iron palm. People who practice this kind of kung fu must soak their hands in a special hand-washing method after practicing every day. Day after day, their palms will not become thicker, but will also become particularly tender. After Fatty Lee finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance in the direction of the hotel. Of course, it's possible that I was mistaken. After all, the hand-washing recipe has been lost long ago. But if it is true, who does this person want to kill? The matter of lightly slapping someone. Sorry, my father is hospitalized for surgery. Fortunately, it's nothing serious. I may be very late in the next update, so don't wait. End of. Severely damaged in the past 2 days. End of this chapter. Boom. A huge crash sounded, and immediately after, Zhang Jun felt his body sink, and he fell to his knees as if he had completely lost control of his legs. 3 huge incense candles were inserted into his body. Each incense candle was as thick as 2 people hugging each other. What's even weirder is that there are words on every incense candle. May you be blessed with good fortune, wealth, longevity, and peace. Marriage and descendants last for generations. Sickness, pain, and calamity are not permanent. 3 incense candles were pressed against his body. Even though he had taken Dolly pills and put his hands on the ground several times, he still couldn't stand up. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Jun still struggling, the old man burst into laughter. This is called Tai Sui Xiang. What is pressing on you is your life's luck. How can you fight against your own luck with all your brute strength? Zhang Jun secretly thought something was wrong. He didn't expect this old man's methods to be so weird. Honestly, who taught you behind your back? After seeing that Zhang Jun was under control, the old man was not in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he wanted to find out who was helping him behind the scenes. I can't understand what you said. You are a tough talker. Your parents knelt on the ground and begged me. I was kind enough to let you live until now, but I can only let you live until this year. Ordinarily, by this time, you should have been terminally ill and incurable. When the old man talked about what happened back then, he felt deep regret in his heart. He regretted that he had been too kind in the past, knowing that it would leave consequences, but because he took one more look at the infant Zhang Jun and his parents, he begged hard and finally felt compassion. My parents beg you? Zhang Jun raised his head in surprise. Humph, if they hadn't begged so hard, do you think you could survive until now? Hearing the old man's words, Zhang Jun felt a little uncomfortable. Since they can't bear it, why do they have to take my life to bury a living person in the grave? You even know about the living tomb. It seems that there is someone behind you. Who is it? Who is helping you? Zhang Jun's life was already in the old man's hands, and now he was more concerned about who was helping him. To break someone else's game, according to the Feng Shui master's rules, you will fight to the death. His life is not important, but the other party knows that if Zhang Jun does not die, his whole family will die, and he still wants to help. He can't let the matter end like this. After killing Zhang Jun, he would personally come to ask for an explanation.
If I say that no one is helping me, would you believe it?
Zhang Jun raised his head and looked in the direction where the old man was hiding, trying to twist his body and slowly move his hands into his pockets. The old man turned his back to Zhang Jun and leaned against the wall, not noticing Zhang Jun's little movements at all.
In other words, he didn't need to pay attention. He only needed to play with the paper man in front of him to control the boy's life and death. After hearing Zhang Jun's words, the old man's face darkened. It seems that if I don't give you a taste of my power, you don't know how powerful I am. As he spoke, the old man took out a lighter and slowly placed it on top of the paper man to bake. What? When the 3 incense candles were burned by the old man, Zhang Jun immediately felt as if his whole body was on fire. The faster the incense burned, the more painful Zhang Jun was. After a moment, the old man put down his hand and said, "How about it? Just say it or not." "Say." I said. Zhang Jun knelt on the ground and trembled. "I don't know who he is, I only know that he has a phone number." When the old man heard this, he immediately became energetic. He limped out of the corner, holding the paper figure in one hand. When he walked to Zhang Jun, he said, "Take out the phone." Zhang Jun lowered his head and slowly took out his mobile phone. "Call him." The old man had no intention of answering the phone and still stood 2 or 3 meters away in front of Zhang Jun. Seeing this, Zhang Jun could only dial Lao Dao's phone number and turned on the speakerphone. "Buzz, buzz. You brat, what kind of trouble did you get into in the middle of the night?" An experienced and lazy voice came from the other end of the phone, and it sounded like he had just woken up. Zhang Jun said nothing, just looked up at the old man. Hey, you are a member of the circle or an outsider, how dare you come to ruin my good deeds?" The old man squatted down and said into the phone. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then the old Taoist said impatiently, "Who are you? Don't talk to me about jargon, I don't understand the Taoist." The old man was stunned, and his face immediately fell. "You broke the rules, we will never settle this debt." "What rules?" "The rules of feng shui." The old man shouted angrily. "Oh, do you have a certificate?" the old Taoist asked abruptly. This question was incomprehensible, and the old man was stunned for a moment. "Certificate? What certificate?" There was a burst of laughter on the phone, followed by a series of questions. Taoist Association Certificate, Maoshan Transmission Certificate, Jingyi Transmission Certificate, Issue a Training Industry Qualification Certificate. The old man was confused by this series of questions, and immediately said angrily, "I'm not a Taoist priest, what do I need these certificates for?" "You don't even have a certificate? Then you are a charlatan, a scum who deceives people and money. Don't call me again, or I will call the police and arrest you." After saying that, Lao Dao actually hung up the phone directly. Suddenly, the air in the hall was eerily silent. Zhang Jun looked at the old man's twisted face and couldn't help but ask, "How about I hit him again?" "Call back," the old man urged through gritted teeth. Zhang Jun called again. Just waiting for the call to be connected, the old man snatched the phone from Zhang Jun's hand and yelled, "Who do you think you are? When I was wandering around, you were still digging in the mud. Just wait until I kill this little brat, I will make your whole family suffer a terrible death." "Oh." Unexpectedly, the old man on the phone was not angry, he just responded calmly, and then responded in a playful manner, "It turns out to be Yi Ma Shan." The so-called Yi Ma Shan means that its ancestors have received some teachings from Ma Shan Taoism, but they are not in the sect and do not have the orthodox inheritance. In the world, they may claim that their ancestors are descendants of a certain Taoist school. However, in the eyes of orthodox Taoists, these people just trash fish. With a strong sense of contempt. The lethality is comparable to greeting your ancestors. The old man also reacted, but before he could curse, the old man hung up the phone ruthlessly again. When he hung up, he heard the old Taoist saying to himself, "A Yemalotian is worthy of settling accounts with me." It's so funny. At that moment, the old man was furious. He was holding the hung-up phone and mouthing all kinds of greetings. Immediately he looked at Zhang Jun with red eyes. "Don't look at me like that. I don't know where this old man came from. He even cheated me out of 10 yuan. The old man sneered and was about to say something when the cell phone in his hand suddenly rang. It was a call from the old man. Seeing this, the old man pressed the answer button and heard an experienced voice coming from the phone. "I forgot to mention it just now, brat. You will follow the rope later on the way. If anyone calls you, just ignore them. Wait until you get it. If you have something, I'll come pick you up. Did you drink? What gift?" Zhang Jun patted the old man's hand, turned around and glanced at the ground, picked up a stone, turned around and patted the old lady on the head. "A big gift." Boom! If this brick hits, the old lady's skull will fly off. Before she could come to her senses, Zhang Jun picked up a brick and gave her a few more, until he smashed the head into pieces. Then he turned around and glanced sideways at the surrounding tombstones. His bloodshot eyes were like poisonous snakes staring at the group of old ghosts blocking the way. The angular face was full of anger, and he looked like a villain, which made the old ghosts on other tombstones he ducked backwards in fear. It's no wonder that Zhang Jun's anger is so great. "If you don't want me to live, I will drive you to pieces. If anyone dares to stop him again, I will fight him to the death." They were just some older, lonely ghosts. Seeing that Zhang Jun was not easy to mess with, they all avoided and did not dare to interfere anymore. "Zhang Jun, Zhang Jun!" At this time, the shouts in the distance were getting closer and closer. Zhang Jun looked back and saw two shadows, one black and one white, approaching him quickly. Wherever black and white walked, the lonely ghosts on the tombstones huddled back, not even daring to come out. Could it be that black and white are impermanent? Zhang Jun shook his head. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he had to go back. He endured the discomfort and walked forward quickly. Not long after, Zhang Jun saw an open space. There are many tombs standing around, but in this open space, there is only one solitary tomb standing there. On the tombstone of the grave, squatting was a thin child. The child was shaped like a skinny cat, curled up on the tombstone, with a pair of dark eyes looking around uneasily. Just wait for Zhang Jun's eyes to meet the child's eyes for a moment. A different kind of emotion suddenly surged through his body. He was obviously looking at the child, but visually there was a child looking at him at the same time. Needless to say, both of them had a clear understanding. "He is me." Zhang Jun immediately quickened his pace and walked forward quickly. He knew that this was a part of him and what he was missing. What the old man said may be him. When Zhang Jun walked to the tombstone and took a look, sure enough, his name was written clearly on the tombstone. There was also a stone slab under the tombstone, with a series of lists densely written on it. Zhang Jun glanced over it. In addition to his parents, there were also his grandfather, several uncles, and even his cousins who he had never met and were studying abroad. Their names were all on it. Seeing the names of these people, Zhang Jun felt an evil fire rising in his heart. The names of these people written on it are by no means a tribute to themselves, but should also be part of the technique. They are the moths who use themselves as sacrifices to eat away at their own lives. The reason why he knows this so well is because all the people with names above him, without exception, are what people call winners in life, especially those cousins who have never met before. Zhang Jun has a very good impression of them. Profound. Whenever there are family gatherings, my uncles and uncles will talk about the excellent achievements their children have achieved abroad. The funny thing is that after showing off, he still said to Zhang Jun sincerely, "Xiao Jun, you must learn more from your brothers and sisters in the future." How ironic, lying on yourself to eat away at your own luck, and in the end you have to learn from them. Thinking of this, the evil fire in Zhang Jun's heart became more and more intense, as if there was a large amount of resentment stuck in his chest with nowhere to vent. A trace of black mist began to spread from his body. It was resentment, the anger and evil thoughts in Zhang Jun's heart. At this time, Zhang Jun suddenly felt something. He lowered his head and saw a skinny palm, looking along it. What caught his eye was a pair of clear, traceless eyes. Even though they were shaped like dry bones, those eyes were always as clear as mountain springs. These eyes were like a mirror, shining directly on his heart. In an instant, all the anger, murderous intent, and evil thoughts were suppressed, and peace returned to the heart. Zhang Jun lowered his head and looked at himself in front of him.
He had been buried alive here for so many years.
Shouldn't your resentment be greater? Why are you still so calm? Zhang Jun doesn't understand. He wished he could send everyone on the list in front of him to see the king of hell. But the other self in front of him was calmer than he could imagine, calming all his grievances. The figure in front of him did not answer Zhang Jun's question, but clenched his hands tighter. An unprecedented silence struck him again.
After being trapped here for more than 20 years, he was so calm. Just when Zhang Jun was confused, the shouts behind him were getting closer and closer.
At this time, the little boy suddenly grabbed Zhang Jun and bumped towards the tombstone.
Just when his body was about to touch the tombstone in front of him suddenly cracked open. The dim cave entrance is like a robber's cave in a TV series, leading directly to the tomb behind. Continuing to walk inside, I saw a golden coffin appearing in front of me.
The coffin was not big, and it was only gold-plated. It looked just a little bigger than a suitcase. The little boy opened the coffin and saw a skinny mummy lying inside.
Zhang Jun couldn't help but feel a little weird. He checked on the internet and found that the so-called living graves often contain human clothes, hair, nails, and other things.
How could there be a corpse? Zhang Jun!
The shouts outside were getting closer and closer, and the figure, one black and one white, was gradually approaching the tomb. Zhang Jun looked back and could see through the tombstones the figures standing in front of the tombs, but his faces could not be clearly seen. The little boy looked a little anxious, pointed at the coffin, and motioned for Zhang Jun to hide in quickly. Although the little boy couldn't speak, Zhang Jun could understand what he meant and wanted him to hide in the coffin.
It is good. After all, this little boy was also a part of him. Zhang Jun didn't think much about it.
He was about to get into the coffin, but as soon as he raised one foot, he felt a strong feeling of rejection in his heart.
This strong feeling of rejection was like a punch hitting his chest.
It gave him a heart-burning pain, as if the coffin was clearly a pit of fire. Zhang Jun hesitated for a moment and looked at the coffin again with a sideways glance. After seeing the twisted scratches on both sides of the coffin, a bad premonition became stronger. Seeing that he was not moving, the little boy on the side urged him again to get him into the coffin as soon as possible.
No, this coffin is too small. I can't even lie in it. Let's take out the contents first. Zhang Jun turned back to the boy and said.
The boy was stunned for a moment, then looked at the mummy in the coffin. After hesitating for a while, he nodded. He jumped into the coffin and took out the corpse inside. After Zhang Jun helped take the corpse, he casually put the corpse into the coffin. Throwing it on the ground, before the boy could react, he punched the boy in the head. An unexpected punch caused the boy to fall directly into the coffin. It's such a good coffin, you'd better keep it by yourself,
Zhang Jun said, closing the coffin. Boom!
As the coffin closed heavily, a frantic knocking sound echoed throughout the tomb, followed by a sharp and ear-piercing roar. Zhang Jun pressed the coffin lid tightly, but soon he saw thick black liquid flowing out from the gap in the coffin lid. These black liquids are the result of resentment, but
unlike Zhang Jun, its resentment has been condensed into a substantial state.
The innocent and kind face he showed just now was just to trick Zhang Jun into lying down for him.
In the coffin.
Seeing that he could no longer hold down the coffin board, outside the tombstone, the black and white ghosts called Zhang Jun's name again.
Stop shouting, come right now.
Hearing the shouts, Zhang Jun responded with a curse, picked up the coffin and threw it directly outside the grave. Here it comes.
Boom!
After the coffin was slammed on the ground, a black shadow came out of it. After letting out a strange scream, it wanted to rush into the grave again.
Have you become deaf after calling you for so long?
Unexpectedly, before he could rush into the tomb, a ghost dressed in black suddenly raised his hand and threw out the chains, tied the boy tightly, pulled him back, and dragged him back.
Aha!
Being held by the ghost in black, the boy roared crazily. As a result, the ghost in white impatiently raised his hand and hit him with his mourning stick. When the stick was pulled up, the boy immediately let out a grunt. His anger was instantly extinguished. He raised his head and made a squeaking sound.
Surprisingly, Guicha actually understood it. You said you were wronged? The ghost in black pointed to the name on the tombstone in front of him, "You are Zhang Jun." Naturally, the boy tried his best to deny it, but he got another slap in the face. "How dare you lie? This is your name above, and below is your birth date and death date. They all match up. You are not Zhang Jun, who is Zhang Jun." After saying that, Guizhao ignored Sanchi 21 and walked back while holding the chain. End of this chapter. Only when the ghosts were far away did Zhang Jun's head pop up, and he couldn't help but feel a cold sweat in his heart. "I almost ended up lying in the coffin." Because the other person and he had the same feeling of being one, and because of his pure and innocent eyes, Zhang Jun was completely unwary of him for a moment. But now the more I think about it, the more scared I become. Turning around and taking a look at the mummy that was thrown on the ground, Zhang Jun stepped forward and inspected it carefully. He found a golden pouch on the chest of the mummy. When he opened it, he saw a bunch of fetal hair and the cut umbilical cord. This should be it. Zhang Jun put away his things and walked out immediately. Just looking at the endless forest of steels in front of him, he began to feel troubled. How should I go back? Didn't the old Taoist say he would come to pick him up? Just as he was thinking about how the old Taoist would take him back, there was a dull sound of footsteps in the distance, which made Zhang Jun immediately alert, and he hurriedly hid behind a tombstone. Bang! 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 The footsteps were heavy and muffled. At first glance, they sounded like the footsteps of one person, but upon closer inspection, they turned out to be the footsteps of 4 people. However, the movements were too neat and it was difficult to detect without listening carefully. Zhang Jun cautiously poked his head out and saw 4 men running towards the side carrying a sedan. Sedan chair? Zhang Jun was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that they might be here to pick him up, because the modern clothes on the 4 of them were obviously incompatible with the antiques around them. As the sedan got closer and closer, Zhang Jun lowered his head and found that his ring finger was being pulled by something. A faint red rope appeared on his hand. The other end of the red rope was connected to the hat in front of him. Sedan chair. Zhang Jun didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately walked out from behind the tombstone and rushed to the sedan in a few steps. The 4 people stopped suddenly and lowered their bodies. Now Zhang Jun didn't have the slightest fear anymore and immediately got into the sedan. When he got on the sedan, the 4 people immediately turned around, lifted up the sedan and pulled Zhang Jun to the west. Although the movements of the 4 of them were stiff, they ran incredibly fast. Zhang Jun opened the sedan curtain with his fingers and took a look outside. There were only countless tombs and broken ruins everywhere outside the window. If you look carefully, you will find that there seems to be something crawling in the darkness, but you can't see clearly what it is. As the sedan passed through the gate of a drum tower, the surrounding environment began to become gloomy. I could vaguely see lights in the distance. The lights felt very close, but they seemed to be separated by a layer of gauze. Zhang Jun couldn't see them no matter what. Clear. But as there were more and more lights, Zhang Jun knew that he had returned from the underworld. In the morgue, the old man was sitting on a chair with half-closed eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the red string on Zhang Jun's ring finger trembling. He pinched his fingers and counted, "Hey, this kid is lucky." After saying that, he stood up, pinched the magic formula with his hands, stepped on the 7 stars with his feet, pinched the orchid finger, and touched Zhang Jun's forehead, guiding the blue flames above to his fingertips, then to his left shoulder and right shoulder, and pinched 3 flames on them. On your finger, pull up the red string on your finger and flick it. Boom! The flames quickly rushed into the paper sedan in front of them along the red rope, burning the sedan to ashes in a matter of seconds. At the same time, a wisp of green smoke emerged from the sedan chair and poured into the nasal cavity of Zhang Jun's body. Don't always think that I cheated you out of 10 yuan. This medicine has been reserved for you a long time ago and is waiting for you today. While complaining to Zhang Jun, the old Taoist took out a roll of red cloth from his arms. When the red cloth was opened, a yellowed old wild ginseng appeared in his hand. The old Taoist first twisted off the old wild ginseng and took a pinch in his hand. Then he quickly pried open Zhang Jun's mouth, placed his palm on it, and squeezed hard with 5 fingers. A drop of golden clear liquid dripped into Zhang Jun along his little finger. In the mouth. Not long after, a blush appeared on Zhang Jun's gray face. Seeing this, the old man lifted his upper body up and said, "Wake up." Snapped. A slap hit Zhang Jun's heart. Cough.
Zhang Jun's chest trembled, his eyes opened, and he gasped while covering his heart.
The violent breathing gave him the urge to vomit. Hey, don't vomit. The 10 yuan is all in your mouth. If you vomit, it will be wasted. You.
Zhang Jun rolled his eyes at the old man, turned away and vomited.
Hey, you loser, you're really vomiting. I'm not in the habit of swallowing it back.
Zhang Jun wiped the residue from the corners of his lips and looked around to find that he was lying in the morgue of the funeral home.
Looking again, there were several corpses sitting around, and he couldn't help but wonder, what is this doing?
Just do it, or who will pick you up? The old Taoist helped him up and gave Zhang Jun a list with phone numbers and detailed bank card numbers. Go back and give each of these 4 families 3 yuan. They will help you carry the sedan, and the other 6 people's families will have yuan. Don't delay, this is a debt of gratitude to a dead person, you can't delay it. Zhang Jun glanced at the list, nodded and put the list away.
Did you know that I would die tonight, or did you let me live there just so that I could meet that stinky cripple earlier? Otherwise, your destiny is ruined. If you don't die once, how can I help you?
If you change your destiny against the will of heaven, you will be struck by lightning.
Then I am now. You are very lucky.
Although you have lost the luck of Gengxin, you have gained the destiny of resurrecting the soul and borrowing energy. It is also one of the top 10 destiny, not much worse than your original one.
Resurrection?
When Zhang Jun heard this name, he felt like he was in a Chinese ghost story, resurrected from a dead body.
What is reincarnation? He.
The old man grinned.
This destiny is a rare human destiny and a rare fate.
This is a great disaster, but it is also a great blessing. The 5 elements of water, wood, and fire are needed to help, while the 2 elements of metal and earth should be as few as possible. The place where you were buried was full of water and trees, and the south was a fire sign. It was just right to bury the golden coffin in a stone tomb.
The most important thing is that you need someone to protect you from disaster. The kid in the living grave is the best scapegoat.
You happen to have all the conditions in place, otherwise even the great Luo Jingxian wouldn't be able to save you. The old Taoist became more and more proud as he talked, wishing he could raise his nostrils to the sky. In fact, he did have the capital to be proud of.
Zhang Jun was destined to be doomed when his destiny was destroyed.
However, under his own operation and planning, he cleverly changed his destiny by reviving the soul and borrowing energy. From this point of view, it is not an exaggeration to say that the battle between oneself and destiny is a victory. Of course, he only dared to think about this in his mind, otherwise he would be struck by lightning if he said it.
Zhang Jun listened in confusion, but he also understood something. So, you knew there was a kid in that coffin? But you didn't remind me? Don't let the secrets be revealed. It's your fate. Telling you everything will be a bad thing.
Come on, black and white, it's what the old man said anyway. Zhang Jun has no temper at all. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. It's almost dawn, so hurry up and help move the body back. The veteran knew that Zhang Jun wanted to ask a lot of questions, but the most important thing now was to restore the scene as soon as possible. Zhang Jun also knew that the matter could not be rushed, so he helped Lao Dao clean up the corpses here. As soon as the place was cleaned up, Zhang Jun heard hurried footsteps outside the door. If you listen carefully, you can still hear familiar voices and cries.
It's someone from my own family.
Listening to the hoarse cry, Zhang Jun thought of the list he saw in front of the grave, and his expression flickered. He turned his eyes and saw the stretcher beside him. He didn't know what he thought of, and a smirk suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Boom!
The door to the morgue was opened, and a group of people walked in hurriedly. The leader was naturally Zhang Jun's mother. When everyone saw Zhang Jun lying on the stretcher, Zhang Jun's mother's legs instantly softened and she was about to faint. Fortunately, Zhang's father caught her in time. Zhang's mother walked to her son's side, caressed Zhang Jun's face, and couldn't hold back her emotions for a while and started to cry loudly. Father Zhang's eyes were red, and he stepped forward to pull his wife up, but was immediately beaten wildly by her.
You bastard, you pay for my son, you pay for my son, you murderers, it was you who killed my son. Father Zhang grimaced and let the slap hit him.
At this time, a hand grabbed Zhang's mother, and when she turned around, it was the second child of the Zhang family with a slicked back hair.
Sister-in-law, you can't say that. Didn't you acquiesce in what happened back then?
None of us have treated this boy badly in these years. The second child stopped Zhang's mother's hand and stared at her with a half-smile. Why, now that your son is dead, you suddenly start to feel sorry for him?
It's ridiculous.
In recent years, your family has occupied the most resources and has done the best business. You go out when you spend hundreds of thousands to buy a pair of shoes. Why didn't you expect that your son paid for it?
With his life.
The second child's words made Zhang's mother blush for a moment, and she was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in.
Second child.
Zhang's father pushed his second son away with a dark face.
You have gone too far. The second child didn't care.
He flicked his clothes with his fingers, walked up to Zhang Jun, and looked at his eldest nephew carefully. Immediately, his body tilted and he sat directly on Zhang Jun's stretcher.
Hey, don't worry, it's even more extreme.
He took out an adoption agreement from his arms. Sign it, the old man said. Anyway, at your age now, it's too late to have another child.
There are so many ready-made ones at home, so you just pick a child you like. Father Zhang took the agreement and his face turned extremely ugly. Brother, don't think too much.
The old man also wants you to have a guarantee in the future. After all, your family controls the core of the group's industry.
This is also for the long-term planning of our family business.
The third child said with a smile. Unexpectedly, as soon as the third child finished speaking, the second child on the side scolded him with a dark face. Ah, third child, you are a bastard.
I want to be a bad guy, so you come out and act like a good boy, right? I'm just trying to be a bad person. I'm pretending to be you. Damn noble.
The third child was scolded so badly, but he didn't dare to let out a single fart.
Everyone knew that the second child was a bastard.
He took care of all the shady business in the family. If you got angry, he didn't care whether you were a biological brother or not.
Brother, I've made it clear to you, it's all about being exterminated. That's what the old man means.
If you are willing, sign now, and you can choose whatever you want when the children come back in a few days.
If you don't want to, go talk to the old man yourself.
The second child seemed to leave room for Zhang's father, but the other hand had already handed over the pen.
His tough attitude did not give Zhang's father any room to relax. Then what if I don't want to?
There was a sudden and abrupt sound, which made everyone stunned.
The second child tilted his head and looked at the people behind him. Who the hell said that? What's the matter with you?
However, when he turned around, he saw everyone staring behind him with their eyes wide open, their faces pale and unable to speak.
The second brother saw the horrified expressions on everyone's faces. What's wrong? What the hell? As soon as he finished speaking, a hand was put on his shoulder coldly, and Zhang Jun's laughter came to his ears. Second uncle, then you go back and ask the old man whether my family's affairs have anything to do with him, an old man who is about to die. What relationship?
The second child's pupils tightened, and a chill suddenly crawled up his spine to the top of his head. He turned his neck stiffly and looked at the face so close to him. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his facial features gradually twisted together.
Ah! Ghost!
End of this chapter. At this moment, the genius was just dawning, and the morgue was filled with the gloomy smell of disinfectant. The eldest nephew who was lying on the stretcher suddenly got up and put it on his shoulders.
Who could bear this?
The second child was also a brave and careful person. He was so frightened that he screamed, rolled his eyes and fainted from fear.
Hey, second uncle, second uncle? Zhang Jun was stunned.
He didn't expect that this second uncle was so timid and was actually scared to death. He pushed his second uncle casually and let him fall to the ground. Zhang Jun tilted his head and looked at the others.
Why aren't you talking? Wasn't it very lively just now? Auntie, why are you hiding behind and looking? Hey, Jejia, when did you come back? Come, let my cousin see if you have grown taller. Zhang Jun grinned and looked at everyone's faces. After looking around, his eyes finally locked on the chubby face of the third uncle, and his smile gradually faded. I haven't even put my ashes in the urn yet, and you guys are so anxious to give my parents some siblings. Believe it or not, I've turned into an evil ghost and I'll take you all away tonight. This sentence made everyone tremble with fear, and the cousin hiding in the corner was so frightened that tears welled up in his eyes. Xiao Jun, you misunderstood. This is what the old man meant. The third uncle was crying and speechless, so he knelt down, kowtowed to Zhang Jun and sent him away quickly. You mean I take the old man away first so that you can divide the family property, right? Zhang Jun looked at the third uncle with a half-smile but not a smile. The third uncle's expression changed, but he didn't dare to say these words. He lowered his head, like a child who made a mistake and didn't even dare to breathe. Seeing their embarrassed appearance, the smile on Zhang Jun's face became more and more ferocious. He stepped forward and grabbed the third child's arm. How about you come with me first? What? The third child was so frightened that his legs weakened in an instant, and he knelt down on the ground with a plop. Xiaojun, I am blinded by lard. You adults don't remember the faults of villains. In the future, Uncle will burn more money for you. Whatever you need, I will burn it for you, but you must not take me away. The third child was already crying with snot and tears. Zhang Jun reached out and patted his head, looking at the others. Anyone caught by Zhang Jun's gaze immediately cried and knelt on the ground for fear of being taken away by Zhang Jun. Xiaojun, I have been the best to you since you were a child. Your cousin is not married yet, so you can't take your aunt away. The second aunt had been frightened to the point of peeing, and the faint yellow liquid flowed out of her trouser legs, emitting a pungent smell of mutton. Seeing the embarrassed appearance of these relatives, Zhang Jun lowered his head silently. Seeing his sudden silence, everyone raised their heads in confusion. I saw Zhang Jun's body twitching unconsciously. But... Ha. Finally unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Jun sat down on the ground, holding his stomach and laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Seeing him laughing wantonly and wildly, everyone looked at each other. At this time, Zhang's mother finally realized something. She stepped forward and hugged Zhang Jun. Xiaojun, you're not dead, right? You're not dead, you're still alive, right? Looking at the anxious and concerned woman in front of him, Zhang Jun sighed. After all, he didn't harden his heart. Yes, I went to hell for a while, and the Lord of Hell thought I didn't bring enough money, so he sent me back. As soon as Zhang Jun said this, everyone was stunned. The third child's eyes widened even more, and he got up with anger on his face, pointing at Zhang Jun. You are so outrageous. The other 3 aunts and 6 aunts finally realized that they had been tricked by Zhang Jun. They all stood up angrily and started to point at Zhang Jun and scold him. But before he even opened his mouth, Zhang Jun gave him a cold glare, and his cold eyes made everyone's hearts tremble. This is a demon. Is a jerk. Why doesn't he die? Everyone was cursing viciously, but no one dared to shout out their feelings. After all, many people present had suffered at the hands of Zhang Jun. Hey, boring. Zhang Jun had had enough trouble and was too lazy to argue with these relatives anymore. He stood up and said, Why don't you leave? Why don't you wait for a feast? After hearing this, everyone was even more unwilling to stay any longer, and immediately turned around and left without looking back. Xiaojun, you. Father Zhang stepped forward and looked at his son in front of him, his face full of guilt, but he didn't know what to say for a while. You guys should go back too. I have nothing to do. Oh, by the way, help me call the police station and explain. Xiaojun, are you really okay? Zhang's mother grabbed Zhang Jun's arm and refused to let go. Go back. I have nothing to do. I have other things to do. I'm leaving now. I'll tell the old man when I go back. I'll go find him again when he celebrates his birthday. I hope he can wear his shroud neatly. Point. After speaking, Zhang Jun gently swept away his mother's hand and walked out without looking back.
When Zhang Jun walked out of the morgue, he took a look and found that the old man was sitting in the corner waiting for him. Let you see a joke. The old Taoist waved his hand indifferently. It is difficult for an upright official to deal with household affairs.
No one has a lot of bad debts. We monks don't care about this.
After saying that, he stared at Zhang Jun and said meaningfully, "My dear disciple, you will be a monk from now on. Now that you have left the family, the bad debts in this family have nothing to do with you."
Zhang Jun did not refute the old man this time.
Instead, he bowed his hands respectfully and said, "I will follow Master's teachings."
Ruzi Kajiao, this is the address of the Taoist temple. After you wipe your butt, come find me. The old man gave Zhang Jun the address he had prepared earlier, patted his butt and left.
Master. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jun hurriedly called out to him, "I am alive now. What will happen to that lame old man?"
He.
The old Taoist scratched his head.
Do you know why his nickname is Nie Xianrun? I don't know. Zhang Jun has no research on literature.
The word was reserved for those high-ranking officials and powerful people in the past. He was dedicated to helping these people, so there was no bottom line in his behavior and he often did things that were harmful to nature and justice. His legs were maimed by someone back then. I remember there were rumors in the world at that time that if he dared to harm others in the future, someone would come and take his life.
Alas, it seems like it was decades ago. At this point, the old Taoist didn't say any more. Zhang Jun seemed to have understood the meaning and didn't ask any more questions.
After the two said goodbye at the door of the funeral home, Zhang Jun thought for a while and went to the hospital first. After all, Fatty Lee doesn't know whether to live or die yet. By the way, he took out the note given by the old Taoist before and gave money to the families of the corpses one by one. At this time, the other end. Old man Shui is lying in the hospital. A separate ward suite, with 6 police officers, luxurious configuration outside. Even if a doctor comes in for an examination, at least one police officer needs to stand at the door and watch. No matter what the public opinion is, after all, this is a murderer.
More importantly, this guy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. If there is any trouble, 7 or 8 people will not be able to control him.
At this time, a doctor came in and carefully examined old man Shue's wounds under the watchful eyes of police officers.
Old man, I'm afraid you're not optimistic about your injuries. Is it the injury on the shoulder?
No, you have a comminuted fracture of the scapula.
We have performed debridement surgery for you. Just take the medicine on time and make sure there is no inflammation. I am talking about the injuries elsewhere on your body.
The doctor frowned while holding the medical records. You have too many old injuries on your body. Most of them have healed, but the injury on your thigh has never healed. Old man Shui closed his eyes and said feebly after hearing this, "It's not in the way, as long as you can walk." Hearing this, the doctor glanced at old man Shui, stepped forward, patted his shoulder gently, and said in his ear with a mosquito-like voice, "The injury on your leg does not affect walking, but why can't you remember the
pain? Woolen cloth?"
Old man Shui's half-lidded eyelids opened, and his pupils stared intently at the doctor in front of him. "Who are you?"
The doctor didn't answer him.
He didn't even bother to say a word of nonsense.
After looking through the medical records several times in a routine manner, he turned and left. Old man Shui was left lying on the bed blankly.
After a while, he suddenly felt a sensation in his 5 internal organs. There was a huge pain in the 6 organs.
What?
Old man Shui let out a scream, and blood couldn't stop flowing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose.
The entire corridor of the ward suddenly became a mess.
The strange thing is that when the doctors arrived, they found that old man Shui was bleeding all over his body, especially the lame leg, which gave off a rotten stench. Old man Shui did not die suddenly immediately, but he was already unconscious and was still repeating one sentence. The white horse returns home in the morning and at night, the white horse returns home in the morning and night. No one knew what this sentence meant, so they could only rush to the operating room. On the way to the operating room, old man Shui couldn't hold on anymore and died inexplicably. It is said that during the autopsy later, the forensic doctor cut open old man Shui's thigh and discovered that on the broken bone of his thigh, someone had carved a line of words the size of a grain of rice.
Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the way of heaven is reincarnation. If you don't believe me, look up, and the sky will spare anyone.
End of this chapter. In the hospital ward, I saw Fatty Lee lying on the hospital bed, his whole body wrapped into a rice dumpling, and he looked miserable. This was due to the fact that he had taken Dolly pills, his muscles all over his body were tight, and his thick body fat gave him a good defense. In addition, Shwelizi was already seriously injured at the time, so he was able to survive Shwelizi's hands. But in the next period of time, Fatty Lee may not even think about getting out of bed. Fatty Lee opened his eyes drowsily and saw Zhang Jun sitting beside the bed, but he was not surprised at all. Just sighed heavily. Brother, I lost this deal. Lost? Look, I risked my life to save you. You are not lonely on the road to hell. It's because of me that you haven't married a wife for half your life. Fatty Lee sighed for a while. When he woke up, his mind was confused. He heard the sound of fighting downstairs, so he walked downstairs. When he saw Shwezizi, his mind was blank, and he did it without thinking at all. Hit it. The result was that he underestimated this master of martial arts, even though he only had one arm, and just pinned him to the ground and hammered him. That ruthless slap was like a violent storm. It hurt wherever it hit. I might as well have been beaten to death by him on sight, and I would have received less beatings. The more Fatty Lee talked, the more aggrieved he became. His mouth was pouted together, and he gritted his teeth to prevent himself from crying. Look at how wronged you are. You're just going to get a beating. Fortunately, you are still the grandson of the great thief in Guangzhou. Zhang Jun sat aside and slowly peeled oranges, saying with disdain as he peeled them. You also said that I am the grandson. When we cross the Naiha Bridge and arrive at the city of Fuzi, I will go find my grandpa. Then I will see who dares to bully me. The more Fatty Lee said, the more outrageous he became. Several people on the hospital bed beside him couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that this kid's brain had been beaten stupid. Zhang Jun didn't explain anything and stuffed a piece of orange into Fatty Lee's mouth. Let's recover from our injuries first. With that said, Zhang Jun stood up and walked out. Brother, why don't you wait, brother, let's be together on our journey to hell. Seeing Zhang Jun was about to leave, Fatty Lee quickly stretched out his arms and shouted. Zhang Jun rolled his eyes at him. When you recover from your injuries, I will help you take a place at the entrance of the Palace of Hell. Okay, thank you, brother. Only when Zhang Jun left did Fatty Lee close his eyes again, and fell asleep again after a while. It seemed that Zhang Jun's arrival was more like a dream to him. Zhang Jun walked out of the hospital gate and directly gave Fatty Lee 30 yuan as medical expenses. Speaking of which, thanks to Fatty Lee waking up and fighting with Shwezizi, he persisted until the police arrived. Although he didn't save himself, it made Shwelizi lose the chance to escape. Otherwise, with this old guy's skill, if he hides outside and finds a corner, even if he changes his destiny, he probably won't be able to sleep well in a short time. So he planned to go back to the hotel. On the one hand, he was packing his things. He couldn't throw away the old medicinal materials in the room. Not to mention whether they were precious or not, the main reason was that it would be difficult to find these medicinal materials again. By the way, let's make some elixirs for Fatty Lee and try it out to see the effect. If it works well, it can help him recover from his injuries faster. If the effect is not good, that's the situation anyway, no matter how bad it is, it won't be any worse. When Zhang Jun returned to the hotel, there were still warning strips hanging around the hotel, but this thing had no binding force on Zhang Jun at all. As soon as he saw that there was no one around, he got in directly. After returning to the room, Zhang Jun felt relieved when he saw that the things were still there. After packing up everything, Zhang Jun ran straight to the apartment where he lived without stopping. As soon as he walked to the door of the apartment, Zhang Jun saw various rental advertisements posted on the information board outside the apartment. When I looked at the rent, I was surprised that it was half as low as before. This apartment building is located in the center of the most prosperous area in the city. It is close to shopping malls, hospitals, and 6 large companies. It focuses on high-end quality. But ever since such a big case of corpse dismemberment happened last time, people in the apartment have been panicking. Especially after learning that the murderer has not been caught, many people have simply chosen to cancel the lease. It can be said that Zhang Jun single-handedly pushed the rental price of this apartment building to the lowest point in 10 years. Of course, you can't blame yourself for this. Opening the apartment door, Zhang Jun walked to the corner, took out a small box, and looked at the explosives inside. Zhang Jun felt relieved. This thing still needs to be hidden. After all, in the real world, concealing dangerous items such as explosives is a very serious crime. Zhang Jun locked the box and was about to take it with him to leave. There was a sudden knock on the door.
Who? Hello, we are property owners. Zhang Jun walked to the door and glanced through the peephole.
He was very young, but he was indeed wearing the clothes of a property manager.
He continued to ask, "What's going on?"
Hello, the apartment is going to be renovated recently, so we are conducting a residential survey.
No, I'll leave soon. I won't rent this house anymore. That's it, but you still have half a year left on the lease. If you cancel the lease, the deposit will not be refunded.
Zhang Jun frowned when he heard this. He didn't remember that the administrator had the authority to know his specific information. Thinking of this, Zhang Jun had no intention of opening the door.
I don't want the deposit or rent. If nothing happens, don't bother me.
Oh, okay, sir. After seeing the other party leave through the peephole, Zhang Jun looked back at the box in the corner. After thinking for a moment, he reopened the box and reached out to take the explosive.
Inside.
I wish I was overthinking.
Crack. The door opened, Zhang Jun walked out holding the box and pressed the elevator button. Ding.
The elevator door lowered from upstairs. As the elevator door opened, a young man wearing a tennis cap was leaning in the elevator, playing with his mobile phone with one hand and chewing bubblegum in his mouth.
Zhang Jun walked in with the box in his arms and pressed the close button. Wait a moment.
At this time, someone suddenly shouted outside the door, pressed the elevator button the moment the elevator closed, and then walked in quickly. Zhang Jun took a look and saw that it was the apartment manager who knocked on his door before.
Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. When the administrator saw Zhang Jun, he couldn't help but smile and say hello. Are you really not considering continuing to live here?
As far as I know, there is no apartment with better service and environment nearby.
No, I plan to go home. That's it. Living at home is much more comfortable than living outside.
The administrator said, and took out another form and handed it to Zhang Jun. It's like this. Recently, a lot of people have returned from the apartment. The company has also considered that there is something wrong with the apartment, so if you sign the questionnaire, you can unconditionally return early rent.
No, just keep it.
Zhang Jun refused directly without waiting for the other party to finish his words with a cold face.
The administrator's mouth twitched a few times.
At this time, the elevator had reached the first floor.
Zhang Jun had no intention of going down.
His car was still in the parking lot on the first floor.
Sorry to bother you, I wish you a happy life. The administrator greeted Zhang Jun politely and stepped off the elevator, just as the elevator door was about to close.
Hey! Suddenly someone shouted from behind, and before Zhang Jun could turn around, the box in his hand suddenly slipped, followed by a black shadow that jumped past him and pushed Zhang Jun hard. By the time Zhang Jun came to his senses, the other party had already rushed out with the box in his arms.
Fuck, stop!
The administrator looked at the stolen box, yelled and chased after him. When Zhang Jun got up, the elevator door had already closed. Two figures rushed into the garden of the apartment complex one after another. The black figure jumped sideways and hid in a corner. The administrator followed closely and chased after him, but not to catch this kid. The two of them glanced back and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Zhang Jun had not caught up.
Why don't you follow the plan? The company asked us to investigate, not to be robbers.
The administrator scolded the young man in front of him with a dark face.
Hee, this is called Plan B. That kid is too thief.
Your technique won't work, so I can only come up with this last resort. The young man raised his head. Under the tennis hat was a very delicate face and a pair of light blue eyes. He looked a bit like a mixed race. After hearing what the young man said, the administrator was helpless. In fact, as long as Zhang Jun signed, all problems would be solved. But as the young man said, this kid was too guarded. Let's take a look at what's in the box first. Just return the box to him later. As the young man spoke, he took off a strand of hair, pinched it lightly, and inserted it into the lock hole on the box. Hey, you are really going to cause trouble for me. Now you will definitely alert the enemy. If you go back and report to the company, you will inevitably be reprimanded again. The administrator complained, but couldn't help but stare into the box with wide eyes. It's no wonder that the company suddenly sent people to investigate this rich second generation. After all, this kid has a lot of problems. First there was a murder in the apartment, then he was chased by the retired Jiang Hu, and then he came back from the dead. The last and most bizarre thing was that the old Jiang Hu suddenly died in his hospital bed. It is difficult for the company not to notice these bizarre things. Crack! In a matter of seconds, the box was opened, and the two of them opened the box with expectant eyes. OM. When the box was opened, the expressions of the two people suddenly changed from anticipation to shock, but soon they gradually changed from shock to disgust. The young man's face gradually became distorted. He closed the box and almost spit out when he opened his mouth. You. Fuck, I was fooled, you. The empty box contained nothing except a pool of fresh poop. When the two realized that they had been tricked, there was a roar of a sports car. They raised their heads and saw Zhang Jun's red sports car quickly passing in front of them. Drive by. The car turned around and went directly onto the elevated highway, heading north until it arrived at the gate of a ruined temple on the outskirts of the city according to the address left by the old road. It's here. Zhang Jun got out of the car, unbuttoned his clothes, casually took off the explosives wrapped around his waist, found a plastic bag, stuffed it inside, and walked into the Taoist temple. Master, here I come. I didn't plan on spoiling anything here, but since I'm a newbie writing novels for the first time, I'll let you note here that this company is based on the setting of a company under one person, not a dragon. Of course, this is just a reference, and we don't intend to copy them all under one person. End of this chapter. At 2023, noon on August 14, 12, I Cultivate an Immortal in the Game Arena will be officially launched. 34 words are on the shelves. Although I made it to the 4th round, I failed to pass the first round, which resulted in a 2-week streaking period, which was really hurtful. As a result, my book has seriously exceeded the syllabus, and I won't be part of the 5th round. The editor means that it may even be reversed. There are benefits for brothers who follow it. It will be on the shelves tomorrow Monday, 5 updates. After all, I have continued to add updates before, and I really have no saved manuscripts at all. The 5th update will have to stay up late tonight. After it is put on the shelves, it will be updated every day around words, occasionally less. I would like to ask you all to make an initial reservation here. After all, this stuff is quite important, related to subsequent recommendations and the author's job. Over the water. No, the keyboard would like to thank everyone in advance. The following is a question about this book. I don't really like reading book review sections, especially when someone occasionally scolds me in the review section. Quietly, while helping Brother Chill with the roof, can you give me some good reviews in the book review section, hee. But I have looked at many of the questions you have raised. E.G. This book has many character settings similar to a previous book written by Guixue. Yeah, there is. As a newbie, I have to work hard to learn the essence of my predecessors. Kidding. There are some character designs that I felt were not written well before, so I pulled them out and rewrote them. I wanted to summarize the issue of character design again and make a summary. Although it is not a cool article, at least it is premised on making everyone feel comfortable. In fact, the first paragraph of this book was copied from a certain book without changing a single word. I wanted to make a little joke for everyone, but only one person seemed to have noticed. Second question. Some people feel that the pressure on the protagonist is too harsh. This In fact, the progress of the protagonist has been described as riding a rocket. In reality, people have been practicing hard for more than 10 years in the cold and summer, and he can solve it with one pill.
The 5 internal organs and the basic alchemy.
Skills, including the Zishudan that has not been digested in the body, are all just like plugins. It hasn't even been a month since he got the game any faster, and the balance of the plots on both sides will be destroyed.
This is only the early stage, and 30 words can only be regarded as the beginning.
After all, I want to learn from Senior Guoxue, and a book is set to be more than 300 million words. Therefore, the number of wishing stars must be a bit small in the early stage.
Everything is difficult at the beginning. Third question. We lost the last round of Arena. Some readers can't accept it. After so much effort, I lost in the end. Well, I think in the arena, there should be winners and losers. The protagonist has achieved the ultimate, but the gap in rules is like this. What's more, he really worked hard, and losing is also a spur to the protagonist. Actually, I don't like writing about arenas. I always feel that in most novels, arenas are just pigs' feet that are just showing off. Anyway, when everyone sees the word athletic, they know, oh, the protagonist must win. But I think that the arena is actually diverse, and it doesn't necessarily have to be written about one outcome. But if the arena could have more routines and more tricks, it might make the arena more interesting. Winning and losing may not be the most important thing. But the different rules shown in each arena give the ants a chance to eat the elephant. This is the fun part. But for this setting, I didn't find any reference, so I could only write by feeling the stones. After all, as a newbie, no matter what bugs I write, people will still tolerate me. Oh, intersection_intersection, oh right. Finally, whether it is the arena or reality, the worldview has not yet been fully developed. The worldview of the arena is actually larger, but I haven't written it out yet. I have begun to lay it out slowly. I hope everyone will bear with me. In short, I would like to thank many old readers for their support this time, and thank Editor Isuwa and Editor Zhusha for their direction and support. No matter what, Keyboard will work hard. I would like to say again to the readers who support me, thank you. End of this chapter. Zhang Jun stepped into the Taoist temple with one foot. Before he stepped in with the second foot, he stepped out directly. He raised his head and glanced at the words Shanqing Temple in front of the gate. After making sure that he had not gone the wrong way, he then poked your head in and take a look. Good guy, no wonder this old Taoist priest wants to accept him as his apprentice. He is really so poor that he has nothing to live with. The dilapidated courtyard wall has a large piece of it collapsed on the east side. The 2 one-story bungalows with red brick walls at the back had not been written with the word Shangqingwen on the outside. Zhang Jun would have suspected that they belonged to a village household. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in quickly. The old Taoist priest stuck his head out and shouted, and Zhang Jun reluctantly walked through the door. As soon as I entered the room, there was nothing in the room. There were bricks supported in the corner and a wooden board placed on top, which was a bed. The only table was an ordinary folding table, similar to the ones found at barbecue stalls outside. Zhang Jun even doubted whether the table had been stolen from someone else's barbecue stall. Forget it, the most outrageous thing is that there are 3 scarecrows stuck behind the altar table. A piece of white paper is pasted on the scarecrow's face, with Yuqing written in the middle, Shangqing written on the left, and Taiqing written on the right. The corner of Zhang Jun's mouth twitched a few times, and he suddenly felt that it was not without reason that the old Taoist priest had not allowed him to come earlier. In this place, the swindlers were more professional than his. Old Master, this is your Taoist temple. At least you can build a real god statue. What the hell are 3 scarecrows? Are you worshipping straw? It's better to simply set up a sign. I heard Zhang Jun's complaints. The old Taoist was not angry. A sincere heart leads to spiritual success. What you worship depends on what you believe in. The idols are only used to supervise yourself. What you worship is your own way, not for you to worship gods. Those bald donkeys in the monk temple next door, even though they have made the Buddha statue shine with golden light,
they have not achieved perfection.
As for the scarecrow, you don't have to worry about that, I have other uses.
Seeing the old Taoist say this, Zhang Jun thought about it and it seemed to make sense. However, the gap between this Taoist temple and what he thought was really too big. You must know that along the way, you have great expectations for your career as a Taoist priest. Under the plum blossom tree, there is an incense burner, a book of scriptures, and a pot of fragrant tea, playing the harp, refining alchemy, reading and chanting sutras, traveling in the mountains and rivers in leisure time, refining alchemy and divination in busy time, drawing talismans and collecting herbs during the day, and lying in the stars at night.
Look at the four walls of the family in front of you. It was so real that Zhang Jun even doubted whether his master was testing him. Master, are you sure we want to build a Taoist temple here? Hey, you still don't believe it. Look, this is the planned religious land use certificate, this is the Taoist Association's authorization and approval certificate, this is the municipal approval certificate.
Seeing that he didn't believe it, the old Taoist took out a pile of thick documents and placed them in front of Zhang Jun. Don't look at the dilapidation here, but with these certificates, we can build this Taoist temple however we want.
Everything is ready and all we need is the east wind. So I am Dongfeng? Yes, your Taoist name is Dongfeng.
When Zhang Jun heard what the old man said, he almost flipped the table and left. Seeing Zhang Jun's sad face, the old Taoist narrowed his eyes and said, "It's still too late for you to regret it.
After all, we haven't had our apprenticeship tea yet."
Zhang Jun exhaled, picked up the tea on the table, and knelt on his knees. "Master, please bow to me, disciple." Although he is not a big deal, he always keeps his word. After this resurrection from the dead, he actually had a deep reflection on himself. Therefore, when faced with the old Taoist inquiry, Zhang Jun bowed straight down without hesitation.
When it comes to building a Taoist temple, you have money anyway, so if you throw the money at it, you won't be afraid that you won't be able to build the Taoist temple you like.
Seeing Zhang Jun facing his own torture, not only did he not hesitate at all, but bowed down cleanly, the old Taoist also showed a rare look of relief on his face. He took the tea and drank it in one gulp. "Okay, good disciple, from now on, you will be my second disciple, Taoist Miaozhen."
Remember, our lineage comes from Guxian, the Lingbao sect founded by Gu Xianwang.
Also known as Gu Zhaozong and Gu Jiado, our family's lineage has been broken 3 times before and after the inheritance. It is not as good as Longhu and Ma Shan, but it has been blessed with great luck in the past generations.
I will talk to you about this in the future. Go into details.
The old Taoist explained his basic skills to him, and today he officially started.
In a few days, I will go to the Taoist Association to make a record for you. When you go out and meet people in the world, you will know how to declare your family status.
Oh. Hearing this, Zhang Jun suddenly remembered what happened today, but after thinking about it, he still didn't tell the old Taoist. He just mentioned another thing. "Master, next, I will contact the engineering team.
Let's build the Taoist temple. First? Not urgent."
The old man waved his hand. "This place has been in ruins for so many years.
It won't take more than a minute and a half. You have 3 things to do now."
"What?"
"The first thing is to dig out your living grave and burn it."
The old Taoist explained, "I changed your life, but in the end you are still a dead person. Destroy the living tomb as soon as possible to avoid long nights and nightmares." After saying that, the old Taoist did not forget to remind Zhang Jun, "In addition, the immortal did not kill you and let you die young, so he used someone else's child to bury you as your substitute, and this substitute blocked the disaster for you. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong, you owe others. Remember this cause and effect. If you have the chance, you must find a way to end it, otherwise it will become a big trouble." Zhang Jun nodded and wrote down these words. "The second thing is, before you came, I received the news that the immortal is dead. After you destroyed the tomb of the living person, you immediately went to find their home. It won't take long for their home to be in trouble. You must save their home, give their family another sum of money."
"Ha?" Zhang Jun blinked, almost suspecting that he heard wrongly. "Master, are you asking me to repay evil with kindness?" "Fool, although the teachings of our Lingbao sect are to help others do good deeds and achieve enlightenment, we will not do such stupid things. However, if we let it go and let their families suffer, it will become your cause and effect in the future, and even it will become your fate, and when the time comes, you will lose more because of the small things, and the gains will not be worth the losses. Although Zhang Jun didn't agree with the old Taoist's words, since the master said it, he would naturally do it beautifully. For this reason, the old Taoist took out 3 amulets and handed them to Zhang Jun, asking him to give them to the family members of the immortal. If they refuse to accept them or beat Zhang Jun out, don't be upset. Just try your best. After doing your best, he will be the best in the future. He must be given an explanation for this matter. The third thing is, remember the road to the inn I asked you to go to. There is a ringware shop, a longevity shop, and a wedding shop over there. There are 3 letters here. You can send them to their shopkeepers respectively. Pay attention to your etiquette, these 3 families are all seniors, don't act like a young master of yours. The old Taoist took out 3 letters with the words ring, longevity, and white written on them respectively to prevent Zhang Jun from sending them by mistake. After completing the 3 things, you will come back, and then we will build the Taoist temple again. Okay. Zhang Jun kept these 3 things in mind. But he had no intention of leaving, and just blinked at the old man. Anything else? Ahem, master, I don't have the power to restrain a chicken. Look, why don't you give me a few amulets, or how about you teach me some tricks temporarily? Hearing Zhang Jun's words, the old Taoist laughed angrily. You are really a monkey, come here. The old Taoist signaled Zhang Jun to lower his head, raised his hand and patted the back of his head. This made Zhang Jun look puzzled. He didn't know what this meant. Did he come to see the master at 1 in the morning? Seeing Zhang Jun's confused expression, the old Taoist didn't explain. Go ahead and slap yourself on the back of the head if you get in trouble. I'll help you to avoid trouble. Well. Zhang Jun rubbed his head. In fact, he wanted the old Taoist to teach him how to immobilize himself on the mountain that day. Unexpectedly, he failed to learn the skill and was slapped on the back of the head. But since the old Taoist said so, Zhang Jun didn't want to ask any more questions. After thinking that it shouldn't be a big trouble, he turned around and faces of several young people who were close turned pale. When Zhang Jun walked in, everyone backed away one after another, and some timid people even tried their best to hide back. But there are also bold people who stare at Zhang Jun's shadow on the ground. He is not a ghost, this man has a shadow. After hearing this, everyone suddenly became calmer. But everyone is very strange, isn't this guy dead? The police have issued notices. Everyone, please stop messing around. It's broad daylight. Where did this ghost come from? A bearded bald man stood up and walked up to Zhang Jun in a few steps. His eyes were as round as a bullseye. Boy, don't you damn fool, do you know who I am? Zhang Jun glanced at him, said nothing, jumped directly past the bald head, pushed through the crowd and walked in. When the bald man saw that Zhang Jun was ignoring him, his expression suddenly darkened. With a dark face, he winked at the 2 brothers beside him, and the 3 of them quietly picked up a stick and followed Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun walked into the house and saw a temporary mourning shed set up in the house, with mourning cloths hung on the wall. A woman in her early 20s was kneeling in the mourning hall holding a child, her eyes swollen from crying. Zhang Jun read the information when he came here. This should be old man Shue's daughter-in-law. The other party also noticed Zhang Jun, his eyes were red, and he only dared to hold the child in his arms tightly, not daring to say a word. Zhang Jun didn't say anything. He pulled up a chair and turned around, sitting carelessly in the middle of the mourning hall. He looked up at the bald people and said, "Debt collector?" The bald man held the stick in his hand and started playing with it casually. Brother, what do you mean? There must be a first come, first served basis for things. Zhang Jun ignored him, took out a glass bottle from his pocket, took out a dark pill, put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly. Upon seeing this, the bald man came over and glanced at the medicine bottle in Zhang Jun's hand. Are you sick? You should have told me if you were sick. There is a room inside. You can go and lie down on the Kong. Brother, I think this kid has a weak kidney because he has played with women too much, otherwise the old cripple would have almost beaten him to death. The younger brother on the side started cheering, causing everyone behind him to burst into laughter.
As long as it's not a ghost, they have nothing to fear.
Isn't he just a young master from a rich family?
When he enters this village, even a dragon must be coiled around him. Seeing that Zhang Jun still didn't speak, the bald man became a little impatient and poked Zhang Jun's chest with the stick in his hand. If you are sensible, get out of here.
You won't be heard later, and don't say we didn't give you face. Zhang Jun sighed, can't it be solved with money?
When the bald man heard this, he looked back at the younger brothers behind him and raised his two thick eyebrows. What do you mean, brothers?
So many people come here, either seeking revenge or collecting debts. In the end, it's all about money. Let me tell you how much it is.
Hey, that's strange.
Don't you have a grudge against their family?
That's my business and has nothing to do with you.
Just be happy.
After all, it's not fun for you to make things difficult for the orphans and widowers behind you, and you may not get any money. The bald head thought about it and it seemed to be the same, so he gave a thumbs up to Zhang Jun. Okay, brother, you are kind and righteous.
The internet said that you are some kind of playboy. I think that is pure nonsense. There is no one in the world who is more righteous than you. As expected, the internet is full of farts and I don't believe a word of it.
The bald man first boasted fiercely, and then raised 5 fingers towards Zhang Jun. 50, this is the money his son owes our engineering team.
You're talking nonsense. My man didn't owe you any money at all.
When I asked you to build the house, you cut corners and shoddy materials.
When my father-in-law found out, you fired him. You just saw that something happened to my father-in-law and added insult to injury.
The woman kneeling on the ground immediately retorted.
Oh, quit. Just quit as you said. You said we cut corners. Here's the evidence.
The materials we paid in advance, including sand, are free of charge. If you don't pay back today, I will demolish your house. The bald man held a stick and forced himself over with an evil look on his face. But Zhang Jun grabbed his wrist.
5 million is too little. Phew. This shook his bald head, and he blinked. Brother, what do you mean?
Zhang Jun rummaged around in his pocket. There are more than 100 million in this card.
I can't remember the exact amount. Anyway, it's just a lot more.
As he said that, he pulled the bald hand over and put the bank card in the man's hand. The password is 6 4s.
Don't remember it wrong.
The bald man was about to nod, but when he raised his head, he met Zhang Jun's eyes. There was a hint of joking in the clear black and white eyes, which made the bald head suddenly have a bad feeling in his heart. He pulled hard and tried to break away his hand, but found that Zhang Jun's hand was like an iron hoop, motionless.
Grass mud horse, let go.
Baldhead's heart sank, he raised his stick and was about to hit it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jun started faster, grabbing the bald man's arm with his fingers and twisting it. Hearing a loud click, the bald head suddenly twitched in pain, and the whole person knelt on the ground, unable to move for a moment as Zhang Jun twisted his arm.
Fuck you.
The piercing pain caused the bald head to open his mouth wide and let out a painful scream. Zhang Jun raised his hand and slapped him.
Snapped.
This slap made the bald head's strange scream suddenly stop. He opened his mouth and spit out 2 big teeth. The mouth was full of blood, and the man was blinded.
Who says that since I'm not a ghost, I'm not scary? Zhang Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone. The ruthless tactics made everyone feel terrified.
They were just local gangsters in the village. They usually bullied the honest villagers, but suddenly someone more ruthless than them came and they didn't know what to do.
If you dare, you, beat me to death.
The bald man shook his head, gradually regaining consciousness, and stared at Zhang Jun. If you don't kill me, when you leave, no one in this family will survive. Zhang Jun smiled when he heard the bald man's threat. He let go of his hand, even helped the bald man up himself, and said in a soft tone, "Kill you?
That's boring, let's play slowly. Let's start with your family members.
Those who have jobs, I will make them lose their jobs, and those who go to school, I will make them withdraw from school. I will kill anyone who dares to have anything to do with your family in the future. Anyway, I am a person with money and leisure. The family also has a team of lawyers, who happen to be brought out to take turns litigating with your family.
It doesn't matter whether they win or not, it's just a matter of fun.
If you play, your family's wealth will be lost, and if you play, your whole family will have no peace. As he spoke, Zhang Jun snatched the bank card from the bald man's hand. He grinned, his whole mental state seemed a little crazy, and his face was filled with a sense of expectation. More than 100 million is not enough for a house.
Smashing someone to death for fun is enough, don't you think?
The bald man was stunned. Not only him, but the villagers gathered around him were also frightened, and felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that this lord was not joking. Thanks to Old Man Shui, Zhang Jun's bad deeds and identity background have long been exposed on the internet. But they didn't expect that this lord's lower limit would be so low. In fact, Zhang Jun is not as bad as they thought, but it is not too different. It is precisely because of this that he understands that the reason why evil people can bully others is because ordinary people do not have such low limits, or traditional moral standards
restraining them. But if your lower limit is lower than theirs, they will be intimidated and afraid.
It is said that people who are barefoot are not afraid of people wearing shoes, but if the other person is wearing iron boots with spikes on the soles, one kick can crush his toes.
You can see if he is afraid of people wearing shoes.
The bald man stared at Zhang Jun with red eyes. He looked back at the brothers behind him and found that they were silently retreating with their heads lowered. They were obviously frightened. Seeing this, the bald head felt a chill in his heart. He gritted his teeth and knelt down on the ground. You are the master and I am the grandson.
I was wrong. You don't remember the faults of others. Don't argue with your grandson. You really can take it up and put it down.
Come on, just for the sake of calling me grandpa.
Don't say grandpa doesn't love you. Aren't you from the engineering team? I just have an errand here. Do it well.
It's over, I can't do it well. Zhang Jun slapped the bank card on the bald head. Break your legs. Leaving the bald head's phone number and contact information behind, the group of people supported the bald head and left dejectedly. Zhang Jun then turned around and looked at the orphan and widowed couple in front of him. Where is your man? Before the accident, he was working at a construction site in a mountainous area. There was no signal there.
I haven't been able to contact him for a while.
The woman looked at Zhang Jun warily and held the child in her arms tighter. Seeing this, Zhang Jun's expression softened a lot again. He stepped forward and played with the child's little hands.
The pink and tender little chubby hands looked really cute.
There is still some money here, not much, about 50, so you can use the money to live elsewhere.
In addition, there are 3 amulets here to keep your family safe. Wait for your man to come back, one by one.
Zhang Jun took out a bank card and 3 amulets and put them in the child's hands.
After finishing, Zhang Jun was ready to leave. Wait a moment.
At this time, the woman suddenly called Zhang Jun. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip. My father-in-law has something for you.
What?
The woman pointed under the confession table. He left something for you. He said that if you don't come and cause trouble to our family, the things in this box will be given to you. Zhang Jun bent down and took out an iron box from under the altar table, looking at Old Man Shui's daughter-in-law suspiciously.
Here, there are 2 more letters, one for me and one for you. I'll give them both to you.
The woman was afraid that Zhang Jun would not believe it, so she took out 2 letters from her pocket. Zhang Jun took the letter and looked at it carefully. After thinking for a moment, he took the child from the woman's arms and said, I don't know how to open this box.
Please open it for me and take a look.
As he spoke, Zhang Jun took the child and took 2 steps back until he was out of the door. The woman knew that Zhang Jun could not trust her, nor could she trust her father-in-law. However, after reading the letter left by her father-in-law, the woman already knew the cause and effect, and knew that he was not to blame for this. So he stepped forward and opened the box. As the lid of the box opened, the woman stood aside. Zhang Jun came over to take a look, and saw that there were books, sundries, and some random items inside. However, after confirming that there was no danger, Zhang Jun relaxed and returned the child. To the woman, after saying thank you, she picked up the box and turned around to leave the compound.
The second update is around 6 o'clock, and the third update is in the evening.
End of this chapter.
The box was thrown into the back seat of the car by Zhang Jun.
Taking out the 2 letters written by the woman to him, Zhang Jun first read the letter written by Old Man Shui to his daughter-in-law. The above content has 2 meanings. The first one is to instruct the daughter-in-law that if the situation at home is not good, she should immediately leave the city with the box and go to a place called Hujiatan in the northeast to find a woman named Hu Yue and use the contents in the box
in exchange for their family's peace.
Another meaning is that if Zhang Jun comes to the door and does not take action against their family, but instead helps their family, he will give the box to Zhang Jun and live peacefully in the future. He is not allowed to mention this matter to his grandson. After reading the faith in his hand, Zhang Jun thought about it and was not surprised.
After all, Old Man Shui is also proficient in Feng Shui and Ishui.
He may have predicted that this day would come to him.
Open another letter. The above is what Old Man Shui left for himself. If you see this letter, it means that there is indeed an expert behind you to give guidance and know how to resolve this grudge. No matter who the expert is, I am convinced. The things in the box are worthless, but I can't find them now even if I try to find them. Just think of it as my reason for repaying you. Our 2 families don't owe each other anything, and this letter serves as proof. The rivers and lakes are far apart and cherished all the way, the dying immortal's last words. This old guy has a good abacus. Zhang Jun put the faith away as a certificate.
The things in the box should be handed over to the master for inspection after returning home, so as not to accidentally get caught by something strange if there is anything in it. In short, be cautious, you can't go wrong.
The rest is simple.
He just needs to send the 3 letters that master gave him. Just when Zhang Jun was about to start the car, a reminder suddenly sounded in his ear: a new round of competitive competition is about to begin, please be prepared, you will be ready to go online in 24 hours.
Zhang Jun was stunned for a moment after hearing the prompt.
It seems like it has only been 4 days since I came back, but so many things have happened during this time. The girl with a split mouth was attacked and killed, took a day trip to the underworld, was lucky enough to be reborn, and became a disciple. Ever since he came back, he seemed to have never been idle. Things happened one after another, so that he felt that time passed so slowly.
But, it's finally over.
Zhang Jun took a long breath while sitting in the car. When he opened his eyes again, his whole mental state suddenly changed. There was a feeling of new life, as if his biggest burden had been cut off at once. It is as easy as a person paying off his car loan and house loan at once, and living for himself every day.
Let's go and deliver the letter.
Zhang Jun started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car quickly disappeared along the road at the entrance of the village.
By the time Zhang Jun came to Bema Street again, it was getting late.
Since the last murder, this originally deserted street has now become lively. Zhang Jun looked at the 3 shops on the street, took out the letter from his pocket and compared it, then walked towards the first white goods shop. As soon as they entered the door, several young people were sitting on the sofa playing with their mobile phones.
When they saw someone coming in, a young man came over and said, "Hello, do you need anything?"
The young man was about the same age as Zhang Jun, but Zhang Jun noticed that his left hand was incomplete. "Who is your shopkeeper?"
"I'm here to deliver a letter to him."
"Send a letter?" Hearing this, the young man looked Zhang Jun up and down, then suddenly took a closer look and found that
Zhang Jun's face looked very familiar, and his expression suddenly became strange.
"You wait." The young man raised his head and glanced at the bell hanging on the door. After confirming that the bell did not ring, he signaled Zhang Jun to wait, then turned and walked into the back room. After a while, an old man came out on crutches. The old man has snow-white hair and is very tall. He is at least 1.8 meters tall by visual inspection. This is because he has shrunk as he gets older. You can imagine how tall he would be when he was young. Although he was old, he was very dignified. He was wearing a Republican-style coat and walked over with the help of young people. However, compared with these, Zhang Jun noticed that the old man's hands were also defective.
Can disabilities be hereditary?
This thought flashed through Zhang Jun's mind, but it was not easy to ask questions about this kind of thing, so he quickly took out the letter and handed it to the old man. The old man took the letter, turned the letter over and took a look. After seeing an inconspicuous mark in the upper left corner, the expression on his face suddenly softened. He opened the letter and took a quick glance. His face showed a feeling of relief. It's finally here. I've been waiting for this letter for 30 years. Son, please go back and say something. Our family still remembers this favor, and it will arrive as soon as the time comes. Zhang Jun didn't know the reason, but he nodded in agreement. Then he turned around and walked to the next birthday food shop without looking back. This time, Zhang Jun saw the old lady when he came here last time, and she even called her bad luck. But this time, when the old lady saw Zhang Jun, her attitude immediately changed. She stared at Zhang Jun with gleaming eyes. She not only handed Zhang Jun a bottle of water with great enthusiasm, but also asked with special concern whether Zhang Jun had a girlfriend. If Zhang Jun hadn't come up with the letter in time, the old lady would have started introducing her granddaughter. Like the old man just now, the old lady looked relieved after receiving the letter, saying that she would definitely go when the time came. Only then did Zhang Jun get up and run away. The third ring shop was occupied by a few old people, one with 2 children. After learning that Zhang Jun was coming, the eyes of these old people were red. Seeing their excited expressions, Zhang Jun almost thought that these old people were ready to fight him desperately. Who knew the next moment, these old people would burst into tears with joy, claiming that after waiting for so many years, they should have reached the age of retirement long ago, but they are still here to guard, and now they are finally free. Zhang Jun looked at the movements of the 3 families so strangely, and was very curious about what his master wrote in the letter to them. After finishing the matter, Zhang Jun had a hearty meal outside. When he left, he didn't forget the old Taoist who was still in the gym. I bought 2 roast chickens, a bunch of beer, a large portion of fast food, some purified water and daily necessities before rushing back in large and small bags. Master, I'm back. Zhang Jun walked into the Taoist temple carrying his things. The old Taoist was still sitting on a brick meditating. He opened his eyes after hearing the noise and said, "You didn't encounter any difficulties." It went very smoothly. Even when I came back, it was a green light. Zhang Jun brought the roasted chicken and fast food. You put it down first. If it doesn't suit your taste, let's go out to eat. The old Taoist smiled and was very satisfied with Zhang Jun's attitude. Master, the Chue Lizi left me a big box with a bunch of things in it. I don't know what they are. Please help me take a look. Zhang Jun moved the box and placed it in front of Lao Dao. Opening the box, the old Taoist glanced at it and said, "This immortal has done many evil things back then, so it's not unreasonable for him to survive to this day." The old man took out 3 bowls from under the box and handed them to Zhang Jun. Find a place later and smash these 3 bowls. You won't need them. What is this? Zhang Jun took it over and found 3 big rooster bowls. The words poor, disabled and widow were written in the bowls. The trick of the charlatan is to castrate one's destiny in order to preserve it, but one does not know that obeying the destiny and creating the universe all depends on the change of one's own destiny. In the end, there will be no good end for self-mutilation. The old Taoist explained to him that as the saying goes, 3 disadvantages and 5 shortcomings. In fact, everyone will have them, but depending on their own circumstances and timing, some shortcomings will naturally occur. Especially those who are proficient in Ishu Feng Shui often reveal secrets, and the punishment for 3 evils and 5 shortcomings will be particularly severe. Therefore, there are people in the world who have used specific methods to cut themselves off at the beginning to achieve a fixed effect, hoping that they will no longer be affected by fate. There are pros and cons to this approach. The good thing is that it will not be affected by other shortcomings, such as being blind or even blinder, poor life even poorer, being alone, etc. But it also cut off his own destiny. At least in the eyes of Taoists like them who were born in Xianmen, this thing is similar to self-mutilation, and they all sneered at it. You can figure out the other things by yourself. They are all gadgets from the world anyway. No, there is also an instruction manual. The old man picked up the book inside and handed it to Zhang Jun. On the yellowed cover, it was written clearly, 24 Feng Shui Qimen. Zhang Jun took a look at it and thought that this thing was quite interesting, so he quickly put it away. After all, in reality, he did not have the means of tempering the spirit hand, controlling the pill meridian, etc. Zhang Jun put away his things and asked casually about those 3 stores. In response, the old Taoist sighed and said that he would naturally know about it in a few days and did not mention it again.
Zhang Jun didn't ask any questions after seeing this.
He just waited for the old man to eat and drink enough and lie down on the bed to sleep. Zhang Jun just lay in the car and slept for the whole night.
Early the next morning, the old Taoist left a letter to Zhang Jun, asking him to keep an eye on the Taoist temple.
He went out for 2 days for business and disappeared.
How can a master be like this? He just became a master and then left his apprentice at home.
Zhang Jun shook his head and then thought that he should prepare for the next game. In order to go out with 5 talismans last time, I only had 1 wishing star left. I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough if I wanted to go in with explosives. I remember that the food Fu Kaixing cooks every day tastes so poor. Zhang Jun simply drove his car, and after having a big meal in the city, he purchased a lot of supplies and came back. It was definitely impossible to bring all of these supplies in, but he could bring as much as he could and leave the rest.
It's not bad to give it to master.
After doing this, Zhang Jun sat in the yard and started studying the book, 24 Feng Shui Qimen. After studying for a day and only having a rough understanding of it, it was time to enter the game. A new round of competitive competition is about to begin. Please prepare to go online before the start of the competition. After hearing the prompt, Zhang Jun found a more comfortable position and lay down, holding 2 large cardboard boxes in his hands. After getting ready, he closed his eyes and silently said, "Online." The 3rd update will be at about 10 o'clock in the evening. End of this chapter. The familiar pulling feeling came again.
Different from the previous
2 times, Zhang Jun has completely adapted to this feeling.
He allowed the pulling feeling to pull his consciousness into the abyss.
When he woke up again, he was still lying in the corner of the warehouse. But there were 2 more large cardboard boxes on hand. Fortunately, the value of a wishing star is enough. He sat up and looked at the 2 cardboard boxes at hand, which he had brought in using the wishing star when he entered. But now he really has no wishing star at all. You must complete the mission as soon as possible and accumulate more wishing stars. Zhang Jun thought for a moment, took out a pen and paper from the cardboard box, and wrote down everything about his situation and what he had to do next.
The wishing star is very important to me.
Whether you are bringing things out of the game or bringing things in reality, you will inevitably need the help of the wishing star. There are still 4 tasks on hand. The first task, feeding the Lost Heaven Furnace, task rewards 2 wishing stars from the Soul Tempering Hand, part. The second task, the task of breaking through Golden Rui Boots, will reward the 12 Sui Phone Kick techniques, the next 3, and a wishing star. The third mission, 6th Patriarch Abi, Zen Knife Cuts Dreams, the mission rewards 2 wishing stars from the 12 Buddhist temples, White Bone Temple. The fourth mission, Dark Light Transformation Soul Ring, mission reward, Shadow Transformation without Trace Technique, Heart Technique, and 3 wishing stars. In addition to these 4 tasks, I had already given Original Blood to the Beast King before. According to the instructions, he should be rewarded with a set of Beast King tactics and 3 wishing stars. But I don't know what went wrong, so that I haven't received the reward yet. Putting this matter aside for now, Zhang Jun carefully examined the tasks at hand and decided to complete the first item as soon as possible, which was to feed the Heavenly Furnace. This task is the most urgent. On the one hand, he needs a large amount of elixirs. Whether it is to improve his cultivation level, or as a casting material to control the elixir meridians, or even to feed the bottomless pit of Lost Heaven Furnace, refining elixirs is indispensable. On the other hand, I also eagerly want to get the second chapter of the Spirit Tempering Hand so that I can have a complete Spirit Tempering Hand. As for the second task, Zhang Jun has no intention of doing it. In the last arena, the practicality of Golden Rui Boots was fully proven. It would not be worthwhile for me to destroy these boots and replace them with incomplete leg skills.
You can wait until you have a chance to try the third mission.
There is no need to worry about the fourth mission.
Let's look for opportunities in the arena in the future.
After Zhang Jun cleared his thoughts, he immediately crawled out from the corner, opened the door of the warehouse, and stepped out with one foot.
He suddenly felt refreshed and suddenly felt that the air quality in the entire Yashufang was exceptionally good. This is many times better than the strong fishy smell before. Looking carefully, the ground turned into a thick lawn. The entrance to the beast's den is full of flowers, and there is a waterfall formed by clear spring water next to it. The other beasts in the iron cage have been released at this moment, and the comfortable environment has made them much more well-behaved. This environment is completely different from before. Junior brother Zhao. Fu Kaisheng saw him coming out of the warehouse and immediately stepped forward happily. How about it? It's not bad. This is... Ha, you have been in seclusion for a day and a night, so I don't know. This is still thanks to you. Seeing Zhang Jun's confused look, Fu Kaisheng didn't give in and explained, we have already obtained the gambling money from the last battle between our disciples, 60 spirit stones, we took away 24, and the remaining resources are from the sect. Grassland, spiritual trees, spiritual grass, elixirs, springs, etc., etc., so our beast control workshop will be greatly changed, no longer as bare as before. After saying that, Fu Kaisheng remembered something, by the way, your share has also been handed out. Before you left the customs, you gave it to me directly. In addition, the elder said that you don't have to participate in the competition tomorrow, but you have to go and watch the game. Fu Kaisheng said as he took out a storage bag and handed it to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun took a look at it. Why is it 15,562? I remember that it should be 15,000, which is an extra 560 taels. This is the salary that our sect owed to the disciples before. The disciples of the sect received a salary every month, but the Wuxing sect lost several battles in succession, and occasionally won small victories, which were insignificant bets. They were too poor to open the pot. So the sect disciples all owe their salaries. This debt has been owed for a long time, and today it was finally repaid. Even though Zhang Jun's reputation is notorious outside, everyone in the sect is very happy. Not only is he a favorite, but he is definitely a meritorious official. Of course, when it comes to reputation, MOU has the highest reputation. After all, He Fan and Hua Lin were acting like Voldemort throughout the whole process. They just pretended to be dead and survived until the end. Only MOU risked his life to attack with real swords and guns. Kill the last righteous master. After Zhang Jun listened to Fu Caisheng's words, the pressure in his heart suddenly relaxed a lot. Since I don't have to participate in the next round of competition, my time is much more relaxed. He turned around and went to prepare food for the Beast King. After all, cooking in a big pot still takes a lot of time. He settled the Beast King first and then went to do the task. This time he brought a lot of condiments and cooked the big pot of rice deliciously. When a spoonful of sesame oil was sprinkled on it, the fragrance immediately permeated the entire beast palace. The beasts that had been freed from the cage were all staring at the big iron pot in front of Zhang Jun, drooling with greed. Even Fu Kaisheng couldn't help it. After swallowing and thinking about it, he still put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands, not embarrassed to go over and compete with the beasts for food. In contrast, Zhang Jun has no psychological pressure and the meals he cooks are the cleanest. Taste the taste from time to time, add some seasonings, and use your tempered hands to add a different flavor to the food. Although it is not as good as those chefs in reality, it is sour and appetizing, which is most in line with the appetite of the Beast King. As for whether you are used to eating other exotic animals or not, I'm sorry, it's not up to you to choose. When the meal was ready, Zhang Jun asked Fu Kaisheng to share the rest with the other beasts, while he walked towards the beast's den with the rice bowl in his hand. It seemed that the environment had improved and the air in the beast's den had become refreshing. When Zhang Jun saw the Beast King, the guy was already waiting for him with wide eyes. It can be seen that the Beast King seems to be in a good mood. After Zhang Jun brought the rice bowl to the Beast King immediately started eating. Zhang Juanzi looked curiously at the round belly of the Beast King, and curiously put his hand on the Beast King's belly. If Fu Kaisheng saw this move, he would probably be frightened to death. Even the tiger and dog guarding the side began to fix their eyes on Zhang Jun. The Beast King was the only one who didn't care about this. After what happened with the abnormal demon essence blood, the Beast King had completely believed in this young man. Let him caress your belly. He even seemed to enjoy it.
With his palm across his belly, Zhang Jun could clearly feel the strong beating of the fetus in the Beast King's abdomen.
It even feels like the fetus is breathing. I don't know what this little guy looked like when he was born. Will he be like a husky, who was cute when he was a child?
After the Beast King had eaten and drank enough, lay down and fell asleep, Zhang Jun silently put away the iron basin and walked out. Then he returned to the warehouse, took out the suffering sky furnace, and the medicinal materials for refining the spirit pill, and then started to refine the pill. With the auxiliary skill of spirit tempering hand, Zhang Jun can refine elixirs at an alarmingly fast speed, but often 8 out of 10 elixirs in a batch of elixirs disappear.
Naturally, they were secretly eaten by the heavenly furnace. If others didn't know this, they would probably be so angry that they would smash the alchemy furnace.
Instead of being angry, Zhang Jun threw the remaining elixirs into the heavenly damage furnace to speed up feeding this guy. It didn't take long for suffering sky furnace to stop swallowing pills.
This was not because the task was accomplished, but because it was full.
Obviously, this guy's daily digestion capacity was not high. The upper limit was only pills, which made Zhang Jun very depressed.
But that's okay, the refined elixir won't be lost anyway, just continue feeding it tomorrow. Silent all night. It wasn't until the next morning that Zhang Jun stretched out and walked out of the warehouse.
He felt sore all over his body, but the hard work was worth it. With nearly 2,000 spiritual elixirs, in addition to feeding the suffering sky furnace, apart from consumption, the rest is enough for your own use.
That is to say, Zhang Jun will feel hard.
But if word spread about his alchemy speed, it would probably make those alchemy masters go crazy with jealousy.
This alchemy speed is simply unbelievable. Old pay. Zhang Jun patted his belly and walked to the kitchen. He saw Fu Kaisheng boiling water and preparing to cook porridge.
He immediately stopped him and said, "Forget it, I'll do it."
You?
Fu Kaisheng was stunned for a moment, but then nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll give you a hand."
"No, I'll make some instant noodles." "I won't need them." "Instant noodles?"
Fu Kaisheng looked at Zhang Jun doubtfully, not knowing what instant noodles were.
Zhang Jun didn't even explain.
After sending Fu Kaisheng out of the kitchen, he started working.
In just 10 minutes, Zhang Jun had the noodles cooked.
Simple and unpretentious noodles, Zhang Jun sprinkled some chopped green onions and topped them with 2 poached eggs. When Fu Kaisheng raised his nose, saliva flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and when he tasted it, he was even more shocked. "I have never eaten such strange noodles in my life."
"Just eat it, it's not a good thing."
Zhang Jun picked up the poached eggs in the bowl and put them in Fu Kaisheng's bowl. For him, the poached eggs were just for decoration, so as not to make the instant noodles look too shabby. In fact, he didn't like to eat them. But for Fu Kaisheng, it was a different story. No, this is just okay. I have never had such delicious noodles." Fu Kaisheng praised Zhang Jun's craftsmanship while eating, and suddenly felt that there was a reason why this junior brother was able to gain the favor of the Beast King in such a short period of time.
Sure enough, whether you are a human or an animal, if you want to gain someone's approval, the fastest way is to conquer the other person's stomach first.
While the two were eating noodles, there was a knock on the door of the Beast Control Studio. Fu Kaisheng hurriedly finished the noodles in the bowl, then got up and opened the door, leaning his head to take a look. It was discovered that the person who came was wearing a green robe and his eyes were covered with black ribbons. It was He Fan who participated in the disciple battle with Zhang Jun and the others last time. This chapter says to leave 20 messages to unlock more updates tomorrow, smiley face. End of this chapter.
Who? Lunchbox?
Yes, He Fan. Why is he here? Zhang Jun was a little surprised. He held the bowl and chopsticks and wiped the corners of his mouth in one breath. "Let's go see him." "When I came to the front door and took a look, it turned out to be a lunchbox."
"Why did you think of coming to see me today? Come in and sit down."
Zhang Jun had a good impression of He Fan, but this guy always looked a bit unattractive, which made Zhang Jun instinctively wary of him.
"I was passing by.
The competitive match is about to start. I thought you might not know the specific time, so I came to see you to watch the match together."
Well, can I not go? In fact, Zhang Jun really doesn't want to leave the beast taming workshop rashly if it is not necessary. There are too many enemies outside, so it is safer to stay here. Don't worry, the elders are very optimistic about you and won't do anything to you. Letting you watch the battle this time is also a learning process.
As for outside, no one dares to break the rules with you.
Okay, get ready.
Zhang Jun closed the door, turned around and rushed into the warehouse. When he came out again, he had covered himself tightly and wore a mask on his face. Seeing this scene, He-fan couldn't help but shake his head. You don't have 300 taels of silver here.
I have to wear a mask for 3,000 taels. It's better than recognizing someone at once. Okay, as you like. Seeing that Zhang Jun couldn't be persuaded, He-fan simply gave up the idea of continuing to persuade. The two of them walked out of the beast control workshop one after the other. As Fu Kaisheng said before, the sect has really changed a lot now. The residence is full of birds singing, fragrant flowers, clear springs, and waterfalls.
Compared with before, the difference between rough houses and finely decorated houses is almost the same. After seeing the two people, some disciples took the initiative to say hello to them. Especially He-fan, who was called Senior Brother He-fan in a very affectionate manner.
By the way, where is Brother paddling?
Since you gave him the boxing book last time, he has been practicing day and night. With the spiritual stones we have distributed this time, I am afraid it won't be long before he can break through the shackles and reach Chi Gathering 10. At the third level, as long as he works harder, it won't be a problem to hit the concentration level. When He-fan talked about this incident, he instinctively turned his head to look at Zhang Jun. Although his eyes could not see it, his mind seemed to be able to see his expression directly through the mask on Zhang Jun's face. It's a pity that Zhang Jun is indifferent to this. That boxing book is definitely a good thing, but it's a pity that it can only be practiced to the 6th level. Without a special physique, it will be difficult to perfect in a lifetime. In addition, Zhang Jun also has to practice boxing hard and practice on his own. Zhang Jun dislikes this very much.
Where's Mou? I don't know.
Their lineage has always liked to live alone in the burnt wood forest over there. They generally don't like people to disturb them, but they should be preparing to attack the concentrating soul realm with all their strength. Having said this, He-fan looked back at Zhang Jun and said seriously, Junior brother, you also need to speed up the progress. The sooner you enter concentration, the better chance you have to gain a firm foothold. Refining bones, gathering chi, concentrating the mind, entering the Tao, and becoming the Tao. Each level of realm can be described as a huge watershed. Refining bones is just an ordinary person, but gathering chi already has a sea of chi, which can be easily activated. When it comes to concentration, it's even more different. All kinds of magic and magical powers are controlled by chi and manifested by God. Only at this stage can we really have the means. Of course, Zhang Jun could hear the implication of He-fan's words. He smiled and didn't respond, but he couldn't help but cursed in his heart, you think I don't want to? Every time the time is so short, how can I have a chance to practice? By the way, it is your senior brother who is participating in the competition this time. Big brother. Zhang Jun thought of that stern face. He hadn't seen him for a while since the last time he said goodbye to his second senior brother in his room. He didn't expect that it would be him participating in the disciple battle this time. Is this still a disciple battle? No, the disciple war is too cruel. No one will try it unless it is a last resort. After all, the disciples of the sect are the hope. If they are all exhausted, the sect will be destroyed soon. Then this time. Group battle, 3 people in a group, 6 good and evil people. While the two were talking, they had already passed through the Vientiane gate and were teleported directly to the auditorium of the arena. Little brother. As soon as Zhang Jun stood firm, he heard a familiar shout. He looked up and saw the second senior brother running towards him. You can recognize me like this? Zhang Jun asked in surprise. In such a big arena, you are the only one wearing a mask and He-fan is beside you. I knew it was you right away. Zhang Jun's mouth twitched, feeling that it would be a pity for these two senior brothers not to become detectives. Then he looked back at Ifan beside him with a resentful look. It turns out that you are my 300 tails. Ifan shrugged helplessly. I warned you earlier.
What about Big Brother?
Zhang Jun looked around, but did not see the figure of the senior brother. It was not until the second senior brother pointed to the arena in front that Zhang Jun noticed that the senior brother had entered the arena with 2 companions.
Who are the other 2?
Zhang Jun looked at the other 2 figures beside the senior brother. He Yunzong is a member of the 3 Demons sect. Zhou Zhao and the disciples of the Black Death sect are all masters at the peak level of Qi gathering. The second senior brother said. So, the chances of winning are very high.
Not necessarily.
Ifan pointed to the opposite side. The same 3 are at the peak of Qi gathering.
The white-haired boy on the left is called Hua Qi Gu.
He is a direct disciple of the Tianmen sect and a true master. Following Ifan's words, Zhang Jun raised his head and looked up. The young man had snow-white hair, was wearing a green robe, and had a bamboo flute hanging around his waist.
Just as Ifan said, he had a good temperament.
This inevitably made Zhang Jun feel a little pressure on his senior brother.
Sit down quickly, it's about to start.
Under the greeting of the second senior brother, Zhang Jun and the other 3 found a seat and sat down.
Boom rumble.
As soon as the 3 of them sat down, the rules turntable slowly rose up in the arena, and the patterns on it were still different from last time. The turntable starts to turn. The first turntable gradually stopped, and everyone looked up and saw a snowflake.
Snow? Zhang Jun looked at the second senior brother.
The second senior brother thought about it for a while, and he should be right. I hope the space is not too big, so that we have a better chance of winning. This is not the first time that the senior brother, He Yunzong, and Zhou Zhao have joined forces. They cooperate with each other tacitly. If the space is small and they fight quickly, their side will have a great chance of winning.
Kaka. The turntable on the second floor paused, and an hourglass figure appeared in everyone's sight.
Now the second senior brother is in trouble, and he is not sure what the rule is. Fortunately, Ifan knew this rule. It's like some kind of time rule. If it is combined with the snow, it probably won't be biased towards fighting. When the second senior brother heard this, he immediately became nervous. At this time, the third rule also began to be determined. This time it was a very strange pattern, a huge mouth, as if it was eating something greedily. The strange combination of rules made it impossible for anyone to guess what the rules of the arena were this time. Until the host began to read out the rules, the sharp and excited voice seemed to be full of expectations for this competitive match. In the land of extreme winter, keep playing until everyone on one side is eliminated. You 2 cannot meet here. Your consumption will be 20 times that of normal, and the flow of time will be accelerated by 30 times. Every time one of your team members dies, you can initiate a random curse on the other party. As the host finished speaking, everyone's expressions gradually became serious.
This strange rule is a bit unpredictable. Junior brother Zhao, what do you think? Ifan asked Zhang Jun.
Zhang Jun shook his head. He didn't have a suitable opinion on this. He just felt it was a bit like a variety show in reality, a fantasy version of living alone in the wilderness. On the other hand, the casual words of the second senior brother on the side woke up many people. I hope senior brother has more food in his storage bag.
Everyone was startled and looked at the second senior brother in surprise.
The second senior brother was startled and wondered if he had said something wrong.
Second senior brother, how come your brain is always working and not working properly?
Zhang Jun looked at his second senior brother with a smile, and his words hit the point. Although disciples in the Qi gathering realm can rely on their own spiritual energy to stay alive, it does not mean that they are immortals and can always maintain a state of fasting. Moreover, the time flow rate of this competitive match has been increased by 30 times, and the consumption has also been increased by 20 times.
In this case, few people can bear it. Food is the key to this game.
While everyone was still discussing with each other, the senior brother and others had already entered a world of ice and snow. In the endless world of ice and snow, the temperature dropped rapidly to below zero. However, the moment the senior brother landed, he quickly distanced himself from his companions, summoned a tiger-headed scimitar, and showed a forbidding attitude.
The same goes for the other two. Teammates offer sacrifices to the sky, and their magic power is boundless. Since the two teams cannot meet, they can only kill their teammates and add a curse to the other party. Obviously, the eldest brothers seemed to understand the truth. As soon as they distanced themselves, the three of them looked at each other for a moment, and then the eyes of the eldest brother and Hyunzong were focused on Zhou Zhao at the same time. And many more.
Zhou Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he held out his magic weapon in front of him to protect him. Maybe there is another way. It's just that both the senior brother and Hyunzong are ruthless guys.
After deciding to take action, there is no hesitation at all.
The two of them started to move at the same time. Hyunzong formed a seal with his hands, and three black shadows rushed out of him, transforming into three forms: a woman, a child, and an old man.
One gasification and three cleanliness?
Zhang Jun couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene while sitting on a chair.
The second senior brother on the side heard this and scratched his head. Junior brother, what are you talking about? This is the three-corpse god killer of the demon sect. The so-called three-corpse divine killing is to combine one's desires with the three corpses to achieve the effect of summoning the three corpses to fight.
The stronger one's own cultivation level, the stronger the desire, and the higher the lethality of the three corpse gods.
It will even produce various magical effects corresponding to desires.
However, people who practice this technique often do not end well.
After all, the three corpses are the biggest obstacle to practice.
The stronger the three corpses are, the more severe the backlash will be in the future.
Hyunzong controlled the three corpses, which was equivalent to 4 people in one move.
In just one round, Zhou Zhao was at a disadvantage.
The addition of the senior brother made Zhou Zhao even more dangerous.
The aura of blood evil permeated the eldest brother's body, as if he was possessed by a blood demon, sprinting towards Zhou Zhao at such a speed that it was dizzying to see.
You deceive people too much.
When Zhou Zhao saw this, his expression changed drastically. Without thinking, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand and he stabbed forward.
Cha!
With a sharp scream, the moment before the senior brother's blade hit the long sword, his body twisted in an extremely incredible way. His chest was pressed against the long sword and he came in front of Zhou Zhao. His body suddenly lowered, the scimitar changed hands, and he turned sharply. With a slash from the waist, he swept towards Zhou Zhao. This move attracted applause from everyone in the audience, and Zhou Zhao's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly turned over with a swallow move, leaped into the air, and narrowly avoided the fatal blow.
Ha ha ha, go to hell.
The front leg avoided the fatal attack, and the next moment 3 black shadows wrapped around Zhou Zhao at the same time. The moment the 3 corpses were wrapped around him, Zhou Zhao's limbs suddenly stiffened. Hyunzong flew over and raised his hand to punch Zhou Zhao hard
on the lower abdomen. This punch hit the dantian directly, and a gloomy force penetrated directly, shattering Zhou Zhao's dantian.
Hey, it's over,
Zhou Zhao is abolished. Everyone in the audience shook their heads.
With one punch, Zhou Zhao would become crippled even if he didn't die. Even if he won the competition, he would be destined to become a cripple from now on. Just when everyone thought the attack was about to end. Be careful! There was a sudden scream in the audience, and a blood-red cold light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, piercing directly towards Hyunzong.
Puff!
An indescribable pain shot up from his forearm. Even with Hyunzong's willpower, he couldn't help but scream in pain. Looking back, he found that the senior brother's scimitar had pierced his arm.
Damn you, Mr. Een. You are stronger.
If you don't die now, I can't guarantee whether you will kill me. The elder brother's face was cold, and the thick blood covered the blade. He slashed with the sword, and the severed arm flew away. The blade cut directly into Hyunzong's chest, and blood suddenly spurted out, completely dyeing the white snow on the ground red. The second update is around PM, and the third update is around PM. Although it is a little late, the number of words is never less. End of this chapter.
The eldest brother's cold-blooded backstab caught everyone off guard.
But if you think about it carefully, this is indeed the truth. Zhou Zhao has been abolished, and Hyunzong is stronger, not to mention the blessing of the 3 corpse gods.
It is not easy to kill him head-on.
In the end, both sides will lose, so it is better to strike first now. The disciples of Wu Sheng's sect are all a bunch of unethical bastards. In the audience, the elder of the demon sect left the meeting angrily, not forgetting to curse before leaving.
This sentence resonates with many people in both good and evil circles.
Oops, let's be careful in future competitions. He Fan covered his face and smiled bitterly. In the last disciple battle, Zhang Jun's feat of stabbing his ally in the back, whether intentionally or not, has aroused the dissatisfaction of many people.
It is not an exaggeration to say that he is notorious. Now the senior brother suddenly rebelled and killed He Yunzong with one sword. Although this was the rule, the Wuxing sect's reputation was now ruined on the street.
From now on, in the arena, no matter whether they are on the righteous path or the demonic path, I am afraid that their Wuxing sect will always be a thorn in others' side, and may even become the target of siege by others.
Compared with He Fan's worry, Zhang Jun is much more free and easy. He sneered and said, "As you wish, let's kneel down and lick it, and everyone can sit down and talk calmly." He Fan was startled and raised his head to look at Zhang Jun. I saw Zhang Jun stopped pretending, took off the mask on his face, crossed his legs and said, "In a time of great strife, the strong will become stronger and the weak will perish. This is not the time to talk about benevolence and righteousness, and there is no need to learn the benevolence of women. She's worse than a bitch who acts both arrogant and upright." Zhang Jun's free and easy words made He Fan a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and thought about it carefully. Although these words were vulgar, they were actually true. So he held his hands and said, "It's me who is in trouble. Jun, your brother Zhao said this." Those words really enlightened me. In fact, Zhang Jun also broke the pot.
What I just said is actually a fallacy. Sometimes reputation is not important, but sometimes it is a trump card.
Otherwise, since ancient times, the world has been fighting for hegemony. Why must it be justified? Of course, it is too far away to think about this issue now. Survival is the only way.
As for what is justifiable, that is something that can only be considered when Wuxing sect becomes bigger and stronger in the future.
In the picture, the senior brother did not continue to kill Zhou Zhao, but took away He Yunzong's storage bag and walked down with the seriously injured Zhou Zhao. Because of the time difference, everyone in the audience only felt that a while had passed, but there were already 2 or 3 days and nights in the picture. The snow is getting heavier and heavier, and from time to time a cold wind will blow up, which is bitingly cold. The senior brother and Zhou Zhao finally found a place with leeward wind, but before they could settle down, the sky outside suddenly turned dark. An extremely bad premonition came over him.
The senior brother immediately put his head out and looked in the direction of the strong wind, only to see large black snowflakes floating in the distance. The moment the snowflakes fell to the ground, a line of black ice rose from the ground. Seeing this, the senior brother tentatively threw a stone. I saw that the stone was still in midair, but it was instantly frozen inside by black ice.
"Run!"
The elder brother's expression changed, and he immediately pulled Zhou Zhao and ran forward as hard as he could. The black snowflakes behind him were getting faster and faster. Seeing a deep and steep slope ahead, the senior brother suddenly came up with a plan. He took out a shield from his storage bag, stepped on the shield with one foot, and pushed hard. Use the snow slope in front of you to slide down quickly. As for Zhou Zhao, he was held in his hand like a chicken by his elder brother. With the shield as a skateboard, his speed increased instantly, and everyone was sweating for him. The situation on the other side of the righteous disciples is equally thrilling. On the snow, 3 figures were fighting indistinguishably. A curse appeared on all 3 of them. This curse was very strange. It was a skull with 2 black wings. It would bite the 3 of them from time to time. Every time he takes a bite, the cultivation level of the 3 people will be temporarily lowered by 1 level. This is the power of the curse that the elder brother blessed on the right side after killing He Yunzong. In a place like this, if their cultivation continues to decline, they will freeze to death here soon. If you want to win, you must send the opponent away as quickly as possible. And to do this, someone must die and curse the opponent. Different from the big brother, Zhang Dao and Zhang Dao chose to join forces to attack the most powerful Huaqigu in a tacit understanding. I saw two people, one with a flying sword and the other with a spear, crossing from left to right and attacking Wakigu directly. The white-haired Huachigu faced the siege of the two allies and already had several wounds on his body. Although the jade shao in his hand was short, a stream of spiritual energy spewed out from Huachigu's hand and turned into spiritual energy. Spear. Facing the attacking flying sword, Huachigu leaned back, held the gun and pushed forward. The tip of the spear thrust out along his left hand, swinging his right arm. The spiritual energy spear suddenly erupted with a terrifying sonic boom, knocking the flying sword away. Go out. Then he pinched the air hole on the jade flute with his fingers, and the spiritual energy spear suddenly turned into a short sword. He turned sideways to avoid the spear behind him, turned around and attacked forward with a sword shadow like rain. The short clashing sound of weapons kept ringing out, every inch shorter and every inch dangerous. The violent swordsmanship suppressed the long spear and was unable to fight back. Seeing the door open wide, waves of sharp sounds came from the dagger. The shock caused the opponent's arms to feel numb, and he almost couldn't hold the tiger-headed gun in his hand. Transform into bones. The other person roared when he saw this, and immediately controlled the flying sword to help. The flying sword spun in midair, and then pierced the back of Huachigu at an extremely tricky angle. Seeing this, the master of the gun moved the spear back, holding half of the gun body with both hands, using it as a short thorn, thrusting forward layers of gun shadows, forcing him to turn into bones and unable to escape. At the critical moment of life and death, the fingers turned into bones suddenly pressed Yu Zhao's blowhole at the same time. The next moment, the dagger turned into a wu hook, hooked and pulled on the tip of the gun, stepped on the head of the big gun with his strength, and turned over with a volley. While leaping to dodge the flying sword behind him, Wu Go once again transformed into a spiritual spear, and directly pierced his opponent's heart with a backhand shot of an antelope horn. Warm blood sprinkled on Huachigu's face. This scene made everyone in the audience say it was wonderful. If this person doesn't die, he will be a powerful enemy in the future. Although Ifan cannot see with his eyes, but with the blessing of his mind, he can see all the details. The method of transforming the bones is changeable. It is obviously a musical instrument, but in his hands it turns into 18 kinds of weapons. The changes are unpredictable, which makes Ifan unable to see. It is impossible to defend against people. Zhang Jun nodded solemnly, weighing in his mind. If the senior brother and Huachigu were to fight head-on, I don't know who would win. Just after Huachigu eliminated a teammate. But another curse suddenly appeared on them. I saw a black fat man hanging above the two of them. The little fat man let out a hearty laugh. He reached out and grabbed the two of them. He grabbed something and stuffed it into his mouth and started chewing it. How is this going? Everyone hurriedly looked to the other side and found that Zhou Zhao was dead. This can't be blamed on the senior brother, but after Huachigu and the others killed a teammate, a curse came. It was a strange insect that lay directly on the two of them, sucking the spiritual energy of the two of them. The senior brother could still bear it, but Zhou Zhao had injured his dantian, and the spiritual energy had long since dissipated, and the insects had eaten up all the spiritual energy in just a few bites. Without the spiritual energy, the insects began to devour Zhou Zhao's vitality, and the seriously injured Zhou Zhao died in just a few bites. On the contrary, when Zhou Zhao died, Huachigu also encountered a second curse, that of the little fat man. Huachigu opened his mouth and found that he had lost his voice at this moment. Facing his teammates in the alliance, it was even worse. His eyes quickly turned gray and he was completely blind. What curse is this? The second senior brother raised his head and looked at the little fat man above Huachigu and the others, and couldn't help asking curiously. But neither Zhang Jun nor Hefan knew him. But at this time, a hoarse laughter came from behind the three people. This is the 5-sense evil spirit, one of the curses. It will randomly take away a person's 5 senses every once in a while. The three of them turned around. Not far behind them, a shadow with gauze all over his body was sitting in the corner. Third junior brother. The second senior brother took a closer look and recognized it at a glance. The person in front of them turned out to be their fellow junior brother Huang Mao. Third junior brother, are your injuries okay? The second senior brother stepped forward and looked at the yellow hair in front of him, But his concerned eyes did not win the favor of the third junior brother.
Instead, he responded with a smile, "Thank you, I can't die."
I don't know if the second senior brother is born with slow reaction, but he didn't hear the hidden meaning of Huang Mao's words, and said with a smile, "Third junior brother, you are a blessing in disguise this time. I heard that several elders have started to teach you about the devil.
The spell is broken." It would have been better not to say this.
After hearing this, Huang Mao's eyes suddenly widened and he wanted to punch the second senior brother in the face. Fortunately, Zhang Jun noticed that something was wrong and pulled him away to avoid Huang Mao's blow.
Fist. Huang Mao then looked at Zhang Jun.
After looking up and down, his eyes were filled with blood. Okay, little junior brother, I underestimated you before. Remember, this account, I will settle the matter with you slowly in the future. After saying that, Huang Mao turned and left without looking back.
Hey, third junior brother, you.
Second senior brother saw this and wanted to step forward to explain, but Zhang Jun pulled him back by his collar. Second senior brother, you should go around this guy when you see him in the future.
Why, he is.
Yes, third senior brother, but when we cursed him on the altar, we didn't treat him as a brother. After hearing Zhang Jun's words, the second senior brother realized something and sat on the chair with a decadent face.
Hey, third junior brother, he has suffered. Not only was he suffering, it was worse than death.
Zhang Jun still remembers that when Huang Mao was carried out of the altar by his second senior brother, the originally strong man turned into skin and bones.
If it were him, I guess this wouldn't be a good thing.
It seems that I still have to find a way to guard against this guy in the future. Zhang Jun made up his mind to find some tasks related to the curse when he went back to watch the battle. Otherwise, he might not be able to escape unscathed when he encountered Huang Mao in the future.
One more dead.
Just as he was thinking about it, he saw that in the arena, Hua Chi-gu did not continue to kill people. He just took off the storage bag of the corpse on the ground and immediately turned around and left.
Not long after, a black snowstorm fell.
Another teammate lost his vision and didn't even know what happened. He was instantly covered in black snowflakes and his whole body was frozen into an ice sculpture. At the same time, there was another curse on the senior brother again. A skinny old man lay on the senior brother's shoulder, spitting out a strong rotten stench. I'm hungry. The third update will be around 10 o'clock in the evening. I'll update it as soon as possible. End of this chapter.
The second curse on the elder brother is that of an old man.
Zhang Jun and the others didn't recognize what kind of curse it was, but the old man lay on his senior brother's back and kept shouting that he was hungry. The senior brother's face became more and more ugly. After finding a safe cave to get in, he immediately got out of the cave. He took out a piece of dry food from the storage bag and stuffed it into his mouth. Senior brother's dry food is sesame seed cakes similar to XJ's naan, which are very thick and hard. Usually, you break off some and soak them in some water.
After soaking until soft, they will rise. Often, a small piece can last for a day.
But now the senior brother no longer cares about so many details. He is like a hungry mad dog, chewing into his mouth.
Feeling a little choked, he picked up a handful of white snow and put it into his mouth.
A whole piece of dry food was eaten in the blink of an eye, but the senior brother still felt hungry and could only continue to take out the dry food and put it in his mouth.
It's broken.
I'm afraid it's a hungry ghost curse. Some big guys in the audience immediately recognized this old man. He was probably the rumored starving ghost. They could beat him to ashes with a snap of his fingers, but if it was in the form of a curse, that would be another matter.
It is said that people possessed by the hungry ghost will feel unprecedentedly hungry and eat frantically.
But no matter how much you eat, it won't reduce your hunger.
Most people burst their stomachs alive.
In this place, the flow rate of time is 30 times that of the outside, and the consumption has been increased to 20 times, which itself is a great test for the food reserves that one carries.
Now with the addition of a starving ghost, many people have brought themselves in.
It was hellish torture. Zhang Jun and the others couldn't help but feel nervous about what happened to their senior brother. Turning his eyes, he looked at the other contestant, transformed into bones.
The condition of Hua Chi-gu is also not much better.
he is also burdened with 2 curses.
It can be said that the little fat man only takes away people's 5 senses.
At this moment, Huachigu is running forward quickly, hoping to find a hiding place as soon as possible before the little fat man extracts the 5 senses in the next round.
A place to hide.
But the other black skull was disgusting, and would open its mouth and bite Huachi bone from time to time. With one bite, the cultivation level will disappear instantly. In just 3 or 2 breaths, Huachigu's cultivation level has dropped from the 13th level of Qi gathering to the 7th level of Qi gathering. Seeing a cave looming in front of him, Huachigu's spirit perked up and he immediately accelerated towards the cave. At this moment, the little fat man hanging above his head smacked his mouth, stretched out his sinful black hand towards him again, and gently grabbed it. Huachigu's vision gradually began to blur, and he eventually became completely blind.
Oops.
Upon seeing this, everyone in the Zhangdao movement secretly said something bad, and some female disciples even stood up nervously. Unless someone like He Fan is born with a keen mind, most people who suddenly become blind will immediately lose their sense of direction. Even those blind people stumbled countless times in the dark before they could barely distinguish the general direction. In reality, some people have done experiments, blindfolding people and asking them to walk in a straight line.
Almost no one can walk a straight line, and even the direction of walking will be skewed to Grandma's house.
Therefore, even if Huachi Bone is only 100 meters away from the cave, losing sight at this time is almost a fatal blow. Huachigu also realized this, and immediately stopped, took out the jade flute in his hand, and gently blew out a syllable. Along with a ray of sound waves spreading out from the center of himself, Huachigu pricked his ears. After listening carefully, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he was walking in the direction of the cave accurately. As expected of being the direct disciple of Tianmen, it is truly remarkable. The musical genius, I haven't seen him for a long time. In the audience, everyone in Zhangdao praised Huachigu for his calmness in the face of danger. Even the demon Dao people sitting across from him had to say that this kid was really too smart. Whether it was 1 against 2, using unpredictable methods, or after realizing that he had lost his vision, he immediately used his own music to guide him. These things may not be difficult, but it requires a timely response.
There are few in the younger generation who can do it so perfectly.
It can be seen from this that Huachigu has a heart as detailed as a hair and his thinking is extremely sensitive. After he got into the cave, he immediately took out the elixir from the storage bag, ate it, and began to meditate and practice on the spot, in order to maintain the cultivation level that was sucked away by the skeleton.
Next, as long as you hang in there, winning is just a matter of time.
After all, in comparison, the starvation ghost in the senior brother is really terrible.
Eldest brother, can you hold on? Zhang Jun frowned.
The curse is random, but no matter how you look at it now, the senior brother is at a disadvantage. Looking at the eldest brother's hungry wolf-like eyes in the picture, Zhang Jun couldn't help but worry about him.
Eldest brother should be able to hold on for a while.
The second senior brother was equally worried, but he was not worried that the senior brother would starve to death, but was worried that he would be starved to death. Since the last time they learned about Master's retreat, the eldest brother has been practicing hard outside the Master's retreat. It is a relatively desolate place where the sect is stationed. It is inconvenient to eat and drink, so the eldest brother often brings a lot of food. But by stuffing it into my mouth hungrily and pouring water into it from time to time, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Zhang Jun noticed that He Fan was still standing beside him.
He turned around and saw that this guy actually set up a small tea table and took out a box of exquisite snacks to eat.
He looked leisurely and elegant, as if he was not worried about his senior brother at all.
We'll lose. But think about it, after all, the senior brother is not from that group.
Sensing Zhang Jun's gaze, He Fan slowly put a piece of peach cake in his mouth and drank a sip of fragrant tea. Don't be anxious, the outcome is uncertain. As long as senior brother Luo can persist for more than 7 days, he has hope of winning.
Senior brother's full name is Luo Xiaofeng.
He is a well-known expert in the sect, and He Fan seems to be very optimistic about him.
Zhang Jun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this, and asked curiously, "Is this the result you calculated?"
"No, I speak from experience."
"Experience?"
Zhang Jun looked at He-fan doubtfully. But He-fan didn't explain, and handed the pastry to Zhang Jun with a smile. Try it, this mung bean cake tastes delicious.
Forget it, I don't like this kind of cake.
Zhang Jun looked at the pastries brought to him, shook his head, took out a pack of melon seeds from his storage bag, sat down and started to eat.
Time passed by minute by second.
They had been outside for only 10 minutes, but several days had passed in the world in front of them.
Hua Chi-gu's 5 senses have been completely taken away.
Now he can't see, hear, speak, touch, or smell. He just sits on the ground and takes pills to practice hard.
The eldest brother is obviously at the end of his rope.
He began to stuff a lot of pills into his mouth. He poured out all the messy stuff in the storage bag and stuffed all the edible items into his stomach. For this reason, he even took the risk to find Zhou Zhao's body not far away and brought back Zhou Zhao's storage bag.
However, to everyone's disappointment, there was not much food in it.
Obviously, Zhou Zhao did not expect that this competitive match would have such strange rules. Seeing that the last piece of cake has been eaten without food, the senior brother huddled up in a ball. He was obviously very uncomfortable. If he moved a little, it felt like there was a stone pressing against him in his abdomen. But the strong feeling of hunger was still like a wave of waves lapping at his mind. Not long after, the senior brother's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and the endless hunger was torturing his nerves every minute and every second. He began to go crazy, roaring like an animal into the air. Lying in the cold cave, his hunger may have been so strong that he began to hallucinate, his hands scratching in the air like crazy, and his legs kicked frantically on the rocks. In the end, I didn't feel like it was enough, so I just hit the stone next to me with my fist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The dull sound of fists echoed in the white snow, and from time to time, the distorted screams could be heard. The second senior brother couldn't bear to look any further, so he turned around and turned his head away.
Can this guy still hold on?
Everyone looked at the senior brother who looked like a hungry wild beast, and felt a chill in their hearts. The sage said, food and sex are also in nature. Food is a great desire for people, especially beauty. This is not only a need for human survival, but also the simplest way for humans to obtain the satisfaction of their desires. A bad mood, loss, or even the separation of a loved one. No amount of gentle words at this time can compare to the comfort brought by a delicious meal. Likewise, with the support of strong hunger, this desire will be infinitely amplified and become an unbearable torture. Even beyond physical pain. What? Suddenly, the senior brother let out a scream, looked out of the cave with green eyes, and then rushed out as if he was crazy. What is he going to do? Everyone didn't know why the senior brother was so crazy, but they saw him digging frantically in a pile of snow. After a while, he dug out a body from the snow. That was Zhou Zhao's corpse.
He wants. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly had an unpleasant premonition in their hearts.
Some of the righteous disciples were already turning blue. Although this is not unfamiliar to everyone in the devil's path. After all, there are many people in the devil's path who like this, but the vast majority of disciples still can't stand it.
For example, Zhang Jun is one of them. He put down the melon seeds in his hand and looked back at He-fan. Isn't this the opportunity you mentioned?
He-fan said nothing and quietly put the tea to his mouth. At this moment, the senior brother had dug out Zhou Zhao's body, carried the body back to the cave, and then squatted in front of the body as if possessed, holding his shoulders tightly with both hands, staring at Zhou Zhao. The corpse was motionless. He seemed to be in a daze, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the senior brother was completely crazy at this time. The only reason he has is controlling him tightly, not to break through the last bottom line.
Just how long can I hold on?
Hey, he's already good enough. It's just bad luck. Some people sighed, acknowledging the eldest brother's perseverance until now, and also regretting his bad luck. Compared with the curse of turning into bones, the curse of the eldest brother is too torturous. 1 day, 2 days, everyone in the audience can see the rotation of day and night in the competitive world, and the alternation of time. Maybe it is only a matter of a few minutes to them. But the senior brother in this world only feels that his days are like years. Finally, on the 3rd day, the sky outside was covered with heavy black snow. The eldest brother opened his chapped lips and looked at the black snowflakes outside and Zhou Zhao's body in front of him from time to time.
Life and death. At this moment, a person's bottom line is extremely clearly revealed in front of everyone's sight.
Big brother. The second senior brother had already burst into tears. Zhang Jun had a complicated look on his face, staring at the picture in front of him, feeling equally entangled in his heart. Finally, the senior brother seemed to have figured something out. He stood up slowly and started walking out of the cave.
Boom!
Just when his senior brother was about to walk out of the cave, a gong sounded suddenly in the arena, interrupting everyone's attention. The host, wearing a strange mask, raised the flag in his hand and pointed in the direction of the magic auditorium. The competitive match is over, the three demon sects win.
What?
As soon as these words came out, the entire audience was in an uproar, regardless of whether they were good or evil.
Impossible, he can't hold on any longer. How come he wins and turns into bones?
Where are the others?
Everyone quickly turned their attention to Huachi Gu.
However, what everyone didn't expect was that when people turned their attention to Huachi Gu, they saw that he had rushed out of the cave and turned into an ice sculpture in the black snowflakes. Through the ice sculpture, it is not difficult to see the appearance of Huachi Gu before his death. His face was ferocious, and his limbs were uncoordinated and twisted in the ice, as if he had transformed into an evil ghost, which surprised everyone.
Hey, look, I told you, he can't hold on.
He Fan smiled at the corner of his mouth and said to Zhang Jun, after the five senses are taken away, not everyone can persevere in that fear of nothing. Today, words have been reached. This chapter says that if you leave 25 messages, you will be able to unlock more updates tomorrow. End of this chapter. The five senses are form, sound, smell, taste, and touch.
This is almost all of a person's perception.
When all these senses are taken away, the person will fall into an extreme state of chaos.
He will be unable to judge time and have no ability to perceive everything around him.
The whole person seemed to be suspended in a world of nothingness. Even if he still had thoughts, the only thoughts left would only make him crazier and more chaotic. It is said that only when the Buddha has passed away, he will strip away the five senses and become a state of no self and no birth.
But that is the Buddha.
The first thing to be sure is that the minds of gods of this level can already transcend the constraints of the physical body and ignore the five senses.
Impact.
For a normal person, losing any one of the five senses can be defined as a disability. If he loses all five senses at the same time, the only difference between him and a dead person is that he can still breathe.
Huachi Gu is definitely a genius.
A jade flute has become an unpredictable weapon in his hands. Coupled with his proficiency in music, he is proficient in all 18 kinds of weapons, including swords, guns and sticks, and can switch between them with ease. This is a detail that only a delicate heart can control. But it was precisely this active and delicate heart that became the culprit of his death. Even if Huachi Gu knew that he was still alive, as long as he persisted, he would survive until the end. But as time goes by, every minute and every second, time is stretched infinitely for him. Even if he is silently calculating the time in his heart, this fear of turning himself into nothingness will disappear as time goes by.
The passage of time will turn into an invisible mountain, pressing on his will.
Coupled with Huachi Gu's flexible and alert mind, the more alert his mind is, the less he can bear this kind of pressure. His ability to persist until now has shown that Wakigu is indeed a rare genius, but in the end he couldn't hold on anymore and began to go crazy, just seeking quick death and relief. Everyone felt sorry for this result. The host waved his hand, and the senior brother was thrown out of the ice and snow world, and the curse on his body was also stripped away.
Vomit.
After coming out of the ice and snow world, the senior brother lay on the ground and vomited crazily.
He was so embarrassed that it made people feel distressed.
Big brother. The second senior brother rushed down immediately.
Let's go.
Fan stood up and looked back at Zhang Jun. Our whooshing sex competition has reached the standard this time, and we will definitely not participate in the competition again in the short term.
Junior brother Zhao, do you want to hurry up?
Fan's sincere words were both a reminder and a warning.
Zhang Jun nodded solemnly.
After Fan left, Zhang Jun followed and helped the senior brother up. After the three people left the arena, the eldest brother found a deserted corner and began to vomit crazily. He vomited until the sky was dark and the whole person was unconscious. So Zhang Jun could only work with the second senior brother to send the senior brother back to the station first. Returning to the eldest brother's room, it was similar to the second brother's room. It was simple and only had a bed and a table. There were a few flowers in the wine bottle on the table. It could be seen that this elder brother was also a somewhat sentimental person. "Junior brother, go ahead and go ahead. I'll take care of you here." "Well, that's fine. If you need anything, just come to the beast taming studio to find me." Zhang Jun is not willing to stay outside. Even if he is stationed at the sect, he will never feel as safe as the beast master. And many more. At this time, the senior brother suddenly opened his eyes, and his consciousness seemed to be much clearer. He took out a black book from his storage bag and threw it at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun took it and took a look, and there were 4 words written on it: General Outline of Blood Evil. Master is not here. As senior brother, I should teach you the techniques. Just take it and ponder it yourself. If you don't understand, you can ask me. The senior brother said feebly. After speaking, his whole consciousness began to blur again. Zhang Jun nodded, put away the exercises, and left the room. On the way back to the beast taming workshop, he took out this exercise book and there was a dark blue question mark on it. When Zhang Jun focused his eyes on the question mark, a string of information appeared in front of him. General Outline of Blood Evil, Remnant. The blood evil lineage has a unique inheritance technique that uses its own blood to transform evil spirits and command the power of gods and demons from the heavens. This method should still have some mental skills, but unfortunately it is incomplete. Although later generations tried to complete it, there are still a few words missing, which makes the method too overbearing. The higher the practitioner's cultivation level, the more serious the damage to his own foundation. Often when cultivation reaches great success, one's own lifespan also comes to an end. It is rumored that there is a Tianxu divine mirror in Zhangdao Tianji Pavilion. Every time the moon is full, Tianxu martial god can be called to help answer various difficult questions in practice. Maybe there is a way to restore the general outline of the blood evil. Task: restoring the general outline. Mission difficulty: high. Mission reward: Tianxu martial scripture, 6 wishing stars. It turns out that this skill is defective. No wonder everyone is as desperate as Saburo. Zhang Jun couldn't help but frown deeply as he looked at the skills in his hands. Deep down in his heart, he felt that he didn't like this kind of technique that sacrificed his lifespan in exchange for strength, and he even felt disgusted. He wanted to live and live forever. No matter how powerful this technique was, he didn't want to practice it. Perhaps because of experiencing the pain of approaching death in reality, Zhang Jun has a strong sense of cherishing life in his heart. However, the Tianxu martial scripture rewarded by this mission is quite good. It's a pity that this place was built on the territory of Zhengdao. With its reputation as a stinking street, if it appeared on Zhengdao's territory, let alone seeing the Tianxu divine mirror, I would probably get cramped and skinned before I even walked in. After thinking about it, Zhang Jun threw this thing into the storage bag. If you don't practice the blood demon kung fu, what will you practice? Zhang Jun suddenly realized a very serious problem. Apart from the blood demon technique, he has no other inheritance. Whether it is the 5 Zhang Great Wonders Sutra, the mission of 6th Patriarch Avi, or the Buddhist white bone contemplation, these are not exercises that can be practiced through the 8 sutras. I now have a lot of resources, but no suitable promotion channels. This suddenly made Zhang Jun feel dizzy. Some people would say, you should start practicing first, and then you can switch to other methods later. But in fact, it is not that easy. I am currently at the first level of Qi gathering, and the gathered spiritual energy is also called blood evil Qi. At this time, my cultivation level is not high, and I can still change the door. If I wait for my cultivation level to rush up, by then, if you want to practice other skills with a belly full of blood evil Qi, you must consider whether the attributes conflict with each other. Unfortunately, all the techniques that can match the properties of the blood evil kung fu are probably just useless. No, I still have to find ways to find individual exercises to practice. Thinking of this, Zhang Jun stopped and turned around to walk towards the Wanshan gate. He planned to look for it in the outer market to see if he could find any tasks related to the practice of martial arts. In short, he was unwilling to practice self-mutilation techniques such as the blood demon technique unless it was absolutely necessary. When he was about to walk out, someone called Zhang Jun from behind.
Looking back, it was Fu Kaisheng.
He rushed out of the beast control workshop in a hurry. After seeing Zhang Jun, he felt more like seeing a savior. He took his hand and said, "Junior brother Zhao, hurry, go back, something big has happened."
What?
When Zhang Jun saw Fu Caisheng's face, he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Because normally, Fu Kaisheng, as the manager of the beast controlling studio, and the Beast King was about to give birth, had a lot of stakes in him and would not leave the beast controlling studio easily. When Zhang Jun left the beast control studio at this time, the first thing in Zhang Jun's mind was the Beast King. Fu Kaisheng pulled Zhang Jun back and told him what happened. When Zhang Jun heard this, his heart suddenly became cold. As expected, it has something to do with the Beast King. Today, according to the previous schedule, Fu Kaisheng wanted to enter the beast's den to check the Beast King, but before he could reach the door, he was stopped by other tiger dogs. Fu Kaisheng had a bad feeling at that time. Although he is not favored by the Beast King, after so many years, the Beast King has long been accustomed to his monthly inspection process, and these tiger dogs will not interfere with him. Even if the Beast King wants to give birth, she is the midwife that the Beast King needs most. But now all the tigers and dogs were guarding outside the den, looking strictly forbidden. This was the first time he encountered this situation.
After realizing that there might be a big trouble, he immediately went down the mountain to find Zhang Jun.
After listening to Fu Caisheng's words, Zhang Jun also realized the seriousness of the situation, and the two of them quickly rushed back to the beast control workshop.
As soon as he entered the door, he saw 4 tiger dogs, like the 4 King Kongs, guarding the door of the beast's den.
Their whole bodies exuded a strong murderous aura, which made other beasts in the beast control room crawl on the ground and did not dare to move. Some smarter beasts even put themselves in cages to show that they are no threat.
Go!
Seeing this, Zhang Jun pulled Fu Kaisheng towards the beast's den. Fu Caisheng's scalp felt numb as he saw the approaching tiger and dog looking at him eagerly. These 4 tiger dogs also have the strength of the concentration realm.
If they really take action, they can be slapped to death.
Whoa whoa! Seeing the 2 people getting closer and closer, the 4 tiger dogs began to open their mouths, their eyes glowed with a faint light, and their hair stood upside down, as if they were ready to take action.
Let me in, what are you 4 tigers doing to stop me? Will I harm the Beast King?
Zhang Jun's face was dark, and when he saw this, he couldn't help his bad temper and started to curse. As long as the Beast King did not die, Zhang Jun expected that these 4 stupid dogs would not dare to do anything to him, so he immediately pulled Fu Kaisheng, who was already stiff, inside. The 4 tiger dogs stared directly at the 2 of them, but they did not dare to attack them from the beginning to the end. When he entered the beast's den, Fu Kaisheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he was not entering the beast's den, but the palace of the King of Hell. Zhang Jun didn't care about taking care of Fu Caisheng's mood and hurriedly continued walking into the beast's den. Not long after, he saw the Beast King lying under the jade wall of the cave. His heavy breathing could be heard from a distance. No, the Beast King is about to give birth. When Fu Kaisheng saw this, his sense of responsibility made him forget about the danger. He took a step forward and wanted to move forward, but Zhang Jun pulled him back.
Don't move, you don't want to die.
Zhang Jun pointed to the side of the Beast King and saw 2 tiger dogs hiding in the darkness, staring at them silently. This time Zhang Jun really did not dare to go inside. I saw 2 tiger dogs neither roaring nor growling, but their eyes were obviously abnormal.
This reminded Zhang Jun of the saying in reality, a dog that bites doesn't bark.
I watched it last night, and there were only 15 chapters. I felt that you couldn't complete the task, so I could be lazy and take a rest, so I stayed up late and watched a popcorn movie. When I woke up, I saw that it was already completed. Why was your encouragement so timely? Okay, let's continue with more updates today. End of this chapter. If the 4 tiger dogs outside the door are soldiers, then these 2 tiger dogs are the personal bodyguards of the Beast King. Especially the tiger dog with scars on the left side of the face and one missing ear. It was not the son of the Beast King, but a tiger dog born at the same time as the Beast King, with the strength to enter the Taoist realm. The Beast King gets pregnant every year, and it certainly contributes a lot. These 2 guys were guarding the Beast King, and Zhang Jun did not dare to act rashly. He lowered his posture and bent to look at the Beast King. "You are about to give birth. I brought senior brother Fu to help you deliver the baby. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Hearing Zhang Jun's voice, the Beast King's closed eyes opened, and his thick tail hit the ground with a snapping sound. The Beast King doesn't want us to get close. Fu Kaisheng was also anxious when he saw this. At this time in previous years, the Beast King trusted him the most. Why? Did he suddenly change his temper this year? Clap clap clap. The lashing of the tail became more and more rapid, and Fu Caisheng's expression changed. He also felt that the other 2 tiger dogs around him began to focus on him, and he suddenly became Alexander. Zhang Jun understood as soon as he saw this posture that the Beast King did not want Fu Kaisheng to get close to it, and it had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Zhang Jun turned his head. "Lao Fu, you step back, don't get close, and then tell me how to deliver the Beast King's baby." "This is fine, just be careful." Fu Kaisheng felt a little unhappy. After all, he had worked hard to take care of the Beast King for so many years. Although the food he cooked was a bit bland, he still tried his best. There was hard work without credit. But at this time, the Beast King actually believed in junior brother Zhao, who had just arrived. Fu Kaisheng felt bad, but he didn't dare to be careless about this matter. After all, in the final analysis, he was able to avoid the cruel competition and survive until now, all because of the Beast King. So he pulled Zhang Jun aside and explained to Zhang Jun in detail how to deliver a baby. He also specially took out a storage bag and handed it to Zhang Jun. Here are the things needed to deliver the Beast King, which Fu Kaisheng had prepared early in the morning. Zhang Jun actually seemed to understand half of what he was hearing, but when the matter came to a close, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. After all, the Beast King must not make any mistakes, otherwise he will lose a huge backer. He walked to the side of the Beast King and followed the method mentioned by Fu Kaisheng. He placed his hands on the Beast King's bulging abdomen and pushed it down gently to make the Beast King feel as comfortable as possible. Then he took out the medicinal soup that Fu Kaisheng had prepared early from his storage bag and delivered it to the Beast King. This medicinal soup is not only used to induce labor, but also can greatly improve the physical strength of the Beast King. Ordinarily, the Beast King is no stranger to this, but this time it just glanced at the medicinal soup, suddenly raised its paw and knocked over the medicinal soup. Then, under the confused eyes of Zhang Jun and Fu Kaisheng, he slowly stood up and raised his head to the sky with a low roar. Roar! A tiger-like roar instantly shook Zhang Jun and Fu Caisheng's blood, and their eyes turned black. Then, as the 2 looked at each other in shock, the Beast King stretched out his sharp claws and made an incision in his abdomen. This scene frightened Fu Kaisheng. This was not a normal state of giving birth, and for a moment Fu Kaisheng couldn't figure out what the Beast King was going to do. A huge gash was cut into his abdomen, and Zhang Jun could only watch helplessly as the wound gradually opened, revealing a red flesh ball in his sight. The Beast King bent down and looked down at the fleshy ball exposed on his abdomen. After sniffing it for a few times, he looked at Zhang Jun again. When their eyes met, Zhang Jun actually saw reluctance and determination in the eyes of the Beast King. "What are you going to do?" Zhang Jun had a bad feeling in his heart. The Beast King ignored him and just slowly coiled himself up. The next second, wisps of scarlet flames began to ignite from the Beast King's hair. But in the blink of an eye, the entire cave was illuminated. Not only Zhang Jun was dumbfounded, but Fu Kaisheng was also stunned. Then he came to his senses and screamed, stop it, it's going to be defeated." Fu Kaisheng screamed strangely and was about to rush forward to stop the Beast King, but the guarding tiger dog whipped him away more than 10 meters away with his tail, knocking him unconscious to death. Then the 2 tiger dogs looked at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun didn't move, or he didn't know how to stop it. He didn't know what the Beast King was doing, so he could only watch the flames getting bigger and bigger. Soon, the Beast King's body began to decompose, and the rich spiritual energy flowed out of the beast's cave uncontrollably, forming a huge spiritual cloud above the beast control workshop. With such a big movement, the entire whooshing sect had already been alarmed. Both the disciples and the elders rushed towards the beast control workshop.
What's going on? How could this happen?
When Wu Mingtong, the elder who taught the martial arts, rushed over, the beast control room was already crowded with people. Everyone looked at the huge spiritual cloud above their heads and were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped.
I don't know, it seems that there is something wrong with the Beast King.
The elder of the law enforcement hall looked serious, and his words shocked everyone.
The Beast King is one of Wu Shang sect's greatest heritage. It is also the hope for the whooshing sect to make a comeback in the future. If something goes wrong with the Beast King, it will be in big trouble.
Where is Fu Kaisheng?
Where is Zhao Ju? Where are they two? Someone hurriedly looked for the two figures, but they couldn't be found at all. Maybe it's in the beast's den. If there is such a big movement, they will definitely go in.
Everyone looked towards the beast's den, but no one dared to approach easily. After all, the 4 tiger dogs in front of the cave entrance are not vegetarians.
No matter what, let's rush in and save the Beast King no matter what.
Wu Mingtong, the elder who taught the technique, couldn't wait any longer and immediately took out his magic weapon, preparing to forcefully suppress the 4 tiger dogs at the door and rush into the den. But this idea was immediately opposed by other elders. Elderly, who was lying on the stretcher, rolled his eyes at him. What if I rush in at this time and hurt the Beast King?
It's already like this.
The Beast King has obviously had a big change.
Why are you still so timid? Wu Mingtong was annoyed. You don't dare, I'll do it.
As he spoke, Wu Mingtong sacrificed his magic weapon, which was a lantern that looked like a full moon.
The 28 human heads inlaid on it were the famous magic weapons in the whooshing sect, the 6th grade magic weapon, the whooshing wheel lamp.
Just as Wu Mingtong was about to take action, a clear voice interrupted him.
Wu Mingtong, you will only ruin the whooshing sect's opportunities and ruin the whooshing sect's luck.
Everyone turned around and saw He Fan standing next to a middle-aged man, walking slowly from a distance.
The middle-aged man's complexion was not good.
Every time he took a few steps, he was panting and taking a few breaths. It was difficult just to walk over, but when everyone saw him, their expressions were full of surprise. Wu Mingtong even put away the magic weapon in his hand, quickly